Yeah, boy, go. Good job. Good job. Good job. Nice. Good job. There it is. Go. Keep him in. That's the way they accelerate. I can't hear you. What's the difference between a good defense and a great defense?
What does it take to become elite? It takes more than dedication, focus, and hard work. It takes an elite-level training program. Customized, sport-specific, online. Your perfect workout every time. That's Volt Athletics.
Having GameStrat for us has been game-changing, truly. Coach high school football now for 22 years. Having that instant replay, the opportunity to show players the mistakes they're making, the things they're doing right, is a world of difference of having to wait until Saturday morning or Monday afternoon to make the corrections. It's an opportunity for them to visually see what they're doing, at least attempt to make the corrections there on the spot.
When we switched over from our previous sideline system, the thing that we noticed was, number one, how easy it was. You don't have to be a computer expert in order to work it. The concerns I had were just reliability. If you have it, you pay the money for it, and you invest the time in it, and have people there do it, you want it to work.
With a lot of companies, they'll tell you what they're going to be able to do, and we've had that in the past where they sell you the product, they give you a nice big promise, but they can't really follow through on it, and just a lot of times we don't need to call because it's so easy to set up, and that's been pretty helpful.
For our end, just makes it easy because it's reliable.
To have that opportunity to go directly from the sideline to the end zone is tremendous. Literally just a touch of the screen gets you from the sideline view to the end zone view. It's as easy as texting on your phone or just scrolling through social media.
GameStrat has completely lived up and gone beyond my expectations.
Out of doubt, I wouldn't hesitate to suggest switching over to GameStrat. The product is awesome. It's everything that and more that it's billed as, and it's effortless to set up and to use, and simple process. And really, what are we doing it for? We're doing it to give our players an opportunity to win games, and we feel that by using GameStrat, we have every opportunity each week.
I don't want to coach a game without it. If there was another coach that was looking at using a product similar to GameStrat, if we were playing them, I would say use a different product. The customer service is head and shoulders above the rest. Reach out to them. You'll regret it if you don't.
Hello, it's the 2020 Madden Canada Cup, presented by Football Canada and Air Ajax Communications, live here on Junior Mustangs TV. My name is John Urban. I'm going to be one of your hosts for this national battle of Madden supremacy. And I just want to quickly go over the rules here today. Now remember, to be participating in this tournament, you must be a resident of Canada. Players who are under 18 years of age need the consent of their parents to accept their prize money. Remember guys, we want you to start on time according to your schedule. You roughly have about a 45-minute window. If delayed, contact the Rules Committee at airkjaxregister@gmail.com. Attention, time delay. That's airkjaxregister@gmail.com. In the game, we'll be using the Madden updated rosters, so please make sure that you are using your updated rosters. All pro settings will be applied to this tournament, and we will be playing with 5-minute quarters. Accelerated clocks will be set to 20 seconds. Do not use chew clock unless it's the last 2 minutes of the game and you're winning. Remember, there is a 29-point mercy rule. Feel free to compete though to the final whistle. But remember that if you do quit, it's an instantaneous loss. You must always be rushing 3 players. Now remember, this is key. Quarterback contain only equals 2 rushers. So be sure to have 1 more rusher at the quarterback to equal 3 at all times. Now remember, if you do not follow these rules, folks, there could be sanctions, and we'll get into that in just a moment. Regarding play calling, it's similar. Do not blitz the entire game with the same package over and over again. And that goes double for offensive plays. Mix up your play calling, guys, while you're having fun, and try to coach this game to the best of your abilities. Lead to sanctions if people are found leading to the same blitz packages or offensive plays repeatedly throughout the game. Disconnected games in the first half will be replayed from the beginning. If a disconnect happens in the second half, we'll take the score differential, who had the ball, and play the remaining quarter or half. If the disconnect, though, goes from an overtime game, we're going to include one possession for each until a winner is found. Onside kicks can only be done if you're trailing in the fourth quarter or down by 21 points. Fourth down rule. 4th and 5 or less, you can go for it at anywhere at any time. Any other fourth down, you must be trailing in the fourth quarter to go for it, or if you're trailing by 17 points at any time. Streaming rules. Do not use any type of inappropriate communications with your opponent. That includes homophobic, racist, or sexist language. Once again, these will lead to immediate sanctions within this tournament. In the settings, set your commentator volume to 0 and please turn your microphones off. Twitch and YouTube streams, make sure they are up and running, and more importantly, make sure they are archived. Send your final game scores to the Rules Committee, attention KJ Academy. And again, you can contact that at airkjacksregister@gmail.com. Attention line, round, council, division, and score. Be prepared to have an on-air interview after your game. And remember to be positive and be ready for an interview at any point of this tournament. Raffles and prizes. Championship Day will have Football Canada and or sponsorship prizes throughout the day. Prize winners will be drawn from a raffle. Additional raffle entries are based on correct answers to trivia questions from Ron and myself. Questions will be answered through our YouTube commentator section on Junior Mustangs TV on YouTube on July 10th and 11th only. All raffle winners will be announced between the Championship Xbox One and PS4 games. Remember guys, let's have fun. These times are more than difficult and challenging for all of us. This championship is a great opportunity to connect us from Atlantic to Pacific in this great nation through the sport that we love. Thanks for playing in this tournament and enjoy your weekend. But here is Mathieu Fournette with the, well, French version.
Merci beaucoup, John. C'est l'édition 2020 du tournoi Madden présenté par Football Canada et par RKJax Communications en direct de Junior Mustangs TV. Mon nom est Mathieu Fournette et je suis ici pour brièvement vous décrire les règles de ce tournoi. Premièrement, vous devez être un résident canadien. Ensuite, les joueurs de moins de 18 ans doivent avoir une approbation parentale pour accepter les prix. Donc, si vous avez moins de 18 ans, une approbation écrite ou vocale enregistrée à nous envoyer. Soyez à l'heure. Vous aurez une fenêtre de 45 minutes avant votre match. Donc, bien sûr, pas de retard ne sera accepté. Vous devez utiliser l'alignement à jour. Donc, non pas les rosters avant ou ceux que vous avez modifiés, mais bien les rosters à jour pendant les 10 et 11 juillet. Le mode de jeu doit être All Pro et non All Madden et pas non plus à Rookie Mode, bien sûr, All Pro. Je le répète une dernière fois. Les quarts seront d'une durée de 5 minutes. Pour ce qui est du cadran accéléré, ou True Clock, comme on dit en anglais, il doit être mis à 20 secondes et vous ne pourrez pas utiliser l'attaque sans caucus, donc triangle sur la PS4 et Y sur Xbox One entre les jeux, sauf dans les 2 dernières minutes du match si vous gagnez. Le Mercy Rule sera à 29 points, donc si vous perdez ou gagnez par 29 points, le match est terminé. Si tu quittes, tu perds automatiquement, peu importe la raison. Tu dois toujours avoir 3 joueurs en pression sur le corps arrière lorsque tu es en défense. Par exemple, le jeu QB Contain, il y a seulement 2 joueurs qui sont en pression. Donc, soyez sûr d'avoir un 3e joueur si vous décidez d'utiliser le jeu QB Contain. Pour ce qui est de l'appel des jeux, vous ne pouvez pas appeler le même jeu tout le temps. Autant en attaque, avec les stratégies offensives, vous ne pouvez pas utiliser le même jeu de course ou le même jeu de passe de manière consécutive pendant tout le match. Et pour ce qui est de la défensive, vous ne pouvez pas utiliser le même blitz. Donc, vous pouvez utiliser les mêmes couvertures. Par exemple, si vous appelez une couverture 3, vous pouvez le faire pendant tout le match. Mais pour ce qui est du blitz, vous devez varier. Si jamais il y a un manquement à cette règle, vous apercevez que le joueur contre qui vous jouez utilise toujours le même blitz ou toujours le même jeu à l'attaque, vous pouvez écrire une plainte au RKJacksRegister en commercial gmail.com et il y aura un jugement arbitraire qui va être fait sur ça. Si le match se déconnecte de manière involontaire en première demi, on recommence le match. Si le match se déconnecte de manière involontaire en deuxième demi, on enregistre le différentiel de points, qui avait la balle, et on joue le temps restant au quart ou à la demi. Donc, si c'est au troisième quart, on va jouer tout le quatrième quart, plus le temps qui restait au troisième quart-temps. Puis si c'est au quatrième quart, bien sûr, bon. Si le match se déconnecte en prolongation, ce sera une formule tir de barrage, c'est-à-dire où chaque joueur aura une possession de balle. Et si après la première possession chaque, le match est toujours à égalité, on recommence le même processus. Donc, il y aura une deuxième ronde de tir de barrage. Pour ce qui est des bottes échos, c'est seulement au quatrième quart ou si tu perds par 21 points à tout moment. Pour ce qui est des quatrièmes essais, on sait que cette règle-là est assez populaire. Il y en a qui sont un peu plus averses au risque et d'autres qui sont un peu plus avides à celui-ci. Donc, si c'est quatrième essai et 5 ou moins, tu peux aller n'importe quand, n'importe où. Si c'est plus de 5 verges en quatrième essai, tu dois perdre au quatrième quart ou être en déficit de 17 points ou plus de n'importe où pour pouvoir jouer le jeu à l'attaque. Sinon, il faut punter. Donc, un botté de dégagement. Pour les règles de streaming, vous ne pouvez pas employer un langage vulgaire envers votre adversaire pendant le match. Sinon, des sanctions peuvent s'appliquer. Ici, je parle de racisme, sexisme, langage homophobe ou tout autre langage qui va être jugé inapproprié. Si ça arrive, encore une fois, vous pouvez écrire à KJ Kenemy, à rkjaxregister, en commercial@gmail.com dans la section Communications Violation, si ça arrive. Dans les paramètres, mettre la voix du commentateur à 0 et surtout, fermez votre micro. Les deux plateformes que vous allez devoir utiliser pour ça sont Twitch et YouTube, pour ce qui est du stream, évidemment. À la fin du match, vous devez envoyer votre résultat à KJ Kenemy, à rkjaxregister, en commercial@gmail.com. Et voilà, donc simplement écrire le score, le résultat du match. Bien sûr, ça va être beaucoup plus fun de l'écrire si vous avez gagné que si vous avez perdu. Aussi, ça c'est cool, soyez prêts à avoir une entrevue d'après-match. À tout moment, on peut vous demander de passer une entrevue. Bien sûr, vous devez être positif, rester poli et sachez que cette entrevue-là va être streamée. Donc, vous vous engagez à avoir une entrevue qui va être streamée sur les médias, qui va être vue par des millions de Canadiens de l'Atlantique jusqu'au Pacifique. Pour ce qui est des prix, il va y avoir des prix qui vont être remis par Football Canada et des commanditaires au courant de l'événement. Il va y avoir des tirages au sort, puis il va aussi avoir des questions générales qui vont être posées pour tester vos connaissances. Donc, les réponses doivent être soumises sur le stream de GMTV, donc Junior Mustangs TV, sur YouTube le 10 et 11 juillet. Tous les gagnants seront annoncés entre le championnat d'Xbox One et PS4. Finalement, ayez du plaisir. Avec la conjoncture actuelle du COVID-19, rien de mieux qu'un bon tournoi Madden, jouer franc jeu et surtout que le meilleur gagne. Merci beaucoup.
Appreciate your time, Mathieu. Thank you for reading the rules en français. And we will wish everybody the best of luck coast to coast in this tournament. And let's see who the best in Canada is. Welcome back Saturday morning, or, it could be, early Saturday afternoon, depending on where you are in the country, actually. It's the 2020 Madden Canada Cup. Take two, day two. He's Ron Forwerda. I'm John Urban. We got Adam Melrose, our producer, but right now we do have the commissioner in KJ Kenemy. Coach, in your synopsis, how did day one go? It was a blast over here on the beach for us too.
Pretty good, yeah. You guys look like you're in Hawaii there. It was really good, guys. There's some issues with some guys reporting their scores in the late rounds. Just want to remind everyone that you have to answer your phone, because with the loser round, because we have a double elimination tournament, we wanted to make it a little bit more interesting for guys. You have to be ready to play your next round. Like right now, we have the Xbox round 3 ready to go with Xbox One loser round 2 ready to go. It's not always going to marry up. We will adjust, but you have to answer your phone calls. Otherwise, guys, really good day, some good games. Looking forward to a great Saturday and to crown 2 national champions.
We were kind of wondering this before we went on the air. Has anybody been technically eliminated? Because you mentioned it, double elimination. Sadly, you got to think we went through a cornucopia, if you will, of games yesterday evening. Fill me in.
Yeah, we had about 4 guys that, for other reasons, family emergencies, played their first round games but can't continue in the tournament. So we had a couple defaults that way. V. Barry got a clip, didn't get to play Robin Williams because Robin Williams had to called away to work on call. So little things like that. We've had a few people where they just didn't answer, but not that many. It's only been about, I'd say, 6 or 7 that have not gone forward. I know today can be a little crazy, so we got to be listening. We got to come on at the top of the hour, and we got to know what Adam and I will fill you in where we're at. And if there's any games that we're waiting on, then we just got to be able to communicate.
It's sort of a two-part question, though, for you here, KJ. We mentioned yesterday many people were doing a great job of filling us in on the comment section on our YouTube page, not only answering the Ron and John trivia, 20 raffles given away, by the way, and plenty more going to be given away to do today, Ron. Yep. As, we will also be talking about, final scores and discrepancies, things that people could be doing. Can you talk about, though, putting up the comments on the YouTube, not only participating in the Ron and John trivia, but the angle that helps out with the rest of your staff knowing what to do, and also the challenge brackets. It's challenge with an O, CHALLONGE.com, and there's the Xbox One Canada and the PS4 Canada side. Can you talk about the benefits of those things?
Yeah, just communication is key, like you said. I mean, the chat is awesome. A lot of good stuff going on there. Just make sure that if you have any questions, if you would just send your request to erickajaxregister@gmail.com.
You want to spell that out, KJ, real quickly?
Eric Kajax, AIRKJAXRGISTRAR@gmail.com. And it's all everybody has that in their package. So everyone should know that. We have sent out more packages this morning. Allison has sent more stuff out just to remind you about the schedule. Understand though, we are calling everyone before every game. So there's no excuse for you not to play your games. We have a good team here with Fitzy, Ethan, Allison, and Lena, and they're working really hard trying to make sure that you are ready to play your next round game. So please answer your phone. We will give a little bit of a time limit, 40 minutes, let's say, after the start of a game. And if you don't respond and Adam and I giving you the last call, then we're just going to move forward.
And can you just talk about anything you're expecting out of the day? Some winners and some great interviews on tap too.
Yeah, well, I guess we've got one gentleman, Mud Puddle 19, who's been really active in the chat. We're going to try and get him on. We've got Glenn Mills, Coach's Corner, Matt Snyder, myself, and Adam will be going at it pretty much the whole day. I know we've got some great interviews. If Glenn doesn't come on at a certain half-hour point, Adam's got some great interviews from Matt Snyder. Matt will be live later today. I'm not sure he'll be playing NCAA like he did last night when he showed us his robber coverage. And then later on today, we'll get back with Aaron Giesler and with Venetia Mystery, and Jim Mullen will be back on with, I guess, a jersey, John and Ron, that you guys, I can't remember what he said, but it was some team that I can't remember, some team in the 80s. He's got some special jersey that he wants to challenge you guys with. So it should be a fun day.
I have a couple too.
I'm sure you do. I think the main thing though, John, is, and again, Xbox One looks like it's really competitive. I'm really liking some of the game scores I'm seeing. PS4 though, we've got 4 guys. V-Berry got a clip, KVNG, QC Player, QC, and Swalissimo. I would say that they're going to be in those later rounds. And these guys are pretty good Madden players, so it should be fun to crown the national championship. And I think the Xbox One, well, our dark horse is still alive. Mr. Schmelly was able to pull a big upset against a big streamer yesterday in Alex Miller. So our dark horse is still alive.
Mentioning Mr. Schmelly, a product out of the province of Ontario. We saw yesterday, though, Ron, a lot of interprovincial drama. Ontarians taking on Ontarians, Albertans taking on Albertans, Quebec people having to take on their own fellow provincial friends. We did, though, at times get to see some cross-country battles, some BCs versus some Quebec, some Manitobas, I believe, even versus Nova Scotia last night. Can we hope to see some more of that? Because, yeah, I know we got to kind of see who the best in the nation is, but it's always awesome to see, that long-distance battle going on.
Yeah, I think like we said, out of those 4 guys we talked about, 2 are from Ontario, one's from Quebec, one's from Saskatchewan. So I think we're going to see a lot of that today. And hopefully, it'd be nice if in the Final Four, we've got 4 different regions covered. That'd be awesome. But again, the other thing was that you had mentioned, John, we also have our raffles. And coming later today, and I'm really excited about, before the Xbox One and PS4 championships, when we announce the winners, the PS4 and Xbox One gift cards, sponsored by Air Jazz Communication and Junior Mustangs TV. And of course, all those great prizes from Football Canada. the backpack, the T-shirt, the sweatpants, the Opro mouth guard, which is one of the top mouth guards out there. So a lot of great prizes to be had. So I'm looking forward to you guys in your trivia, to be honest.
Yeah, some $20 gift cards there too from Football Canada. Again, the raffles are going to be announced between the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One championship games. And of course, the grand prize, it's all on the line. National supremacy today, both for the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4. $500 going to each winner, plus a Football Canada Nike backpack. Pretty cool if you ask me, Ron. And then the finalists aren't going to walk away empty-handed. They're going to get a $100 gift card courtesy of RKJAX Communications regarding, well, their respective counsel, whether it's for the PS4 and Xbox One. And as you were alluding to, I think yesterday, your hopes are that they maybe go out and buy the new Madden that's coming out, and I think less than a month from now.
Yeah, and the finalists also get $100 for making the finals. The third place finisher also gets a gift card. So I think a lot of great prizes that Football Canada and RKJAX Communications and Junior Mustangs TV have come together. And it's been a great partnership so far. I know they're very happy with you guys. They've said just glowing reviews. So I just, like I said, just want to get these games going and interested to see how everything's going to play out.
We're about 8 after the hour officially. At quarter after the hour, it'll be the Xbox One round 3 games. As the games 51 to 58 on the docket. At the same time, the Xbox One consolation round 2 will continue its action with games 43 through 50. We'll have you back at the bottom half of the hour, though, Commissioner, with, well, a plethora of football minds in the coach's corner. So I guess for now, is there any questions, I guess, before we do let you go? Maybe I'll hand it off to Ron here. Turn the double play, Ron, with the baseball jerseys.
Well, one of the things that we were talking about off air, Jay, is today is Saturday. We always kind of a tradition that we started during our last broadcast. We're going to be sporting different jerseys. So, at some point, I'd like to see you wearing a jersey of some sort.
He's got a signed Munchak jersey from the Oilers, nice. Courtesy of the crew last time I checked.
That was nice. That was a nice.
Unfortunately, I'll show you the jerseys. I'm not sure I'll be able to put them just for some obvious reasons, but definitely.
Well, I asked him to put on a Bo Jackson, and it was pretty much the same avenue.
It's not for my son, who's a skinny 17-year-old kid. So
yeah, I'll definitely try to oblige, guys. I'll show some jerseys that we have here. I actually showed some that we just came in from our last tournament, John. Finally, we finally got the first tournament stuff. With COVID, it's been hard with deliveries and whatever. But I've got a few other ones. I'll show you those jerseys, and at least that'll be my participation with jerseys. Is that we do have some winners that we'll be sending out on Monday, so they'll get their prizes from the OPFL tournament.
For the Junior Mustangs TV brand, this is the third e-gaming tournament that we've done here in 2020. Normally on the actual gridirons or facilities, whether it's on the high school scene, the amateur football scene, or pretty much anything around the province, you name it, Ron, you name it, we'll be there. But this situation, we've had to roll with the punches, a little Omaha action at the line, and well, we've gone into the esports variety here. The one that was done in the local scene here in Ontario. Then we did a whole provincial tournament. So as Jay was alluding to, we finally got some of those prizes in from the first tournament. And I think, the smile on those kids' faces when they were putting those jerseys on for us, Jay, and taking their pictures. That's what it was really all about.
It really was. And that's what this is all. It's about the kids, trying to keep them positive. And, this tournament, we went a little bit different. We have prizes. A lot of cash prizes, and I think because of the situation, but I know in the future giving away jerseys is pretty fun, and seeing the kids get them, and some of the older guys like Adam Melrose with that 2020 in his family, that was fun too. I think the bottom line is it's great when you can see some kids, and right now with COVID you don't get to see them as much, and then I know you and I went out and handed some out personally. Because we were able to do that in London area. Last night we had Coven on. He's in London. And like I said, the jerseys are coming. They'll be all sent out. And there's one last batch coming in. And we're looking forward to getting the pictures from those kids to share on social media.
Well, Commissioner, we appreciate your time as always. This is day 2 of the 2020 Madden Canada Cup presented by Football Canada and RKJAX Communications. And Ron, I think we're ready to strap in. We're just about 3 minutes away from the kickoff. So I think we're going to bid you adieu for now, Commissioner, and then we're going to kind of take over things. Or I guess Ron has one more question.
Shameless plug once again. If we hit 800 subscribers,
It's gonna shave
by
everything
no,
right here.
No. If we hit 800 subscribers on the Junior Mustang TV by 8 o'clock tonight, at 9 o'clock, I will shave my beard live on the stream.
Okay.
With a seashell, apparently, too.
You guys-
Commissioner, we appreciate your time and looking forward to all the festivities today.
All right. See you guys soon. Thank you.
And again, this is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup, guys, presented by Football Canada. We thank you for joining us here. And as we were mentioning, Ron and John trivia will commence too throughout this day. And the raffle prizes will actually be announced between the PlayStation and Xbox One National Championship games. And I already see people being like, oh, what can I win? Well, I mean, if you didn't hear the commissioner talk some amazing Football Canada swag, we're talking t-shirts, mouth guards, sweatpants, Nike backpacks, and gift cards you can use at footballcanada.ca. Air Ajax Communications also chipped in with a couple $100 gift cards, guys, to the respective councils of the PS4 and Xbox One variety. So lots of cool things to win, even if you can't pull out the victories on the gridiron. But I don't know, man. If I was playing in this tournament, the raffles would be kind of a afterthought, a secondary thought. My first thought is to try and go after that $500 bucks. Oh yeah, and a Football Canada Nike backpack to be the national champion here today.
And that's the thing. You're playing for a national championship. You know, we tried to get the best of the best. We've had great representation across the country. Let's see who at the end of the day, like our regular Canada Cup, which province can stick their can take down that flag and stick it in their province and go,
Kinda like that.
I'm the best.
Yeah, we've always had in Football Canada, and obviously we'd love to be on the field like we were at Richardson Stadium last year in the beautiful city of Kingston, Ontario, to see some of the great provinces go to work. And I recall it was the Team Saskatchewan prevailing over Team Quebec, and then in the Eastern Challenge, I think it was Team Quebec just cakewalking over every team.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Canada was represented well, though. I remember BC and Ontario having a classic battle of a game, and even the Maritimes, Nova Scotia and New Brunswick went at it in a game that I was a part of streaming. And now we're starting to see sort of the, video game variety, that provincial, flair of having, putting your province on your back, essentially, and saying, no, I'm not going to let a guy from halfway across the country beat me.
Yeah. And that's the thing. This is all about, kind of bragging rights, again, in a respectful kind of way. We're trying to engage the football community. And you know what? It's great to have some football on here. It's raining here in the Forest City, London, Ontario. Kind of a drizzly day. Let us know how you guys are doing. Thanks for joining us on this weekend. Again, just really looking forward to a great day. 13 hours, John. 13 hours.
And we are starting the action off with Seattle versus San Francisco. That is Rick A. taking on Double XCBT 1998. That's an Ontario native, and Malcolm Diet. He's a 21-year-old. That's the gentleman on the defense right now for these Seahawks. He blows up Coleman, but Coleman hangs on to the ball. And, Ricky now has a 2nd and 6 coming up.
Well, we talked about, some of the stuff that we talked about earlier, John, was some of the likes, some of the looks that we really like, some of the likes we don't. I am not a big fan of the lime green Seattle jerseys.
Oh, I like these black jerseys.
I really like the all black San Francisco jerseys here with the red numbers. I want to know
what the president of Football Canada has to say about these jerseys too.
Well, and again, like I said, part of our trivia that we're going to do later on today, I've brought a couple special jerseys from my collection. Oof. I've been collecting jerseys for over 30 years. I have about 10 or 15 different jerseys here today. All aspects. John, we're both rocking the baseball unis right now. You, of course, the Joey Votto Cincinnati Reds.
Tip O'Neill winner.
I am wearing the Oakland Athletic, old school with the elephant on the sleeve.
They got to bring back that elephant, man.
So, again, just some hopefully you guys enjoy what we're doing. And again, like and subscribe us.
Yeah, this is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup here on Junior Mustangs TV, presented by Football Canada and RKJax Communications. He's Ron Forwarda. I'm John Urban. This is Richard Cuthbert, though, an Ontario native, trying to take down a fellow Ontarian. He needs 6 yards on this play, Ron, and he's going to just squeeze it out to move the chains.
Yeah, double crossing route there going on, and that's a tough route to defend because you're tracking from one side of the field to the other.
21-year-old versus a 19-year-old. There's a lot of egos brewing here early on your Saturday morning in Ontario.
Early Saturday morning, late on the East Coast, really early on the West.
Heck, 21 and 19 years old. These guys might not have slept. Maybe they're still going from last night.
A lot of Red Bull, a lot of energy drinks, a little bit of Monster, a couple of Little Caesars pizzas.
Ooh, yeah. Actually, I do have one fun story to sprinkle in from Football Canada Cup last year in Kingston. I was able to hang out with the Team Quebec staff randomly at a local establishment until the later evenings. And, well, let's just face it, after we left, everybody gets hungry, right? And it's the middle of the night. And I said, well, there's a Little Caesars right there. We can just grab pizza. And the gentleman from Quebec, as there is a user pick on the screen through Diggs, and what a play this time from Malcolm as he goes right from the defense back to the offense. The black uniforms did not help out Richard that time. But yeah, going back to my Little Caesars story, they didn't know about Little Caesars. They didn't have them in Quebec apparently, or at least where these guys had come from, and they were astonished that you could get a quality pizza at literally at a drop of a hat within 5 minutes. So they stayed at the sidewalk of this establishment. I went across the street. Within 5 minutes, I came back with breadsticks. Their jaws dropped. They're like, how did you do that? Are you a wizard? What did the time divide? No, it's Little Caesars. The unofficial sponsor of the stream now is the
Speaking of which, pizza. Yeah, Little Caesars, if you're listening and
if you want to throw some cheddar our way,
we'll talk all sorts of nice about you.
I've spread the love to Quebec people, and now I'm spreading it to the rest of the nation. But yeah, I thought that was really cool and they loved it. They want to come back and get some Little Caesars.
Oh, I got a story for you later on.
Keep it PG, Ron.
No. I was. This is going back quite a few years. I was at a coaching clinic at Penn State University. And the town, Happy Valley, that the university's in, is literally like 1,500 people. The student population comes in, it swells to 60,000 people. So 1 o'clock in the morning, when the local establishment closes down that we are all kind of participating in, all the students kind of lead us to this pizza place. And this is the best pizza in Penn State. We talked about, some of the stuff that we have up in here. They don't have the late Little Caesars there either. So that was kind of a...
Is this a colloquial thing that we're just taking for granted then, Ron?
I don't know, because, like, for me, it's always been something, like, I grew up in this area. It's always been there. Like, 2 o'clock in the morning, I want a pizza, grab the phone and order one. So it's not a everywhere thing, I guess.
We got a big play coming up here with Patty Mahomes rolling over to the right side. He's going to get the first down, and what I appreciate about that is just gets out of Dodge safely with the $500 million man intact.
Yeah, $500 million man intact, and the ball in his possession, as we saw a couple fumbles yesterday with quarterbacks trying to run around and do too much with the ball.
They're going to hand it off to Williams. Smart play to the right side. Chews up some yards. 2nd and 5 coming up.
So 2nd and 5. Let's see if the Ravens defense can come up with a big stop here. Kansas City's trying to pull even in this game at the start of the second quarter.
So once again, Williams somehow zigzags his way through the gridlock and finds his way to the end zone, a PAT away from tying this game up.
Good call there. The inside zone read. You saw him drop the backer, and they basically ran right where he was. Tough play to defend, especially down by the goal line, because you got to defend the inside of it, and you have to defend the edges as well.
And that was a New Brunswick native, Lucas Hall, just 15 years of age, getting the touchdown, and an imperative one to tie that game up. No rest for the wicked, though, Ron. We're going to switch over to the Seattle and San Fran game. I think this is the second time we've already seen these two teams play on our Saturday morning. This one, though, locked at goose eggs in the second quarter already.
So good defensive game, Again, it's a time possession game. It's a 5-minute quarter here. If you can put a drive together, you can chew up a lot of clock here and again, really take advantage of the situation and playing one-possession games.
Evan Matika He's going to hand this one off, though, on the ground to the left side. Needs 10 yards, gets about 11 here, averaging 10 yards a carry through the running back right now. And a ground attack, well, looks to break up this scoreless affair.
Again, driving the ball here, deep into the enemy territory. We're almost in the Mama's Hot Italian sandwich red zone, John.
We're getting there, and I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. This time, though, he's going to go to the man that's already rushed for 30 yards in this game, and Wilson 3 for 3. The offense seems perfect despite not having a point so far.
Well, again, we flipped over to this game. This is something that we're going to be doing a lot of, is going from game to game to game, so we don't know what's happened up until this point. But again, solid representation of, again, really good drive, moving the ball around, running the ball, passing the ball. Good balance so far. It's tough to defend when you can do both of them really well.
And ironically, you have a Saskatchewan native taking on another Saskatchewan native. Mason Lakusiak is on the defense right now. And unfortunately for him, Evan Matika keeps meticulously going to work with the offense. This time it's Wilson rolling out with the QB gander.
Yeah, again, just a little, decided to run a little QB draw there. Everyone had good coverage in the backfield and just stepped up into the pocket with no linebacker in the middle.
They are in the Mama's Hot Italian red zone. It's so hot that it knocked off the stream for now, so we're going to switch over to more action. As you see on the left side of your screen, too, just as tight of an affair, Ron. A 3-0 tilt between the Chiefs and San Fran, and to be honest with you, we did not see such tightly contested games, although we did have one 10-10 that went to overtime.
Yeah, again, that's something I think you're going to see a lot of as this game goes on. As we see our first points of this one, Russell Wilson with just kind of a read on the outside there. Great move there to make a guy miss, as we see the celebration, so to speak.
Yeah, Evan not showing any mercy to his fellow Saskatchewan native in Mason. The PAT looks to be good, but there is a flag on this one. Well, he'll just decline that. 7-0 is the score, and again, this is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup. Guys, thanks for joining us through Football Canada and RKJX Communications live here on Junior Mustangs TV. He's Ron Forda. I am John Urban. Got to give a big thank you to our producer, Adam Melrose, for making this all possible through the audio and video side of things. KJ Academy doing all the, commissionaire stuff back at the RKJX Communications Death Star, and tons of people, Venetian and entire staff at Football Canada, Allison, Sharon, and Fitzy at the Death Star, and the staff down here in London, Ontario. They see us, Ron, and ironically, you and I just do the fun stuff, which is pretty cool, and I'd rather be on this side of the fence.
Yeah, we get to be the so-called faces of the tournament. You get to see us a lot. You get to hear us talk, kind of ramble at each other a little bit, but there's many people.
Ramble a lot.
There's so many people behind the scenes that are doing such good work, and again, my hat's off to everybody. We get the fun part. We get just to sit here and talk about the video game that's playing. It's all the work that goes into setting up this tournament and running it and organizing it and making sure everyone's doing everything correctly. This is huge.
And again, the 2020 Madden Canada Cup is on the line tonight, guys. It will be $500 in a Football Canada Nike backpack going towards the winner of the Xbox One console and the PS4. National finalists going to the dance but not coming away with all the glory will still get a $100 gift card for the respective consoles. And third place finishers have a chance at gift cards too. And just a quick reminder, if you need to check out the bracket, where you stand or where you want to go, simply go to challenge.com. That's challonge.com, and then / either Xbox One Canada or PS4 Canada, guys. And essentially, you're going to be able to see everything from the beginning of this tournament to how it progressed last night, right to where we're at this morning. And to be honest with you, Ron, it really helps you see, too, as this tournament continues, well, who's beating who?
Yeah.
Who's the hot hand? And has a guy recovered from a big blowout loss and now is starting to wake up? Or is this a guy that meticulously chips away at you? You can see it all on the bracket. Simply go to challenge.com.
Yeah, and again, for me, we talked about favorites yesterday. Charlie Taggart, the gentleman out.
Why do I feel like I almost saw him for a second when you said that?
We did see
in
him
some
earlier.
sort of Bengals jersey in my mind.
We saw him wearing the 85 Chad Ochocinco white
A
Cincinnati
CFL
Bengals.
product too, by
A
the way.
CFL product for which team, John?
Montreal Alouettes.
The Alouettes, correct.
Gentlemen, speak and it shall be delivered. I'm going to put Mr. Dangalicious on the right screen for you right now, and
There
there
you go.
he is.
There he is,
Ocho Cinco.
rocking
Ocho
the
Cinco.
Laurier University bucket. I appreciate that. But the Ocho Cinco jersey, chop please, as it will be the battle of the purple teams in Baltimore and Minnesota. Cousins going to throw it across the body. Bad decision, picked off by Baltimore. And, well, a little bit of a ping-pong affair continues here.
Well, early in the game, that I believe that was going to be the first drive of the game. There you go, Charlie. We see you there representing. And again, let's see what he can do. For me, we talked about some of the guys that were in it. This is kind of my pick to win it all.
Yeah, 24 years old, Charlie Taggart trying to go to work here. And again, he's taking on the Vikings on my side of the fence. Unfortunately, who is he playing, Producer Melrose? Because his beautiful jersey is marking down the...
He's playing GG. He's playing GG_X_ Deadeye.
That's a 14-year-old, Stephen McLean, a fellow Ontarian. So here we go. Another battle of the Ontarians going on here.
I was watching their game get started, and Dangalicious was having to message GG_ a few times to get him to come on. And I'm thinking, like, is this the equivalent to, like, icing a kicker? Is making your opponent wait and getting, like, really pissed off? Like, I'm just thinking, like, I play a bit of online Madden, but usually I just go online, I just grab a random game. But I'm thinking in this, you got this hour-long window. Could you just, like, sit there and just wait till your opponent gets pissed off for a couple minutes, get them completely off their mental game, and then start late? I don't know. I'm thinking might be what's going on here, Deadeye.
So might have been a connection issue there, as it looks like we've lost that game for now. We might be able to come back to it. On the other side of your screen, you're seeing the Ravens start to just steamroll over the Chiefs, but still lots of football left to be played in the opening half of action. And Ron, lots of Ravens. But do you think that a Raven team will win it all? Because like I said, I would say user participants are about a 30% rate right now to use the regular season MVP that did not win a playoff game.
I'm just putting it out there. Again, I kind of talked about, who I picked was going to win it.
So again, this is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup. Thank you for joining us here on your early morning.
Okay. All right, well.
And again, thank you, Ron Forwarder, for joining me here on your Saturday morning. I know it's not easy.
Again, we talked about, John, we're going to be on the air for about 13 hours by the time this is all said and done. It's going to be a long day for us. We're going to try to make it fun. We're going to try to make it...
Going back to a technical standpoint, Charlie's saying that's the second time his game's disconnected. We would recommend, Charlie, that you would contact Air K-Jack's registrar. Then you have the email, and I believe by now you probably have the phone number, knowing that this isn't even your first tournament and first walk around the block, good
Well,
sir.
and a shout out to CBT 1998 for letting us know that you're streaming right now. That's super handy. We're going to flip over to your game, and while we watch it for a little bit, we're also going to go to Coach's Corner, where we have Coach Matt Snyder interviewing local coach Gaetan Richard. And we'll go to that interview for a bit, and we'll be back to Ron and John in about 7 minutes.
We're back for our first interview. I'm joined with Coach Richard of the Western Mustangs, the offensive coordinator. Coach Richard, thanks for joining us today for our first interview for the Madden 2020 online tournament.
It's a pleasure. Glad to be here.
Always a pleasure to spend time with my friend Coach Richard. How have you been spending? I know it sucks we don't have football, but how have you been spending the last couple months during the lockout?
Just trying to find the best players across the country just to continue recruiting for 2021, 2022. Building relationships with those guys and just honestly preparing for this coming season, because we're hoping we'll be able to do some training and practicing and stuff like that. So getting ready for that so we can make the absolute most of that time, and getting ready for, the first game of whatever the next season is. So just always getting ready.
One of the reasons we want to talk to you is I know you have a lot of experience with the Canada Cup tournament. both your time in New Brunswick as well as when you came to Ontario recruiting. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your experience with the tournament over the last couple of years?
Yeah, I think Canada Cup, just as a whole, it's awesome and it's great. And I would always encourage any student athletes to take part. I have a unique perspective. I played for Team New Brunswick. I believe that was in like 2003, I think. And so I tried out, made the team, and actually the program folded. So we were supposed to go to Canada Cup. We didn't end up going. And then for, I think almost close to 10 years, New Brunswick didn't have a provincial program that took part in the Canada Cup. And so when I got into coaching, I was able to fortunately be part of the staff that brought the program back. And so I was the offensive coordinator for 2 years with the team that went to the Canada Cup for the first time since the program had folded. So that was really unique and just a great experience. And then I was able to become the head coach after that for 1 season. I stepped away, and then, one of my best friends, Chris Hopkins, he took over, and he did a phenomenal job. He brought that program to, heights that I think a lot of people in the province didn't think it would get to.
We're going to move on to the next topic. I know we've been talking the last couple months, and I think, I've probably been boring you a little bit with my video game exploits, but one of the things that I did when the lockout happened is I fired up my old PlayStation, which I hadn't played in probably 3 or 4 years, and I started playing an NCAA Dynasty. And I think I said before, but I'm about 12 seasons in there, 15 seasons in. I just got hired as a head coach at Wyoming. We're having a bit of a rough go right now, but we're hoping to turn them around and get into the Mountain West Conference Championship soon. But why don't you tell us a little bit about your experience playing video games, Madden or NCAA, or if you're not really a football guy, maybe another sport?
Honestly, I was never a big video game guy, but when I did play, it was football. Honestly, it was either Madden or NCAA, and that was obviously high school, university. Loved it. Now with, this is my life. I live NCAA, that's what I do on a daily basis. So I get to live it in real time, and the implications are real. So I get to focus on that. So I don't play it anymore, but absolutely loved playing it when I was in university and stuff like that, in high school. And it was always great to, great thing to do. So, yeah.
I think back to all the hours I wasted, maybe not wasted, but spent in university playing NCAA. We're going to move to a quick thing I call rapid fire. So I'm going to ask you some questions real quick. I just want you to answer as quick as you can. Don't think about it. Just throw out the first thing that comes to mind. We'll go from there. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
PlayStation or Xbox?
PlayStation.
Madden or NCAA?
NCAA.
Okay. Big play in the game. Are you leaning back or are you sitting forward?
Sitting forward 100%.
Everybody sits forward. If you had to pick one team to win a game on Madden 2020, who would you go with?
It's got to be the Kansas City Chief, the $400 million man.
Great question. Great answer. Who's the greatest video game football player of all time?
Michael Vick.
Oh.
Yeah, no doubt. 2004, you would just back up until someone got open and you chuck it. There's a guy we used to play with. He was infamous for that. He would just take the Falcons. He would just run around forever until someone got open and he would just chuck it. I think it was honestly a glitch. Like, you could do that with Michael Vick. So I got to go Michael Vick.
I said Randy Moss, throwing the fade route to Randy Moss. All right, yeah. Last thing. Give me your best EA Sports impression.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Amazing. All right, we got a couple more things left. One of the things I've been doing the last a couple hours, I got a big game of Madden going. I'm playing with my beloved Lions against the Cleveland Browns. We got a big 2nd and 6 coming up right now. I'm in a spread personnel, I think 11 personnel, and I just called a stick route. I want you to predict what you think is going to happen. 2nd and 6, 11 personnel, I'm running a stick route.
You're playing the Browns?
Playing the Browns.
You're the Lions, a big Stafford fan. I think you're going to complete it. You're going to hit the stick for a first down.
All right, let's check it out right now.
So we're actually going to play an empty. Oh, I got the stick. Get a field.
Yeah, I got first down. Big completion to Brandon Pettigrew. I wish he was still with the Lions. All right, last thing before I let you go. You got 10 seconds to recruit me to Western. Go ahead.
you get an opportunity to get the best education in the country while representing the most storied and accomplished football program of all time. That is truly special. That's really the personification of greatness, and that's really what it's about. You have an opportunity to develop every single day, striving for that, representing the great Mustangs that have been there before you, but you also get a chance to have an impact on the next 5 years and make it as good as it's ever been, and really setting your stamp on the program and making it better than it's ever been. We've got a special group right now, and I think there's great things that are going to come. And so you get a chance to come in and strive for competitive excellence every single day, be the absolute best person, best student, best football player every single day. And you're going to be surrounded by a group of guys that believe that wholeheartedly, are going to give that everything they have every single day. And with that, that we're going to accomplish amazing things. So you get to be a part of that.
Coach, you got me. I'm committing right now. I'm blessed.
Great. Glad to have you, man. Where do we sign?
I'm so happy that we got a chance to talk. I know we've been waiting to do this for a while, but if guys want to touch base with you once the recruiting blackout's over, how can they reach you?
Twitter, Instagram. So it's just Coach Gates. Coach Gates on Instagram, and I think it's Coach Gates UWO on Instagram. Reach out. Would love to hear from some of the top players in the country, so we can make you a Mustang and continue to move this thing forward.
Awesome. Well, Coach, I appreciate you joining us today. Thanks a lot for taking the time out of your day to talk, and I'm sure all the guys that are playing in the tournament are super pumped to hear from you. So thanks a lot.
Yeah. Good luck, guys. Look forward to seeing it.
Thanks a lot.
And thanks again to Coach Schneider and Coach Richard. I'm going to send it back over to everyone's favorites, John and Ron, who have had a bit of a jersey change up.
That's right. Do you want to explain yours first, Ron?
I am wearing a game-worn CHL London Knights jersey. Believe it or not, with the green screen behind me, so it kind of looks like I'm a giant floating head right now. As you can kind of see, that's a nice look. Wow. So you can't really see it, but it's there.
I love it.
Johnny, what do you got on?
I'm wearing also a game-worn jersey. I decided not to wear green. It is a Western Mustangs game-worn jersey from when they participated in the 100th Queen's Cup. They did not win this game, McGill did. And McGill, just like all the other sports teams the last 5-10 years, finally realized after 50 to 100 years, we named it pretty racist. We should change our name. So the McGill Redmen dropped their name. We talked about Cleveland, who's already dropped their mascot, all of a sudden realizing their name might have a problem. Washington, all of a sudden, is going to change their name. It seems like times are finally changing, Ron.
Well, we kind of go back to something a long time ago. Back in the 80s, the University of Eastern Michigan were called the Iroquois, representing the Iroquois nation. They decided as a university, and they were one of the first ones to kind of step up and say, no, we're not going to do this. They changed their name to the Eastern Michigan Eagles. So they're still sporting the same colors, the green and the red, and the white, and they have changed, they lost the Chippewa, and the Iroquois, and they put the E on the helmet for Eastern Michigan.
So it's amazing how some people are ahead of the curve and didn't have to wait till 2020 to wake up to the bigger picture.
Yeah, exactly. And it was good to see that type of thing. And, getting back to action here, John, a 14-0 game here for Seattle.
Well, with Matt Schneider, though, and Coach Richards and, his jersey on, I kind of wanted to throw out a trivia question, Ron. Okay. Yesterday, we had guys like Jace Lattery, Sarek, and Xavier Earl pick up raffles, 5 additional raffles. Now, guys, again, when you signed up for this tournament, essentially you all got one raffle automatically, one raffle ticket, that is, towards the raffle prizes. And what we're doing through the Ron and John trivia, well, we're giving you some more raffles. And again, I don't think he's in this tournament, sadly, but I remember from an Ontario tournament we did, Nico Burrito Barber always sticks out in my mind because The guy grabbed an additional, I think, 25 or 30 ballots in his box, and he ended up walking away with some prizes as a result.
He was the big trivia winner, and I think it was like 30 extra tickets that he got, and he did end up winning a jersey out of that.
So, your first trivia question of many, because I know Ron's got some, and I got a lot, folks. So, we're going to give it a lot of raffles to win things from Football Canada, like that Pro mouthguard, t-shirts, sweatpants, Nike backpacks, gift cards you can use at footballcanada.ca, or $100 gift cards courtesy of Ajax Communications to your respective console networks, either the Xbox One or the PlayStation 4. And here is question number 1. It is the oldest still existing football trophy in North America. What is it? The oldest still existing football trophy in North America. And to be honest with you, it's actually one of the oldest trophies in all of North American sports. It isn't, but it's up there, Ron.
Yeah, it's right up there. It is, give you a hint, this trophy is older than the little brown jug.
Yeah, that's your last little hint, though, Ron.
And we already got a winner. Charlie
Taggart. Well, go figure. The guy beat the Western Mustangs, I believe, when Laurier won their last Yates Cup. They defeated the Western Mustangs on TD Stadium turf. An epic. I mean, people in the football scene always, make fun of the Atlanta Falcons for blowing that 21-point lead in the fourth quarter. Western pretty much did the same thing, if not magnitudely way worse, because it was at home, and I believe it was more points actually on the board at one point.
Yeah.
And nobody talks about it, because a couple years later they win the Vanier Cup and everything is forgotten. But if they hadn't won that for years, that game would have haunted them. And yeah, it's the Yates Cup, guys. So the Yates Cup is actually originally presented in 1898. There's only been a couple seasons where it wasn't presented, including World War I and World War II. And oh yeah, sadly but surely, it looks like 2020 might be the third time in its entire history where it will not be presented.
That's unfortunate, because there is going to be no football this fall for the OUA or the CIS, as they announced. There would be no intercollegiate play happening this fall, so no football. There's a few other sports, we're football guys, John, that's kind of what we like to do. I know you also do baseball. I know you also do our local London Lightning as well. It's got to be tough, for someone who, you do a lot of broadcasting. This is kind of a really part-time gig for me. It's more of a hobby. This is what you do.
Well, not lately, obviously,
yeah,
Ron, but it's been a bit of a grind, but it's probably the same emotions I'm sure a lot of players have, not being able to get on the gridiron this summer, and especially when you're in the middle of a season like I was, calling basketball on TV and then having the plug pulled immediately was a bit of a bizarre situation.
Yeah. So, and again, Adam, you got something, or are you just stretching?
I'm sorry, I was going to put my hand up until you guys were done, just knowing that I wanted to say something. But
yeah, I'll jump in quick. The Go to Games, thanks for letting us know in the chat that you're streaming. This is actually one of the first YouTube streams we'll be able to get up. On the stream, it's the game on the left. The problem is here, you're streaming at like 240p. So if you guys are streaming, this is probably something we should have sent out earlier and reminded you this morning. Try and get it to a minimum of 480p, or 720 is ideal, because that's what the stream's at. But when it's 240, I'll leave your game up here for a little bit. We get to feel nostalgic and feel like we're playing.
I thought a guy bragging
Genesis.
about doing it in 480p was bad, but you're saying there's people that are even lower than that.
Yeah, it's low. Yeah, it's definitely low. So sorry, I'll send it back to you guys. But
well, on the right side of your screen, you are seeing, though, Seattle kind of thump out the Packers here, 14-0. I say that because we haven't seen a lot of blowouts today, and it's still a two-possession game, but not going quietly into the night right now. Will be sus of runs. He's going to complete this pass. He's close to the first down. That's the 18-year-old Eric Forbert out of Ontario.
This is the first time I can recall seeing a Green Bay Packers game on this weekend, John.
And he's taking on Damien Cesar. He's a 38-year-old here in Ontario, one of the older participants in this tournament, specifically on the Xbox One side of things. And this is a 4th and 2. A big play here with 30 seconds remaining in the third quarter of play. He's pretty much going to go for it here, down by 2 majors. Rodgers Looks like he might be hustling this one over to the right side through his running back. Some motioning from Adams from the side of the field. They are going to give it to Jones. Jones does have the first down. Doesn't get into the end zone, Ron, but it sets up a 1st and goal.
That was a good play because he actually put the wide receiver in motion. The DB was in man coverage. The DB left that side of the field to book over. He hunted the ball right away. So basically used the game against the defense with motion to get an extra man on that side of the field, and that's what got him that first down.
And he gets the touchdown eventually out of the drive. That was imperative, face it, especially going back to that 4th and 2 play. If he gets shut down there, yeah, he had all 3 of his timeouts, but his opponent gets the ball back with a 2-touchdown lead in the final quarter play. Completely different dynamic now that he's been able to get into the end zone and get some points on the board.
We've not seen one of these missed in our tournament so far yet. Knock on wood. Or, knock on wood here.
It'll come down to the nitty-gritty, though, Ron, when we do see it. Eric, though, eventually gets on the board here. And we're waiting to see if Kronos, if you will, or Damien Cesar will be able to, well, continue to mount the pressure. We're going to switch over to a pure Raven battle. Kaka is on the screen right now. You see Donkey Teat 90 taking on Emindred.
So the first time we've seen a doubleheader of the same teams, Lamar versus Lamar, you know. Good defense there by the user, just standing right in the middle of the field and kind of mud rushing. And
it's difficult for me to know which user is which on the, when they're both.
I'm pulling for the Ravens in this game, John.
Yeah, exactly. A 4th and 10. This looks like an extremely long field goal attempt, and yet the kick is up. It looks like it's got the legs.
Good.
It is good. My, oh my, 46-yarder will make it a 10-0 game.
10-yard for end zone, too. That's a 56-yard field goal attempt.
Wow.
Gutsy call, but the correct call, now you're up 2 possessions.
Now, Anton Amindred is in this game. He's 17 years old, out of Alberta. And Donkey Teach is trying to look down on my sheet where that gentleman comes from. But Ron, just going back to the point, though, you're seeing a lot of flavor from all across this country.
Yeah, again, great representation from everywhere. Manitoba, the West Coast, BC, Saskatchewan, Alberta, a lot of Ontario, a lot of Quebec. We've got some Maritime sprinkled in there as well. Again, great representation. Thank you very much for joining us on this Saturday. We hope you guys stay with us, stay with the stream. Like our channel, subscribe, and if we get, like I said, 800 subscribers by 8 o'clock tonight, 9 o'clock, I'll shave my beard.
8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, what o'clock?
8 o'clock. If we hit 800 subscribers by 8 o'clock, at 9 o'clock, I will shave my beard.
Fitzy will shave your beard.
Nope.
With a seashell.
Nope.
Your whole head.
We'd have to get Fitzy over here from the Death Star, which, I don't even know if he's driving these days. He might have his bicycle, so it could take him a while to get over here.
Well, if that's the case, I'm going to throw that out there then.
Yeah. I just flipped you guys back over to Kronos and Suss the Run, too, that apparently tied this game up while we were off watching another game.
Incredible. And we're getting into the nitty-gritty. 3:18 remains here in the 4th quarter. Ron, what would you do here, though, if you're Seattle, knowing you have all your timeouts remaining?
Let's try to take some clock off here. You got to get a score, but you want to bleed as much clock as possible here as well.
And a reminder, guys, that currently we're about 10 to the top of the hour, 11:50 Eastern Standard Time, and obviously right now going on is the PS4 Round 3 game, 65 through 72 on your docket, as well as the PlayStation 4 Consolation Round 2, continuing with games 41 through 56 on the docket. At the top of the hour, though, in about 10 minutes' time, it will be the commissioner joining, well, our producer Adam Melrose to see what is going on throughout the tournament. And all the games we're not necessarily getting to see all at once because, like we said, there's hundreds of them going on all at the same time. We're doing our best, or at least our producer, Adam Melrose, is of being the, Madden Red Zone coverage provided by Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches.
Absolutely. And on the left side of everybody's screen right now, we got that Red Rocket 15 game.
That's our first, I would say, blowout of the Saturday. 43-19.
Interesting score, too.
Scoregami.
And that game is over, so,
49-19 the final on that one. I'm going to try and bring up Practical 5 who is playing.
Frank
Eli
Sagakis has just
Fiore.
asked us whether you can use a custom playbook. Yes, you can, guys. In theory, you could be the Patriots and use a Panthers playbook, or if you are smart enough and do your due diligence to make your own playbook, yes, you can use custom playbooks in this tournament. As we're going to see Russell Wilson craftily getting away from one tackle, but a 3rd and 32. He chews up 10 yards, and is still going to have to punt this one away. Green Bay has all 3 timeouts, and they're going to get the ball back here with under 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter in a tied ball game.
And all you have to do is get into field goal range at this point, and then you can win the game. But look out, he's got the edge here, Johnny.
So Irvin trying to get to the edge. He's going to get, well, to this 40-yard line. Not a bad spot to start. Eric Forbert, again, is sus of runs. He's on the offense right now with the Green Bay Packers.
Just a handoff there to Jones. Very little gain, actually. Yeah, gain about a half a yard on that. Brings up a second, and we're going to call it 10.
So they motion over to the right side, and, well, incomplete pass will bring up a 3rd and 10. And here's the thing, still lots of clock if Seattle can get this ball back. 3 timeouts at their disposal. Rodgers protected, gunslings us to the left side. No pass interference on the play, brings up a 4th and 10. Now they have to punt it away.
Well, interesting game here, guys. Like we talked earlier at the broadcast beginning yesterday, how at some point defense is going to win the championship here. This is a very defensive game. 14-14 in Madden is a very low-scoring game. Again, smart special teams play. Coffin cornered it. Ball is on the 16-yard line with a lot of room to go.
Pins his opponent within the 20, 74 yards needed, or 84, I apologize, as it will be a dose to Penny to the right side. Are they going to hurry up the offense here? They're not. And they didn't burn a timeout. Foolishly wasted about 20 seconds off the clock. 40 seconds remains in this fourth quarter. Wilson rolling into the middle of the play. They completed a Penny, but again, this time they will call a timeout. They really haven't gotten anywhere, though, Ron. From their 16 to the 27, and they've already evaporated 26 seconds off of this.
Well, and again, if you're the Packers, this is the play that you can't... Oh, wow.
Incomplete pass.
That was stripped away. That was a user strip, because he's got it, and you can see it just coming across there and taking it away from him.
29 seconds remains in this fourth quarter. Could we see overtime again with a team featuring the Seattle Seahawks? As Wilson fakes the draw, throws it into triple coverage, and that could have been picked off. He's already thrown an INT on 3 occasions in this game.
Again, really good defense by both of these guys here.
Last 2 drives have been 4 and outs, and this looks like it'll be a 3rd one if he can't complete this ball. Wilson, protected.
Trying to hit that crossing route.
Had a receiver open, can't find him in the boundary, though. Incomplete, 4th and 10. So the 3rd occasion we've seen 4th and 10 between these 2 users. Nobody wants to win this game in the fourth quarter.
Again, both teams are playing really good defense. You need to get about 10 or 15 yards here. Save about 10 seconds. You still got 3 timeouts here. Okay. So you got enough for 2 or 3 plays if you play your clock right. And you use your timeout. So let's see what happens.
And this is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup. $500 on the line for national supremacy, and a Football Canada backpack included for the winners. $100 gift cards going to the finalists, and 3rd place prizes as well. 10 seconds remains in this game. Rodgers, protected in the pocket, throws it over the top. This is picked off! With the final play of the game,
down.
He can fall down and take the field goal. Instead, he's going to try. He just got out of bounds with 1 second remaining.
Here we go.
With just 1 second remaining, Kronos takes the ball away, and now Damian has an opportunity to win this game. It'll be from the 30-yard line, and a timeout taken by the Packers.
For the record, icing the kicker really doesn't work.
It does actually in this game, Ron, and you're seeing it right there. Now he makes the kick, but not to throw you under the bus, Ronnie, but what you completely missed there was the screen changes. When you call a timeout, when you go up to your field goal attempt and I ice you, all of a sudden you go into the actual vision of the kicker and your screen goes dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun. It truly does now make a difference in the game to call that timeout if you can at the very end.
As a former kicker, give me more time to prepare. That's fine. I don't care.
I thought you were a quarterback.
I played a lot of different positions, not very well.
On and off the field.
On and off the field.
This is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup.
Oh, it's starting now.
We got a barn burner here, 23-10, and it is those fancy black uniforms of San Fran currently with the 13-point lead. Jets fan Scott is apparently not a Jets fan because he's using the KC Chiefs. So we shall see. 4th and 1. He's got to go for it here, Ron. A big play in the third quarter. He's going to hand it off to Sherman, who barely gets across the line of scrimmage to get the yard needed.
Fullback dive there. Good. You had him. You had him dead to rights, but couldn't just quite finish. Again, pretty good game. Pretty solid game here by both these guys.
It's a Manitoba native and Scott Sisson, by the way, who has completed that 4th down conversion and follows it up through Tyreek Hill. Back-to-back first down plays for the 14-year-old from the beautiful province of Manitoba. And that would make more sense. The Winnipeg Jets, not the New York Jets. That's who he's a fan of.
Jets, Jets.
Actually, you know what? I don't know if we can pull it up here. I was going to save it for later, but I guess it's not a bad time just to show the love now. The old school Solani, the Finnish Flash, the Winnipeg Jets. So go Jets, go. Scott, I agree with you, but we'll see if you can get the job done on the field. You're down by 13, 9 seconds of the third quarter. Mahomes deep into the end zone. Touchdown, KC. Tyreek Hill, what a laser beam fired in there from the $500 million man.
And again, this is a good call. You kick your extra point now, okay? Now you're within 6 points. An extra point on the next game, on the next drive, could potentially win it for you.
Drive took 10 plays to get 67 yards, but about, 42 or if not 46 of which just came through Tyreek Hill on the last play. A beautiful kick. They're going to try and return this one out. I'm not a fan of that when you're coming out of your own end zone.
Yeah.
It only gets up to his own 17-yard line.
Cost you 10 yards in field position, so let's see what happens going on here. So we're switching over to a San Francisco-Baltimore game here. San Francisco up 13-3. Tiptoeing down the sidelines is Godwin. Down to the 10, down to the 5, in for the touchdown, Johnny.
So Gembot gets on the board. One heck of a job there. And he's reinstated a healthy lead. Soon to be, 17 points. And just lightly breezes the PAT through here with 2:06 remaining. One play, 80 yards, 9 seconds through Goodwin, and he was gone.
There you go. So San Francisco up third quarter big here. Yeah, if you're Baltimore, you got to do something here. John.
Yeah, that's Mighty Marauder. That's Cole Weddle, a 17-year-old from Ontario. He's now down by 17. Still lots of football left to be played, though, early in the second half.
Oh, look who's in the background shot there.
Yeah, well, and
that's
you know
awesome.
what, guys, I think maybe that one we just had a touchdown on the right screen there. So why don't we bring in the commish, KJ Kenemy?
And I got my jersey right there on Uncle Louie with your buddy Fitzy. Just courtesy of, look at that big smile.
Jay, you can hear us?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. I can hear you.
No, you're in.
I can hear you. I can hear you guys. I got that. I don't know if you can see my jersey there. We got the Uncle Louie with the brown.
Does everyone like the floating head look here?
You keep disappearing, Ron. It's like you're going to turn the invisible.
I like the trees.
He's just, it's an interactive jersey.
Used to be, Sasso used to be Ron. So, guys, we got a nice little compliment here that Allison received. Just want to read it to you. It's from Daniel Kane out of, I believe, BC. Just wanted to take a minute to thank all of you guys for putting on this tournament. I'm very impressed with how it has been run, so we don't get too many of these on Champ Day, but that's really nice to thank you so much, Mr. Kane. So a couple things, guys. just so you know, the Saturday schedule, the PS4 is back-to-back because they had 10 extra players. So right now, I believe the PS4 round 3 are playing, and PS4 loser of round 2 are playing. And then we will have the PS4 round 4 games at 12:40, PS4 loser of round 3 starting at 12:40. So just make sure you're looking at the schedule. Our team is really hard at calling everybody and making sure that your games are going on. And make sure you report your scores at airkjaxregistrar@gmail.com. That's AIRKJAXRGISTRAR@gmail.com.
Okay, perfect. And are we seeing, like, is there any major holdups, or is anybody you need to kind of call out on air that we need to hear from?
Well, there's one young, no, right now we're good. I think everything's kind of going status quo. I'll do a quick check here, but everyone's kind of, we're getting scores in, so that's good from the the Xbox One side. Those scores should be coming in. PS4 are playing right now. I know there's one gentleman who said his email has disappeared, which I'm not technical, so maybe you guys know better than I do how an email disappears. But, definitely we'll be calling you regardless before your game. So make sure you answer the phone and make sure that you schedule your games. If you have any problems, again, registrar at airkjaxregistrar@gmail.com, and we will help you out.
And you know what I'll do too is I'll get that floating on the screen. So if anybody just needs it, it'll just be on the on your actual YouTube stream on the bottom. If anybody needs help with how to spell that. But yeah, it was 100% in the email. So make sure you guys check that. There's like a Word doc attached. It's right in there. You should be able to grab it. But I'll get it up on the stream as well, just so everybody sees that. So.
Perfect. Yeah, and otherwise things are going great. You guys look great in the jersey swap, like that jersey there. Is that Ezekiel? Who is that? Stafford, or I'm not sure.
Oh, big bad staff, 100%.
Bad staff.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that last interview with Snyder and Gates using the Madden old. I think that's Madden 25 that Snyder was on. So maybe we should get a game between Snyder and Mills later or something, or Snyder and John Urban.
Well, and sitting right next to Coach Ron, if you can hold up that box, we've got I'm ready to challenge anybody on this one right here. Little Madden 64, anytime anybody's ready, right?
Oh man, I don't even remember that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
The cartridge-based system, it's wonderful. No updates, no discs. So
we're at 12:30. We've got Glenn Mills, Matt Snyder, Coach's Corner with the four of us. Should be an interesting time.
Perfect. Well, let's get back to Ron and John. Appreciate you, Coach Kennedy, and we'll get right back into the action.
Thank you, as always, to our producer, Adam Melrose, and the commissioner, and KJ Academy. This is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup, presented by Football Canada and Air Kjax Communications. Guys, we appreciate all your participation. I'm going to throw this out there, though. Don't tell me that, oh, my opponent quit, and then you go back and say, oh, it was a disconnect. There's a big difference between the two.
Yeah, again, try to be respectful of everybody else. This is supposed to be a fun tournament. I know there's prizes. There's bragging rights on the line. There's a lot of great players on there. We're trying to keep everyone engaged in football. It's a community, and this is what we're trying to promote with this.
$500 is on the line for each champion here today. Plus, they're going to get a Football Canada Nike backpack. The finalists that make it to the final dance but do not win it all are still going to get a $100 gift card toward their respective councils. And third place winners will receive prizes too. Ron, we're also doing raffles, though, my friend, and I guess... do you have a question for the people at home?
I'm going to go with a hockey question. John, you were able to answer this one pretty much right off the hop yesterday when we did this. But can you name for me the sibling duo combined that have the most points in the NHL?
You want their first names or their last?
First and last names, and I want to know how many points they each scored.
Getting detailed with it.
We're getting detailed. So, who are the sibling highest scoring brother combination in NHL history? Who are they, and what were their points?
Here we get Jimmy G on a jet sweep to the left side, and this one isn't going to go anywhere, but what a game. 24-21, and San Fran's in the field goal range here, Ron, but they want to get a touchdown and put the pressure right back on their opponent.
So we got our first answer in there, and the first answer is incorrect. we kind of got a correct answer, but there you go. Matt Snyder. Matt Snyder with the correct answer.
Well, technically, no, he didn't, because Gretzky Wayne's not a person. Escalade 66 gets the job done. Wayne and Brent Gretzky is a correct answer, Ron.
Yeah, Brett Gretzky had all of 4 points in the NHL. Wayne, his older brother, had all the rest.
Gretzky Wayne, like, Matt, I don't know, man. Playing too much Madden lately. That's not good.
Yeah, so anyway, it was just kind of one that I wanted to throw out there. So congratulations to Escalate 66 on the winner. You're going to get yourself a few extra ballots for the raffles.
Yeah, 5 extra ballots. Congratulations goes out to you. And Ron, in this particular game you're seeing on your screen right now, what would you do if you put yourself in the position of the offense?
Matt Snyder, wait till you see the jersey I have on. Oh, like I said, I brought a couple really, really old school jerseys. A couple of my favorites that are really, really rare. I'll show them on. One of them is going to be a trivia question later on today. So just a heads up on that. One of the jerseys I'm going to bring is going to be a trivia question later on today. Good game here between San Francisco and Kansas City, 27-24. As we did see a missed field goal just moments ago by the 49ers to try to go up 6 points. 3 minutes and 45 seconds left to go in the game here, John. A little outside zone play to Williams, not going anywhere. Nick Bosa with a stop off the edge, setting the edge really, really solid. 2nd down and 12 after a loss of 2.
And here you got a battle between Mercer Timmins, or Timmis, I should say, a 26-year-old from Alberta, and Daryl Kane, a 38-year-old from Ontario. And it is Kane at the wheel right now with his offense down by 3. The Ontarian trying to come back against the Albertan right now. As Mahomes will be flushed out of the pocket. In fact, he's just going to get sacked here. Great job this time from the San Francisco defense.
Left side of the screen right now, too, guys. First shot of the Cowboys that I think we've seen so far. It's a 7-7 game. I'm going to bring that up in a second between Xenon 24-28 and Term 555.
So you got a good dose of Dak on your left side of your screen. 2 great competitive games going on right now. One in the opening half and the last in the, later half of the 4th quarter. On this 3rd and 21, Mahomes is going to run, and Mahomes is lucky he didn't fumble the ball away there, picking up 11 yards.
Yeah, that was, this is why I don't like quarterbacks running around. That reason right there. They're paid for their arm. You don't pay them to carry the ball.
4th and 10. 2-minute warning will hit here. What do you like about that? Did Daryl Kane do the right decision there? He's got all 3 timeouts, but instead allowed it to hit the 2-minute warning before selecting his play to go forward on 4th and 10. A must here.
Yeah, again, it's not a bad play. It's not a bad design strategy there. Let's get the first down, and then once we get the first downs, we can think about using our timeouts and get into scoring range.
Mercer Timmis, if he can make one big defensive play, the Albertan will win this contest. Mahomes will throw it to the left side. This ball is caught, and Tyreek Hill stays in bounds, and this game continues here with $1:56 left in the 4th quarter.
And out of bounds, so that's huge. Again, that long speed out to the wide side of the field. It's almost impossible to cover in football, and it's also impossible to cover in Madden. But if you jump it right, it does go the other way a couple times.
What kind of defensive scheme do you bring here? Because, again, you're doing such a great job until that 4th down play, and you allowed the guy to get to the flat.
Well, I like the 4-3 nickel look here.
Mahomes right behind the line of center. 12 seconds remains on the play clock. They're going to give it to Williams to the right side, stymied by the defense. But look at those numbers by Williams in this game. 126 yards, 2 touchdowns on 14 carries. Not a bad day at the office.
No, a really good day at the office, and this is why some of these teams are really, really nice to watch, because Kansas City and Baltimore, they have really good run factors, but they're also a very pass-centric team as well. So you can kind of see the different styles. The style of the user, we're starting to see. I can run the ball, I can throw the ball, Big stop there by
that last play, though,
yeah.
they tried to motion Watkins, the receiver, from the right to the left side to distract the defense. That didn't work. Defensive line bunched together on the audible stretch and essentially bombarded the running back Williams before he could get out of the backfield. A crucial 3rd and 8 coming up here. A audible from Mahomes. Lots of options now to the left side. The defense reciprocating here. Watch out for Warner in the middle of your screen, trying to spy out the defense. Motioning over to the left side is Mahomes with the KC Chiefs. Mahomes firing to that left side. It's Hill. He was open. Incomplete pass. 4th and 13. So, well, everything was done accurately to audible to get Hill in that position for the Chiefs, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's one of the things that happens. Look for San Francisco to bring some pressure here. You're going to have to make a decision here quick.
Identical play formation from the offense. Watch out again for Warner right in the sandwich side of the screen there. Hill again splits off to the left side. Is he going to go after Hill again? He does. Same play. This time Hill catches it. It's a 1st down, and timeout called by KC.
Smart clock management there. You got your 1st down. You're in scoring range. You want to save one of those timeouts for your kicker if you need it.
It was his go-to play. Watch out again. Same play, it looks like. This time flick to the right side. Watch out for Watkins on the far sideline. They're going to hand it off to Williams, though, and Williams will go right up the gut, probably setting up the field goal here, Ron.
See, this is the thing. It can look like the same play, but it's a different play design. It's a different concept in there. So that was one of the things that we were talking about yesterday, John.
Mahomes has to get rid of it and does. Trying to go towards the end zone for the win. Incomplete pass.
Good user defense there. Bringing some pressure and then back-end coverage there. I thought Ward, the safety, had a shot to pick that off.
18 seconds left. 3rd and 8. A field goal forces overtime here. But again, if you're Daryl Kane, 38 years of age from Ontario, you're looking to get the victory over the Albertan, 26 years old, Mercer Timmis. Mahomes right behind the line of center. Possible audible here. Watch out for the blitz right up the gut. Mahomes may have spotted it. They're going to motion Sammy Watkins to the sidelines, to the right side. 4 seconds left on the play clock. Mahomes fires this towards the end zone. And for some reason, the user decided, I'm going to try and pick Tyreek Hill before I should have. And he kind of put him off his route.
Yeah, he
would have caught that ball.
Yeah. It's tough. This is a dangerous situation. You got a 4th and 8. I think... Oh, here we go. We get to see a second time, Johnny. Ice in the kicker.
So watch how the screen changes.
Yeah, I do see that.
And we don't get to necessarily get the full visual effect of this, but the actual user's getting the vibrations in their controller right now, and that's it. It's good! Off of the near upright by a hair or two off of Ron's chinny chin. That may or may not be shaved later on. What a game, Ron. I'm excited.
Yeah, great game. Great action over here overall.
10 seconds left, though, in the 4th quarter. Dare I say, with 2 timeouts left, we may not see overtime yet.
Well, let's see what happens. You got 10 seconds left. You got
I would have gone down immediately. Instead, they, take another 3.5 seconds off the clock. Still 2 timeouts. You can run a play and call a timeout here.
Yeah, you've maybe got 2 plays depending on how quickly the ball can get off, and you got to call your timeout right away.
27-27. Jimmy G. Does the Albertan and Timmis have something up his sleeve here? Jimmy G looks like it could be sacked or it could be picked off. Oh my word, with 2 seconds left, it could be a pick 6 to win this game. Fuller has 1 man to beat. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, KC. They win the game on a pick 6 on the dying seconds of play. Are you kidding me, Ron Forwerda? What a play by Daryl Kane. The Ontarian wins it with a defensive pick six on the last play of the game.
We said defense is going to win this championship at one point. That's a perfect example. Defense just won the game. Little loop-de-loop at the end there. It was able to finish it.
Unreal game and an even more unbelievable finish to that game, Ron. No rest for the wicked, though. We continue with the action. Going back to that Daka. They're up 10-7 right now, are the Dallas Cowboys. But once again, the Chiefs, just like we saw in the last game, trying to mount a comeback here.
Trying to see what the linebacker's doing there, turning sideways, almost like he's bailing.
And there looked like the encroachment from Woods coming from the left edge. It's an halfback screen through Williams. Williams got the block, but didn't follow it to Pater. That should have been real estate.
Had a lot of room there, had a couple blockers up front. Just follow it, kick out right there.
And this is Zenon Orbako, by the way, or Orbako. So hopefully I'm getting that name right. An 18-year-old from Saskatchewan who is the Dallas defense right now. They're going to go to Williams again, this time on pretty much a, run to the right side run that looked like it was nothing and turned into a lot, unlike the previous play, which looked like it would have been a lot and ended up just being something.
Yeah, again, that's one of the... Kids, if you're going to play wide receiver, especially if you're going to play wide receiver for Coach Ron, I'm telling you right now, your wide receivers, they better learn to block. Horrible job by Sammy Watkins out there, just kind of standing there and taking up real estate.
So Chris Churchill, 41 years of age, out of Ontario, taking on Zenon out of Saskatchewan. So Ontario versus Saskatchewan in this one. Nice. Great cut in by Williams. Williams trying to go to the pylon, will be tackled at the 4-yard line. 8 rushes, 68 yards in this game. Down by 3, though, in the third quarter.
Again, great play. Just, again, that Zorro, that's outside zone play, going over to the left side that time. But a great move right there to make the defender over pursue.
Looks like there might be a blitz coming right down the pipe here by the Dallas defense. As he missed him! He did exactly what he should have done, did Zenon, with the Dallas defense, but simply missed the tackle, and Chris Churchill punches it home. And, well... he is a PAT away from having a 4-point lead, and for some reason, I feel like Chris Churchill, something inside me feels like this is the time to ask this next raffle question.
Okay, Johnny, you're up.
All my stuff's Canadian, Ron. I know you got all that American stuff, although that hockey question was Canadian. I'll give you that.
And so was my Rough Raider question yesterday.
Okay, all right. One. The one you repeated. This question, again, the only hint I'm giving is Chris Churchill made me think of this question, Ron. Maybe this will help you. The national championship here in Canada for the university, we actually talked about already the Ontario championship in university football is the oldest North American championship called the Yates Cup, presented in 1898. Well, after you win the Yates Cup, you can advance to one of 2 semifinals games before trying to get to the Vanier Cup, and that is the Mitchell and UTEC Bowl. So they're called the Mitchell and UTEC Bowl, the semifinals, but they weren't always called the Mitchell and UTEC Bowl. In fact, they were only named this in the last 2 decades, actually, if you can believe it or not. But again, these are the national semifinal bowl games that get you to the Vanier Cup. What were their original names?
I should know this one.
So, again, their current names are the Mitchell Bowl and the UTEC Bowl. These are the bowl games that Canadian university teams play in the national semifinals to then compete for the Vanier Cup. What is their original names? So, again, this is worth 5 raffle tickets. Jay Slattery, Xavier Surik, Taggart, Escalade 66. Just some of the people that have picked up additional ballots in their box are on through the Ron and John trivia questions. So, again, Mitchell and UTEC Bowls. What were their original names?
And Matt Snyder's saying, oh, he knows this. Unfortunately, Matt Snyder, I'm just going to go on make an executive decision here. You cannot win raffle tickets.
Prescott. Is he playing? Do we know this? Is he playing? We got to figure it out. If Snyder's playing, then he's eligible.
I don't think he's playing. I think he's just trolling us.
Because I want to pull his game up. We want to start commenting on his games.
Yeah. Let's bring. You know what? I'll challenge Matt in an old school Madden game.
The Madden 64. Pull it out again. Let's see this.
Old school. old school Madden.
No,
old
that
school.
is the that's the Madden.
I can even go older. I have the original John Madden Presents Football, and I was gonna bring it today. I just kind of ran out of time.
So again, on your screen, you got 14-10. We have concluded the third quarter of action, heading into the fourth quarter.
Said it was good. Oh yeah.
And if you're Xenon, the Saskatchewan native, you're down by 4. You can't settle for a field goal on this drive.
Matt Snyder, I can barely get my Wi-Fi to work.
By the way, Brady Doucette.
Yep.
Brady Doucette, you have the correct answer. It is the Atlantic and Churchill Bowl. So congratulations to you. You've added an additional 5 ballots into the box with your name on it. And again, the ballots will be done between the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One Championship games later on this evening. As first and 10 play by Xenon is an incomplete pass. Dak is now 11 of 18 in this game for the Cowboys. And again, prizes include such things as Football Canada swag, sweatpants, t-shirts, O-Pro mouth guards, gift cards, and Nike backpacks, plus $100 gift cards. This is intercepted, though, and the Ontarian might get the last laugh in this game, Ron, with a 14-10 lead. Mahomes gets the ball back, thanks to an INT.
14-10, great interception there, just stepping right in front of Cooper.
Yep. Just jumped the route perfectly, to your point, Ron.
Yep.
And
Chiefs
again,
take over.
And that's Chris Churchill. Churchill trying to rub some salt into the wounds. Going to take this from his 27 to his opponent's 49 on the ground attack. So again, guys, the correct answer was the Atlantic and Churchill Bowls, the previous names for the UTEC and Mitchell Bowl, respectively. And again, the national semifinals to get to the Vanier Cup. We appreciate all those participating in this tournament as well, both in the comments section as well as on your screen, as we see a big Tyreek Hill touchdown. And dare I say, Ron, that might be the nail in the coffin in this one.
Yeah, that could pretty much be it. You know, you're going to be going up 11 points here. Although, I didn't necessarily like the PAT attempt from the kicker angle.
And again, guys, a reminder, you can go to challenge.com for the updated brackets to find out where you are situated in the tournament, where your opponents have been situated, what have they done in their past games, and just to kind of review where you're at and where everybody is at in this tournament so far. That's challenge with an O, though, CHALLONGE.com / Xbox One Canada or / PS4 Canada. And currently, we're about at, 24 after the hour here, 12:24 Eastern Standard Time where we're located, Ron. But again, we got participants in the Maritimes right now, New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, the beautiful province, Belle Province of Quebec. Here in Ontario, we got Manitobans, Albertans, Saskatchewans being represented, and some boys all the way out in BC. And we got to thank those guys because it's awfully early out there still.
Yeah, you know, appreciate everyone's participation over the weekend. Again, shout out to the guys out in the on the left coast there, bright and early on this Saturday morning.
Do you think the left coast is the best coast?
I've never been to the left coast, so I have no.
Okay, all right.
I have no.
I've been to I've been to both coasts, and that's a tough call, Ron. It's a tough call.
I've been to the east, been to Bay of Fundy, walked along the tidal plains there, Sand Dollar Beach, had some delicious fresh cooked lobster, fresh caught lobster.
It's a must.
From a place called Lobsters Are Us, just outside of Cape Breton. Fishing boat there, and saw my first blue lobster there.
A blue lobster?
A blue lobster.
I've seen videos, but never one in person.
I saw it in person. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, I'd imagine. As this will be Elliott trying to keep his team's hopes alive. In fact, I like that play. Took a hit, got out of bounds. It stops the clock. They're down by 11, but here's the thing. Dallas has all 3 of their timeouts remaining and still 4 minutes left in this game. That touchdown was huge. It didn't necessarily end it, though.
No, but it's going to force you to, at some point, think you need 2 touchdowns at this point with that extra point that you made.
Back-to-back throwing plays to the running back in Zeke, and well, they get positive yards again, so why not? Less than 4 minutes, though, remains in this contest.
You got to get a score here quickly, and then you got to get a stop.
Prescott goes to the air, finds Cobb, and this one's complete, Ron. They're in the Mama's Hot Italian red zone, 1st and goal from their opponent's 9.
Yeah, Mama Hot Italian Randall Cobb there. Great over-the-shoulder catch with the safety Lurkin. Takes the hit and gets down.
Well, Prescott's going to take this snap from the shotgun position, has a man up the middle, and does he find him? He does.
There you go.
So 3 receptions on this drive from the running back in Zeke, not doing the job on the ground, but getting it done in the air.
I'm just doing some math here.
Go for the 2-pointer.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm tempted to go for 2 here because that's gonna, if you get it twice, it's forcing him to score twice.
Yeah, and you just down by a field goal if you do get the 2-pointer here. Do you lay back here if you're Kansas City on the special teams 2-point convert defense?
No, I think you got to go after him.
Even though he's in the shotgun, I don't know. You got some space and some real estate to that right side. They go right after him, though, Ron, and you hit the nail on the head. And, well, they hit the nail on the head, and that nail was Dak Prescott.
And, again, that really doesn't affect you at all because worst case, you're trying to play worst case scenario, hold him to a field goal. That's going to be an 8-point game, the 2-point conversion.
But
shank the kick.
That's
tough.
Help at all.
That's tough.
That's extremely tough.
Well, now you're in field goal range pretty much right off the hop.
Yeah, they'll place the ball at the 42. Each team has all 3 timeouts left. I imagine a healthy ground attack is going to come out of the KC offense here. Again, that is term 55. The 41-year-old in Chris Churchill out of Ontario taking on the 18-year-old in Zenon Oroboko out of Saskatchewan.
Again, this is one of those things where you get to see what the player likes to do. Okay, so this is a very player-driven drive, as we see 12 rushes for 107 yards.
They give him the first down there too, right? I
He
don't know.
only needed about
close.
a half a yard.
It was close.
Only needed a half a yard there, and was able to get the yardage. And again, now he's smart, using the clock, forced Dallas to call a timeout before the 2-minute warning, which I don't think they're going to do. So you're going to hit the 2-minute warning. Dallas is going to have all 3 timeouts left. Kansas City with a 1st and 10 here, John. You're Dallas. You got to force a stop here right now. You have to force a stop. Your game is on the line right here in the next 3 or 4 plays.
The 2020 Madden Canada Cup continues here in Day 2 festivities, presented by Football Canada and RK Jacks Communications, here live on Junior Mustangs TV. He's Ron Forwarda. I'm John Urban. We're happy to take you through this action. The game on the left side of your screen is still in the beginning half of action between the Seahawks and the Vikings of Minnesota, although we do see Seattle's offense starting to stroll up a little bit here. And again, this game is, well, in the conclusion phase, if you will. They need some stops, and they need some stops in a hurry to Zenon and his Dallas Cowboys defense.
Yeah, let's see. I would expect a very run-heavy 3 or 4 plays here by Kansas City.
So Mahomes, once again, 2nd and 2, can pretty much seal the game with a first down. Here they will, and they're going to go 30, 20, 10, 5, strolling into the end zone. That does it for this one. Churchill's going to prevail.
Yeah, again, one of the things I keep saying is, like, you can see the differences between how a user plays Kansas City one way and how another user uses Kansas City the same way. We see the same thing with Baltimore. We see the same thing with Seattle. We haven't seen a lot of it. Houston Texans are another team. You can either throw a lot with them or you can run a lot with them. And again, it's a lot of different dynamics that happens in there.
So again, for Ron Forwarda, I am John Urban. Looks like we're at the bottom half of the hour right now, which means the Coach's Corner is coming up. So we're going to quickly send things over to our producer, Adam Melrose.
All right, here we go, guys.
Absolutely, Johnny. Thank you so much. I'm going to be bringing in a bunch of coaches right now for our most filled up Coach's Corner so far. And we've got Coach Matt Snyder, we have Coach Glenn Mills, and the coach and commissioner, KJ Kennemy. And I guess welcome, gentlemen, to our first Coach's Corner of the day. I know we had a great interview from Mr. Schneider last hour at 11:30. And we'll give Ron and John a little break here. These guys have to talk for about 12 straight hours. So I guess Coach Kennedy and Coach Mills and Coach Schneider, fill in the viewers on, what are you doing to pass time? How are you connecting with your players? And maybe Coach Schneider, do you want to fill us in there first? I dig it, man. I'll let Mr. Urbanowicz know that you're sending some love towards the Reds. And Coach Mills, how are things on your end? I know you're in the middle of a move, but we chatted last night a bit. But how's everything in Windsor? And what are your players doing, and what are you doing to pass all this time while we don't have any football?
Or concerns, trying to reassure them, keep them focused on again, the positive is we're going to get to play this great game again one day. Hopefully sooner than later, but just trying to keep them focused and keeping them in a positive mind frame with all the stuff that's going on and all the stuff that unfortunately kind of lost. You got proms, you got every sport, you got football. There's a lot of different things in graduation that these poor young guys and young ladies as well. I shouldn't just say guys, but are missing out on.
Gotcha.
Guys, that ruling came down yesterday, and I want to get both your opinions on this. We'll start with you, Glenn, and then we'll go to Matt. Matt's coaching at Western right now. The 25-year-old rule. Maybe talk a bit about that, Glenn. A little sad for some of those guys that aren't going to be able to participate because of the coronavirus next year if they turn 26.
I just think that I understand the rules are rules and stuff like that. This is an unusual time. I really believe that these young men should get another opportunity to play one more year, just as a freshman coming in who again are limited to how many years they can play. They're going to miss out on a year as well. I think you extend it across the board. And you just say, listen, due to the situation, 25, 26 doesn't really matter. Let's be honest. It's just a little frustrating because you hear about them supposed to be here for the student athlete. Well, I think they're dropping the ball on this one a little bit. And again, that's my opinion. I know not everyone's going to agree, but I just think that you only get to play this game for so long. And if you can use this game for an avenue to go to university and play university football, I think that they should grant them those opportunities, because often kids come back for that one more year just to play football, whether they take a master's or do whatever, or just upgrade. I think it's a great opportunity for kids to go back to school and take care of the business before they got to go and start working for the next 40 years. Everybody does want to work for 40 years. I'm 5 years away and I'm pumped. I can hardly wait to retire and stuff like that. But, that's just my take on it. Again, I know there's two sides to every story, but as a coach and, if I was a player, I think that's what I'd want.
Matt, you're in the thick of it. You're recruiting. How does this affect things, and what are your thoughts on the ruling?
Yeah. So, sorry, I don't know if it's my internet or not, but can you guys hear me?
We got you now,
Yeah.
Matt. Yep.
I'm sure it's my Wi-Fi. I think I'm still on dial-up upstairs. Yeah, the ruling's tough. I mean, I appreciate kind of both sides of it. I think the theory behind it is they don't want to create a backlog. You know, when you bring a whole bunch of fifth-year guys back at 6 years, then you try to influx your improvement as well. You want to just keep the natural flow, and you could have a situation where you're going to have a lot of rosters. So one of the problems is the OUA and the CIS teams or U Sport teams are limited to how many players they can carry to training camp and in the season. And if you bring in an incoming recruiting class and you allow all these players that, without the coronavirus issue would have graduated out, you're going to have a situation where you're going to have too many players for the roster spot. So then how do you accomplish getting down to rush limits? You either obviously open the rosters, which you have a ton of players on teams, or you're going to have to unfortunately make the decisions on maybe not some players on your team. And I think everybody wants to avoid, unfortunately cutting players kind of on your roster. So you had to make a decision. Is it the decision I would have made? I don't know if that's the answer. I think that there's definitely got to be some, compassionate grounds to allowing guys to play. Nobody wants to lose their last season of football ever. And the reality is, for most of those guys, this is the last time they'll ever play football. Some of them will go on and play professionally, but most of them will go on and work and start coaching or working or doing other things in their life. So I'm glad I'm not the one making it. I think it's unfortunate that, the decision came down with me. They kind of had a little bit more discussion. It's unfortunate that the person that made the decision is kind of getting the brunt of it. I think there's a lot of pushback right now. Hopefully they'll reconsider and maybe look at some other options, because I think if you get a lot of smart people around, there is other options. Things that they can consider.
One of the options. Sorry, you just cut out there.
What are the options? I'm not sure what the options are.
No. So one of the options. Well, last night Jim Mullen talked about an option being a spring season for the 6-year guys. How they're going to do that? Maybe they'll have to amalgamate some teams. That would be interesting, so that those guys still get their opportunity. So they haven't completely forgotten about those guys. It's just going to be interesting how they come about that. So, great coaches' corner questions.
I know there had been some discussion at the start of all this about possibly pushing the season back to spring. I know talking to just a bunch of guys in the league, obviously our coaching staff, Steve, and some other guys as well. It's just, I think logistically it would be very tough to do that. It's just not set up to. We're not a professional league. We just don't have the funding to do that. And obviously, you started, the facilities are being used by other places. You have guys getting ready for exams. So it's just all of a sudden say, we'll just move to the spring. It's easy in practice, but in reality, it's a lot tougher to do. So it's a crazy time in the world. And I think the biggest thing is you just got to, kind of relax a little bit and start to figure out, how we can make it the best, how we can kind of come up with the best answers. This is a tough question. I wish you guys hadn't asked me that, because it's hard to answer.
Well, that's what Coach's Corner is for. Adam, do you want to give us one last question here for the two guys, and then we'll get back to the games?
Yeah, I guess, we were talking about it last night as well. We were able to do some really super controlled training a couple weeks ago with the go-ahead from the municipality of Dorchester, and got to do a little bit of training with 9 kids and 1 coach on the field. Just wondering, for either of you coaches, have you explored this? Have you done any training with your players yet, and what does that look like for you?
Start with you, Glenn.
We have. We've got a little bit of stuff in. Again, 8 to 10 players max. It's just we're trying to be very, very careful, just because I know some people are still. It's a real touchy thing with people. If they see too many people, they'll call, and then the vital of people comes out, and they kind of get up your butt a little bit about it. But then we definitely talk. We definitely have done some stuff. We definitely are very, very aware of the social distancing. More skill set stuff, technique stuff, a little bit of cones and pylons and ladders and things like that, just to keep them active and keep them excited. So we have done a little bit of stuff, some throw arounds, but nothing really major.
Absolutely. Well, that's great, gentlemen. Well, we'll be back with Coach's Corner about an hour's time, I believe. We've got a couple more interviews with Coach Matt Snyder as well. Appreciate you gentlemen for jumping on. And thanks for everybody letting us know about the
Thanks a lot.
sound issue in the comments. And for the next Coach's Corner, if anyone does have any questions for Coach Glenn Mills or Coach KJ Kennedy or Coach Matt Snyder, please let us know, and I'll bring those up the next time the four of us jump on. But for now, I'm going to send it back to Ron and John, and right back into a KC Seattle game.
And Mr. Schmelly, you can smell the defense from here. A big goal line stand here, Ron. It was 1st and goal. Now it's 4th and goal. 21-14 is the score. This is a big play in this game right here.
Yeah, huge play here. You've got to get that stop here. Hold them to the field goal and hold it within 10 points. It looks like Seattle's going to go for the jugular, so to speak.
So they're down by 7, and with 46 seconds left in the third quarter, they feel like they have to go for it here. Does Mr. Schmelly have one more big defensive stand on this goal line?
He better have it, because this is pretty much a ball game if he doesn't.
Well, he's got a 7-point lead, Ron, so this will tie the game. Mr. Over-dramatic much.
John,
oh, yes.
Jersey change.
Yes.
What are you rocking?
I should be in California right now, so I am wearing the California Anaheim Angels of Los Angeles team baseball.
Very cool.
What are you wearing? Also some California spread.
I am staying on the left coast, so to speak. Probably in my ear, the greatest quarterback I ever saw. I am sporting the white San Francisco 49ers Joe Montana number 16 jersey.
Now, for kids that aren't aware, that grew up in the Brady era, why would you make the argument that he is the better overall quarterback? Is it because he never lost a Super Bowl game?
Just very much like Tom Brady, very cool under pressure. Never saw him flinch. He never lost a Super Bowl. He was a perfect 5 for 5. San Francisco and Joe Montana 4 for 4. Steve Young won the 5th Super Bowl for the 49ers. Just a fantastic competitor. Even when he went to Kansas City in his later part of his career, brought a Chiefs team to the playoffs. And I remember a particular game during that season where Montana had the flu and still went like 20 for 28 for almost 250 yards, 3 touchdowns against a very good Houston Oilers team back in the day.
Mr. Schmelly has the ball. That's Camden Melrose from Ontario taking on Malcolm Diet. He's also a Ontario native. So 2 Ontario boys, go figure, battling to a 21-21 game as it looks like we're going to head into the 4th quarter with that score. Mahomes is 7 of 8 in this game with 253 passing yards, Ron.
Yeah, good stats for Patrick Mahomes, and let's see if he can keep it up. Again, ball control here. You want to use up some clock. You probably got 3 possessions left in this game if you get a couple quick scores.
2nd and 6. Looks like another throw to Tyreek Hill, and why not? He's arguably the best player on the team, and they keep getting it to him.
Arguably the best player, This is and going back to the Montana thing, this is going to be a debate for years to come. It's always a passing of the torch type of thing. Montana it was Marino, Montana, and you threw John Elway in there. And then you saw the Peyton Manning, Tom Brady era.
Mr. Schmelly intentionally grounds the ball with a $500 million quarterback.
Well, that's the problem with having a $500 million quarterback is you got to have a couple...
And a 10-cent user behind the helm.
Well, the 10-cent brain in his head, so we'll see about that. But going back to, it'll be interesting to see, the passing of the torch to the next generation of quarterbacks. Everyone thinks it's going to be Lamar Jackson. Everyone thinks it's going to be with Patrick Mahomes. There's some other young quarterbacks that could be talked in that mix. As part of the next great generation, as we see kind of in transition from year to year to year. But for me, growing up, Montana was the coolest player under pressure I'd ever seen. And again, just a fantastic player. As we see a switch over to a Seattle-Minnesota game here, John.
Yeah, we got Superboy Gamer taking on Cool Kid. But Cool Kid needs to not only shut down the defense here, but then to somehow get their offense back onto the field because they're down by 2 possessions in the final minute of this game.
Again, just running the clock out. Minnesota with 1 timeout left. Be thinking about using that right about now. You got to save as much time as possible.
Seattle goes to the ground attack, and you got to call your timeout there. The last timeout is taken, but Ron, too little, too late. Less than 35 seconds remaining on the clock.
Yeah, I think this is going to be unfortunate because you're just going to see the inside run here most likely. Yeah, outside zone play. And you're just going to see the clock wind down to pretty much 0, and that's the ball game, kids. Seattle's going to advance.
So congratulations to Super Game Boy as we're going to go over to a different game. San Fran versus, well, the KC Chiefs. Mahomes goes the wrong way, forced to call a timeout with the 2nd and 25 coming out. No timeouts remaining. And now a flag. You don't see that too often. A neutral zone infraction.
Okay. Trying to get a little bit antsy there, trying to jump the snap. See what Kansas City can do with a 2nd and 20 here, John. 19 seconds left in this game. Pretty good game, 14-7 at this point.
Canadian Euro QB 16, well, he's going to have good defense here. He does on this occasion. 3rd and 20 coming up, trying to limit his opponent to just a field goal.
Trying to read some of the comments in here. Okay, just everyone's commenting. It seems to be good.
So Mahomes eventually squeezed out of the pocket. Finds Hardman, though. It's caught. But here's the thing. 4th and 5 now coming up.
You got to kick the field goal here with 8 seconds left in the half.
Doesn't try and tie this game up. Will settle for the field goal. He splits the uprights. It'll be a 14-10 game.
Really important, people are thinking, well, why didn't you go for the touchdown? Points. You got to get your points when you can take them, depending on the situation. On the 4th and goal on the 2-yard line, I'm more inclined to kind of go for it. Make them go 98 yards if I don't get it. So, but that's a situation where, you had more than enough yards that you had to gain and get your points while you can.
This is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup presented by Football Canada and RKJax Communications live here on Junior Mustangs TV. Do us a favor, hit the like button on the bottom of your screen and hit subscribe. Going into the day, Ron, I think we had, 726 subscribers? We're trying to get up to 800, Ron, so we can get all that stuff off your face.
Well, again, if we get up to 800, as we see a fumble here, John, and San Francisco scores another touchdown. A lot of people using San Francisco, a lot of people using Seattle in this tournament.
Yeah, and they seem to be playing each other more times than not.
49ers look like to be going up, and the extra point is good. 14-0, 52 seconds left to go in the first quarter.
Yeah, just a strip fumble picked up by Moore around the 20, and then pretty much nothing but open real estate in front of him. And the bad boys in black for San Francisco are now up by 2, so we'll see what Mitzi 15 can do up against Wavy Jaw because he needs points now, and he can't wait around for him.
No, and again, having that fumble on that last play and then turning around and quick strike. Boom, 7-0 became 14-0 really quick in this game.
Yeah, that's Elijah Trench. We know him well. He also goes under the name Barry Got a Clip. He's 15 years of age here from Ontario. Just trying to find his opponent on my game sheet here, Ron. As he is taking on another Ontario native in Matthew Bork, 16 years of age. So a 15-year-old and a 16-year-old battling again in this province of Ontario on your screen right now between Seattle and San Francisco. And then you see on the left side of your screen a tight one in the opening half between the KC Chiefs and the Baltimore Ravens. I feel like we got a little bit of a breather from the Ravens. We're probably going to see him flock back into this tournament real quick.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you're going to see a lot of Baltimore. You're going to see a lot of Kansas City. The other team that's being represented a lot today is San Francisco. We've seen them a number of times. Not a lot of Houston. I want to go back to, hey, where are those Cincinnati, Cleveland users that we had yesterday? Where are those teams?
By the way, when we were on our last Coach's Corner, we didn't get a chance to comment on it, Ron, because obviously we're getting that great football IQ, as it was the Miami Dolphins in a teal uniforms at home being used by one of the users.
Very nice, very nice. I want to give a shout out to Coach Matt Schneider, who during that Coach's Corner,
the Hawaii jersey,
was wearing the University of Hawaii, originally called the Rainbow Warriors.
That I don't mind.
No.
That doesn't seem to have any implication whatsoever, and it seems to be pretty respectful. They're called the Hurricanes now?
No, I believe that they're called the Warriors still.
Oh, they're still called the Warriors.
He had a pretty good story about it too, and it was when he was in post-secondary, when instead of staying out late at the bars, they'd go home at like 11 o'clock at night, and the Hawaii games would be on because like the time difference is like 5 or 6 hours, I think. So they became a huge fan. So instead of wasting all their money at the bar late night, they were watching the Hawaii games. So I was like, that's how he became a fan. Cool story.
And that's how he has a bank account still.
Yeah.
So kids, if you're going off to college, do not go to the bars. Save your money.
I know the Titans QB was from Hawaii. Did he play for Hawaii?
No, he played for Oregon. That was Marcus Mariota.
That's right. Who's the famous quarterback that played for Hawaii that I'm thinking about then, Ron? I'm pretty sure Snyder was rocking his jersey there.
And I was just thinking that too. I'm drawing a blank on that.
A lot of great quarterback products come out of the small island of Hawaii.
Yeah, a lot of the quarterbacks. Again, Marcus Tuiapasopo, the now first-round draft pick of the Teal Miami Dolphins, is another Hawaiian product.
R1 is wide open. He saw it. I saw it. You saw it. We all saw it. Sammy Watkins. And then the stream comes out. Because even the stream knew that was a touchdown coming up, Ron.
I've got CBT 1998, who just let us know they're streaming as well, who's playing Schmelly with 10 seconds left.
Ooh,
Maybe like the last play of this one.
4th and 2. Schmelly has to get into the end zone. Is it extra Schmelly? As it is, Mahomes looking over to the right side. Final instructions. Throws it quickly. It's caught by Kels. Kels has the first down, but no timeouts left. The clock will expire. Oh! Schmelly loses. Schmelly loses. As Cannon Melrose, I think that's his second loss of the tournament. I think it's all over for the Wonder Bread.
Yeah, I think the Wonder Bread has gone a little stale.
No timeouts left, and he doesn't try and get the ball to the end zone. Who coaches this kid?
I think his dad.
Oh.
In all fairness, I coach defense, and one of his offensive inspirations is sitting to your left right now.
Wow. I didn't teach him how to use clock properly, apparently.
There
That's
you
something
go. I'll give you that
need
Dolphins
to do.
game back
there you
for
go.
A couple
Dolphins
plays.
31-14. Hey, awesome.
And by the way, that jersey that Schneider was rocking, Colt Brennan, and he tells us he took them to the Sugar Bowl when they got smashed by Georgia. Isn't that fun sometimes when you're following your team and you're like, hey, this is our year, this is our year. Then you get to the final dance and you get mashed, and then you figure out, it wasn't necessarily our year. But remember the regular season? So Miami, the first time I think we're seeing them in 3 tournaments of action this year, Ron. I don't recall us ever seeing the Miami Teal uniforms.
No, I don't recall seeing Miami. I'll tell you another team that we have not seen is my beloved Chargers. And on paper, they're a dynamite team to play with. They got a great running game. They got great receivers, a lot of speed. Their defense is fantastic. I don't get why people don't play the Chargers.
It's a quality opinion, Ron, that nobody else shares.
Well, well, we can agree to disagree, and we agree that you're wrong.
And apparently 39 million other people agree with me that the Chargers suck and do not choose them in this tournament. Especially, Ron, when there's $500 on the line and a Football Canada Nike backpack. Why waste your time with Phillip Rivers and his 18 children when he can't win you a game?
I'm changing jerseys.
By the way, who's your new quarterback for your franchise? You want to talk about the hype train behind him?
Tyrod Taylor or Bobby Herbert?
You're Herbert.
Yeah. Justin Herbert, the product out of Oregon, big, strong kid. To be honest with you, I'm not a huge fan of that draft pick.
You're a big fan of Tyrod Taylor.
No, I was not a big fan of many of the quarterbacks coming out this year, to be completely honest. I see Herbert as being a Joe Flacco type, maybe a little bit more athletic, but he might win you a Super Bowl down the road, but I don't think he's going to be a consistent NFL starter. Just my 2 cents. Didn't necessarily love the pick. I liked it. I didn't love it.
Okay, fair enough. So you don't think he's going to be leading you to any conference championships anytime soon?
Not for the next 2 or 3 years at least.
2 or 3? That's optimistic, Ron.
No, because they're built up for success. They've got both defensive ends that come up on their contract next year. Bosa and Ingram. They're going to obviously franchise tag Joey Bosa. They'll try to sign Melvin Ingram. They've got playmakers on the back end. They've got really good linebackers. The wide receivers, Keenan Allen, Mike Williams are there. They've got Hunter Henry. They've locked up their style of running back that they like in Austin Eckler. I really think the Chargers potentially could be a team to make a move. You got to remember, at one point in the season last year, they had 9 starters off their defense, not playing because of injuries. So it doesn't matter, and you had 4 different offensive linemen in there. So comes down to this, kids. If you don't have a defensive line or an offensive line, you're not going to have much in football. Doesn't matter how much talent you've got out there. You're just not. If you can't protect and establish the line of scrimmage offensively and defensively, doesn't matter what you've got behind them.
And for a second there, you were seeing Cameron Servant, 17 years of age, out of Alberta, go to action. Looks like we may have lost that stream, but quick on his feet is our producer Adam Melrose, pulling up another doozy here, 26-14. I feel like this is already the 5th or 6th time we've seen a game featuring Casey take on the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, it seems to be the common theme of the day.
People love that Super Bowl. I don't know if they were a fan of the fourth quarter choking.
Again, was it the team or was it the coach?
Yeah, true.
Because, let's be realistic, what's the other big choke that everyone remembers?
Yes, Ron. The only 3 people to ever blow a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter, Shanahan was involved in 2 of them.
Yeah, with his shenanigans, so to speak.
Very good, Ron. Very good. This is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup presented by Football Canada and RK Jacks Communications. It'll give us an opportunity to do another raffle. Why not, Ron? And let's keep it a little Canadian on this one. In fact, this is all being done thanks to Football Canada. So let's do a Football Canada type trivia question. And this will be a difficult one because I don't think you can just type away and figure this one out right away. As I mentioned yesterday, we had one of our first trivia questions was, what year did the CAFA, which is the Canadian Amateur Football Association, adopt the name Football Canada? Mm-hmm. And the correct answer yesterday was given, 1986, and a lucky participant walked away with an additional 5 raffle tickets. Now, the question today is, Football Canada was technically born in 1884, but legally, what year did it constitute a football body? So it's a trick question because in theory, Football Canada has gone back all the way to 1884 in its existence. And eventually, when we do get the answer, I'll fill in the history as to why it wasn't legally constituted as a football body until this year. So what year did Football Canada essentially legally constitute itself as a football body? And
okay.
The trickery there is the origins of football and how it's associated with some other sport, and now it is finally the separation of the old era, the old oligarchs, if you will. So we'll see how long it takes somebody to come up with that one. Our producer, Melrose, it is the top of the hour, which does mean the commissioner will be joining the producer and Adam Melrose.
Yep, and it means we're going to send John and Ron back to the beach. If you guys want to turn your camera on there, we'll bring in Coach. We'll bring in Coach Kennemy.
Hey guys, I just saw that in the chat. Stickwork69. I've talked to KVNG. He's not going to chew the clock there, and we do apologize for that. Hopefully, he can give us a score. But KVNG has his first warning. We also have Dragon QB4. He's on a warning, and guys, Obi-Wan Baloney is on a warning. So getting close to those sanctions, guys. And I brought a jersey for you. Tayshaun Duncan is getting this jersey tomorrow. It's a Russell Wilson. I know Ron would love to see this lime green shirt. That's just for you, Ronnie. And that's going to Tayshaun Duncan, another one of our OPFL winners. In the background, guys, is my mentor, Earl de la Perelle, rest in peace, a Montreal legend. So for some of you Quebec guys out there, you'll know who that is. And so, yeah, guys, tournament's flying right now. Everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing, and I'm pretty excited about how things are going right now. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Are you guys muted? There you go.
So again, Coach just wanted your question or answer on this. The sanctions. When are we going to get down to the nitty gritty of being polite and candorous and start being a little more of an iron fist and saying, well, we warned you multiple times, and now you're getting a big fat L next to your name, and you're gone.
Yeah, those three guys have their first warnings. The second warning would be a sanction where we would either replay a game or possibly give a default loss, and then they'd move into the losers bracket. Right now, it's looking good on the PS4 side. We've got some great games going to be happening in the next little bit here, round 4 actually, that are taking place right now. So it's shaping up like that Final Four we were talking about. But John, to answer your question, if you have a warning on your name, the next move is sanctioned. So follow the rules, guys. It's real simple. We don't want the stretch dive glitch, okay? Run stretch, run dive, run stretch, motion the receiver over like Ron talked about. You can do that, but mix it up. Throw some pass plays in. Run some counters. Run some traps. Don't run the same play. This is not a pro tournament. This is a tournament where we want everybody involved, having a fair, equal shake. And here's the deal. This is Football Canada Cup. We play football here. I understand the game has glitches that allow you to win, and we understand that there's $500 on the line. We want you to win that money. But please follow the rules. It's real simple. Run, stretch, dive, and then throw the ball, and then you're in compliance. Real simple. Don't run the bunch flip all over the place, and don't run your clock until the last 2 minutes if you're up by 2 scores, like you would in a real NFL game. So, we're really trying to make sure that that guys follow the rules, and we understand there's pro players in here, but guys, follow the rules, or we will sanction you. We don't want to get to the place, John, like you said, we're kind of right there now with a couple people ready to get sanctions. We don't want to get to a place where we have to ask you to leave the tournament or lose a game, and that will cost you your opportunity to win $500 and some great prizes.
And you're talking about those great prizes, Jay. $500 on the line, plus a Football Canada Nike backpack for our national winners in the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One side of things, plus the finalists. $100 gift cards for the respective councils. Third place winners are also coming away with gift cards. And then the raffles, we got lots of questions going on today. You mentioned, number one, complying with the rules, but I think you also should mention challenge.com. It's the brackets, and essentially it's a huge resource for these tournaments, not just for your side of the fence and all the logistical nitty-gritties that you and your entire wonderful staff are doing at the AirKJX Communications Death Star, but more specifically for the actual participants themselves to see where they are in the tournament, what they've done throughout the rest of their journey, and more importantly, what have their opponents done? Are they a higher ranking offense? Do they like to shut down guys 14-0? I don't know about you, Ron, but I'd rather see what my opponent's done the last couple games to kind of get a groove of, okay, what kind of flavor of football is he bringing to the table?
Yeah, I think that's going to be important to understand. Scouting. It's like in any football, you want to scout, get as much information about what the other team's doing as possible.
And KJ, that is challenged with an CHALLONGE.com/Xbox One Canada or /PS4 Canada. Can you talk about the benefit of that?
Yeah, the benefit is that you're able to, like you said, as a player, you know who your opponent is. You can go back and watch some of their stream, see what you have to prepare for. I will bring this up to you, John. Cool Kid in the Xbox One draw an Asian boy 67. Get your game in or we're going to get a default. You've got 5 minutes. So at 1:10, if you haven't started this game, you are done because Xbox round 1 starts at 1:10 p.m. or sorry, round 4 and loser round 3. So we need to get that game in. Understand that there's going to be some issues with the loser brackets. We're going to not be able to start games on time as we planned, but our team is calling you. Answer your phone. We're letting you know who you're playing and when you're playing. There is no excuses. And like I said, John, unfortunately at 1:10, somebody's going to get a default win here if this game doesn't start. So it gives us a great ability to communicate. Challenge.com has been an awesome resource that Adam Melrose found for us. And I paid for the whole year's subscription because I'm going to be running all kinds of stuff with Madden 21.
Well, we appreciate all the things that you've done, KJ. And I guess I'm going to ask you kind of a personal question right now. You are a huge Baltimore Ravens fan. Ron and I have noticed, not so much today, mind you, but Friday, it seemed at least about 35% of all the participants were rocking your black purple birds on the Madden turf. And some did well, some not so much. My question to you is, though, do you think when we get down to the nitty gritty after starting this tournament, which about, and again, it's a guesstimation of about 35% of the participants using Baltimore, could we see Baltimore win this thing?
I don't think so because Baltimore in the video game, the problem is they don't have speed or receiver. They've got one guy, Brown. Then you've got Snead. And like, I'll be honest with you, it's hard when I use them when I'm just playing a Reds game because I basically put running backs at receiver because some of the guys, and then their running backs aren't great. Ron, you know, Ingram is a great running back, but in the game, he doesn't translate at all. So I think that you're going to see our San Fran and KC. KC is usually the winners. You know, I think Matt had he asked Gaetan who the best Madden player ever was. And I would agree before this year, 2004 was Michael Vick. This year, it's Pat Mahomes. It's not even close. I mean, the things that he can do in this game is unbelievable. And then with Tyreek Hill, it's almost like a Pat Mahomes, Tyreek Hill thing, but really it's Pat Mahomes because he can throw from every angle. And he also can run the football. So I know Vic was the guy, and I would have agreed with that up until this year. I think they overpowered Mr. Pat Mahomes, even though he is a great player, obviously. And so I think to answer your question, I wouldn't use Baltimore.
We've seen a overtime game yesterday where Seattle was able to pull it out. Nail-biter affairs today. And we even just saw a couple moments ago, Mr. Schmelly, final play of the game, completed the ball to his 3-yard line, a la, what was it, the Titans against the Rams in the Super Bowl. Oh, so close. And then the clock evaporated. What, have you caught any of the games? Do you have a favorite memory or a favorite player game so far from these festivities?
Well, that game wasn't, that brought up bad memories from an OPFL championship last year that ended near a goal line. So, which Mr. Schmelly happened to be in. And so, you know, like I'm sure Mr. Merrill points to the offense, but again, it was a hard loss for us to absorb. So that game was great. I think there was a game that I saw that last night, 23-20 with that young kid who was with the Patriots, and he battled back to get overtime.
Tyler, that's right. Yeah, Tyler.
Late in the game. That was a good game. But I'm going to tell you, the big games are coming up. Round 4 for PS4 are playing right now, and I know there's some great games, but I think the next round, round 5, is where you're going to see some solid games. But again, I think it's been fun watching all these games, and I'm really looking forward to see who makes our final kind of 4 situation. And one more thing, guys, just to remind you, if you lose in the championship games, you also get $100 plus the $100 PS4 Xbox One card if you lose if you're a final. So you're actually winning $200.
Okay, well, there you go, Ron. Double the fun. So, Commissioner, we appreciate your time. As always, it's almost 10 after the hour, though, which means the Xbox One round 4 games 71 through 74 on the docket are about to take place. And as you mentioned, hopefully that one game you were referring to has kicked off and no defaults have to be given out. Guys, a quick reminder from this conversation, play fair, play with heart, and play with sportsmanship attitude, and let's represent Canada well in this tournament. Coach, thanks for your time.
Thank you, guys. And the game did get played, so thank you very much.
Perfect. Good stuff. We're going to hear from one of the Football Canada sponsors, GameStrat, really quickly, and then we'll be right back with Ron and John.
Having GameStrat for us has been game changing, truly. Coach high school football now for 22 years. Having that instant replay, the opportunity to show players the mistakes they're making, the things they're doing right, is a world of difference of having to wait until Saturday morning or Monday afternoon to make the corrections. It's an opportunity for them to visually see what they're doing, at least attempt to make the corrections there on the spot.
When we switched over from our previous sideline system, the thing that we noticed was, number one, how easy it was. You don't have to be a computer expert in order to work it. The concerns I had were just reliability. If you have it, you pay the money for it, and you invest the time in it, and have people there do it, you want it to work.
With a lot of companies, they'll tell you what they're going to be able to do, and we've had that in the past where they sell you the product, they give you a nice big promise, but they can't really follow through on it, and just a lot of times we don't need to call because it's so easy to set up, and that's been pretty helpful.
For our end, just makes it easy because it's reliable.
To have that opportunity to go directly from the sideline to the end zone is tremendous. Literally just a touch of the screen gets you from the sideline view to the end zone view. It's as easy as texting on your phone or just scrolling through social media.
GameStrat has completely lived up and gone beyond my expectations.
Out of doubt, I wouldn't hesitate to suggest switching over to GameStrat. The product is awesome. It's everything that and more that it's billed as, and it's effortless to set up and to use, and simple process. And really, what are we doing it for? We're doing it to give our players an opportunity to win games, and we feel that by using GameStrat, we have every opportunity each week.
I don't want to coach a game without it. If there was another coach that was looking at using a product similar to GameStrat, if we were playing them, I would say use a different product. The customer service is head and shoulders above the rest. Reach out to them. You'll regret it if you don't.
All right, we're going to head back over to Ron and John. And right now we've got Alex Hunch Zero versus Chevrolet. I'm sure I'm saying that 1,000 times wrong, but we'll head over to you guys. Take it away.
It's day 2 of the 2020 Madden Canada Cup. Thanks for joining us here on Junior Mustangs TV. Proudly presented by Football Canada and Eric Kajak Communications. Before we went to the commissioner at the top of the hour, our question was, Football Canada was born in 1884 technically, but what year did it legally constitute a football body? We did get a correct answer, and that was actually given out by Mud Puddle 19. The correct answer, guys, was 1967. I don't know how the heck did we get all these. Somebody literally, the goat of games just randomly throughout so many years that he was hoping to fish out the right answer, including the question, which was that Football Canada, yeah, indeed was born in 1884 under the Canadian Rugby Union. After the Canadian Rugby Union, though, decided, hey, we're rugby and football is completely different. By the time this took till the 60s, the Canadian Amateur Football Association was born and succeeded the CRU in 1967. So that gives Mud Puddle 19 an additional 5 ballots. Adds his name to guys like Slattery, Inhaler, Sarek, Taggart, Escalade 66, and Brady Doucette have all added additional ballots. And again, guys, a reminder that the ballots will be drawn between the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One championship games. You're going to win things like, well, Football Canada swag t-shirts, sweatpants, Pro mouthguards, Nike backpacks, gift cards, and more. And of course, Air K-Jax Communications also $100 gift cards for the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One networks. So we appreciate you sticking around with us throughout your day. And I'm just reading some of the comments. And one thing I wanted to make very clear, guys, because this is not the first tournament that we've done. We're not spring chickens around here, Ron. If you lose a tight game, for instance, by a touchdown or two, or a field goal, and you feel like your opponent truly bent the rules, accelerated the clock when they shouldn't have, went forward on 4th down when they shouldn't have, used the exact same play, not a similar target or similar formation, we're talking about the exact same play to exploit you multiple times in a close affair. Pause the game, talk to your opponent. If that doesn't work, contact Air Kajaks Register at Gmail or call them immediately and get to the bottom of it. However, this is from John Urban, all right? Not from Ron, not from Madden, not from... If you lose like 50-something to nothing or 50, and you're like, my opponent shit. No, you lost. You lost. And there's no difference between losing 40-0 What were you going to do if they didn't cheat? Lose 3-0? 6-0? 10? You lost. Move on. Gain from the experience. It's only a loss if you don't learn from it, folks.
This has been your reality moment with Johnny Urban.
Exactly, but I have a gentleman here saying like my opponent used the same thing for 5 touchdowns. That's 35 points. No offense, but you're worse than Mr. Schmelly. You stink. Like, and to say like, oh, that's the reason why I lost. No, you lost. You just straight up lost. We're talking about guys using the same blitz packages identically every single play. We're talking about guys using the same wideout position to Tyreek Hill to exploit your CB every single play. We're talking about guys habitually breaking the rules, going forward on 4th and 5 plus, accelerating the clock, bending the clear rules that were A, sent out to you at the beginning, and B, sent out to you, well, at the beginning of these streams on both Friday and Saturday. That does it for my rant. We'll get into the crushing right now of Orange Crush, though. He's on the bad side of it, as Patty Mahomes goes deep and finds a target. KC gets the leading touchdown with 40 seconds left. Baltimore is going to be down, but they do have 1 timeout left.
Well, barring the extra point, let's see what happens on this one. 40 seconds left to go. Baltimore has 1 timeout remaining. Kansas City has 3 timeouts. So, advantage Chiefs, obviously, with the lead here right now as well.
Orange Crush, 13 years of age. Carter, out of the beautiful province of Saskatchewan, makes the PAT. Or at least I should say, that's... Poor Carter's looking at me like, what are you talking about? He's now down by 7 out of Saskatchewan. And he's got 40 seconds and 1 timeout to come back into this game, Ron.
Again, it's... Baltimore is a very good team. I think you have to do it with Lamar.
So you got a 17-year-old. That was Cameron Servant, by the way, out of Alberta that just got that last touchdown on the board, rocking the KC Chiefs and Patty Mahomes. Now he's going to step it up on the defense and try and hold this 13-year-old from Saskatchewan named Carter. 37 seconds. That's what he needs to do is shut down the door for them. Lamar Jackson rolling out to the left side, finds a man wide open, and Boyce has 1 more man to beat to go up the sidelines. In fact, he's got a block who just apparently pierced off his block, just walked away from him. I wish I could get a replay. He had a man down the field. Watch this on the play selection screen if you can, and you don't quite see it. On the right side of your screen, he had a block who just starts crab walking to the middle of the field. What was that? God,
huge play. We talked about,
If I was him, I'd be screaming because that's an easy touchdown. The block should have been there. But Lamar Jackson looking to go to the pylon and does touchdown Ravens. Blink and you would have missed it because Orange Crush just crushed his way through that last drive. The Saskatchewan native, Kata. Not talking about Lil Wayne albums here, but man, give me the 3rd, give me the 4th dose of that.
That was an awesome play. Hit the tight end Jack Doyle on the flats there, and then a missed tackle, and then off to the races we go.
PAT is good. We are all tied up here. 21 seconds left, but now here's the thing. We were talking about the 1 timeout that Orange Crush had. 3 timeouts in the bag right now for Cosmic God Gaming. That's Cameron Servant, the 17-year-old from Alberta.
Well, again, advantage to Cam. He's got the
money to play with.
He's got the time to play with. All you have to do is get into field goal range, so you're looking to be about the 30-yard line for that field goal, and see what you can do here.
21 seconds, ball at the 25, 75 yards needed for pay dirt, but like you were mentioning, just a field goal wins it, Ron. You can't gamble too much, though. We've seen a pick 6 end the ball game in the final seconds when it was tied up when the ball was thrown by the quarterback.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that you're playing. You're playing with fire here, but you've got enough time if you're smart to get about 4 or 5 plays off.
Mahomes rolls out to the right side, looking to go across the middle. It's picked up by Jefferson the second. Jefferson the second's in field goal range, all ready for the Ravens back at their opponent's 29-yard line.
Wow.
We have seen the offense more times than not lose the game for them and not win it. Wow. I'm including Mr. Schmelly.
Wow, I just, that's a tough break. Let's see what he's got. You've got 1 timeout left. I imagine you're going to see a run type of play here.
Run up the middle, set up your field goal right down the pipe. Don't risk throwing it, and he does. Ingram, though, goes a little bit off to the right side, so it's still going to be from the near hash mark, Ron. Timeout called by KC. So I'd run another player if you're Baltimore, no?
Yeah, absolutely.
And they are. They're going to run it. Now, again, you got to remember, call your timeout the second you're done this play. As Ingram's going to get smashed over to the right side. Baltimore does smash its last time out. Now, here's KC. 2 timeouts left, Ron. And a field goal coming out to win it from, well, the 24-yard line. You got to ice him.
Let's see if he does.
He's not going to call the timeout. If you're KC, you got to call your timeout here. They don't. They let the field goal go through. And time expires as the ball splits the uprights. Orange crushes it with triple goose eggs on the board. And Carter, just 13 years of age, playing like a grown man, my good sir, out of the province of Saskatchewan, pulls out the victory. No rest for the wicked, though, Ronnie. We got more KC versus KC action here. Oh, this is going to be confusing.
The Chiefs versus the Chiefs.
Don't Play With Me is still playing in this tournament, though. Dante Clark, 14 years of age, out of Ontario. And I believe he's the one with the ball right now, if I'm not mistaken. As he's going to get intercepted, though. A user lurk grabbed the pick through Lee. And now, well, Chiefs take the ball away from KC.
That's a great user interception, just jumping right in front of the route and making a great play.
Anthony Colissimo, 18 years of age, out of Ontario. He's playing in this game as well against Don't Play Me. So 2 Ontario boys, 118, 114. Anthony going up against Dante here. They both decided to select KC. Both Ontarians. Go figure. 2:44 left in the opening half of play. Ball's at their 44-yard line. Hill goes from the left to the right side of the screen. Mahomes is going to follow him. Tries to go deep to Hardman. Hardman behind the defense. Catches it at the 3 into the end zone. Touchdown, Casey.
Yeah, again, Kansas City's got so many weapons on offense. You see it playing out in the video game. You saw it playing out in the Super Bowl and real thing. And kind of going back to a point, I know it's kind of completely off topic here. The guys were talking earlier about, Michael Vick being like the best Madden player of all time. I tend to disagree. I'm going to go really, really old school. With the first mobile quarterback in the video game, Randall Cunningham was impossible to stop for the Philadelphia Eagles, and they had 2 great receivers. Keith Byers, it was an offense that was stacked. They had a great defense. That's one of the toughest teams to play against in the Madden ever.
Mr. Schmelly trying to come back at us saying, hey, it wasn't the offense, it was the clock, but he had his offense on the field and ran out of clock.
Yeah, well,
I don't think he's picking up on the obvious.
No.
We get this one chucked deep. Back-to-back jacks Watkins into the end zone from their 31-yard line into Pater.
The only one that we haven't seen is Tyreek Hill scored the big touchdown in this game.
Hardman, Watkins, you're right. Good call, partner. 69 yards, 8 seconds.
This game, I think, could just be a shootout.
Could eclipse the 50-point plateau between both of these two teams.
And on another note, John, I lost the Montana jersey. I am now rocking the white Antonio Gates of my San Diego Chargers.
That's the first time, and I think the only time we're going to see San Diego in this tournament, Ron.
Oh, no, we'll see them again. I've got a few others.
Okay, from you, though.
I got you guys.
The same user using them, then.
I got you guys a new game. Red Rocket 15 and Dangalicious going at it here on the right side of the screen.
And I believe that is...
Charlie Taggart is Dangalish.
Charlie Taggart, that's correct. The gentleman that was rocking the Ocho Cinco jersey earlier has, 42 seconds to try and retake a lead before halftime against his opponent here in Red Rocket. And once again, Ron, just try to look down on my sheet here for who Red Rocket is. Fill me on what's going on the screen there.
So 14-14, 42 seconds left to go. Baltimore with the ball.
Red Rocket, Brian Girard, a 23-year-old from Quebec, taking on Charlie Taggart. So we got an Ontarian taking on the Quebec native. 42 seconds left. Taggart looking to air this one out. He will be picked off instead by Mosley. Great job by the Quebecer and Brian Girard to read that play.
Great job. And again, that's the problem with the Baltimore team is they don't have that speed at wide receiver. They're more of a power run team with Lamar Jackson having the speed.
Somebody just asked, are the PS4 semifinals still at 140? No, they're not. They never were. At 140, the PS4 Round 5 games will begin, though, which is games 95 through 96 on your docket. As Jimmy G flips up the offense. Lots of options, split evenly. It's a Coleman run to the right side, swarmed out by the defense, though. Forces a timeout from SF.
Little timeout here. 27 seconds left to go, so they're trying to get the ball back before half. I'm guessing here.
This is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup presented by Football Canada and Arcade Jacks Communications. Jimmy G into double coverage. Somehow caught that ball.
Wow.
Wow. I think that only could happen in a video game.
Wow. That's all I got.
First and goal from the 4. Wisely called the timeout, but just one more timeout at his disposal. Jimmy G in the gun. 3 options to his left, including the tight end and Kittle. Looks to go up the middle, though. Did he catch it inbounds? They're going to say he didn't. Incomplete pass.
Yeah, he's at the back of the end zone right there just before the ball gets there.
Now
Trying to hit that deep crossing route again.
Benefit of an incomplete pass, though. Time stops.
Stops the clock.
Jimmy G this time will decide to go right behind the line of center. So Red Rocket, Brian Girard out of Quebec, trying to get, a taste of the lead before the halftime break. Possible audible here from the Jimmy G offense. Protected well in the pocket. An infinite amount of time. He'll be intercepted in the end zone, though. Wow. We talked about this being an offensive bonanza, and yet as soon as you said that, Ron, back-to-back picks, the defense starts to shine.
He had him earlier. He had him earlier in that route, and then Kittle slid over. If he hits him at the top of that route, he's wide open, and the user's waiting for him to come across.
He was a few inches from getting a touchdown on the previous play, too. That has to burn. 3 timeouts left for Charlie Taggart to try and do some damage. 80 yards away from pay dirt, though, with only 12 seconds left under his belt. Watch out for Warner going back. One-on-one coverage with Brown. Brown can't get it. Mosley with the second interception in back-to-back defensive drives.
Well, again, trying to force the ball down deep, and again, you're kind of in a situation. San Francisco knows exactly what you're going to do. Your opponent knows exactly what you're going to try to do. Who you're trying to get the ball to.
So could we see another interception here? Because if I'm San Fran, what else are you going to do but huck it deep?
Yeah, or run a screen or something like that.
Coleman's to Jimmy G's right. They're not going to get it to the running back, though. Jimmy G, given time to throw this one deep. One-on-one coverage for Saunders. Saunders catches it. Shy of the end zone, though, by 19 yards. A useless timeout called. Why? Because we've reached halftime, Ron.
Well, halftime, 14-14. Really good game here so far.
And again, this is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup presented by Football Canada and Arcade Jacks Communications. Do us a favor, guys. Hit the thumb up on the bottom half of your screen. Give us a like. And more importantly, hit the subscribe button just before the Junior Mustangs logo on the lower half of your YouTube stream right now. Ron and John love you, so love us too. And apparently, if we get to 800 subscribers, Ron's going to shave everything, every last follicle off of his body.
Nope.
Possibly.
No.
We'll get some more Ron and John trivia going up soon, too, but it is getting close to the bottom half of the hour, which does mean that we are going close to a coach's corner. I believe that we're going to have Glenn Mills and Matt Snyder join us back into the Fred, or what do we got on tap this time, producer?
That's actually at 2:30. In 30 seconds here, we're going to have Matt Snyder joined by Coach Hopkins. So we'll have that, and just for Ron and John's sake, the most delicious part of the day has arrived. There's some Mama's Hot Italian sandwiches that have been delivered by the very lovely Brenda upstairs. So we'll flip over to Coach Matt right now and give Ron and John a very deserved break. And we'll be back in about 7 minutes. But I will keep this Dangalicious Red Rocket game. And on the left side of the screen right now is Cool Kid versus E-Man Taika, which was the game that Coach Kennedy was looking for before. We'll have both of those games up. We'll flip between a couple more because these are actually pretty decent and very close games. And we'll be right back.
All right, guys, we're here for another interview for the Madden 2020 Canada Cup Tournament. I'm here with Coach Hopkins, the offensive line coach and recruiting coordinator for Carleton University. Coach Hopkins, man, thanks for joining us today. Super pumped to have you.
I'm pumped, man. I'm pumped. I'm excited to see some of the games, man, and lieu of Canada Cup like not happening, I guess this is the best we can get, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We've talked to a couple good coaches so far. We're going to talk to a couple good coaches tomorrow. But first of all, what have you been doing the last couple months during the lockout?
Anxiously hoping for football to come back. It's funny because like on March 13th, I actually know the day. Like we practiced that morning, and like had no idea like this was gonna go on. Like literally practice, and we were just like excited to get back to our next practice, and then they shut it down. You think it's like 2 weeks, and all of a sudden after 2 weeks you're kind of starting to say, okay, this is going to be a long run. So a lot of the focus has been on recruiting and trying to get out in front of the recruiting grind. And obviously for this upcoming class, like it's going to be completely different now based on what's happened. But so we're keeping on, that plan pivots a lot, but it's also given us a lot of time to connect as coaches. Our staff, we meet pretty much 3 times a week. We do a couple offensive sessions. We'll do a full staff session, and then we usually meet with our guys every couple weeks too. So we've done a pretty good job keeping ourselves busy.
So now we're gonna transition a little bit to Canada Cup. I know you have some experience with the Canada Cup as a coach. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about your experiences with the tournament through the last couple of years?
Hands down, like probably one of the best tournaments I've been a part of. I've had a opportunity that myself and a couple coaches in New Brunswick, got the Team New Brunswick team off the ground in 2012 or 2011, and then went to the tournament in London in 2012, and I've been to every one since. So pretty much 8 years of it, and in every kind of role, as a position coach, as a head coach, and this past year, back with Team Ontario, back in Kingston as a position coach. And the best experience is the kids.
Hopefully we'll be back on the field next year for the tournament.
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah. We're going to talk a little bit about video games now. I in one of the last couple of interviews, I was talking a little bit about how when the lockdown happened, I pulled out my PlayStation and I started playing NCAA 14, which I hadn't played in like 5 years. So I'm about 12 years into a dynasty now. I just got hired as the head coach at the University of Wyoming. We're having a bit of a rough go right now, but we're hoping to win the Mountain West Conference in 2027. We've got a strong recruiting class coming in. But I also pulled out my Madden 25, which is the 2014 version.
Nice.
And so I've been playing. Tell us a little bit about your video game experience. Are you a video gamer?
I wouldn't say I'm a hard video gamer, but like hard in terms of like the EA Sports franchise for sure. Yeah. Chell is probably a big one that I play a lot, and then NCAA. Hands down. I've never been a huge Madden guy, but it's always been NCAA, Chell have been pretty much, staples along the way. And, it's funny. It's a game that's 7 years old still is entertaining to me.
Insane. I'll tell you, the 3 most nervous I've ever been in a football game: London High School Football Championship, the first time I made it; last year's Yates Cup; my first national championship on NCAA 14, 8 years into my dynasty.
You made it. I love that, man. I agree. The thing is, like, it's a grind when you take over a team, right? Like, that's the best part. You feel like it's as close to coaching as you can get.
All right, we're going to move to a segment we call Rapid Fire. I'm going to ask you a couple questions. I just want you to answer as quick as you can. Don't think about it. Don't try to come up with the perfect answer. Just tell me exactly what you think, okay? First question, PlayStation or Xbox?
Xbox, hands down.
Okay, Madden or NCAA football?
NCAA. Can't stand
Madden.
Madden.
When the chips are down in a video game, are you leaning back in your chair or are you sitting up like this?
Buddy, I'm as close to the screen as I am right now.
I think everybody's like that. All right, if you had to play one game of Madden 20 for the championship of the world, what team are you going to use?
It's always the Raiders.
Oh, really?
It's always been the Raiders, man. Like, even like I've played a little bit of 20. Like, I'm a huge Carr fan, so I'm probably one of the few Raiders fans that likes them.
All right, last question. Who's the greatest video game football player in the history of video games?
Michael Vick's at the top of the list. I mean, he kind of changed everything when all of a sudden you could like sprint out of the pocket and like chuck it as far as you could, like, or just run around. Like, it changed everything.
Great answer. I said Randy Moss, throwing the fades up to Randy Moss in like Madden 99 with Culpepper, but Michael Vick also a stud. All right, last thing I'm going to have you do is I want to hear your best impression of the EA Sports intro.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Amazing. All right, one of the other things we've been doing is I've been playing a game of Madden the last couple hours. taking on the Browns. I got a big first down run. I'm going to run an inside zone play. I want you to predict. Do you think I'll get 5 yards or more, or less than 5 yards?
What's the personnel?
Okay, I'm at 11 personnel. It's 1st and 10. We're around midfield, 11 personnel, and I'm running a gun, strong, inside zone.
I think you got it.
All right,
I think you got it. I think they're going to play you light in the box. So. All
right, let's see.
I think you got the 5 yards. You're going to get 5 though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to run counter or something like that to get the big yards.
Yeah. All right, I only got 2 yards on that one, but better luck next time for old Snides.
Yeah, that's a user error though.
Yeah,
Snides, it's a user error.
Buddy, it's always user error. Okay, I'm a recruit. You got 10 seconds. Recruit me to Carleton.
Yeah, so, first thing with Carleton is its experience is second to none, and first and foremost is that we pride ourselves on a small roster with a large coaching staff with great athletic resources, at our fingertips in terms of, our facilities, in terms of our support staff, and, the personal connection you're going to make with us. And the other thing is that it's a program on the rise. We've shown ourselves to be in a position where, we've developed past our first phase of the program because we're pretty young, and we're in our second phase, and right now it's pretty exciting. So you want the opportunity to be the first and to leave a legacy as one of the first championship teams at Carleton, or to be one of the first champions at a program. Come to Carleton, baby.
Great answer. Well, Coach, I appreciate you joining us today. I know all the guys that are watching this appreciate it. If guys want to get in touch with you, you're on Instagram and Twitter. And so if guys once the block goes over, if guys want to talk to you about Carleton, they can reach you on social media. And I just want to say again, thanks for joining us. And hopefully we can see you guys in the field at some point in the near future. And thanks again.
Sooner rather than later, Snides. Thanks a lot, man.
Awesome. No problem.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Nice. Good job. There it is. Go. Keep him in. That's the way they accelerate.
I can't hear you. What's the difference between a good defense and a great defense? You gonna get tapped.
What does it take to become elite? It takes more than dedication, focus, and hard work. It takes an elite-level training program. Customized, sport-specific, online. Your perfect workout every time. That's Volt Athletics.
Having GameStrat for us has been game-changing, truly. Coached high school football now for 22 years. Having that instant replay, the opportunity to show players the mistakes they're making, the things they're doing right, is a world of difference of having to wait until Saturday morning or Monday afternoon to make the corrections. It's an opportunity for them to visually see what they're doing, at least attempt to make the corrections there on the spot.
When we switched over from our previous sideline system, the thing that we noticed was, number one, how easy it was. You don't have to be a computer expert in order to work it. The concerns I had were just reliability. If you have it, you pay the money for it, and you invest the time in it, and have people there do it, you want it to work.
With a lot of companies, they'll tell you what they're going to be able to do, and we've had that in the past where they sell you the product, they give you a nice big promise, but they can't really follow through on it, and just a lot of times we don't need to call because it's so easy to set up, and that's been pretty helpful.
For our end, just makes it easy because it's reliable.
To have that opportunity to go directly from the sideline to the end zone is tremendous. Literally just a touch of the screen gets you from the sideline view to the end zone view. It's as easy as texting on your phone or just scrolling through social media.
GameStrat has completely lived up and gone beyond my expectations.
Out of doubt, I wouldn't hesitate to suggest switching over to GameStrat. The product is awesome. It's everything that and more that it's billed as, and it's effortless to set up and to use, and simple process. And really, what are we doing it for? We're doing it to give our players an opportunity to win games, and we feel that by using GameStrat, we have every opportunity each week.
I don't want to coach a game without it. If there was another coach that was looking at using a product similar to GameStrat, if we were playing them, I would say use a different product. The customer service is head and shoulders above the rest. Reach out to them. You'll regret it if you don't.
And once again, to the Football Canada sponsors, as we send the action right back over to Johnny Urban.
Some pretty cool commercials, if you ask me there, Mr. Melrose. Thanks for everything that you're doing on the audio and video side, making this all possible from a technical standpoint. This is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup presented by Football Canada and Eric Ajax Communications live here on Junior Mustangs TV. We thank you for joining us. This is day 2 of the festivities. We will be crowning a national champion here this evening, one way or another, Ron Ferwerda. In the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 sides of things, the national champion will receive $500 plus a Football Canada Nike backpack. The finalists receive $100 and a $100 gift card, and third place finalists will receive some prizes too. As battling it out to the final minute of play will be Red Rocket and Dangalicious. If you recall, Red Rocket had control of this game earlier on, but Dangalicious, with I think at least 10 unanswered points, has really taken control of this one. And it ain't over, but it's over. As he's going to give it on a run to Ingram. Ingram, 114 yards and a touchdown on 16 carries in this game. So again, a reminder that we got raffle prizes as well later on. Nike backpacks, Football Canada swag like t-shirts, sweatpants, and O-Pro mouthguards, and gift cards for footballcanada.ca's website. And then courtesy of Eric Ajax Communications and London Junior Mustangs, $100 gift cards for the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One consoles. As we see, don't play with me. Does this ball just bounces out of bounds at the half-yard line? Instead of being back at the 1, well, they're going to be up at the 40. What a tough break in the Battle of KCs. My ventriloquist dummy is not working right now, so let me try my hand a little harder here. Ron,
right,
how are you doing?
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay. Talk about a bad break on that kickoff, Ron. Just bounced right over the pylon. That counted as a penalty.
Well, it was on the kickoff, so if it's out of bounds, it's going to be it's an illegal kick. The ball's going to be placed at the 40.
Not if it bounces through the end zone, Ron.
Then it's on the 25. You're hoping for the touchback. What you're trying to do is try to pin your opponent, but your opponent does a good job of getting away from the ball, get great field position, and see what we can do with it now.
It's the 2-minute warning. 28-24 is the score. The game is coming down to the wire. You got Shady McCoy in the backfield. Mahomes ain't going to use him here. Going to give it to Tyreek Hill. Hill does not hang on to this one.
Nope, incomplete. Let's put my glasses on and find out. No, it's incomplete.
Back for our first interview.
Hey guys, thanks for having me today.
4th and 7 here, Johnny. Game on the line.
So they got to go for it on 4th down. Watch out for Williams rotating over to the right side there. Mahomes, rollbacks. There's a flag on this play. X is open. He finds X. It is caught. But what is the penalty, Ron? It's a holding penalty, and they're going to take it back.
Hey guys, we're gonna have a quick Zoom meeting here where Coach and Commissioner KJ Kenemy has one of our sponsors on with him at the KJ Kenemy Death Star. So take it away, Coach.
One of Johnny Urban's favorite people in the world, and Ron Flores. Brenda, thank you so much for all you do and all the food you prep for us. I just wanted John to give you a chance to say hi and wave to Johnny.
Hi, John.
Hello, Brendan. We got to thank you for the excellent food. Ron and I have been enjoying some excellent deli sandwiches, some potato salad, and we got some lasagna on tap for dinner tonight. So we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for keeping us fueled up, especially during these 12-hour days on the championship affairs. Good food goes a long way.
Well, Brenda, we appreciate it. We got a crazy game going on here. Late in the game. Yeah, it's real close. So Anything you want to say to our viewers?
I have a great game.
And come to Hot Italian. If you're in London, look up Mama's Hot Italian.
For
This lady,
breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
breakfast, lunch, and dinner. All right, thanks, guys.
Absolutely. And I know there's a lot of traveling soccer teams that join us in the Forest City as well. If you're playing at the BMO Center near downtown, Mama's Hot Italian is like right next door. So plan to stop for sure. It is delicious. Thanks, KJ.
Right on York Street there. And to be honest with you, you got the BMO Center behind it for all the flag football and the soccer that goes on there. You got the Western Fair next door. So when hockey gets back going, same thing. If you're in the Forest City area and you know you got a game at the Western Fair, I think pre-game carbo load, I remember watching a documentary on the Washington Capitals when they won the Stanley Cup, and Orpik was a defenseman at the time, and he had obviously watched Alexander Ovechkin for numerous years as an opponent and now as a teammate. And before every game, he said about 2.5 hours, he eats a homemade chicken parmesan dinner that his mom used to prepare for him. Now I think he gets a local Russian delicatessen to make it for him.
Yeah.
It is the size of legends, though. It is the straight up the meal a beast eats after a 16-hour farm day. This is what Alexander Ovechkin eats prior to an NHL competition. Bruce Orpik says he wants to go to sleep just watching this guy eat the meal. That's how much of a carbo load it is. And essentially the guy goes out and he is the best Russian hockey player to ever play the game, arguably to be one of the best hockey players ever to suit up.
There could be debate for that. I'm going to go a little bit more old school for probably the greatest Russian ever played, but that's a debate for
Tretiak then?
Exactly.
Okay.
I think he was the greatest Russian hockey player of all time. He really changed how we in North America viewed ourselves as hockey. It was like, how could someone from somewhere else be this good? Because he stood on his head. How many world championships? How many Olympic medals does this guy have? The only thing he didn't have was a Stanley Cup ring. It's because he couldn't play in the NHL.
Yeah, they didn't give him the shot in time.
And it's unfortunately, it is what it is. But they,
Going back though to my point of the carbo load with Alistair Ovechkin. It's Mama's Hot Italian sandwiches.
Yeah.
You can get the carbo load there.
Yeah.
And essentially you can fuel up after the game too if you're that type of player.
I'll even go another one back in the 90s when the Toronto Maple Leafs were making their run with Doug Gilmour. Doug Gilmour used to eat a huge plate of spaghetti and meatballs about 2.5, 3 hours before the game, have a nap exactly 45 minutes before the game, and then wake up and go out for the warm-up and everything else. And he was a dominant player, but that's another guy who believed in huge carbo loads. So there's different philosophies. I know the new school is all that kind of, let's drink a
Kamichi shake and some sambuca in there.
Milkshake with like this and that. But I'm telling you, there's something to be said about old school and some of the things that we did back when I was a kid. And a lot of people still do.
By the way, Xavier who has already gotten 5 raffle tickets additionally from his answer that he answered last night, keeps harassing us at this point. When's there more trivia? Well, I guess he wasn't here earlier because we've done plenty of trivia questions, Ron. I'll leave it to you to give this next one out, though.
Okay, I'm going to go. Oh, I got a special one here. Okay. So...
Great question, Ron.
I'm trying to find
the fire extinguisher.
Okay, so
setting the dramatic tone to the structure.
Playing sports in your 40s is becoming more and more of a thing now. You see older players playing different sports, not so much in football. Okay, so there have been 3 players in their 40s to catch passes in the NFL. Only 3. Number 1 is Jerry Rice with over 2,000 yards receiving in his 40s. I'm looking for player number 2 and player number 3. And what are their yard totals, receiving yards, in their 40s?
That's a loaded one, right? So we're going to give not just 5.
Oh, no, 5 is enough. 5 is enough.
Okay, all right.
5 is enough.
I was like, that's a 3-part question. I was going to give out 10, but Ron says, no, 5, then 5 it is. So now you got, again, that was one more time the question.
So, playing in your 40s is becoming a vogue thing in sports. Not so much...
Doing anything after 40 is kind of a vogue
Try
thing.
it in your 50s, but anyway. Playing sports into your 40s is becoming a vogue thing. There's only been 3 NFL players to catch passes
in their 40s.
In their 40s, while they were in their 40s.
In the modern era, by the way.
No, in their 40s.
And in general.
In general. There's only been 3. Okay? Number 1 receiving list on that is Jerry Rice, with over 2,000 yards receiving in his 40s.
It makes sense.
I'm looking for number 2 and number 3. And what are their yards totals?
Was Randy Moss one of those guys?
Randy Moss was not. Randy Moss was 38 and 39. Did not play football into his 40s.
I think he could have, though.
Possibly could have.
We got right answers on the board, but here is the thing.
I want the yard totals.
Ron, you got to really earn these 5 raffles, guys.
So we've got some correct answers happening.
Hitstick and Quentin Hurlick, they're all on to something, but you only got
half of it.
Yeah, you got partially.
I want
Ron's
the other
answer.
half of it.
He wants the players and the yards, folks.
I want the yards.
Got to go to Canton, Ohio to pull out these stats. So again, this is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup presented by Football Canada and Arcade Jacks Communications. That was the question from Ron, part of the Ron and John trivia. That gets you extra raffles. Guys, it's simple as this. Every one of you who has entered this tournament has been given at least 1 raffle ticket. So no matter what happens throughout this tournament, win or lose, you're still in the raffle prizes. By answering Ron and John trivia, each time you're getting a correct answer, we're throwing an additional 5 ballots in the box to your name. And guys, so far in this tournament, like Jay Slattery, Xavier Charlie Taggart, Brady Doucette, just to name a few, have already added 5 additional ballots into their box. So again, Ron wants to know, other than Jerry Rice, the other top 3 receivers over 40 years of age to catch the ball, and what were their yards?
What were their yards totals?
And again, I mean, technically the names are on the board.
Yep.
We want the yards on the board now.
Yep. So the names are out there. One of the players is currently playing and could potentially...
Which is insane.
Which is absolutely insane, which would potentially could add to his totals. But maybe not.
Yeah, not with that Tampa. You got me, Ron. You did it. You done did it now. Oh, wait, the name's already on the board.
Yeah, the names are on the board. I'm looking for the yards now.
Yeah. So knowing that he plays for Tampa Bay right now might not give you the answer as far as yards is concerned.
No, that's true. And this was a trivia question shared to me by my son the other day.
He's a pretty smart cookie.
Yeah, he read it somewhere, and he said, "Nah, but geez, that's really good. I'm going to copy this one down, and I'm going to use it on the weekend." So, shout out to Jake.
And what's on the line? Essentially, Football Canada gift cards, $20 in value.
Yep.
You can use those at footballcanada.ca. Nike Football Canada backpacks, an estimated value of $89. I don't think I've owned any clothing apparel over $89, let alone a backpack when I was going to school back in the day, Ron. So that's pretty cool. And Football Canada swag like t-shirts, sweatpants, and O-Pro mouthguards. We haven't got to that point of the day yet, but when we start punching each other in the mouth, an O-Pro mouthguard will really come in handy.
So, Xavier up in Ottawa has asked me to repeat the question again.
Okay.
So, there are...
Now, Brady Doucette... I like this. Brady Doucette is halfway up the staircase. He followed he said, okay, I got the names. The names are already down.
There
Tom Brady.
You go. Quentin Hurlick.
Quentin Hurlick pulls it off, and maybe just explain, Ron, why Brady is wrong, but Quentin is right.
Okay. So... the question was, there's only been 3 NFL players to catch passes in their 40s. Number 1 was Jerry Rice with over 2,000 yards. I was looking for the players, which were Tom Brady and Brett Favre, are the only other 2 players to catch passes in the NFL in their 40s Tom Brady has 6 receiving yards. Brett Favre caught 1 pass for -2 in his 40s. Those are the only 3 players in football history in the NFL to catch passes in their 40s of all time.
So congratulations to Quentin Hurlick. I know he's a big Pats fan, so maybe that's what helped him out with that answer.
Well, he's, hey, Hurls, thank you very much for joining us. Kid that I know quite well, plays for the Junior Mustang program. Running back, really dynamic player. His brother's going to the University of Windsor to play with someone who's very close to us as well, JP Cercelli.
Brady Doucette. Oh, almost the same, yeah.
Yeah, Brady Doucette, his answers were 70,000.
Well, no, but he was thinking, okay, what throwing yards?
No.
Not receiving yards, because you're talking about quarterbacks.
Receiving yards.
He was thinking about the same avenue, but wasn't on the same street necessarily.
Yeah. So that was one of the stumper questions, I thought. I've got one that I don't think you're even going to be able to Google the answer for later on today.
There was a magnificent user pick on this YouTube stream that we're
kidding
pulling
me?
out
That was
right
an
now.
interception? How do you... Wow.
And it was a user pick, too. So I used Sherman, who had a lackluster Super Bowl last time I checked, to do an immaculate play in the video game realm.
Yeah, this came in on the comments. This is Sham Lyco Etienne 025 on YouTube.
And this is on the Xbox side. No, it's on the PlayStation side. Etienne Brisson, a 20-year-old out of Quebec. Just trying to mark down his opponent here, though. As it again is the KC Chiefs taking on the San Francisco 49ers. I feel like we've said that about 50 times already today.
Yeah, it seems to be the popular choices is Kansas City, San Francisco. Baltimore's the other one.
Although, I'd say this, again, last night, day 1 of competition, started on your TGIF evening, and we were seeing all Baltimore almost. At least a conservative 30 to 35% of all users were using the purple-black birds known as the Baltimore Ravens. Today, I mean, less than 10%, Ron, from my guesstimation.
Yeah, we've seen a couple games. It's been this day has pretty much been dominated by the San Francisco 49ers
and the KC
and
Chiefs.
the Kansas City Chiefs.
We've seen Chiefs versus Chiefs numerous occasions too today.
So I'm going to throw something out there here, okay? In the chat window, we've been asking you guys trivia questions as it's going along. If you have a trivia question for us, and you think you can stump the panel, okay? There's 3 of us here. Adam's kind of the brains behind the operation. John's the voice. I'm the face. Or is it John's the face and I'm the voice? I'm the voice of the angel.
I thought you were the voice of the angel.
For all intents and purposes, I had called that nickname about 4 or 5 years ago with Coach KJ. If you think you have a trivia question for us, okay? If you think you can name a university program that's playing college football and you think it can stump us, I'm telling you right now, there's 152 major colleges in the U.S. that play college football. I know, honestly, off the top of my head, about 120 of them. So if you think you got something for us,
including the Fighting Okras,
including the Delta State, which are now the Statesmen, but were the Fighting Okras. So if you think you've got something that you can stump us with, throw it up there. Let's see what you got.
And I also want to throw out another trivia question.
All right.
I feel like we're getting kind of later in the day. We're going to be so focused on the semifinals and the championship action. We may not get the opportunity to do as many of the questions later on in the day. So let's start getting into the nitty-gritties of it. In fact, Matt Snyder will know the answer to this one, or if he doesn't, he should be fired from his job. We asked the question earlier, what was the oldest still existing football trophy in North America that was originally presented in 1898? And answering correctly was Charlie Taggart, actually a Laurier University coaching staff member, if I'm not mistaken, that got the correct answer, which is the Yates Cup. The Yates Cup is presented every year here in Ontario to the university team that wins the Ontario Championship. They go on to either the Mitchell Bowl or UTEC Bowl, and from there you go on to the Vanier Cup for the national glory. So, which team has won the most Yates Cups, and how many have they won? So how many Yates Cups has this team won? The team that's won the most Yates Cups. And again, as Ron referred to earlier, the oldest still existing sports trophy, way older than the Grey Cup, makes the Grey Cup look like a pup, like it's in his 20 years old. And then as far as the Little Brown Jug, even older than the Little Brown Jug, which I believe is the oldest football trophy in the States.
I believe so, yes.
So that's the question, folks. Who's won the most Yates Cups and with how many? 5 additional raffle tickets going to be given out. And again, if you are living under a rock or maybe hard of hearing, Football Canada t-shirts, sweatpants, O-Pro mouth guards, Football Canada gift cards, Football Canada Nike backpacks, they're all on the line, as well as RKJX Communication gift cards for both, well, the PS4 and Xbox One consoles. And it looks like Xavier after, you know, like the little engine that could. When's the trivia? Where's the trivia? I need trivia. We gave you trivia, Xavier, and you came up in the clutch. You beat out Mr. Schmelly and Hitchstick as the Western Mustangs with 32 is the correct answer. So congratulations, Xavier. You currently got 10 additional ballots because he answered a question correctly yesterday.
That's correct.
And if I'm not mistaken, did he not? I think he answered the most Grey Cups in CFL history.
I believe that was correct, yeah.
Xavier got correct. And it was a trick question. People didn't get that right away. They thought it was the Argos with 17 in Grey Cup history.
Yeah.
Edmonton's won the most in CFL history with 11.
That is correct.
Fun times on the Ron and John trivia, and Xavier I'm not 100%, you know, memory does not serve me well here, Ron, but did Xavier not come away with some prizes, courtesy of the raffles that he got? We know Charlie Taggart got some prizes.
But Charlie Taggart won the Ontario's last
Right,
last
but we know
time around.
Nico Burrito Barber, who had like 25 ballots in the box, he got some prizes. That Schmelly kid somehow got a jersey. I seen that on social media. I mean, with a performance like that fourth quarter, how did he get a jersey? I don't understand.
I blame his mother.
I don't know. I
blame his father.
I was just gonna say.
I was gonna say, is this the one time you're not
100%.
defending Steph and I'm getting credit?
Oh no! I always give Stephanie credit. Let's call the spade a spade. You know, without Stephanie's permission, we ain't here.
This is true. We'd be out in a really sweaty garage right now. It's very humid in the.
Couldn't
Forest
imagine
City.
what Ron would look like out there.
Yeah,
It would be moist.
Yeah.
It would be,
I'd probably have to like
wet.
turn some of the white lights off to get that, so we wouldn't be just shining the beads of
The New
sweat off your
Brunswick
forehead.
native Chain Slayer completes the pass on this second and down. Cam Newton, his quarterback, has now thrown 2 touchdowns, 261 yards, and 1 interception. Ben Fontaine, 14 years of age, is now in the Mama's Hot Italian red zone with their delicious potato salad, might I add, today. Gives it to Christian McCaffrey, who is the definition of a human beast if you ever seen him in person. My God, the amount of muscle he's put on the last couple years. Cam Newton, protected in the pocket, throws it over the top, almost intercepted, deflected, and it is KC with a huge interception. Shot him up, gets it done. That's Christopher Varavakis, 24 years of age, out of Ontario, and that was a massive interception. He was down by 4. You figure there, if he gets a touchdown run, he's down by 2 possessions. Well, no, grabs the INT in the red zone for his opponent, and now he's back on the other cleat, so to speak. His ball's at the 19-yard line.
And as outside zone play out there, just getting to the edge. Good run on that play. I believe that was Williams on the carry.
So again, a 24-year-old from Ontario taking on a 14-year-old from New Brunswick, but it's currently the teenager from the east side of the house going, well, with the 4-point lead. Can he hang on to it, or does the 24-year-old Christopher have something up his sleeve? Well, he finds Tyreek Hill here. No, he doesn't. Hill comes up empty. Mahomes, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, over 100 yards thrown, 7 complete passes.
So there's one trivia question that was posted up there, and Matt Schneider...
Well, Schneider's teasing us, saying he's got some. Just spit it out then, Schneidi. And as far as the hit stick is concerned, when was the first college football game televised? Who was it? Your turn for some trivia. Love it, hit stick.
My gut reaction is it's Notre Dame is involved in it. It's back in the 50s.
Notre Dame 50s is your guesstimate?
I
You look like you're getting stumped here, Ronnie. Break out the fire extinguisher.
What came to mind was, there's Matt Schneider's.
But Schneider's one, and I got to say this, Matt, rewrite your question. His question is, Western has 32 Yates Cups. How many does Coach Marshall have? But Coach Marshall's won Yates Cups without Western. So do you mean in general, how many does Coach Marshall have? Or do you mean with Western, Matt? I'm not a fool. You're not going to trick me. Put the proper question down.
Answer the question about the first college football game broadcast.
You're going Notre Dame.
I'm going Notre Dame Army.
Ooh, Notre Dame Army.
And I'm going to say in the 50s, and I wouldn't know the year off the top of my head, so I'm going to say like 58 to 63 or something in there.
And I'll say the Michigan Wolverines, for whatever reason.
Okay.
And we'll go 63.
Okay.
Because I am just shooting in the wind at this point. By the way, Xavier Er's got another good one. And Matt Schneider totaled, in total, how many does Coach Marshall have? Oh! As we get our first
and
dose
as a player. Oh, okay.
Oh, and as a player. So you got to add everything up together.
That's interesting. We're gonna have to think about that one for a little bit.
Yeah, because you got to think back to his playing days too.
Yeah.
I'd imagine it's something like 13. I'm gonna throw that out there. 13 or 14. Why not?
He's got, I think, at least 2 as a player. 2, maybe 3.
By the way, your first taste of pass interference that we've seen granted in this entire tournament just took place on our screen. It gave an opportunity for the Texans to come back into this game down by 2 touchdowns in the final minute here of the third quarter.
And to Xavier the 2013 Iron Bowl was Auburn, Alabama. Alabama missed a field goal, and Auburn returned to the 109 yards for the touchdown.
With Cam Newton on the bench cheering
him on. I cannot recall the player off the top of my head.
It wasn't Hester, was it? He wasn't playing for Auburn.
No. Devin Hester was back in the early. He was with Peyton Manning. This is 2013, so this is only about 7 years ago. I cannot recall the player off the top of my head that returned it.
I remember the play, though, and
I remember
the announcer
play
with
vividly.
an amazing call.
Okay, yeah, like not Pat Summerall. You know the guy I'm talking about. Are you kidding me? That is unbelievable.
They're gonna win the game.
Yeah.
Auburn's gonna win the game. Okay, so is that your final guess? Yes, hit stick. Our final guesses are either Notre Dame versus Army in the 50s or
50s, 60s.
Michigan State in the early 60s. That'll be our guesses. He says, and kick stick for 2000.
So Charlie Davis, yep, Alabama.
And it was Chris Davis.
So yeah, I wouldn't have known that off the top of my head.
Well, it's funny though, because if you kind of replay that announced play in your head, you can remember him being like, Davis has a chance to return it. Davis to the outside. Davis clears it. Then he starts talking about Auburn's going to win the football game because essentially he was 40 yards to pay dirt with nobody near him.
So great question, hit stick. Like I said, I remember the play vividly. Off a 109-yard return off a missed field goal.
But you've mentioned this before, not the longest missed return field goal for a touchdown, though.
No. The longest return for a touchdown was Anthony Cromartie when he played for the Chargers against the Minnesota Vikings off a missed field goal. He jumped up, caught the ball just underneath the upright. It is technically returned 109.5 yards. At the end of the half, the Chargers end up scoring the touchdown and blowing out Minnesota in that game.
And for Matt Schneider, my final thing will be 13 with Western. And I feel like you had to have won a handful with McMath. 20 in total. 28 cups in total, but only like 13 with Western. That's my guesstimate. What's yours?
I'm going to go a little bit lower. I'm going to say about 18.
18 in total, though.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, we're still waiting on Hitstick. He's been teasing us. We want to know now. Now I got to know the answer to this question. What was the first televised college bowl game? Who was playing in it? That's what I want to know. And we also got to get Snyder to get back to us with the right answer about how many Yates Cups Coach Marshall has pulled away in total. And again, in total, because he's won a lot with Western, but he's also a lot. Oh!
Matt Snyder Hey, there you go. Johnny Urban, 20 in total. 1939 Foreman University.
So we were both way off. I mean, you were closer Price is Right rules than I was, Ron. But
yeah, but we were both still over, so we're both out.
Oh, yeah, I should have guessed the 20s. September 30th, 1939. Fordham versus Waynesburg College on TV. W2XBS television first televised a college football game of all time. That is awfully cool. I love that, Hit Stick. And that's some of the trivia that we love the people throwing back on us, too.
Yeah, so, like, again, if you've got a trivia question, you know, please throw it out there as much as you can. Like, we love reading the comments. It's a way of keeping everybody engaged.
I just want to give a tip of the hat here to the Cowboy coach. He's losing 50-0. If you recall, Ron Forward, at 29-0, you can mercy at any point. Simply put your controller down and stop the game, and it's a 29-0 default win for your opponent. Well, this guy's decided to play it out to the very end, and to be honest with you, love it. Down 50-0 with 10 seconds left, still trying to get the offensive points on the board.
Shout out to my buddy Blake Cullinson, older brother of the Bubble Boy, Carl Cullinson. Hey Ron, big fan. Blake, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Matt Baptiste, by the way, just 15 years of age, out of Ontario with a truculent performance. 50-0 over his opponent. An unbelievable performance put out by the Ontario native, Matt Baptiste. As, again, 50-0. I think that's the biggest shellacking so far of Day 2's competition. Better luck next time for the Cowboys, coach. Again, what I respect, though, Ron, is he could have quit that game a long time ago, but the Albertan native, at 44 years of age, rides on his horse into the sunset like a true cowboy should. Ronnie, quit checking all your fans on social media and all the DMs you get from the ladies.
He's getting scared by those new subscribers
I know.
we're getting.
What are we at, Adam?
Do we know how many subscribers we're at?
Great question. I can check that right now. I just switched you guys over also to Mud Puddle 19.
Yeah,
and
somebody's stomping on Mud Puddle in them right now. It's 21-0 early in the second quarter here, Ron, and that's Gembot 1988 doing the damage so far in this particular game. That's a Saskatchewan native, Jeremy Engel, 31 years of age. I'm noticing, Saskatchewan are back-to-back Football Canada champions on the gridiron. As this tournament continues and the better games start to show up, I'm noticing more and more products of Saskatchewan remaining in this tournament. Can they just dominate on and off the field in video game and reality football?
It's quite possible. These are. I'm telling you.
Break out this fire extinguisher, Adam. We got a fire over here.
There is.
I gotta get a background that's just like flames. Quick update. We're at 736, so we're up another 10. And if there's 39 million people in here in Canada, and currently there's like 1,200 people watching this, I'm assuming my math carry the 5. There's just under 500 people watching right now that are potentially not subscribers. So.
Potentially. So if you are one of those people watching us on this YouTube channel, please do us a favor. Hit the subscribe button located just below the screen that you're watching right now. We have over 700 subscribers to Junior Mustangs TV. Proudly presented the CJFL semifinals last year. High school football, including the TVDSB and WASA championship games, London Junior Mustangs action, OPFL and OFL championship games. But once they locked Ron and John inside, we decided, hey, let's go to the video game variety.
What else do you want to do? It's kind of a rainy, gloomy day here in southwestern Ontario.
A well-welcomed rainy day.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm sure there's parts I have friends in BC that have complained that their whole summer has been rain. And that's a good thing, because normally they have hot summers that can lead to forest fires and a whole bunch of bad things. In Ontario, though, we've been a dry desert for about 60 days. We finally have got the wet stuff.
Yeah, and again, we got some last night. It teased it a little bit a couple times this week, a little showers here and there. But last night and in today, we got some steady rain. So, will be nice to see some of that brown turn to green again
Jackson
over the next week or so.
Trafford has a question, although I'm going to ask Jackson Trafford to make this question a little more specific because it's pretty open-ended. Who's the most winningest team of all time? Now, I know, again, is he talking about NFL? Is he talking about CFL? Is he talking about hockey? Is he talking about basketball? What are you... Jackson, come on, buddy. Help us out. What are you talking about here?
So, also...
Ron, who is the best color?
Blue.
Well, first of all, wrong. But second of all, it's a generic question that's too generic to answer.
Vanilla.
Yeah. So, throw this out here. I got a couple bag full of jerseys. If there's any requests, you want to see a hockey jersey, football jersey, NCAA,
beach volleyball jersey. I think you
do
brought.
not have the beach volleyball jersey.
No, that's just the bottoms that you can't see.
That was just a random thong.
That's
Okay.
that's a thought nobody wants. CFL,
the most winningest CFL team. Now I'm going to say the Toronto Argonauts because they've won the most Grey Cups in Grey Cup history with 17.
Yeah. And then I'm going to go with Edmonton.
Because they've won the most Grey Cups in CFL history with 11.
It's either Toronto or it's Edmonton.
Matt Snyder, by the way, wants your best college football jersey in the bag.
My best or what the people are going to think are the best?
Oh, that's a trickery.
Because, okay, I got a jersey in mind for Coach Snyder coming up. And I'm going to slip off. I'm going to slip into the back here and... change it up.
We do, though, Ronnie. Hold your damn horse. At the bottom of the hour, we're going to have the coach's corner anyway with everybody. So I would suggest that's when you can switch up the repertoire if you really need to.
Oh, come on. Throw me a bone.
If someone loses the first game in round 5, are they out or they keep going to the loser's brackets? Xavier, simply put, have you lost 1 or 2 games? If you've lost 2, your champion chances are poo, my friend. But if you've lost 1... then you're not done. And we're going to rhyme everything from now on there, Adam. That's how this is going to go. It is 21-0, soon to be 24-0 after this chip shot that seems to have frozen. Anybody else seen this glitch on my screen? As it was Gembot 1988, eventually snaps it and makes it, but his field goal meter had already been for about 20 seconds filled in. That was interesting.
Yeah, it could be a lag going on there. Don't really know. Coach Snyder, I do have my jersey on my lap. I'm ready to go whenever you want.
As again, we got Mud Puddle, I should say, trailing 24-0. Now he has 27 seconds left, 3 timeouts. Do you have to score here before halftime in order to have a chance in this game still?
It depends if you get the possession at half or not. Because if you can get if you get possession at half and you can come away with 2 touchdowns on that, that's a potentially a 14-point swing. It's important to get points here. It's really important to get something going.
Almost intercepted, and if that ball was picked off, there was nothing but open real estate to the end zone in front of the defender.
Yeah, but Lamar's 2 of 6 in this game for 16 yards passing.
By the way, Toronto is the answer, supposedly, according to Jackson Trafford. So I was right, you were wrong.
Even a broken clock gets it right twice in a day.
Sometimes.
There we go.
Sometimes. As this will be the 2020 Madden Canada Cup Day 2 festivities continuing here on Junior Mustangs TV, courtesy of Football Canada and Air Jacks Communications. A big thank you goes out to our producer in Adam Melrose for making all the video and audio technical possible.
Oh,
as Mud Puddle has a chance. He's going to have to take a timeout here, but the door of opportunity has to get some points on the board before the halftime break.
Dude, call your timeout. Call your timeout right now. You're going to have a 10-second runoff here.
13 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, he must have called his timeout.
Yeah,
okay.
The timeout was called right away when the guy caught the ball at the 29-yard line.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
I'd imagine you target Brown, as KJ was alluding to it in one of our last coach's corners. It's the fastest receiver out there. Instead, he has to hastily throw it to Andrews and call a timeout. 9 seconds now remains wrong.
Yeah, again, but it's important to get some type of points. If 9 seconds left, I take one shot at the end zone here. If not, line up and get the field goal.
And again, guys, just a reminder that we do appreciate the comments on the YouTube channel regarding people that may not be playing as fairly as they can. But if you recall hearing from the Commissioner, KJ Kennedy, earlier, there are already a list of names of sanctioned players. So trust me, some players have already not only been warned, but they're on the sanction list, essentially. And if repeat offenders happen, I mean, you're going to eventually cost yourself a chance at $500, even $100 of a gift bag, or of a gift certificate if you're a finalist or a third place participant, Ron. In fact, technically $200 on the line for the finalists, because you get $100 plus the gift card.
Yeah, and that's, again, thank you to all of our sponsors.
Including Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches.
Especially Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches, who, although they're not providing prizes, they are keeping us going.
They've provided us prizes.
Trust me, we're winning in this.
And by the way, our producer's done a great job. If you're watching us on the YouTube stream right now, you're not only getting the great dual vision of both great games going on right now, tons of KC to one side of your screen and some San Fran Baltimore to your other, but at the top left corner, you actually see that email, airkjaxregister@gmail.com. Guys, if you do have any issues, that's the place you should be emailing immediately. And essentially, if you feel like the email isn't getting back to you soon enough, call. Pause the game. Talk to your opponent first, because like we've been referring to, this is a tournament that's essentially been built for everybody. And Ron, you and I know this better than anybody. When there's money on the line, people tend to get a little nitty-gritty about it. And it's a video game after all. This isn't real football. So there are little tactics that every video game gives it, whether it's hockey, basketball, shooting games, you name it, that it's not real life yet. So there are little things you can trick and trade around the game to cheat, essentially. And when I say cheat, it's not cheating because the video game is allowing you to do it, but it's something that would be impossible in real life to replicate. So what we're trying to do, essentially, guys, is iron that out. Play football to the best ability of how you would play normal football. Don't call the same blitzes over and over again. Don't call the same offensive plays over again. And if you remember, you're supposed to be 3 at the quarterback at all times, too. So contain only equals 2. You got to send that third guy in there. And we understand, especially Ron, once we get down to the semifinals, I mean, we understand that, there's something on the line here, and you don't want to walk away empty-handed. But you got to play fair, you got to play respectful, and you got to play by the rules, guys. And simply put, don't worry so much about your opponent and what they're doing. Worry about what you're doing. But if you feel like they're habitually breaking the rules, call the timeout, talk to them first. If that doesn't work, contact airkjaxregister at that Gmail, or call them and let them know about your situation.
Big play down the sidelines there to Andrews.
And Mud Puddle needs this. He had to settle for that field goal, if you recall, when I said, hey, man, he kind of needs a touchdown here before the halftime break. He's still down by 21. And that, like you mentioned, a massive completion to Andrews, because now he still has a chance to get into the end zone here, knocking on the Mama's Hot Italian red zone. Jackson on the halfback screen to Hill. Hill, though, can't follow the block. This came to the left side. He'll be swallowed up. Jackson, 7 of 11, 108 yards, 1 interception. No touchdowns in this game, though, for Baltimore.
No touchdowns in the game, so again, you got to get you need to score fairly quickly now, because now
this is James Archer, by the way, a 19-year-old from Ontario. James Archer fires it over to the right side, finds Roberts, gets out of bounds before the first down marker, brings up a 3rd and 2 here.
3rd and 2. Let's see what he's got. I'd look for one of the tight ends.
Jeremy Engel is the man winning this game right now by 21 points out of Saskatchewan, 31 years of age. He's going to have some good defense here, though, on this 3rd and 2. They're going to hand it off to Hill. Hill finds a gap, goes towards the end zone, 14-yard strike, and Baltimore gets their first touchdown of this game. And that's going to feel good for James Archer, the 19-year-old from Ontario, finally getting on the board with a major.
I'm sorry, I'm just reading a couple of the comments.
Well, Snyder's giving me the props for the Votto jersey earlier. I did not know he was a Cincinnati Reds fan. By the way, great American ballpark. Sneakily, one of my favorite ballparks I've ever been to.
You ever been to Camden?
Have not been to Camden in Baltimore yet. No.
Camden's supposed to be spectacular. I've not been there. I'm an Orioles fan myself, Johnny.
We got to go when they open up all the borders again. Then,
that won't be this year.
Mm-hmm.
Knock on wood. I am not crossing the border.
No,
I am not going into that hot mess down south.
The only thing I'll say about this, and I don't want to get any political on this because this is a sports stream, 2 different healthcare systems, 2 different completely approaches. And yeah, you're seeing the numbers explode on one side and flatten on the other. But the one thing I will say is that when you have a healthcare system based around making this, instead of making people feel better, blowing up numbers sure does help when you're trying to make this at the end of the day instead of making human beings feel good. So that's my only spot on that, whereas you truly are seeing what our democracy and our healthcare has given us, and that's comfort, safety, security, and a flattening curve, which I appreciate. By the way, one thing I just want to say, Ron, one thing we haven't got to do yesterday, and we haven't, thank you, essential workers, for everything you do.
Absolutely.
And that doesn't just go from the ones we already, were high-ranking and caring about, like the doctors and the nurses, but this society has really been exposed to the people that we constantly overlooked. Garbage collectors, bus drivers, service people, people in the restaurant industries, truck drivers, you name it. The list goes on of people that you normally wouldn't have blinked twice at compared to a doctor or a nurse. And now you're realizing, wait a minute, they're just as vital to my day-to-day existence. So thank you guys so much.
Big shout out to the essential services workers, all of you out there. Canada Strong, Canadian Pride, I'll just kind of close this little caveat with this thought. For me, one of the greatest TV shows of all time is Breaking Bad. If you've not seen it, highly recommended. Breaking Bad does never happen if it's Canada.
That's true, because he gets health care and his family is provided for.
That's right.
That's true. So you're saying we shouldn't have good health care, we'd have better television here?
Well, when you go, hey, Canadians, what's the number one Canadian TV show of all time? They go Hockey Night in Canada, number 2, followed by the Beachcombers. It's not really high pecking orders when you're
more of a Littlest Hobo fan myself, Ron. If we're talking about the Canadian content,
that's not bad. Let's go with the hilarious House of Frankenstein.
What's your favorite Canadian show of all time, Mr. Melrose, our producer?
If he goes Trailer Park Boys,
that's a good one, though.
That's a great one.
Degrassi Junior High, for sure.
The original.
The original, yeah.
The original.
100%.
Were you on it, Meller?
What's that?
Were you in it?
No. I did get to spend a summer with Stephanie K, which was pretty cool. So it was little memories coming
Every
out there.
YTV dream.
Exactly.
Going down yesteryear here during the 2020 Madden Canada Cup presented by Football Canada and Ajax Communications. I want to give a big thank you to the London Junior Mustangs football program that helped us take this endeavor off the ground. That is Junior Mustangs TV, as well as Brenda at Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches. She's in London, Ontario, so I know for about 98% of people watching this go, well, why would that affect me? If you are ever in London, Ontario, the Forest City, do yourself a favor, whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, go to Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches. Quality food at an affordable price. You can't go wrong.
Highly, if you're ever in London, highly, highly, highly recommend the chicken parm sandwich. Phenomenal.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of the potato salad that we got some of today.
Oh, absolutely. That is fresh, homemade potato salad. Just an amazing job. Amazing food. Great business, great organization.
Mama knows best. As Xavier asking a couple questions here, I'd like to hear the full prizes out of their jerseys in this raffle. Unfortunately, Xavier, no NFL jerseys in this particular tournament. I know that in our first tournament, we gave away 4 jerseys. The second tournament, I think we gave almost 20 jerseys away. Xavier, the prizes for the raffles go as following, good sir. Football Canada is giving away things like gift cards and $20 of value that you can use towards footballcanada.ca. Football Canada Nike backpacks with an estimated value of $89. Football Canada swag like t-shirts, sweatpants, and O-Pro mouth guards will also be given away during the raffles. And Ajax Communications and the London Junior Mustangs have pitched in $100 gift card for the PlayStation 4 network and $100 gift card for the Xbox One network. And those are the raffle prizes. The raffles will be announced in the middle of the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One championship games later on this evening on your Saturday. And as far as the grand prizes, the creme de la creme run. $500 given away to your national champion on the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 side. They're also going to go walk away with one of those fancy Football Canada Nike backpacks. The Xbox One and PlayStation 4 national finalists that got to the final dance get $100 plus a $100 gift card, so technically $200 in your back pocket. And we're even giving away prizes to the third place finishers. So again, a big thank you to Air KJX Communications, Football Canada, London Junior Mustangs, and Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches for making this all possible. We're at the bottom half of the hour here, folks, so as Ron changes up his regalia, and I don't know if he's sticking with the Chargers team or going to college football, Ron.
We're going to college football.
We're going to the college side. We'll send things over to our producer, Adam Melrose.
All right, thanks, John and Ron. We're going to bring it over to the coach, KJ Kenemy, and our commissioner and coach Matt Snyder as we head back into Coach's Corner. I think we may have lost Coach Glenn Mills. I know he was having some audio issues last time we were jumped on, but we've got two of our trio right now. So I'm going to find us another game to play here. And I know, KJ, you had a question you wanted to lead out with, so I'll let you take point while I get another game on the screen.
We're going to cover some NCAA 2014 in a minute here. Matt was just kind of taking me through it all. Some interesting conversation. I haven't played that game in many years. You have to have a PS3 or Xbox 360 to play. But the cover athlete, Madden 21, in the background there, Matt, they were talking about the greatest Madden players, and I know they've gone back and forth. I think Randy Moss was your guy, and I think a couple guys have said Michael Vick, and I said this year, if you add Patrick Mahomes to the mix, he'd probably equal to that. But what do you think is going to be in store for Madden 21 with this guy on the cover?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of his. We went through a big thing when this started where we got access through Western to the game film from Baltimore. So we were watching a bunch of their, and I like the actual game film. And I like a lot of the stuff they run. If I bought Madden 21, I think I'd probably have to pull some of the stuff out of their playbook. I don't know if I would use them necessarily. It's pretty hard to get me away from my Lions when I'm playing the video games, but I don't know if Matt Stafford's really made for running the zone reads and the veer stuff, but yeah, he's a stud. I watched him in college. I don't actually watch a ton of NFL outside of the Lions, but I watch basically any college football game on, I'll watch it. And he was like amazing in college. So I'm a huge fan of his. Mahomes, I watched a lot of Texas Tech, so I remember watching him. I actually watched the game like a week ago when Mahomes was like I think a sophomore, with Mahomes against Baker Mayfield, and they're in college, like a Big 12 shootout. It was awesome. So big fan of Jackson, big fan of Mahomes. Love their play in college, and excited to see how they are. I mean,
with the game of Madden and NCAA, you were talking just recently or just earlier about when we were off air about the option. You know, why is the game changed? Like, it almost seems like it's going back to a simpler formula, and yet these guys, Mahomes and Jackson, are so invaluable because back in the day, there's always drop back quarterbacks, but now, you know, you see the game has changed in the real life and obviously in the video game world, it's starting to, but it can set up for some, you know, pretty glitchy type things, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, obviously there's always glitches in the game. I play NCAA a ton. There's a couple glitches. There's plays that you can run that you're pretty sure you're going to get completion. So I think a lot of the real-time gamers, when you're playing your offline dynasty, kind of take those away. To answer your question, like I remember playing Madden like 94, 95 when video games first started coming out, and it was like just a lot of passing. The whole game was based on passing. The run games were pretty sophisticated. You'd run like a run play, and basically all five linemen would just go in the same direction. I think that the thing that's crazy for me is even going through like the NCAA dynasty, like me and Steve, we bought like NCAA 04, 05, 06, all the way through every year. And there would always just be like little upgrades. So you're basically buying the game for like that little 5% difference is the run game. And from what I've seen on Madden 21, just like every year the run game gets better. And I think when you can run the football in a video game like accurately, it makes it more realistic, because if you're just sitting back and throwing the football, it's fun to do, and some people will do that. But if you want to play like a realistic experience playing video games, you got to be able to run the ball and then like play action. You got to have like guys, when you play action, linebackers have to like react to the run action. So I think when people play video games, you got to have like, there's two types of people that play video games. There's guys that play to win. They just want to win the game. Or there's people that say, I want to play this for like a realistic, like I want this to feel like football. And if that's what you are, that's the kind of guy I am. you want to be able to like run the ball. You want to be able to like throw screens in situations where screens would be appropriate. So that's what I see as the difference in the game going forward. And you, I know you're a big Madden guy. I'm sure you could attest to that. Just being able to run the football. I remember seeing a preview on YouTube, and they were running duo, and I was like, oh yeah, duo, so that's amazing run play. It's something we've been running when I've been coaching for a long time. And the fact that it's in a video game now, like that's where I would see the biggest improvements are in the game, is just the ability to run the ball and that type of stuff. So
yeah, and we were talking, John was talking earlier about guys using custom playbooks. You know, the great thing about custom playbooks is that you can design your offense, and it's that don't allow it. And it frustrates me because they go, well, then you're going to put all the glitch plays in there. And I'm like, well, at the end of the day, you can only run one play at a time. Yeah. And so, you know, if you can stop the glitch plays, but the custom playbook allows guys like you and I, that's where you get guys like, we're not very good at the game, but the custom playbook allows us to be who we are.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to do another interview a little bit later with Coach Snyder, Steve Snyder, the head coach at Queens. And one of the things he talks about is, you know, playing video games. We you know, obviously we grew up together. Playing video games is really one of the things that helped us learn football, because you can learn the game while you're also playing. So you're not just playing for fun. You're kind of, if you're a football player, if you're a young guy that's a football player, playing the video games can be a tool for you to help learn things like coverages and route concepts and things that work together. So there's a great part of that. The one, I think I'll go back to kind of say something. When we grew up, we played NCAA. I know a lot of guys played Madden. We were really in NCAA. The big thing for us, the thing that really kind of drew us was the option plays. Like, we were huge option fans when we were growing up, and you didn't have the option in Madden. And I think when they started to introduce, like, as the option game started to come in the NFL, obviously Madden kind of replicates what's happening in real life. So they started adding in these option plays. And now all of a sudden, like, the game is amazing. I think I have to buy the next Madden game just because I got to play this. Like, I haven't played it in so long, but the advancements in it are amazing, and the versatility of the offenses. And that's what I like about college football. And you're starting to see more in the NFL. It's like, you'll see like a spread team who's throwing the ball versus a spread team that's running. You'll see like a triple option team versus like a pro style team. And I think when Madden started to incorporate that, get them more versatility, it just becomes like this amazing game to play. So,
and video games have come to a place where you have these things called ultimate teams. So you could be the Detroit Lions and have Lamar Jackson on your team. And what they do now, and I think it's interesting because they've moved away. And I know there's a big issue with 21 when it came out. There was a demo that came out last weekend. I was actually fortunate enough to get it and play the game. And it's a very similar, a little bit better control. Obviously, Lamar Jackson, the cover athlete. But I'll tell you, the Ultimate Team has taken off. And it's those big money tournaments. And some of the guys in our tournament here have played in those tournaments. The Ultimate Team is a new way. You have a salary cap, and then you're able to build your own team, not only your own playbook. And so it's interesting how that's kind of taken for. So if you do get the new game, I think that might interest you because you'll have the Lions, but you could use Lamar Jackson at quarterback.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of like building kind of like your dynasties, or I don't know what the term is they use in Madden, like the franchise mode, where you basically take it. And I think everybody kind of has the same approach. Like, let's take the worst team in the game and make them eventually the national champions. I heard something funny about the Madden, like national Madden championship, where the guy that won it basically drafted a punter as his quarterback because he ran the ball every play. So he just put all his money into the O-line, drafted a punter who was just handing the ball off. So it's kind of like those things, which are like way over my head in terms of like, how do you actually play? I'm sure if I played Madden right now, I would just get destroyed. I actually just played a game of NCAA. I was telling you before we went on air with my dynasty, where I just got thumped by Boise State 48-10 as Wyoming. And I mean, like, I've adjusted the sliders a little bit, but this game is so realistic now that we're at Wyoming. They were like 2-10 the year before I took over. We're just getting destroyed. So it's pretty realistic. I mean, it's pretty realistic in terms of like, I'm getting pretty frustrated when we're playing. I had to turn the game off before it came online because I was getting pretty heated. But yeah, like the games are amazing. It's so realistic. I just think back to like the first time we played Madden and NCAA, like how kind of like glitchy and like, you know, static it was, and now it's just like you're basically watching a football game online. So it's awesome. I wish I had the Madden 21.
And going back to your point about the guy that won the Madden championship, so what he did was that punter, when he handed the ball off left, his animation was faster than a regular quarterback. He had a quarterback that would hand it off right, but because when he handed it off to the left, it was the animation was quicker and allowed for the dive stretch glitch, which has been the Madden 20 kind of meta, as well as the bunch flip, and you flip everything over. So anyways, that's why he did it, and that's what won him the tournament. I think, though, in gaming and going forward in esports, you like to see the balance. And that's why in our tournament, Matt, we've had all these rules. And we've heard you talking about it. You know, we want guys to mix their play. We don't want guys just running dive and stretch. Although that is the way, you know, of the meta, as they call it. We try to promote more football, like you said, because we want to see a little bit of passing, a little bit of running, one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm a big guy. Like, I kind of change the playbook every time I move a team when I'm playing my dynasty, just because you want to experience it. After a while, you start to figure out, like, hey, if I run this play, I could probably throw this route open. So I think it just adds to the fun of it. You want to, like, you're playing the game for fun too. I mean, especially if you're playing like an offline dynasty, you're playing the game to kind of entertain yourself. So if it's not challenging, really, what's the fun of that? Anybody can win the Super Bowl or the national championship 12 years in a row, but like that's never happened before. So I guess you just got to ask yourself, what are you trying to get out of this game? But I mean, the game is awesome. It's a great thing to play. The thing I've never really got into that I'm super curious about, and kind of why I've been following, is like the playing online versus like your buddies or guys around the world. So you're starting to, like, the whole online dynasty is something that I've never done before. But the more I hear about it, the more I think, like, wow, this is kind of where the game's going. It's a great way to get people connected in football. I still think it's, I mean, I obviously love being on the field. I think everybody agrees we all want to be on the field, but this is a great way to kind of fill the void of football. And it's just anything you can do that's football related to me is a good thing for our game. So I'm pumped about watching the tournament. It's been awesome to watch. And some of these kids are amazing at this game. Like, some of these guys would take me to school. So.
Yeah, where it gets interesting too, Matt, is you know, to your point of playing online, is you might play against like your buddies here in London and be like, I'm pretty good at this, and then you go on and just play like a random game against somebody in the world and get just absolutely trucked by them, and it's just like, okay, so I'm not that great, but you can beat all your friends here. So
You
it's
just got killed by some 12-year-old kid in California.
Oh,
who
yeah,
pumped you by 60 points. Like,
yeah,
it's like,
and it's humbling. Yeah, it's like, you know, I felt pretty good about myself a few times. I'm like, I gotta take this, you know, I'm gonna go play a rando, and then just got absolutely pummeled. And yeah, it is
Well,
fun. Opens.
the great thing about franchise, guys, I just want to get this in because we do have franchises. Junior Mustangs TV runs some franchise leagues. If you guys are ever interested, hit us up. KJack027 is my gamer tag. And what we do there, we actually have leagues with rules. So we have, you know, you have to do this. You have to run the ball a certain amount of times. You got to throw the ball a certain amount of times. But there's some really good players, and it's fun. Like you said, Matt, that's what keeps me going in this time of, you know, unprecedented time. I love being able to just, you know, get in and play in a franchise league with people that I know. And of course, like you said, the random games, you don't see KJ Kenemy in there because I will not be able to handle getting pumped by some 12.
There's so many things about video gaming. Like, talking to some of the coaches in the last couple of days, like, one of the questions I asked guys when we went through our rapid fire section was, and I'll kind of tell you a quick story to wrap it up. Like, so ever since this lockdown started, like I said, I fired up the PlayStation. I hadn't played probably PlayStation. I got a PlayStation 3. I hadn't played it in like probably 4 years. So I fired it up, and I had this NCAA dynasty that I had like started like 3 games. I was the offensive coordinator at Idaho. So I started playing this dynasty every night, and you know, every night I go down, play a couple games, and then I woke up one morning. I'm like, man, my hips and my knees are really sore. Like, what is going on with my back and my knees? And I realized about a month in, it's because I've been sitting playing this game like so hunched forward for like a month straight. Just so I asked these guys the question, like, when the chips are down, like, how are you sitting? Because I realized, like, I never play the video game leaning back. I'm always just like, even if I start leaning back, as soon as it's like 3rd and 10, I'm just like up here, like looking forward. So everybody in the world, when you play a video game, you got to think about this. As soon as you get into a tough spot in the game, you're just like hunched forward, getting close to the screen. So my knees were sore, my hips were sore, my back was sore from sitting like that for like 2 or 3 hours at a time every night. So I talked to like Coach Bouchard, Coach Hopkins, we're gonna talk to Coach Snyder as well. Just like, you asked the question, when the chips are down in your Madden game, like, how are you sitting? I guarantee you're always just like sitting forward.
Yeah.
And think about like so it's funny, like, it's such a great thing, like sports, like you could take all these people from all over the world, all different backgrounds, and it all comes down to like kind of the same stuff. And everybody's sitting forward when they're playing. Everybody's like got the TV on, you know, like the more important the game, the louder the volume is in my basement. So I love it. It's a great experience. I think it's been awesome to watch people kind of get together with football. I always want to give a shout out to all you guys for running this. I watch a lot of your production stuff, and you guys do a great job with it. So I just want to encourage all the guys playing in the tournament, if you're watching the stream, like, take a few minutes and just type in the comments, like, thanks to all the guys hosting the tournament. Hopefully we can get over 800 subscribers so I can see Ronnie get his head shaved. I'm super pumped for that. Just want to give a shout out to Johnny for wearing the red stuff. I'm a huge Reds fan myself. Actually, we went down to Great American Ballpark a couple years ago and then watched the Bengals practice. So amazing ballpark. So just want to give John a shout out for that. And he's always sporting some awesome sports
So Matt, are you good for 4:30 today? Or are you? I know you probably got some stuff going on.
Yeah, I'll have to check it. I'm trying to get out to get a golf game, and if I can get this game done with Boise State, and I got
We've got one more interview with you, and then I've got Steve Samara coming on at 8:30. Adam with Aaron Giesler. So hopefully we can get Matt maybe once, maybe twice more. If not, Matt, try to join us at the end. Watch the games later on tonight, and maybe we'll get you on the roundtable at the end.
Awesome. Well, good luck to everybody playing the tournament. Thanks a lot for you guys hosting it. Pleasure. I'm so pumped that you guys have me on here. So thanks a lot and good luck for everything going forward.
Thank you, Coach.
Well, Matt, just so you know, you buy a PS. You have a PS4?
Yeah. No, I don't. I gotta buy one. One more thing on the list of stuff to buy.
And you get Madden 21. You get to take it over to PS5. So because you've helped us out here, Matt, we're buying you Madden 21 for whatever console.
Oh my God.
You let us know. And thank you so much for all your help.
I'm never gonna leave my basement now. Oh my God.
All right. Well, you let us know what console.
All right. Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, guys.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Nice. Good job. There it is. Go. Keep him in. That's the way to accelerate.
I can't hear you. What's the difference between a good defense and a great defense?
What does it take to become elite? It takes more than dedication, focus, and hard work. It takes an elite-level training program. Customized, sport-specific, online. Your perfect workout every time. That's Vault Athletics.
Coach Ron, looks like you lost your partner in crime. I know we were on a quick little break here, so I'm assuming we'll have maybe Johnny. Is he tied up in his jersey change somewhere? I think he's got jerseyed himself somewhere in the basement here.
Yeah, I think he's jerseying himself right now. We'll go with that. What we're seeing here though is a really tight game between San Francisco and San Francisco. We got QC player QC, and I missed who the other player was. So
looks like Wavy Jaws who he's playing against, and then the left side of the screen for everybody watching at home, we've got Chained Slayer, KC Chiefs playing Donkey Teeth 90, another KC Baltimore matchup, which we haven't seen any of that so far today. But this one on the right here between QC player QC and Wavy Jaw has been pretty just back and forth.
Yeah, it's been a really good back and forth matchup. And for me, jersey change time. Adam, for Coach Schneider out there, I am rocking my Texas A&M Aggies jersey. As Johnny Urban's gonna be coming back in the fold with us any second now. The original home of the 12th man, with not cheerleaders, spirit leaders.
What's the difference?
The spirit leaders are all male.
Oh. And now male cheerleaders are becoming a thing now in the NFL and pro scenes.
Yeah, and it's becoming more and more of a vogue thing, but they have a criteria, Texas A&M, home of the Aggies. So Matt wanted one of my college jerseys out there, so there you go.
And he got it for you there. So thank you to everybody participating here today in day 2 of the 2020 Madden Canada Cup, again presented by Football Canada. And, of course, Eric Ajax Communications. In this game, though, a battle of the San Fran teams, Ron. And it's come down to the nitty-gritty. It's the deciding factor of one touchdown with 3:11 left in the game.
Yeah, it's been a really back-and-forth game. Both the teams are moving the ball up against the field. It's each other. John, it was jersey change time for you. What are you sporting right now?
I am rocking the original Winnipeg Jets jersey in honor of one of our Manitoba participants, Scott Sisson, who is Jets fan. Scott, as soon as he said that, I was like, oh, he's a Jets fan. I'm thinking New York Jets, right? Well, Manitoba native. He likes them Winnipeggers, and I agree with him. A pretty good hockey team, and hopefully, if the hockey gets back to going, it looks like they're going to play Calgary in the extended playoffs. But man, oh man, Ron, what is going on? It is a 66-yard scamper to pay dirt. I mean, the bar keeps getting raised higher and higher as far as the quality of these games is concerned. Now, a crucial PAT coming up here.
I don't think we've seen an extra point missed in this tournament, John. And that was something that we saw a few times in the last tournament that we did.
That's right. And it came back to cost some guys, too.
It came back. It was a defining factor a couple times.
So once again, you have Quebec player, 25 years of age, in Louis-Jean Guimont. And Louis-Jean Guimont is now taking on Wavy Jaw. I'm just trying to look down on my sheet who Mr. Wavy Jaw is there. Ron, take me through this play.
Again, just almost a fumble on it as we hit the 2-minute warning. 28's all. San Francisco. I love the all black San Francisco unis, though. It's probably my favorite look in Madden. Very classic, very clean looking.
I've been seeing a ton of them here today, too.
Yeah. You know that's it. I know it's the red and the gold as the classic 49er look, but I really like that alternative all black color rush jersey.
Just trying to figure out on my sheet. I can't seem to find him, though, there, as far as Wavy Jean. Who the heck is Wavy Jean? Well, regardless, it is the Quebec native, though, in Louis-Jean Guimont, trying to, well, stave it off and pull out the victory here.
So let's see what he can do here. Like, again, it's been a really back-and-forth game. Pretty much touchdown for touchdown. And let's see what the Quebec native can do. Big rush there. Forces a turnover.
So Sherman with the INT, and Sherman's got real estate the other way. Ron gets back to his opponent's 18-yard line.
Huge play. Big rush. You saw it coming. Forces the ball. Good defense on the back end there. Sherman with the pick. Actually, good stop to not have Sherman score there.
And what do you do here? I would imagine you run the ball and force your opponent to use all of their timeouts. And if you're your opponent, do you allow them just to score a touchdown? Very wise decision.
As we can see, Moster's had a monster game with 7 rushes for 185 yards and 3 touchdowns in this game.
I loved how there was a little high IQ football there, though, knowing that if he scores a touchdown, just opens up the door of opportunity for his opponent to tie the game up with all 3 timeouts remaining. Instead, he gets the first down and immediately collapses to the ground and goes, well, you know what? They're going to make you earn this one.
Yeah, well, that was smart. Smart football there. So we see we've switched over to the Baltimore-Kansas City game, John.
Chained Slayer is out on the turf right now, and he's taking on Donkey Teeth 90. We've heard from Donkey Teeth a couple times in this tournament.
I'll flip you guys back over to that. Was it Barry Got a Clip QC that you were watching?
Yeah, it was QC player QC. Louis-Jean Guimont, 25 years of age, taking on Wavy Jaw.
Okay.
But we didn't know who Wavy Jaw was, unfortunately.
It might be Barry Got a Clip.
Okay.
There other because it was the 28-28.
Oh, okay, so that
it was.
That would be the Durham Dolphin then. Elijah Trench, 15 years of age, from Ontario, taking on the Quebecer in Louis. So Louis-Jean Guimont. As we switch over this time, oh, that makes more sense. So now we're watching this from the Barry Got a Clip perspective. He would be the team in black then, correct, Ron?
I believe so, yeah. Well, it's got the black San Francisco up top there, so I'm going to assume so.
Yeah, so I believe our detective skills have unearthed that Wavy Jaw is Barry Got a Clip.
Wonderful. And that is Elijah Trench, as I mentioned, a Durham Dolphin at the ripe age of 15 years of old.
He was in our last tournament too, John.
I believe so, and had a pretty healthy showing.
Yeah.
33 seconds left in this game. We're all tied up at 28 all. It's a run up the middle to Coleman. Coleman goes into the end zone. Touchdown, San Fran. Here's the thing, though, Ron. 31 seconds remain. Still some timeouts in the bag.
Well, one timeout left for Barry's Got a Clip, and all 3 timeouts. No, actually, Barry's Got a Clip has got I think Barry Got a Clip
is just up 1 touchdown.
Yeah, it just went up to 1 touchdown. So
it's now behind the 8 ball, so to speak, on this next drive is going to be the Quebec native at 25 years of age and Louis-Jean Gamon. And a little bit of a short kick here to Coleman around the 18-yard line. He's going to cut in between the hash marks, try to go over to the right side, brings it up to the 29-yard line with 28 seconds left, Ron.
Well, it's been a really solid run game by both teams here. It's kind of what San Francisco's known for, solid defense and good run. And it's, really to advance in this tournament, we kind of said you're going to have to play defense. And let's see if Barry's Got a Clip. It's got some defense in him right now.
28 seconds remains. As Ron was mentioning, 1 timeout at the disposal. They're going to whip this one over to the left side. They're going to say this is caught. He's out of bounds. Only 5 seconds goes off the clock, Ron, and they move up to the 40.
Yeah, again, 40 seconds or 25 seconds left. You've got a lot of time here with 1 timeout. So you don't have to necessarily rush things here, but you've got to get you got to get 10, 15 yards pretty much on every play.
Well, they got to get at least 60 yards in the next 24 seconds to force overtime. Jimmy G over to the far side, in and out of the receiver's hands. Great user defense to spot out that play and sniff it out.
Yeah, and again, just kind of that shell cover 4 look that they're running.
Defense spreads out a little bit here, but bunches in on the line. Do they bring the pressure, lay back with the 2nd and 10 coming up for the offense with 21 seconds left in this game, down by 7. Jimmy G snaps the ball. Protected well, throws it to the left side, caught by Coleman. Coleman cannot get out of bounds, Ron. Last timeout taken, ball at the 50.
That's huge. Now you got 15 seconds left to go. You've got to get to about the 25, 30-yard line to have a realistic shot at the end zone in the last play.
15 seconds left in this game. 50 yards needed. Down by 7. Jimmy G not only has to make the pass, but get it out of bounds. Instead, it's going to be intercepted by Warner. Warner back the other way, is eventually tackled down at the 35. 8 seconds remains in this game. It's all over but the crying.
Yeah, again, a really back and forth game. Really solid gameplay by both teams there. Really impressed by the play there.
Ron, maybe we'll give us an opportunity to do a little more Ron and John style trivia. I got a question I think Ron should get, but I'm hoping that the people out there get it, Ron.
Okay.
Is that he played in the CFL for 8 seasons. In those 8 seasons, he won 3 Grey Cups. This is after he won a Heisman Trophy, folks. Who is he? That's for 5 ballot tickets. And there's going to be a follow-up question to the answer for an additional 5 raffle tickets as well. And again, if you have been living under a rock or just not paying attention throughout your Friday or Saturday, prizes include backpacks, t-shirts, sweatpants, mouth guards, gift cards, and many, many more. And then if you're the grand prize winner, you essentially got an opportunity at the $500 in the backpack. Now Xavier has got it again. So now, if I'm counting, that's 15 ballots added into the box with Xavier's name on it. Now maybe Xavier can follow up this trivia question. The answer is Doug Flutie. He played 8 seasons in the CFL, won 3 Grey Cups after winning the Heisman down in Boston, the Maryland native. But he holds 2 single-season CFL records, 2 of them. What are they, and what are the numbers? So Doug Flutie, to this day, still holds 2 CFL single-season records. What are the records, and what's the stat associated with them? So congratulations to Xavier. He's already answered 3 of our trivia questions. Guys like Jay Slattery, Sarek, Taggart, Escalade, Doucette, as well as Quentin Hurlick and James Archer have all answered raffle questions from Ron and John, and I've gotten them extra ballots in their box. As we go into the action, this is a 17-17 game, and again, real competitive, thrilling affairs we're starting to see thoroughly throughout this tournament at this junction.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of those close-type games here.
Ball's loose!
Oh!
Ball's loose! An absolute trucking at the goal line. Pop the ball out. Saints lose it, and the Ravens recover.
The safety coming up there. Is that Denzel Ward?
That's Matt Batista. We talked about him earlier. A 15-year-old from Ontario. He's Fobster, who had the huge hit on defense and pried the ball loose, and now he goes back to work with his offense. And your heart, someone has to go out to Elias F11 because, wow, he was so close to the end zone, and he loses the ball.
So let's see what he's gotten here as we see the Baltimore Ravens, New Orleans Saints in here. Great game, 17-all.
And that's, by the way, the 14-year-old from Saskatchewan controlling the Saints. That's Elias Flowery from Saskatchewan, 14 years of age, as I just mentioned, taking on Fobster. And Fobster, not messing around, 15 years of age, Matt Baptista out of Ontario. So here we go, Ontario versus Saskatchewan, 15 versus 14 respectively. And arguably, I say arguably because we've seen a lot of them, the best game of the day right now. As you say, there is an answer on the board.
Xavier got it.
And did he, though? Yes, he did. So Doug Flutie's 2 regular season records are passing touchdowns in a single season with 48 and passing yards in a single season. And once again, the first person to answer correctly is Xavier 40. Or sorry, I should say 20. He's on pace to have a 40, though.
All right, guys, we're going to bring the Commissioner KJ Kennedy back in. If you guys want to unmute yourselves and make sure you're on the beach. And we'll bring in Coach and Commish KJ Kennedy as soon as Ron and John join us as well. And what's happening over there at HQ?
Just need you to start the video.
Going really well. We're following you guys and some crazy games. Are a great game by QC and V. Barry. Got a clip our OPFL winner. I've got another jersey here that's going out to one of our OPFL winners. That's Ron, the Seattle Seahawks jersey that Ron likes. Number 3 there.
Not bad one.
Wilson. And so the better color. Love those jerseys. Look at that Winnipeg Jet shirt there. Love it, Johnny. Love it.
Thank you very much.
Texas
And
not so
Ron
much.
and I were just noticing the competition is not only getting more intense, but we're starting to see some true neck-and-neck affairs. You wouldn't want to have it any other way.
Absolutely not. And we've talked to the games that are coming up, which are going to be huge on PS4 and Xbox One after we get through some of the loser round. And the loser round doesn't mean you're a loser. It just means you're in the loser part of the bracket. You have 2 games that you can lose. I know, John, you were alluding to that. Up until the final game. Then the final game, it's a winner takes all. So if you lose, you have a chance to come back around and win the tournament. Right now, we're getting ready at 3:10 to have Xbox One round 5 and the Xbox One loser round 4. Fitzy, Lena, Allison, Ethan, they've done a great job of communicating. And thank you, players, for answering your phone calls. We've had some complaints. We've kind of been dealing with those things. I did put in the chat, play by the rules. We're watching. I'm watching every game right now. I mean, I'm intent. That's all. That's my job. Watch the games and see what's going on. So, and also, like John said, if you lose, please don't just start complaining just because you lost the game. It's got to be legit. Pause the game, ask your player to follow the rules. But at this point, guys, I think you guys are all accomplished enough players that we shouldn't have to do that. Let's just play by the rules, mix your plays up, and it should be a fun as we get closer to the semifinals and finals.
I find it very ironic that as you were talking, Lamar Jackson, the game that we're featuring, fumbles the ball away in the red zone. The Saints recover it and turn it back all the way for a touchdown as the Saints are now up 24-17 in this tilt A. Well, a great job by Elias, I'll say, on the defense to do that. Jay, anything else you'd like to bring up, though, at this point of the tournament? I mean, let's face it, we're at 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time of this tournament, expected to go roughly to about 11 or midnight tonight, depending on how these games all transpire. What are your thoughts at where we're at right now?
Well, I'm exciting. It's been an exciting day. Looking forward. I know the Matt Snyder, Steve Snyder interview is going to be really cool. That's coming up at 3:30. At 4:20, we're going to try and get Adam Ziegler on, the coaching director. And Adam, I sent you off some of the positional courses that are going to be available. So you coaches out there that are looking to upgrade, please go on to footballcanada.com and the OFA and avail yourselves of those things. But otherwise, guys, I'm just sitting back. I wish I was sitting where you guys were sitting because I know the pool's not too far, and I'd actually be doing the broadcast from the pool. To be honest with you, at this point, it is hot here at. We call it the Death Star, but right now I feel it's like the Millennium Falcon with all the different technical difficulties that we've had over at our end.
Just bang on the side of it. The light speed's going to jump in.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, sir. All right. Well, we're good here, guys. We'll look forward to your calls, and I'll see you at the top of the hour.
All right, thanks, KJ. We'll head back to Ron and John with a side-by-side game. We've got still Fobster 23 and Elias F11, and the left side game is currently not playing, so I'll send it back to Ron and John.
Big thank you to you, Adam Melrose, for making this all possible, both on the audio and visual technical side of things. And I don't think people understand the amount of technology that goes behind this kind of venture. And as KJ was alluding to, Ron, tons of people, Venetian and entire staff at Football Canada, people like Allison, Sharon, Lena, and Fitzy, all at the Death Star doing a great job from the Air K-Jax communication side of the fence. And like I said, it takes a true village to put this venture together.
Yeah, again, just so many people behind the scenes doing it. It's been a great experience. I know this is, John, our third time we're doing this tournament. One of the questions was asked us earlier is, hey, are we doing any more of these tournaments? I don't know. I'm not sure what the
I would certainly hope
is.
that in a month or so, Ron, Madden 2021 is going to catch on like a flickering flame through a hot forest fire, and give that another month or two. Once everybody's got that copy in their hands, I'm just sure we might do another one of these tournaments. And you got to, sadly think about this, Ron. If we were back to doing regular football, we may not be doing this. However, it doesn't look like we're going back to regular football anytime soon, so I would say we may just do this again.
Well, there's a lot of factors that go into it.
Stephanie's got to let us come back.
Stephanie's going to have to let us come back, who's wearing those stupid lime green Seattle jerseys?
Don't worry, John.
Oh, come on.
Ronnie, I'll be getting that game up here shortly.
Bet you will.
Once
bet you
this
will.
Fobster game is over, I'll be getting you the Andrew J411 versus Gembot 1988 game with your absolute favorite jerseys of all time.
Fobster needs this, by the way. He's going to throw us to the end zone. He does get the touchdown, so he's not quite done yet. Matt Baptista, 15 years of age, out of Ontario with his Baltimore Ravens. We're down by, well, it looked like too much. Now, well, it's only a touchdown. 31-24, 125 left, and Ron, to help him out even more, well, he's got all 3 timeouts left.
He's got all 3 timeouts left, so at this point, I don't think onside kicking is the way to go. I think you try to kick it deep and play some defense.
And if you are Elias, what's your thoughts on what you have to do here? He's a 14-year-old at a Saskatchewan, and you got to think it's right here for the taking.
Run.
Yeah. But, with that being said, run, a 3 and out. Your opponent burns all their timeouts. You only take about maybe 25, 35 seconds off the clock. You're still giving your opponent a chance back in this game.
You got to hope that you got to hope that you can convert the first down here, because if you can convert the first down, you can pretty much ice this game here. It's really an important drive.
Defense audibling over to that left side. They spot the run to Kamara. Bounces off of a couple tackles. Man, I felt like he went off of 5 purple uniforms before going down.
Yeah, I thought he had a chance to actually break it there, and then he kind of pinballed back into the safety a little bit.
So they do pick up 6 yards, though. The timeout taken by Baltimore. They're going to go back to the ground attack. Are the Saints. Kamara towards the first down. And there goes 3rd and inches. He did not
that's
quite
a horrible
get it yet.
Madden spot, because he got it. Wow. I don't know.
Fobster's going to need one big defensive play, but he can't get it. Kamara's through. It's a first down, and many, many more. Zigzagging his way through the hash marks all the way to his opponent's 9-yard line. Fobster takes a timeout, but it's all semantics at this point.
Yeah, that's all pretty much over but the crying there.
What a great job by Elias Flory, though. Just 14 years of age from Saskatchewan. Not only did you follow Ron's advice by sticking with the run, but ends up pulling out a nifty run through Kamara, and I'm almost a fan of this too,
I
Ron.
love this. This is awesome. Good for you. Know the clock, know the game, know how much time you've got. 3 snaps left, and this game is over.
Now, To your credit, though, Ron, why did he... Ooh. He took his knee with 41 seconds.
Yeah, but
now,
it's only...
no, but granted, it's third down. But
it's third down, so it doesn't matter.
You should have always waited for the clock to go beneath 40 seconds, though.
Yeah, you got to wait till it's 39, and then you could just run it out. But, again, congratulations to...
As Ron knows from coaching the St. Andre Bissett Bulldogs, all about running out clock.
No,
with
I
last
didn't coach
seconds.
them. We called it.
No,
we
I
called it.
I know, but it
Had
felt like you
I
called.
coached it,
like you coached them with that last play that they had.
Had I coached it, it would have been the same result.
That's right. The same result of like running to your own 5-yard line with 1 second and turning over the ball to your opponent.
No, I would never have called the timeout. That was to this day that's I'm sorry, one of the dumbest things I've ever seen.
Seattle absolutely getting margarita juiced in those lime green jerseys, Ron. They're trailing by 28 points in the fourth quarter of play.
Yeah, I just can't do the lime green Seattles. I'm sorry.
That's
really
another Saskatchewan
cannot.
native, Jeremy Angle, by the way, 31 years of age from Saskatchewan.
That being said, one of the nicest uniforms I've absolutely loved of all time, I've got to get one of these one day, is the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I love the Rider green. I love the Rider Nation jerseys. They're great. I absolutely love it. But this neon coronavirus lime green thing that Seattle wears.
Andrew Lamb, 33 years of age, out of Alberta, thought it'd be a good choice to rock these jerseys. He gets his quarterback, Russell Wilson, destroyed at the 1-yard line. They are a yard away from getting their first touchdown in this contest. Going to run it right up the middle to beast mode, and Marshawn Lynch with the 1-yard scamper. Touchdown, Seattle.
Touchdown, Seattle, and again, kind of a good for them. But you've got you're down 30. You're down 31.
Too many to none.
Yeah, it's that's a lot of points unless you can make a defensive stop here really, really quickly.
Although 5 plays, 71 yards, 55 seconds. If you can keep up at that rate, plus get this onside kick, Ron. He's still alive.
Here we go.
So a rare onside kick and almost executed, but Sanders just calmly picks the skipping rock off the turf.
But when he got it, he wasn't. See, he picks it up at 8 yards, so it's got to roll another 2 yards before Seattle can touch it. That's smart playing, aggressively attacking the onside kick. Don't let it get to the 10 yards. Attack it, get the ball, and just fall down.
31-10. By the way, each team still has 3 timeouts remaining. You see on the other side of your screen a battle of Seahawks. It's Seattle versus Seattle, so go figure 3/4 of your screen are Seattle playing right now.
Yeah, but 2/3 or half the screen is, or 3/4 of the screens, I actually like the jerseys on.
Ron, the fashionista.
Oh, again, rocking the Texas A&M.
The Aggies.
Yeah. Gig 'em.
And again, we'll remind you that you're watching Day 2 of the 2020 Madden Canada Cup presented by Football Canada and Arcade Jacks Communications. We appreciate all those joining in. And again, a reminder that at the bottom half of this hour, a little brotherly love. Matt Snyder and Steve Snyder will be joining us, and that's the head coach, Steve Snyder is, of the Queen's University Football Program, one of the more historical, illustrious university programs in all of Canada.
Yeah, again, the Queen's Golden Gales, they're playing that magnificent stadium in Kingston.
That's
Richardson
where the
Stadium, where
Football Canada Cup was
Football
held.
Canada held the Canada Cup last year. John, you were a big part of that, calling numerous of those games. Again, I was offered the invitation to go up with you. Unfortunately,
should have pulled the trigger, Ron.
I do have a life outside of doing broadcasting and football, and unfortunately, the real life that I lead every other day of the week kind of came into play, and I wasn't able to get time off.
But it's not as good, though, Ron.
Well, it never is.
But going back to the Football Canada Cup held in Kingston last year, it was extremely well put together by Football Canada to see the provincial battles that took place, not just in the Canada Cup, but as well as the Eastern Challenge, which Quebec won easily. And it looks like it'll be a good future for Quebec, and to see what province can eventually take down the back-to-back defending champs, technically with no Canada Cup this year. will be the 3-year-in-a-row defending champions of the Football Canada Cup, Team Saskatchewan.
I don't know if you can go 3 in a row. I think you still got to go back-to-back with the asterisks of there's
No, there's
nothing
still.
played.
You didn't listen to what I said,
I
Ron.
did.
I said 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
Just like the
no.
Raptors are the defending NBA champs for now, 2 years in a row. For now. Now, whether they actually get going in the bubble is the whole thing.
Xavier, I'll answer your question for you. Yeah, if your name gets pulled on multiple draws,
You're not winning.
You're not winning? I was going to say you are.
No, I was going to say, Xavier, stop being a little greedy so-and-so. You little so-and-so. You friggin' so-and-so. As you have 20 ballots in your box. Stop being greedy. This is what capitalism does to people, folks. Is Xavier, you got 20 ballots in your box. You better hope that they pull out your name for the right prize, my friend. Xavier wants to walk away with all, 15 prizes for himself. I'm not having that. It's not going down.
The odds of that happening are.
Well, it's going to be good if he keeps answering every one of our questions.
You know?
Yeah, he's got, let's see, compared to the average participant, Xavier has 19 more ballots.
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
19. And compared to, let's say, a guy like Slattery, Taggart, Escalade, Doucette, Orcher, Hurlick, Sarek. Oh, yeah, he's only got an additional 14 more ballots than those people. So if you're Xavier,
relax, buddy. You're all good.
As we're actually going to look
Charlie!
at Mr. Taggart. Is he still rocking his Baltimore? He is, but he's
well,
not rocking the Ocho Cinco anymore. In fact, I think...
he's got a Baltimore Ravens jersey on now,
Yeah,
whereas he had the Cincinnati Bengal one earlier.
Our commissioner, KJ Kennedy, would be a big fan of that Lamar Jackson black jersey that he's rocking.
Yeah, very nice, very nice.
And again, a reminder that between the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 championship games, guys, that's when the raffle winners are going to be announced. Football Canada gift
There you
cards,
go.
backpacks, t-shirts, sweatpants, mouth guards, plus gift cards courtesy of RKJX Communications towards the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One networks. Then the championship dance. You're talking about $500 to the winners and a Nike backpack. You're talking about, for the finalists, $100 plus a $100 gift card. That's $200. And third place finishers are going to receive prizes too. So there's going to be tons of winners walking away from our Saturday evening.
Yeah, lots of winners out there. We got lots more trivia, some visual trivia coming up a little bit later on, John. Again, if you've got a trivia question for us, we got a little bit of that earlier today. If you think you can stump us with something, throw a question up there. If you think you know a name of a college team or something like that you think that you get us on, throw it up there. Let's go. Let's see what you guys got to offer. Let's get a two-way conversation going there.
And how many subscribers are we at right now, Mr.
Ah,
Melrose?
yes, the shave challenge.
Let's have a look.
Because we were over 700. We're trying to get to 800.
745 currently.
7:45.
Okay.
So it is 3:17
Eastern Standard Time
Eastern
here in
Standard
Ontario.
Time. Again, the deal is, if we have 800 subscribers by 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time,
Pacific Standard.
Yeah.
I will
Pacific Standard Time.
will shave my
right.
beard off live on the air at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
And that'll be done by Fitz. Your whole head.
No.
And it'll be live on Junior Mustangs TV.
With a forged
Seashell.
knife from the Melroad.
From a seashell, that's right.
A sharpened seashell work too. It's.
I think that would be best.
That's a little painful. Some band-aids will be needed. Or those little dabs of toilet paper.
I'm sure it'll be needed if Fitzy does the job too.
Fitzy is not touching my hair. Just not happening. Not happening.
A big thank you has to go out to Aircade Jacks Communications and Football Canada and all their wonderful staff on both sides of the fences helping us behind the scenes put this complete day together here in the 2020 Madden Canada Cup. Day 2 of action. The champions will be crowned tonight. And guys, again, a quick reminder, if you don't know what's going on, quickly fill yourselves up at challenge.com. That's challenge.com with an O. CHALLONGE.com/Xbox One Canada. or /PS4 Canada to find out where you're sitting in the bracket and where your opponent has gone as Tyreek Hill catches this bomb behind the defense. All Charlie Taggart can do is shake his head at that one as Ethan McKinnon. Well, we're going to switch over to this action with the PAT being good. 17-14 is score. 77 yards on 2 plays.
Well, Tyreek Hill, you get deep on them. He's going to beat you on that deep route just about every time. You got to play safety over the top of him.
You feel like doing more trivia there, Ron? I got a question.
Okay, yeah.
In fact, this one will kind of tie into a little bit of what we were talking about earlier, because we were talking about Canadian quarterbacks and all that good jazz, and we were talking about even Doug Flutie. I know he's not Canadian, but he has a couple CFL records in there. What Canadian-born quarterback threw over 115 touchdowns and 18,000 passing yards in his NFL career? If we don't get an answer right away, I got a little hint that we can throw in there too, but if we do get the right answer, I'll just fill them with some fun facts. So, what Canadian-born quarterback threw 115 touchdowns and over 18,000 yards in his NFL career, guys? That's the question, worth 5 ballots to the raffle. And considering Xavier already has 20, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he answers it again, but let's get some other names on the board, folks.
I'll even let Matt Schneider answer this one if he knows it.
And then the raffles come out of Ron's pocket.
I said let him answer it.
No,
I said I'd give him tickets for it. That's a good question. I'm kind of scratching my head at that one.
Schmelly Melly says Michael O'Connor, and that's a Schmelly Melly type of answer because it's wrong.
Come on, Wonder Bread. You got to do better than that.
And I was talking to Schmelly randomly at the intermission break, and, we watched that game where, he lost 0 seconds at the, fourth quarter, balls at his opponent's 2-yard line. He said, I lost because of the clock. And I said, well, you do realize, all games are clock-based. You run out of clock eventually. It's a finite system, and that's how sports are played. As the correct answer is on the board.
Really? I didn't know he was Canadian.
And who got it, Ron? Xavier got it first. The Calgary-born native Mark Rippon threw 115 touchdowns and 18,000 passing yards in the NFL. He was also an MVP of the Super Bowl. He won 2 Super Bowls, Ron. Yep. One as a backup with the Washington franchise, and the next as their starter. He became the first foreign player ever to win a Super Bowl MVP. And he was Canadian, folks. It's not bad.
I actually did not know that he was Canadian-born. That was... I was kind of sitting there and going, I'm my first reaction was, well, when you were saying it, I was going to go, oh, Chris Flynn. When you're talking about Canadian quarterbacks, arguably one of the greatest Canadian-born quarterbacks of all time, Chris Flynn. Just, again, size came down to it at the pro level. He just wasn't quite tall enough. It'd be great to see him in today's game. Because I think that's a guy that...
Danglicious on the QB option runs right into the teeth of the defense.
So, let's see what...
I like how Jay Slattery, begging us. He answered the same time. Give it to me. Well, no, technically, Jay, you didn't. See, because Xavier is above you. So, when it's above you, that means he answered before you, not at the same time. I don't know if you know this or not, but before you is not the same time.
So touchdown for the Baltimore Ravens there. Danglicious, our buddy out of Cambridge. Charlie Taggart takes the lead.
Who is going to tag Taggart? That's what I want to know. This guy keeps surviving practically everything opponents throw his way. He's got a 4-point lead. Does Ethan McKinnon, though, have enough in the tank to... mount the comeback?
Well, we're starting to get down to some really quality play here where, I think either one of these guys could go a very, very long way in this tournament.
And Ethan McKinnon specifically, you're talking about a gentleman 18 years of age here in Ontario. 2 Ontario boys going at it. And we already
These two guys, if I remember correctly, Johnny, they played each other in the semifinals in the OPFL tournament.
Okay, so you think this is a rematch, and not just a rematch, but a heavy rematch.
Yeah,
it's a lot on the line.
Yeah, these two guys, because these two names came up a lot.
Mahomes is going to run and the baseball slide down.
If I remember correctly, it was something like that, where Mahomes fumbled the ball and gave Mr. Taggety the opportunity to win the game.
And we're going to head into the fourth quarter of play. Charlie still leads by 4 in this battle of 2 Ontario boys trying to go at it here on your Saturday afternoon. This is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup presented by Football Canada and Eric Ajax Communications, live here on Junior Mustangs TV.
Changing the play at the line of scrimmage.
And watch the defense bunch in the middle. Hardman's trying to go from the right to the left side, gets bunched in on the line. Mahomes flushed out to the left side, spinning around like a bottle top force to just throw this one away. Good thing he was well out of the box, or that would have been intentional grounding.
Yeah, that would have been a huge loss on the play too. Unbelievable. So I know at the bottom of the hour we have the Schneider men who will be interviewing.
That's Matt Schneider of the Western Mustangs and Steve Schneider of the Queens Gales as Mahomes throws it towards the end zone. The ball is intercepted! Intercepted by Peters in the end zone. He's going to knee it. Great job. And now Baltimore recovers it. That was could have gone either way. Could have been KC with the lead. Instead, Baltimore maintains control and now has the ball.
Split second, a couple little pixels here and there, and that's a different score.
I like how you say it. True. It came down to a pixel or two. Now Ingram the second. Stutter steps around Metchu, and we're not talking about Mr. Fournette, as now he's going around another person towards the end zone. 5-10 touchdown. Wow. Ravens.
Wow, that's a huge play. What a great move there. Just that little hesitation. We've actually seen that move a couple times during the tournament,
like
John.
Like a skip to my Lou type move.
Yeah, just kind of just a quick little stop and acceleration. You let the defense extend there, and you just cut it right up.
11 seconds.
Wow. And now definitely the ball's in Mr. Taggart's court there.
So not only does Ethan McKinnon have to get a touchdown on this ensuing drive, he's going to hope that he gets the ball back either via an onside kick or some great defense to give himself a chance because he's got down by 2 possessions.
Yeah, so again, this is you got to get a score here, and then you've got to get your stop if you're Ethan McKinnon.
Mahomes hasn't really thrown the ball well in this game. Watch for the blitz coming from the near side edge. Instead, Humphries is going to lay back. Allows Mahomes to fire and nissel over to Robinson. Just a quick gain of 11 yards moves the chains.
But again, if you're doing that, if you're the Baltimore defense, you're going to let him catch the 5-7 yard stuff in front of you all game long. You just don't want to give up that deep shot.
Mahomes pretty much does the same thing this time to the left side to Sammy Watkins. Watkins carries it in, 15 yards gain. They're now at their opponent's 45-yard line.
Again, no huddle here, Johnny.
In the gun. Audibles from the line after throwing the hurry-up offense. But to be honest with you, after hurrying it up, Ron, what's he doing? Wasting time at the line giving instructions. Mahomes lays back. He looks like he's going to take a gander to the left side, and he does. He's going to just run straight out of bounds.
Short of the first down, though.
2nd and 2 coming up.
Yeah, 2nd and 2. Good scramble. Good pressure there. Great coverage downfield. Just nowhere to go. Smart thing to do with the quarterback that you got. Get out of dodge, get some positive yards, line up, and let's try it again.
And again, a quick reminder, guys, at around 3:40, it'll be the PlayStation Consolation Round 6 games. That's games 89 through 97 taking place. And then at 4 o'clock, we'll have the commissioner coming back on with Adam to talk about the tournament and where we're at so far. And at the bottom of the hour, just a couple minutes away, the tag team of the Snyder Boys.
And a huge sack up there just a second ago, Johnny, to bring up a big 3rd and 9 here.
Who are the wrestling brothers that were, like, pretty big? WCW and then, like, WWF style. Start with an S. They went to Michigan State.
Steiners. No, they did not go to Michigan State. They went to the University of Michigan.
Oh, the University of Michigan. My apologies.
Steiner brothers.
Don't question my wrestling knowledge.
Do not question my wrestling knowledge. Let's go that on the board there and see what you guys got.
God, don't get them started, folks.
Come on.
Mahomes was looking left. The hit came right, and Young grabs the sack. He's forced to go to the no huddle. Runs 12 seconds off the clock. But here's the thing. The 2-minute warning is still approaching, down by 11.
You need to get the snap off before the 2-minute warning so you get the extra timeout.
Ethan McKinnon laying back. Looks like he might run up the middle, and he will. Mahomes close to the first down, but shy here, Ron. He does have the 2-minute warning to bail him out and freeze the clock, mind you. 3rd and 1 coming up. But here's the thing. You still got to get a touchdown here. Then you got to get the ball back and get another points.
Yeah, so Mr. Taggart, he's just playing the he's playing smart football here. Almost jumped offside trying to jam him.
3rd and 1. Robinson, undetected, will just fall in for a block. They go to the end zone to Hill. Touchdown, KC.
Yeah, that's tough when you got no safety help up top there. I know it's a short field, but that's a really tough situation to put your defense in. There's not many slot corners that are going to cover Tyreek Hill.
2020.
Going for 2 here.
Madden Canada Cup. Interesting. Down by 5. They're going to go for 2 so they can be down by a field goal to complete to Kels. Touchdown. Or I should say 2-point convert. Getting ahead of myself, Ron.
That was a smart play, actually. So you're now within a field goal. So you kick it deep. You got all 3 timeouts left with just over 2 minutes left.
Got a trivia question,
Ron? No, I want to see the rest of this game.
You want? It's a little intense for you. I like it.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'll let you guys finish this one up. It's a pretty good game, nice and close, and then we'll get into the Snyder interview.
Sounds good, partner. As again, you're seeing 2 battles between KC and Baltimore, and they're both neck and neck affairs on split sides of your screen.
Yeah, 14-14 on the one game, 28-25 in the other.
Lamar Jackson.
Here we go. A little trickeration formulation.
Goes to Ingram. Defense reads it and blows it up. Great job by Ethan McKinnon.
Yep. So, Charlie, you've got to get the first down here. I know it's only 2nd and 11. You only need to get about 5 or 6 yards, but you've got to be able to convert on that 3rd down when push comes to shove here. Kansas City playing a great front here. This has been a really entertaining game. Well strategized on both sides here by these young men.
A true football contest, and that was something that our commissioner, Coach KJ Kenemy, had been kind of stressing from jump. What do you call here, though, Ron?
I was just reading a couple of the comments there, seeing if there's anything up there. 3rd and 6, maybe try to hit with your tight end on the out here or something, but they're really tight coverage here.
Ingram goes off to the right side. They throw it up the middle instead, and Lee should have intercepted that if you ask me. Instead brings up a 4th and 6.
I'm almost thinking at that point, the way that the defense was dropping and everything else, I might have taken off with Lamar.
1 timeout left for KC. It does appear, unless they're getting crafty with it here, and Charlie doesn't. He's going to punt this one away and perfectly pins his opponent down to the 4. Wow. Special teams can win you football games in real life. They can win you in the video game world, too.
So, here we go. $1:37 left. 1 timeout for Kansas City. You got a lot of yards to go here. You need to get this ball to probably about the 30-yard line. Tyreek Hill in the slot, but Charlie's got the safety over top of him this time.
Pro set for Mahomes. Ethan McKinnon needing something here with 97 seconds left in this game, down by 3. A 96-yard journey starts here. He's going to try and hack into all the yards in one shot, and he will, and instead falls purposely down to the ground at the 17-yard line. Ronnie easily could have had the 96-yard touchdown if he wanted.
Then he doesn't want to give the ball back with too much time left, thinking that he's got an opportunity to score the touchdown.
Yeah, but you get the touchdown when you can. If you're going to settle for the field goal,
I know.
So Taggart calls a timeout.
So that's what Ethan's doing, is he's making him drain his timeouts now.
And Ethan, to your point, that last play, same thing. He fell on his own fruition. So, I mean, it would take a fool not to imagine that it's a run play coming up here. It looks like it's going to be to the right side. He missed him, and McCoy gets the first down up to the 4-yard line.
Oh, boy.
So now, if you're Charlie and Dangalicious, you don't take a timeout here, but he did. See, I wouldn't, because your opponent's got to score anyway, and I want the timeouts on the offensive side.
Yeah, but out of bounds will get you is virtually
Flag
a timeout.
will kill him. If that's a face mask, and it is, automatic first down, first and goal now from the 1.
Oh, boy. Again, these two guys played each other. They're very familiar with each other. They played each other in the OPFL tournament that we hosted about a month ago.
Mahomes takes a knee? Victory formation down by 3. With less than a minute left, he takes a knee.
He's basically saying, I can score on 1 second. I've got a play I can score at any time.
You don't play anything like this, though,
Ron. Oh, boy. Here we go,
don't
Johnny.
play-
Here we go.
This is where you're asking
And he's running the clock,
you're asking
too.
the Madden gods to spite you down beneath the turf like a Gronkowski touchdown ball. As Mahomes options people to the left, now to the right, run right up the middle. McCoy does not get into the end zone, Ron. 19 seconds left. 1 timeout
Third
left
and
for KC.
goal. 3rd and goal. And you know what? Hey, this is a video game. We're talking about a video game. This is why we like to do this. This is exciting. This is fun to watch.
Well, Ron,
it's really
if
great
he
to
fails
call.
to get into the end zone here, even if you hurry up the offense, you may not have enough time to spike the ball. Depends on how much they run off the clock.
You can't spike it on the next play. You have to score here, and he does.
They do.
So, because it would have been 4th down. You couldn't spike it.
No, but what I'm trying to say, though, Ron, is that let's say they don't get into the end zone there. For you to hurry up your offense back to the line, it automatically will drain 12 seconds off the clock. So you're not going to have enough time to even snap the ball. Well, he made me look like a fool, did Ethan, though. His game plan worked to perfection for now. His opponent only has 1 timeout. 13 seconds is left on the board. And this ball will be kicked down to roughly the 4-yard line. Thomas has to waste some time to carry it out. Only gets to his own 22-yard line. 9 seconds left for Charlie to go to work. So once again, Ethan McKinnon, an Ontario native, taking on a fellow Ontarian, 18 years of age. Ethan trying to hang on to the victory here.
Did Ethan McKinnon win the Junior Mustang tournament?
Not 100% sure, partner.
I'm trying to remember.
As they're going to run with Lamar. Lamar on the ground. Lamar trying to get out of bounds, and he does.
Out of bounds.
With 4 seconds left, they still need 64 yards in order to win this game with 4 seconds left.
Charlie, you got a timeout too, so even if he didn't get out of bounds, he had a timeout there.
So if anything, he should have risked more yards with Lamar there.
But you don't want to risk the fumble.
No, you don't, but you got to risk some more yards than that.
And he takes his time out to think about it.
Hail Mary?
You've got nothing else.
Hook and ladder.
I've never seen that executed properly in Madden.
I have seen it done in Madden maybe twice, but I've yet to see it in this particular tournament. Anybody try to even attempt to lateral it.
Yeah, that's tough.
You can look at the defense.
Yeah, this is what you're going to be going up against.
Half the defense is down the field. Play action for Mahomes or Lamar Jackson. Final play of the game towards the end zone. Incomplete pass. And pulling out the victory is Ethan McKinnon. What a game.
That was a great game to watch. Great game to call. Congratulations to both these guys. Let's see. I wouldn't be surprised to see these guys play each other later on.
And on the other side of your screen, it's blocked! It's blocked!
And it's picked
Ron,
up!
It was a 14-14 game, and now the other way after the block PAT. Can he go the distance, Ron? No, he's not. But it's still going to be an overtime.
25.
What a crazy ending to both games.
Wow.
So I believe we're going to stick with this overtime game and then after go to the Snyder brothers. Correct, Producer Melrose?
Yeah, I think we'll do that.
And then if the Snyder brothers somehow prevail, they will take on the Snyder brothers for the tag team championship.
Yeah.
And that's at Michigan, not Michigan State.
That's at Michigan.
Okay. So in overtime, here we go. User 8's got the ball, taking on GG Deadeye. As now it is Williams to the right side, eludes one tackle past Jefferson. The second Williams could end the game here. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown KC. The game is over just like that.
What? It's like GG Deadeye knew that you guys had a break coming up. So we'll go to Coach Schneider and Coach Schneider, and we'll be back with Ron and John shortly.
We're back for our third interview of the day. We got Coach Steve Snyder, the head football coach at Queen's University, to join us. Coach Snyder, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
First question, what have you been doing the last couple months?
Yeah, I mean, we've been on lockdown, working from home, and our student athletes are spread across the country, although there's a number of them back in Kingston now. So we've been staying in touch with our guys with, positional meetings online and team meetings online and whatnot. And we've done a great job. Our strength coach and strength staff's done a great job of adjusting the conditioning program and strength program, to suit what guys have at home. So whether it's, in their garage or in their backyard or the basement, thanks for having me. Helping them build
First
power
question,
racks,
what have you been
like
doing the last couple months?
Yeah, I mean, we've been on lockdown, working from home, and our student athletes are spread across the country, although there's a number of them back in Kingston now. So we've been staying in touch with our guys with, positional meetings online and team meetings online and whatnot. And we've done a great job. Our strength coach and strength staff's done a great job of adjusting the conditioning program and strength program, to suit what guys have at home. So whether it's, in their garage or in their backyard or the basement, or their dad's helping them build power racks and things like that, the guys have been really creative to get that done. And we're really proud of the efforts that they've put in to keep going with the strength and conditioning programs, despite not having access to gyms and your traditional equipment.
Yeah, that's great. It's very important that the guys continue to train. You have a lot of experience with the Canada Cup tournament. Tell us a little bit about your time with the Canada Cup tournament.
Yeah, first of all, I think it's an unbelievable event. It's one of the highlights for me of the year. I think it's without a doubt the marquee recruiting event for Canadian university football. So I got the opportunity to coach with Team Nova Scotia. I was the offensive coordinator in 2014 out in Saskatoon, which was awesome. And then I became the head coach for Team Nova Scotia for 15 and 16. So really awesome, to assemble a team made up of, great guys from across the province and a great mixture of coaches from high school and university from across the province to come together and represent Nova Scotia and spend a bunch of time together just doing football. Meetings and practice and games and team stretches in the hallways and team meals and stuff like that. It's an amazing time to just focus on football for that, 10, 12-day stretch or 9 days, depending on how long you're on site for. And I wouldn't trade it for the world. It was just an incredible experience. And it obviously, it catapults some other opportunities too. It catapulted me to Team Canada. I had the opportunity to go to Texas and coach with Team Canada to Florida. And that was a direct result of my time at the Canada Cup. So I absolutely love the tournament. It's a shame that, it was canceled this year, but obviously public safety and the safety of student athletes and coaches is number one. So we're looking forward to it coming back next year.
That's awesome. One of the things that I've been doing in the last couple months is I pulled up my old PlayStation and I started playing my NCAA 14 Dynasty. And I know a lot of the guys have been playing video games to kind of kill some of the time that they have available because of the lack of football. I know you have a bit of an experience with some video games as well. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your history playing Madden or NCAA video games?
Yeah, so it actually started all the way back on Super Nintendo. We always would get a ton of sports games, and we had an NCAA football. It wasn't the version that now, but there was some college football back then. That was pretty cool. And then Madden, I can't remember if it was Madden 93 or 96 or 94 or 95. It was one of those. But I remember having that and playing with the New York Jets for whatever reason and things like that. And then, you get into high school and PlayStation comes around and you get on the PlayStation and you start playing with, NCAA, and that's always a great game. And playing with Madden as well. And into university, we used to play a ton of NCAA in university, and I always joke around the loser would have to do decline push-ups off the couch and stuff like that. So it was pretty fun and really enjoyed it. It's a great way to learn football. You're in there executing offenses and defenses and learning concepts and reading defenses and whatnot and diagnosing offensive plays. And so I think it's great. I mean, as long as you don't sit down for too long, you got to get up and do some physical activity at some point. But, you can definitely learn a lot from playing the games.
That's awesome. Okay, we're going to go into a round I call rapid fire. I'm going to throw some questions out at you. I just want you to give me the first thing that comes to your mind. First question, PlayStation or Xbox?
PlayStation.
Okay, Madden or NCAA football?
For me, it's NCAA.
All right, if it's a big play in the game, are you leaning back or are you sitting forward in your chair?
Sitting forward.
Everybody sits forward. If you had to play one game of Madden 20 to win the championship of the world, what team are you going to pick?
Yeah, probably the Kansas City Chiefs, just because of the quarterback.
Nice. Who's the best video game football player of all time?
Yeah, two names come to mind. One is kind of an old one that I don't know how much the kids would know about, and it was even a little bit when I was really young. But there's a legend about Bo Jackson with the Tecmo Bowl game there that he was just absolutely, you couldn't physically tackle him at all, so you could just run back and forth. And you can find that stuff online if you want to check it out. But for me, it would be Mike Vick. He was on the cover. It was 2004 Madden. He was on the cover there, and he was incredible. It was kind of in his young prime, and I was a big Mike Vick fan. I had both pairs of his shoes and his cleats and all that stuff, his jersey when he was in college, and loved him. And but that 2004 version, I mean, he could run around everybody. He was the speed and the passing ability. He was almost unstoppable. You could just scramble with him anytime you needed to, bail yourself out. So it was a lot of fun playing with him.
We're hearing a lot of Mike Vick picks today, and I think he's the consensus of being one of the best players of all time. All right, Coach. So one of the other things we've been doing over the course of the day is I pulled out my old Madden 2014 game, and I've been having a pretty epic game against the Cleveland Browns. I'm the Detroit Lions, obviously. So we got a big third down play here. I'm in 21 personnel, and I called a power play to Reggie Bush. I want you to predict what you think is going to happen on the play.
All right, I think you're probably going to try to hit the spin button, and then you're going to get hit and fumble.
All right, here we go. We're in a pistol alignment. Oh, Nate Burleson. Yes, touchdown.
The last question we're going to ask is, I'm a big-time recruit. You got 10 seconds. Recruit me to Queen's University.
Well, if you love tradition and a program of excellence with incredible accomplishments, and you want to play for that and have that behind you every time you run out onto the field, Queens is the place to be. It's a very storied program with incredible tradition and unbelievable support. When you graduate from Queens, you jump into an alumni network that's full of brain surgeons, lawyers, doctors, engineers, teachers, entrepreneurs, you name it. And that alumni group gets together quite often. A number of times a year, that alumni group gets together. We bring our players along, and you get a great chance to network. In terms of development, our facilities facilitate the development of football to the absolute fullest. We've got everything we need, and we've got a roster made up of guys from across the country, excellent full-time coaching staff. It's just an incredible university, and we really promote life after football. So we're going to get you ready to take on life after football and be really successful. We want you to look at your wildest dreams, and we want you to go get them. And that's what it's all about. And we're going to be right behind you every step of the way.
And just again, really appreciate you being here with us. And thanks a lot, and good luck to all the players playing in the tournament.
Yeah, good luck, guys. Have fun.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Nice. Good job. There it is. Go, 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 go. Keep him in. Keep him in. That's the way to accelerate. I can't hear you. What's the difference between a good defense and a great defense? You gonna get tackled.
What does it take to become elite? It takes more than dedication, focus, and hard work. It takes an elite-level training program. Customized, sport-specific, online. Your perfect workout every time. That's Vault Athletics.
And thank you to those words from our Football Canada sponsors as we bring it back to John and Ron.
Thank you, as always, to our producer, Adam Melrose, for making this day completely possible with his technical mastermind about the audio and video equipment. Who know those nerds you used to pick on that you went to the portables with the TV on the trucks in public school would turn into this guy?
Well, we all kind of knew that they turned into some guy, but we're lucky enough to have one of those guys amongst us.
And we got to give a big thank you to the Snyder brothers. There's Matt Snyder is from the Western Mustangs, and Steve Snyder, the newest head coach for the Queen's University program. I think he took over for a guy named Pat Shan, who's the top 3 football coach in youth sports history.
Yeah, one of the top guys of all time. And again, For me, Johnny, jersey change time.
I see that. You went back to the hockey. You've matched me in the hockey now.
I matched you in the hockey, and I'm going early 90s Buffalo Sabres, Dominic Hasek jerseys.
That reminds me, though, of kind of like the Buffalo-Philadelphia brawls that used to be in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm thinking more like Gar Snow was in the net for the Sabres at that time.
No, Gar Snow would have been in the net for Philly. It was Clinton Malarchuk in the net for the Sabres.
No. That's when he got his...
yeah. But...
No. I'm talking about the brawls was...
Gar Snow never played for Buffalo.
I guarantee he did.
I'm not sure he did.
Now we got to look that up. Now we're doing Ron and John trivia.
Darren Pupa was a Sabre.
Gareth Snow.
Huh.
Had to do it.
I remember Gar Snow playing for Buffalo.
Regardless, Ron, let's get back to the action. On our screen right now, early in this one, in the second half of action, just 7-0, but Baltimore's looking to add for it.
So yeah, good drive here. Late in the first half there, as we see a timeout called off the inside zone read there. Quan Alexander with the tackle. 2nd down and 13. Baltimore with the ball and driving.
So you are correct, by the way, Ron. He never played for the Buffalo Sabres. He was on the Philadelphia Flyers during those brawls. But I'm trying to think. It wasn't Hasek. I think it might have been Martin Biron then, or somebody that he was picking on, because he fought somebody in a Buffalo uniform that was not Dominic Hasek.
No, it might have been Darren Pupa or Marty Biron or someone like that. But no, yeah, I'm pretty sure
Buffalo's got that great announcer.
Yeah, Lord Stanley, or that's the Pittsburgh guy.
Yeah, but they got...
Mayday.
Yeah, Mayday.
Yeah.
Janetti.
Yeah.
Is that Mr. Schmelly back there?
It is. Hello.
We are live.
Oh, I am live. Hello.
Well, we are.
Mr. Schmelly, can you explain to me why you didn't go into the end zone when it was the fourth quarter?
Because
you blamed the clock, but I
did blame the clock because it ran out, and
So the clock went faster than a normal clock goes?
No,
okay, so you did know that zero means the game's over.
Yes, I just didn't manage it properly.
Oh, so so you don't blame the clock, you blame your time management skills.
I blame your father.
Well, he's a defensive coordinator. He has an excuse.
I heard Ron's taught you all the offense, you know.
No.
Not all of it.
Not all of it.
Come on over here, Schmelly.
So, by the way, adding to the lead right now is TTV. They're up 14-0 over Gembot here, Ron.
And again, good drive there, good finish. $1:14 left to go in the first half here. It's kind of important San Francisco get some type of points on the board here to end the half on a positive note.
Yeah, that's Jeremy Angle, 31 years of age from Saskatchewan, needing some points in a hurry, to your point, taking on a British Columbia native, Tyson Oregard, 15 years of age with a 14-0 lead, trying to maintain the 2-possession lead going into the halftime break.
Yeah, the left coast representing out there in BC. We haven't called a lot of BC guys out there today, so it's good to see...
Yeah, representing proudly right now is, again, the gentleman from BC, Tyson Oregard. But as you say that, I almost got lost in this list. Noah Slattery, Braden Smith, gentleman in Brady Doucette, who's won a raffle, believe it or not, or run an opportunity for more raffles, I should say. Those are just some of the BC products on this PlayStation 4 side of things. Here is a big play all the way up to the 14-yard line, and they're finally in the Mamasat Italian red zone looking to do some damage here. Is Gembot.
Yeah, that was a huge play. You had to get some big yards on there. And let's see what he can come up with and get a finish here to end the half on a positive note.
Can Jeremy out of Saskatchewan finally break the goose egg off the board? They're going to go to a ground attack to the left side, but that is sniffed out by the defense, a loss of 2 yards.
Yeah, big play by the defensive line there. Just the tackle coming right off there and cleaning it up. Nowhere to go on the outside zone play.
They're going to hurry up the offense here a little bit. And Jimmy is going to roll back from the line. Center fired over the left side. A dangerous pass. There were 3 Ravens in the vicinity. Incomplete.
Yeah, the safety undercut that perfectly. If that ball was on target, I think it's actually a pick the other way.
Brings the 3rd and 12 now with 32 seconds left before halftime. Can you settle for a field goal here, or do you have to go for the touchdown?
I think he can settle for the field goal, again, depending on who got the ball to start the half and everything else. So that's one of the factors that come into it.
So again, the Saskatchewan native looking to get into the end zone, and he
does.
does here. By the skin of his teeth, too, just barely getting in there is Jeremy. I thought it was great defense by Tyson from BC. Instead, they're on the board, are they? But to the point, Tyson does have 3 timeouts, 28 seconds left if he decides he wants to get some more damage done before halftime.
Well, that's going to be huge. It depends on where the ball's going to end up here on the kickoff. I think this is going to be kicked into the back of the end zone here.
Dual action on your screen right now. 50% of it, though, are the Ravens. One side you see them winning by 7, and another side you see them trailing by 7 to the Patty Mahomes Chiefs.
So again, our main game that we're calling here are the Ravens and the 49ers here, John. 25 seconds left to go. 3 timeouts for Baltimore. Let's see what they can do here.
So it'll be Jackson slowly stepping back to the gun. Ingram beside him to his left. Options split evenly right now with the aerial assaults. Jackson fakes the handoff, goes for a run and tries to get to the edge end. Looks like he'll at least get to the sidelines. 42-yard line, 1st and 10. 19 seconds left, and he didn't have to burn a timeout.
No, and again, with 19 seconds, I'm not sure you're going to get to use all 3 timeouts, so I don't know what the... I get the advantage of getting out of bounds on that play is. Again, Lamar Jackson's a great player, but he does... If you hit him right, he can fumble the ball.
Are you thinking about just getting into field goal range here? Ron is instead, he's going to run with Lamar again. This time he takes more of a lick. Still gets out of bounds, still stops the clock, and still has yet to use a timeout in this first half.
Has needed to yet, so I think myself I would have liked to see something across the middle there, and again, but that's neither here nor there.
And again, a reminder, guys, that this is in the PlayStation 4 Consolation Round 6, games 89 through 92 on your docket. At the top of the hour, we're going to hear from the commissioner, KJ Kennedy from the Death Star. This is a user pick after a lackluster throw. Don't know exactly what was going through the mind of the participant on that play in Tyson Oregard, because that was thrown right to his opponent.
Well, that was just one of those, you're trying to throw the ball to try to do a Patrick Mahomes type of play there, where you're running to your right and come back to your left. 99 times out of 100, that's going to be the result of it.
Great job by Jeremy out of Saskatchewan to adjust that ball defensively and grab the U as your interception with 6 seconds left.
So here we go, 6 seconds left. What do you got?
No timeouts for San Francisco to use, so they will try and get out of bounds no matter what on this next play. They're just going to try and sweep it over to the left side. It's busted open by the Ravens, and that'll take us into the halftime break.
So a halftime break for these guys here. We're going to start the action up right away. Over on the other side, we see Kansas City pulling away a little bit more there, Johnny. 21-7.
And in that particular game, you see the Ravens sort of struggling to get going, specifically in the air. And it looks like they're going to punt this one away right now. So down by 2 possessions, they're going to stay trying to play this game the right way.
Yeah, well, and that's good because you want to play the football. I know everybody likes to say, "Oh, screw it, I'm going for it on 4th and 20 here." I know there were some type of rules in the
4th and 5 and under, unless you're trailing by 14.
Yeah, so that's really important to remember there. Again, trailing by 14, you could have gone for it there, but what's the point? It's 4th and 19. You punt the ball away, which is what you normally would do.
And you could find yourself putting yourself in deeper and deeper of a hole if you don't start playing the game the right way.
Yeah, exactly. So we see a quick pass here to the 49ers there. Garoppolo just on a little throwback wide receiver screen. Short gain on the play, but it's enough to bring up a first down.
The 2020 Madden Canada Cup is proudly presented by Football Canada and Aircage Communications here on Junior Mustangs TV. He's Ron Forda. I'm John Urban. Do us a like. Hit the like button on the bottom half of your screen. And also subscribe to our channel, Junior Mustangs TV. As our producer was doing some quick math, an estimated 500 of you are out there watching us right now. And you've yet to hit the subscribe button. I'm watching you. We see you through the monitor. I'm looking at you right now. Hit that subscribe button. Do it. We're coming for you. Ron?
Well, like I said, if we hit 800 today by 8 o'clock...
You're shaving everything.
No, I'm shaving my beard.
You're going to look like Mr. Clean walking out of here.
Heck no.
Jimmy G pro set. Looks like it might be audibling here. Watch for the blitz coming from the near side edge. Craftily just handing it off to Morissette, who, by the way, I heard a rumor is not coming back as a 49er next year. They're looking to ship him out.
That's one of the rumors because he's due for a payday soon enough, and San Francisco's got a lot of money tied up in that defensive line. As it was already, they had to ship away to Forrest Buckner to try to, you know what you've
Balance
got coming up. And Garoppolo's got a lot of money tied up right now as well, so be interesting to see how that transpires.
So this is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup presented by Football Canada and Arcade Jacks Communications. Big thank you to the Melrose family and Melrose Place for making this all possible. And, of course, Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches for providing the food for the crew, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Brenda always does a fantastic job. If you're in London, you got to stop by, guys. I'm telling you. Get the chicken parm sandwich. It is amazing.
And it is the top of the hour. Maybe I'll just quickly ask our producer, Adam Melrose, whether we're going to get him and the Commissioner KJ Kennedy involved with one of those up-to-date things that people just have to hear from.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, good.
Once my
Your assistant wasn't really assisting you much. I mean, it almost seemed like he was against you at times there.
He was too busy tweeting himself.
Good help is hard to find.
So it's like a good offense in the final 2 minutes when you're near your opponent's end zone. Sometimes you can get there, and other times you're a couple yards shy.
No, I'm familiar with this theory. You know, you got offense, you're close to your opponent's end zone. Your defense scored 14 of the 28 points, 27 points. Sorry, I don't know.
Yeah,
these things happen.
I don't know. Somebody sent too many men on the field though.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. If you guys want to unmute yourself and show your camera, I will bring in Coach Kennedy. All right.
See that or no?
You're holding something.
Mike Vick.
Michael Vick and the 2004 Madden cover. I don't know if you guys can. Should I change my background here? There we go. The Madden 2004. I don't know. I'm trying to get it there for you guys. I'm not sure why it's not. I think Ron is like jinxing Michael Vick from coming onto our show. The best Madden player ever. Up until Pat Mahomes, in my opinion. I can't hear them.
Because Johnny's mic is probably muted.
There
we go.
Ron's about as useful as a wheelless wagon during this broadcast. KJ, high fives. KJ, you're doing a little magic, a little David Copperfield, a little now you see me, now you don't action with these Madden and figurines. You got all sorts of
Statue of Liberty.
You know, all sorts of fun stuff over there.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to have some fun here with you guys, but the cover athlete of old, it's not showing. It's a Michael Vick 2004 PlayStation 4. It used to be one of our in London. Whoever was the champ would get crowned with that. And then I had a Michael Vick figurine that I think Ron should win for doing a great job on the broadcast. Put it right on his mantle.
Sure.
But no, guys, everything's going well.
Only if the last name on the jersey says Mexico and there's some detail on the pant leggings.
With the Mexico. Guys, we got some great interviews coming up. 4:30 p.m. We got Adam Ziegler, the coaching director of Football Canada and the OFA, will be on with us, talk about some of the clinics. At 5:30, we get Matt Snyder back on. Him and John in the Cincinnati Reds jersey, really connecting here. Really enjoying the jersey swaps, guys. Also, we have at 8:30 p.m. Aaron Giesler and Steve Samara, the head coach of the Carleton Ravens, will be coming on. I've got another jersey that's a winner going to one of our guys from the OPFL, another Barry Sanders, John. So just all these jerseys showed up here, so pretty happy that we'll get those out. And then, of course, we got to crown some winners. So it's going to be interesting. I'm looking at Baltimore here. It seems in gray uniforms. I've never seen that. I've played this game the whole year. I've never had these gray uniforms. Or are they black? I can't tell here.
I think they're just black. The black uniforms with more of a Sega Genesis type backing.
Yeah, that was actually a nice uniform. But guys, things are going good. We're in the brackets right now where the loser brackets are trying to kind of make their way back around and have that opportunity to win the money. We've got some really good games set up for us coming up on the PS4 side. And we've talked to all the players just so you guys know. And we've told them, guys, play by the rules. We're watching these games. Now you're going to have the whole panel. And if we feel that you're not following the rules, then we're going to have to deal with that. So we've got got a clip, was able to punch his ticket to play KVNG. That's a rematch of the Ontario football semifinals where the big upset was B got a clip, who says he's 15 years old, but for some reason I thought he was older. But he's a young guy and he's looking forward to try and get into the finals. That would the winner of that game will move over to the loser bracket and play whoever makes their way back into the loser round 10 game. So lots of things on the line, lots of things at stake, but excited how the tournament's working out and really enjoying how smoothly it's went. Fitzy's ready to kill me, but to be honest with you, it's gone pretty smoothly and much better than our first two. So you learn from your first two, and Fitzy, Allison, Ethan, and Lena have done a great job, guys. Last time we had more people involved. I think it's kind of streamlined it a little bit. So we're really enjoying the way this is working out. There are some people that are upset because they feel like some guys are affecting, not following the rules. At the end of the day, guys, let's play some football. Let's crown a champion.
And I was just going to ask you that, not to keep being a negative Nelly and trying to stay positive here, Jay, but specifically, now that we are getting the nitty-gritty, not just Ron and John watching all the games, but you got guys behind the scenes that you never saw on the screen watching these games too for potential sanctions. You have a list of names of people that have been, I don't want to say ratted out on, but let's say put the spotlight on. So essentially, we know who we're looking out for when it comes to these sanctions and possible default losses. But is there anything specifically that you just want to make as clear as the day, as right as rain right now, that is a no-no, will not be accepted, and not we're giving you maybe a nice little sanction. No, you're gone. You get out of here. Go. Gotta get going.
Yeah, number one, if you're vulgar in the chat, or if you're intimidating someone when they're trying to get you to follow the rules, that's an issue. That will definitely disqualify you. The other thing that we're really looking for is, guys, we know about the stretch dive tactic. We get it. That's how you win at Madden. We understand that. We want you to throw some passing into there. It's not asking a lot to do that. On defense, the 1-4-6, we get it. That blitz is unbelievable. It's so unbelievable that, if you ran it every play, no one would score. We'd have 0-0 games. Mix your play calling up on offense and defense. That's the main thing. We are looking for it. If you're going to continue to buck us on it, well, then we're just going to ask you to leave. And, first it'll start with a default loss. If it's your first loss, you'll move to the losers bracket. Second will be complete disqualification. And we don't want to have that, because it's been a great day on Junior Mustangs TV. We want these games to be played, and we want whatever's played and whatever happens on the first opportunity, that to be the outcome of our championship. We would hate to have to disqualify someone and then bring someone back up. It would just create a long night. So let's just play by the rules, and we should be good to go.
And you mentioned this to me, though, KJ, because you are an avid Madden player yourself. And yes, it is a video game, not real life. So there are some sort of, I don't want to call them cheat codes, but inevitable video game slip-ups that people can take advantage of. But you've also mentioned that some of these plays, not all of them, mind you, but some, if you make the proper adjustments, whether it's on the offense or these can be stopped. There's a lot of these things that people are, if they actually learn the game, you can stop it.
Yeah, and I'll give you an example, John. So the 1-4-6 blitz, all you got to do is use your ID the mic feature, and you put it on the outside guy. You double team the second end in. So if there's two guys rushing from the outside, the second guy gets the double team. The first guy gets the ID the mic, and you're going to stop that blitz. So guys, you just have to understand what we don't want to have, though, is someone that, he has success with that blitz and he just keeps running it and running it and running it and running it. It just becomes redundant. The other thing is that when a guy's flipping his play, reset your play, hit square L2, and that'll reset your play. And if you find that you're fumbling the ball a lot, go to conservative in your coach's option. And especially if you've got Lamar Jackson, I've said this before, use that feature, because that's going to help you out in these games. It's little things that you can use. And again, if a guy's using the bunch glitch where he flips it back and forth, and then he'll take his wide receiver and motion him out after he's flipped it to the right side. And if it's man coverage, he gets wide open. And I think you guys have seen that on a wheel route. just put your corner in quarters, and that won't work. There's your tip.
Essentially, like you were just saying, a lot of these things have a double-edged sword to them because yes, you can make your opponent pay, but if your opponent knows what they're doing, they can make you pay. And specifically one example, which we've seen in previous tournaments, Jay, people being mobile with the quarterbacks, using Lamar Jackson or a Patty Mahomes or Deshaun Watson, and their opponents going, well, all they do is run with the cornerback. But then later on in the tournament, those same little billies that run with the quarterback are the ones going, but I'm fumbling every play. It's like, yeah, right. It's a double-edged sword. If you run with the quarterback all the time, just like in real life, more than likely you might fumble it away in the most crucial part of the game.
Absolutely, John. And so that's where the conservative part, you have coaching options, put guys on conservative, your ball carrier on conservative, and you should be going. If you should be good. If you're Ron, he'd probably put his receivers on aggressive because he wants his receivers to go up and get the football because he's got those.
We always do.
He'd have them cut at the 40, right?
Yeah, cut before he cut back in. There's all kinds of things, but at the end of the day, guys, I've watched these games and I'm not too concerned. I mean, some people have complained, and I've watched the games, and I hear what they're saying, but I don't see it. Okay.
I think that's a very okay. That's a good way. Of putting that down. Any last things that you have to discuss with us? It is about 10 after the hour right now, and that means the Xbox One consolation rounds 5 and round 6, games 75 through 78 and 79 through 80 on the docket are about to commence. So any thoughts before we get back into the action?
So we're going to try and get games going. So if games happen to end early, we might have a shorter night. It might change the times when we do the raffles. Remember, Xbox One will do the Xbox One drawing for the Madden 21 gift certificate and half the prizes. And then just before the PS4 time, so at 8 o'clock will be the last raffle that we're going to take. And then John and Ron will get me those raffles in, and I'll get them over to Venetia, and she will do the draws, and then I'll have the winners ready for you. I'll send that to you and Adam and Ron, John, so you have it on paper or on your phones. And we'll be ready to go to do our raffle presentations. But again, remember, if we can end earlier, that's what we're going to do. We also understand there might be some hiccups, and so that's why the tournament's slated to finish at 11. We'd like to be at least finished by 11, but if we can end earlier, that would be great so people can enjoy a Saturday night.
Yeah, an extremely late Saturday night if they're on the East Coast playing in the Maritimes for us, or maybe not too late if you're out in the BC side of things, Ron.
Yeah, early evening on the BC coast, really, really late. Maybe, I don't know, go get a lobster at 2 in the morning.
I don't think it matters what time of the day it is, though, if you're walking away with $500 cash in a Nike Football Canada backpack. That's for our national champions, Jay. And like you were mentioning, just to get to the final dance, $100 plus $100 gift card. That's $200.
Yeah, pretty cool. And then third place finishers, you will also get. So if you lose in that in the loser bracket kind of semifinal, you will get the winner of that game gets $100 PS4 Xbox One card as well.
It's almost a bronze medal finisher, if you will.
Pretty much. So.
Well, Coach, we appreciate your time. As always, we will talk to you at the top of the next hour, and we look forward to hearing from Matt Schneider as well at around 4:20, if not 4:30 this hour.
4:30, and it's going to be Adam Ziegler. Snyder will be on at 5:30. Adam Ziegler will be on at 4:30.
Wonderful. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, Coach, and we'll take it back to the action right now. We've got a Houston-Baltimore game, and we've got Ron and John.
Ron, take it away.
Well, first time I think I can recall seeing Houston today, so let's see what Deshaun Watson and the Houston Texans can do. Will Fuller spread out a little bit wider out to the right there. Ball placed in the middle of the field. Watson back to pass, rolling out to his right, looking deep, taking a shot, almost picked off by the Baltimore Ravens, Johnny.
The user really should have intercepted that ball, too, in Mason LaJoie, because, let's face it, read it like a coloring book, but then moved the defender last second to make it an incomplete pass.
Yeah, again, a good pass breakup and everything else. Little dangerous throw, to be honest with you. I get everyone likes rolling to one side of the field with the athletic quarterback. I get that. The problem is when you do that, you get only half the field. Okay, realistically, you want to get half the field to a third of the field, so your passing windows are a lot smaller, and everyone doesn't understand that. And they tend to well, I'm just gonna, I want to be this guy because he's really athletic, he's really mobile. We get to do this, we get to do that. It's not always works out well for you guys, so that's something to keep in mind as well.
So Mason LaJoy enjoying a 3-point lead here. Taking him on, though, is Daryl Kane, a 38-year-old here in Ontario. And essentially, he's going to try and climb back onto the horse here. But LaJoy, using Lamar Jackson, zigzagging down the near sidelines, gets it up to the 38-yard line.
2 rushes for 30 yards for Lamar early in this game, as we're just approaching 15 seconds left to go in the first quarter. 3-0 Baltimore.
Yeah, 2 Ontario natives going at it in this particular game. As I mentioned, Mason LaJoy, 15 years of age, out of Ontario. And again, his opponent taking him on is Daryl Kane, 38 years, his veteran. But go figure, 1 quarter's already in the books, and just a field goal on the board is the difference so far. And is there a safety in the other game? A 7-2 score to the left side of your screen, Ron.
Yeah, 7-2. I'm just looking at that myself as well.
Break out the peanut marshmallows, Ron. A safety.
Peanut marshmallows. Phenomenal.
It explains your great physique, Ron.
Peanut marshmallows, a snack food that gets you through a 13-hour day of broadcasting.
This is a big drive here for Mason LaJoy and the Ravens, because you got to think they got a 3-0 lead. Even if they can just get into the end zone for the first time today, it'll be a 2-possession game.
Yeah, and that's what you're kind of looking for at this point. Is you want to get a touchdown, you need to get that major at some point. Again, Baltimore's kind of having their way in this game so far. Really
and they go back to the ground attack. This time, though, they're going in the wrong direction. A 2nd and 4 turns into a 3rd and 8.
Big play, big stop at the edge. Again, Mark Ingram's more of that in between the tackles guy. I know everyone wants to break him out wide and everything with that outside stretch. He's not an outside stretch runner. He's a downhill power guy. You got to hit him in that one gap and let him go.
Lamar hesitates in the backfield, and that hesitation cost him, Ron, more losses of a yard. This time, 5 more yards the wrong way. 4th and 13 coming up.
4th and 13, it's going to force a long field goal attempt. This is huge.
I don't even think
57 yards.
I don't think it's makeable, but he's got the accuracy down. It's from right down the pipe. Does it have the legs? It does,
Wow.
Ron. That's the longest field goal of the tournament so far.
57 yards, John, is what the field goal was. So up 6-0 here. That's big.
I honestly did not think. I knew that it was between the hash marks, so the accuracy was there, but I didn't think he'd have enough legs on it, Ron, but it did.
Pretty good kicker for the Baltimore Ravens, Justin Tucker.
Again, this is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup presented by Football Canada and Arcade Jacks Communications live here on Junior Mustangs TV. Hit the like button, guys, on the bottom of your screen. You disappointed me. Only 11 of you so far. And more importantly, hit the subscribe button so we can shave Ron Forward's head. As Miller will go over to the left side. He's got 13 yards on 3 rushes. His first decent gain of this game, though, and trying to get in it right now because he's down by 6 points. You think a touchdown gets you the first taste of the lead, though, Ron, so it's far from over.
Oh, yeah. A touchdown in this, at any point by either of these teams is going to be huge, as we've seen the 2 field goals for the Baltimore Ravens. Houston's got to get something going there after the big first down.
Daryl Kane, the defensive line, bunches together, uses Deshaun Watson to the right side to Johnson Jr., eludes 2 tackles, but third time is the charm for the Ravens defense.
The Duke coming out of the backfield on that. Long flat pattern, long mesh pattern. Deshaun takes his time, hits him in the flats. Gain of 9 yards, 2nd and 1.
And again, a quick reminder, guys, you can always check out your brackets, whether it's on the Xbox One side or the PlayStation 4 side of things at challengewithano.com. That's challonge.com/Xbox One Canada or PS4 Canada, as only needing a yard on this play was Mr. Kane, and yes, he Kane on this particular affair.
Yeah, again, got enough for the first down, though. And again, you're keeping the sticks moving. Clock's moving. 3 timeouts for both teams here. So it's kind of Houston. They need to get some points going on the board. You need to get some chunk plays.
Even a field goal before the halftime break would be crucial.
Yeah, and again, depends on who gets the ball at the half as well, John, which is always a huge thing in Madden.
So defensive auto flips. They don't like the coverage that they were in. Daryl Kane being lethargic on this next play. 17 seconds left on the play clock. A little bit of audible from the receiver does not help out the running back in Miller, who is tackled behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Humphrey just coming up. He's that safety that just creeped down in the box in there. Does a good job of being your eighth defender in the box and nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
15 rushing yards on 5 carries. It's 3 yards per tilt right now for Miller. Not necessarily that bad, but in the video game world, not necessarily that good either.
No, you know, you're looking for more of a chunk play in the video game world. You want to get about the 5 or 6 yard per average.
Watson, once again, siphoning around through his options, protecting the pocket, finds Johnson Jr. to the right side, and that seems to be a favorable target. He's only completed 2 passes. They've both been to Johnson Jr.
Yeah, the former Cleveland Brown running back, Duke Johnson, out of the backfield, was just that long drag route.
So Johnson stays to the left side of Watson, who's got 2 receivers to the left and 1 to his right. Make that 2 as a tight end splits off the line. He throws it over to the left side. Into double coverage. Incomplete pass.
Incomplete. Really good coverage there. Not really necessarily like the play. The result, 4th down here. Going to punt the ball away and play some defense.
Still a 7-2 ball game, by the way, on the left side of your screen. So neck and neck tight affairs. Neither side has pushed the 10-point plateau between 2 teams.
No, and that's
fumble and recovered by Seattle. What a trucking allows the defense to take over and try and get their first points offensively of the game.
That's huge. Wow. Bobby Wagner, the safety, picked it up too.
So 45 seconds left in this game to the right side of your screen. And even though there's all the timeouts remaining for both teams, no team calls a timeout here. Now there's less than 30 seconds remaining in the half. Andrews from the right to the middle side of the field. Lamar Jackson trying to get to the edge and wisely just goes out of bounds before being met by 2 Texans.
So 2 Texans make the tackle there. 22 seconds left to go. 3rd and 6 here. Both teams with all 3 timeouts. Let's see what they got in the play design here. I got a trivia question coming up in a couple minutes here, John.
Mason LaJoie, 3 timeouts at his disposal with a 6-point lead and 22 seconds left before halftime. See what this play is with 3rd and 6 coming up here. Then you got to thank Ron for word to just teased one of those trivia questions. We'll see what he has on his cranium for you. Ingram motions from the right to the left side. Ingram the second, ready to do some damage. Flip him back from the left to the right. 10 seconds left on the play clock. Andrews will now go in motion. Lots of motioning from the Ravens offense. Yet to stop the ball, now they do. Ingram with the carry to the left side. Picks up a couple yards. Why would the Texans call a timeout there? The only thing I could think of, Ron, is this a restart?
No, it's putting it down to 4th down. Punt the ball and ensure you get the ball back. You get one more opportunity to throw it deep to probably the best player in the best receiver in the video game, Andre Johnson.
I don't think Andre Johnson's on the Texans anymore, my friend.
Well, he is in this game.
Is he?
Yeah, because he signed this offseason, so he's still on the 20 season.
Okay.
Or excuse me, the 19.
So Watson has 1 in the backfield. 8 seconds remains. 2 timeouts left. Going to hand this one off to Miller. Miller over to the left side. I think he should go out of bounds, and he does. 3 seconds left, though. Ron, ball at the 48.
Ball at the 48 there. I'm not sure about the play call.
You pretty much need a penalty to be called to extend this first half on this next play.
I don't get the 3 tight end look here right now, but anyway, that's just me.
Fells is going to do exactly that. Go over to the left side to join a trio of options for Deshaun Watson. Check that. Now he's back over to the right side. Does Humphrey follow him? No, he doesn't. Sticks into the middle. Deshaun Watson just lethargically waiting to snap the ball. There's only 1 second left, but yet Miller almost had an opportunity but tiptoed out of bounds.
Well, halftime 6-0. This game's still wide open. It's into anyone's game. 7-5 over in the Seattle-San Francisco game.
Wow.
7-5 in that game.
More of a CFL score on the left side. Yeah, Johnson's not on the Texans
Hopkins
anymore. Yeah, I kind of knew you were wrong there. But Johnson's from like 10 years ago, my friend.
Andre Johnson, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, well, no, he's not. Did he retire a Texan, though? Didn't he retire early from playing football?
He played like one season somewhere else.
And then was like, nah, I'm good.
He was done.
A lot of good years wasted in Houston.
A lot of really good players wasted in Houston. For the Oilers and the Texans.
Oh, I'm sure...
That was a
sure
dig.
I'm sure Kennedy has something to say about that.
Yeah, he's got no voice right now. But anyway.
So currently we're about 25 after the hour, and again at 4:30 we're going to get a special interview on tap. Mahomes gets rid of this before being rocked. Incomplete pass, though. And a pretty good game on your screen right now. 10-7 contest with 42 seconds remaining before halftime.
John, I teased a trivia question. I'm going to wait till after the 4:30 interview to ask the trivia question. So just a teaser. When we come back from the interviews, probably around 22:05, I will have a very, very difficult trivia question for everyone tonight.
New Brunswick native trying to do some damage. Mahomes to the near side. Did Hill catch it?
Yeah,
they say he did. Wow. The 15-year-old Dalton Faber out of New Brunswick completing the pass there and really putting the pressure right now on, Asian boy 67. As the New Brunswick kid trying to go back to work. Mahomes rolls from the left side, sprints to the right side, and then just chucks the ball away. What'd you think about that?
This is what he does in real life, though. Like this, I can't say that it's a video game. Oh, it's just a video game. This is what Patrick Mahomes does in real life. So it's as someone who is growing up a fan of the AFC West.
Incomplete pass.
To see that happen is just maddening.
3rd and 10 play coming up here. Segan Chow Knight. That's Asian boy 67 handling from Alberta with the Seattle Seahawks defense. If I'm not mistaken, just because those blue jerseys have caught my eye, was it not the blue jerseys of Seattle that won our lone overtime game last night? Pretty sure.
I think so, yeah.
Pretty sure it was those stylish vintage blue jerseys of the
that's
Seattle
right, the
Seahawks.
Kurt Warner throwback. Kurt Warner, Jim Zorn, Dave Craig jerseys.
So once again, rolling back in the pocket is Mahomes. Does the 50-year-old from New Brunswick have an idea to get to the end zone? He'll have to take a timeout here, Ron, as he's well shy.
As he does take a timeout, though, 9 seconds left to go. Brings up a 2nd and goal from about the 6-yard line.
So Dalton Faber trying to get back to pay dirt, and he does. A key touchdown right up the gut.
Good job actually using up all the clock there.
But again, you got a guy from Alberta taking a guy on from New Brunswick. This is the type of Canadian competition I was looking forward to in day 2 of the 2020 Madden Canada Cup. And a big thank you has to go out to Football Canada and Air K-Jax Communications for making this all possible, as well as Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches for providing us the food for the crew to get us through. 17-7 is the score in this one. Chow Knight has time going up against him. He does still have 3 timeouts, but only 3 seconds to do anything.
You got to throw a deep ball here. Hopefully Lockett can come down with it. That's pretty much your only chance.
And again, a reminder, challenge with an O, CHALLONGE.com/Xbox One Canada or /PS4 Canada to find all the updated information for your particular bracket. This one thrown into gridlock, picked off by Thornhill of the KC Chiefs. Great job to make sure he did not return that for a potential pick 6, and we head to halftime.
Well, and again, with number 3 back there for these Seattle Seahawks, I thought it was Rick Meyer, the old Seattle quarterback, back to pass there. It looked like Rick Meyer throwing the ball there with that type of accuracy.
Ouch, Ron.
I know.
Raffle prizes to be given away. You know, everybody's waiting on pins and needles for your next raffle question. That's going to come after The excellent interview is coming off in just about 2 minutes time from now, but we got Football Canada gift cards for footballcanada.ca, Nike Football Canada backpacks, t-shirts, sweatpants, and O-Pro mouth guards, as well as $100 gift cards for the PS4 and Xbox One networks. And that's separate from the grand prizes. $500 going to each national champion and a Nike backpack. $100 plus a $100 gift card going to the finalists. And third place bronze finisher is going to get some prizes as well.
A lot of prizes, a lot of opportunities to win tonight, guys.
So once again, the 2020 Madden Canada Cup Day 2 of festivities. And it does look like in about a minute's time, we're going to have some great interviews for you lined up by our producer, Adam Melrose, here at the Melrose Place. 10-point differential on the board here in the second half of action. It'll take a pretty special effort this time from Mr. Chow Knight, Segan Chow Knight out of Alberta, just 13 years of age, to crawl back into this one. But we've been impressed from what we've seen so far in this tournament from this particular Albertan.
Yeah, a really solid video game player. He knows what he's doing. He uses the clock really well, and he uses his players really well. I've been impressed with his play.
4:01 remains here in the third quarter of play. Wilson, barking instructions at his line to the left side, rolls to the right instead, has more open, who catches the ball down at his opponent's 42-yard line. And it does look like we will send things over to our producer, Mr. Melrose.
Absolutely. We'll give Ron and John a little break here, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to bring in the coach, KJ Kennemy, and another one of our friends from Football Canada. So, Adam, thanks for joining us as well. Mr. Ziegler's joining us, and KJ, I know we were here. Obviously, it's Coach's Corner, so chance to chat about a few different things, but I know you had a few topics you wanted to touch on, so why don't you lead us off?
Sure, yeah. No better place in Coach's Corner than having
right,
a good friend of mine, Adam Ziegler. Adam, why don't you tell us your full position? Because I know you're a man of many hats, but you've been doing such a great job with the coaching and the educational components for all our coaches across Ontario.
Well, Coach Kennedy, Coach Melrose, thanks for having me out. I'm the coaching director for the Ontario Football Alliance and a master coach developer for Football Canada and the Coaching Association of Ontario and Canada. And we've just been really busy the last 3 months during this COVID-19 period, trying to offer our coaches opportunities to continue their coaching journey through coaching education, and having fantastic speakers come in and talk to us about the different positions.
Yeah, and I've been had the luxury of taking a lot of these courses. First, the head coaching a component, and then of course the positional ones, offensively and defensively, were just extraordinary. You've got a couple coming up, Adam. I thought maybe you could touch on. I know you've got a positional academy course, offensive systems, July 20th with Ryan Clutterbuck. Maybe you could take us through some of those.
Yeah, so Coach Clutterbuck, former University of Western player, and he's presently the head coach of the Women's Team Canada. He'll be guiding us through some offensive systems and letting us see some of the things that have gone on with the women's program in the past. Then on July 21st, we've got exciting special team systems with Rob Underhill from McMaster University. Rob just did a fantastic defensive back course with us. And if the special teams is anything like his DB clinic, it's going to be to die for. He does a fantastic job. And then Coach John Parks from MAC. He used to be with the Peterborough Wolverines. He's going to do a special fullback, hybrid running back, highlighting sort of the transition that they're using at MAC right now. And I know I've got one of my former high school players, Nathan Steves, who's heading to MAC in the fall, and he's being looked at for that fullback position. So I'm really excited to see how Coach Parks and the coaching staff there at MAC are going to utilize him. So that's very exciting. And then a really up and coming university coach, Matt Deans from York Lions. He's going to do wide receivers for us on July 27th. And, I had the opportunity being the women's head coach for Team Ontario Matt came out and did a session with some of my girls, and he was absolutely fantastic. So there's some really exciting position clinics coming up. And I don't think we've ever done a fullback hybrid running back course. So this is sort of a first for us in Ontario and in Canada with Football Canada. So
you've had, a lot of, you've got Matt Snyder doing running backs, JP Cercelli, Coach Marshall, and I forget the other defensive line. He was very good. Joe
Capello, yeah.
Capello, and then of course that DB clinic was second to none. And then the linebackers, you had a Ty-Cat coach come in, a veteran, and just I know Adam would have loved that DB and linebacker clinic and the D line. I'm sure. I know he's going to probably avail himself of that. I've got some notes for him anyway. Talk about coaching certification, because there is something coming up this week that is very important. Fitzy, who's in our back room here, needs to be taking this course. Ethan, why don't you go grab Fitzy for me? But why don't you talk about Adam, about the safe contact coming up this week?
So since 2015, every coach in Canada has to take safe contact. And we've spent the last year rewriting safe contact and including hawk tackling and gator tackling and all kinds of other new insights into safe running and safe blocking. And we're going to be running a clinic on Wednesday the 15th and Thursday the 16th, 3 hours each night from 7 to 10. And it'll be through the Zoom, and that the theoretical part will get done online. And then as soon as we're able to in person, we're going to run our practical pieces. But that safe contact is a foundational piece for safe blocking, running, and tackling for all of football.
So just bringing a friend of mine here who's doing, this is one of our guys that's doing all the admin behind the scenes. He's a good friend of Adam Melrose, Adam Ziegler. I think Daniel Fitzgerald. He needs to take the safe contact. So it's this Wednesday and Thursday. Fitz. So I just thought I'd remind you.
Yeah, just a little reminder.
But yeah, no, just a great guy. And I think a great and up and coming coach. I think Adam Melrose would agree in our program. So just wanted to introduce you and to let you know he's going to sign up for this week.
We already got you signed up, Fitzy. There's no getting out of it, buddy.
No. Video.
Fitzy, just before and Adam, I'll get back to you in 1 sec. Fitz, how's it going? You're back there dealing with all the issues, everything going kind of clean?
Yeah, I mean, everything's going pretty good. The big thing is communicating with players before and after games, right? Letting them know, the rules and just saying, hey, if you lose this game, you'll be playing at this time. If you win this game, you'll be playing at a different time. So it's really just the communication with the players and obviously with the admin.
Well, thanks so much for everything. I know you're leading the charge at you and Ethan with the groups, the ladies there. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you very much. That was Daniel Fitzgerald. Guys, I want to get him on. We're gonna roast him after this, Coach Ziegler. Adam, last thing, why is it important? And I know, Adam, you've been to some of these clinics, and sometimes you go, well, why do I got to take all this stuff? But the way coaching has evolved and some of the things we've seen happen, we don't want to get into the negative aspects, but it is what it is. There's been some things that have gone around. Adam, at first I think the reception was cold. We don't need to do this, and now you seem to turn guys like me and Adam. We're on your side now. We're kind of promoting this stuff, and I know Mike Stenning. Talk about that journey real quickly here, and then we'll close with that.
Well, I've been coaching now for over 40 years, and when I first started playing, we were treated very differently by our coaches. Our coaches loved us, we loved them, but things were very different. And whether they grabbed your face mask and spit in your face and smacked you in the back end, that was acceptable. But times have changed, and now with Safe Sport in Canada, we're seeing a lot of maltreatment of athletes, and we're seeing it, the ripple effect in the NHL and the NFL and different sporting bodies where, players are coming out and saying that they've been mistreated for various reasons. So it's really important that, the NCCP, the National Coaching Certification Program, which is administered through Football Canada and the OFA, we're trying to educate not only our coaches, our parents, but our players about, what does it mean in 2020 to be a player, and to do so in a safe environment. And this COVID-19 pandemic has, taxed all of us. But this is the time when we're in this lull right now, waiting to see when we return to the field, that coaches continue their journey. Presidents, board of directors can also start taking some courses. You know, as a facilitator for the Coaching Association of Ontario, I know I got asked on Wednesday night to do a Making Ethical Decisions course for the Canadian Games Wednesday, but I'm not available. They're going to look at rescheduling it. But every single sport in Canada, and we have coaches from all over Canada continuing their journey. They're making themselves better. They're familiarizing themselves with the safe sport movement. And at the end of the day, we're just trying to make sport better, because sport is important for athletes. Not just because it gets them involved, but in terms of making him or her the best type of person in our society. And that's what we're looking at, is making good people.
Well, I'll tell you, you're one of the hardest working guys out there. We appreciate you, Adam. I think we're lucky we got Adam here. I know you're the type of guy I could call. We had a couple of things kind of move on us, and I said, I'm going to give a good friend a call. I knew if you were available, you would come on. So thank you for coming on with short notice. Adam, maybe you want to close and then take us into the next break. Thank you, Coach Ziegler.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you,
Thanks, Coach Ziegler. And even I know, like, I think we had to drive to Waterloo, was it the one time, Jay, to do the community and sport course. And, I remember thinking at the time, kind of like, this is good, but I've learned a lot of this from taking other courses. But then I rewound for like about 10 years and thought, you know what, when I was kind of voluntold that I was coaching my son's house league team, that community and sport course would have been unreal, because it was me and 3 other dads that were basically just said, like, hey, you played football in high school, right? You want to coach this house league team? And we all did, but we all had like our 90s and 80s training where we had 7-year-olds putting face masks into numbers, and because that's what we knew. And all of this, like that community and sport piece is fantastic. And I think that anybody coaching at the house league level or any level should take that. But specifically, a dad who's grown up in Canada as a hockey player who wants to coach football now, I think it's an amazing first step for those guys who might just be a little intimidated. I used to have dads on the house league team that would be like, yeah, I really want to help, but I never played this. So for them to go through that 8-hour course, I think they could come out on the other end and go, yeah, I could absolutely help now, because they've got the fundamentals to do it. So bravo to you and your team, Adam. And I'm looking forward to taking more courses. And it's a game we're always continuing to learn for sure. So appreciate your time coming on today. And we're going to send it back to Ron and John, who I think are ready to go over here. And we'll take it from there and get back into the action.
Yeah, we were born ready, Adam. I don't know if you're just
Adam.
catching up to speed on that fact. Welcome back to day 2 of the 2020 Madden Canada Cup, presented by Eric Ajax Communications and Football Canada. He's Ron. I'm John. And just to correct you, Ron, Andre Johnson does not play on the Houston Texans. A good fan messaged me privately named Danny Fitzgerald.
Oh.
And he wanted you to know that Duke Johnson is on the Texans.
I know he is.
Right, but that's not Andre Johnson.
No, Andre Johnson was.
Now,
playing
Duke
for the
Johnson
Texans.
he played at the Miami U. Andre Johnson was with the Texans for a number of years. He's also a Miami U product, but played for the Colts and Texans for each season before calling it quits.
Yeah.
You were wrong, and Fitzy got it right.
Oh, Fitzy had Google. It's not like he was going to know that.
In this game, getting it right and not wrong is Shake It the Earth 44. He's out to a healthy 38-15 lead. He's got the ball in his possession approaching the final minute of play.
2-minute warrant, two-point conversion was good there, and it's kicking away, and unfortunately he's not able to get it. Kansas City with the ball.
And as a result, KC goes to their tight end, and Kelson, he will get it the first down to the right side. Less than 50 seconds remains in this contest now. And Ron, you said you had some trivia for us.
Trivia
people like
time.
Chase Slattery, Holden Sirik, Charlie Tagger, Quentin Hurlick, James Archer, Brady Doucette, just to name a few, have gotten 5 additional ballots into the box next to their name. Guy like Xavier, 25 more additional ballots in the box.
All right.
Give some for the rest of them, Xavier. Come on, be a good sport.
Okay. Trivia question time. I'm not even sure if you're going to be able to Google and find this answer.
Ooh, I like that.
Okay. back in the 80s, this NFL team started every kickoff with 11 men and ended the play with 10 men. What is the reason why, and what was the player that left the field?
So one more time, Ron.
Back in the 80s, this NFL team would start every kickoff with 11 men on the field. A player would exit the field and be off the field before the play was finished. What is the team? What is the player? And why? So we're looking for the team, the player, and the reason why he left the field.
As we switch over this barn burner, well, somebody's barn's being burnt down. Roman Sims leading by 39 points and being relentless on the defense, bring up a 4th and 22, Ron.
Oh, big sack on that last play there, Johnny. Drew Brees. I love this was a potential jersey change at this point, too. I do have a New Orleans Saints black jersey that I was going to wear.
By the way, Roman Sims is steamrolling on the screen as far as the football is concerned, and he's on to something raffle-wise. He doesn't have the right answer yet, but he's on the right track, Ron.
You're on the right track. You have to tell me the name of the player, the reason why, and the team he played for.
Ron doesn't make it easy, folks. Just ask Ron X's.
Both of them. Both of them.
Madden Canada Cup here at Melrose Place. Talk about our producer out of Melrose. What a heck of a guy.
Great ball.
Great defensive coach.
Great defensive coach. With 11 men on the field.
Needs to teach needs to teach his son clock management skills. I think that'll come in handy in the tournaments of Madden and off the tournaments of Madden too.
He's blaming the coaches on that. I blame the parent on that particular case.
So Lamar Jackson continuing to do some damage here. And, well, do you even have a real need to protect your quarterback when you're up by 39 points, Ron?
On the video game, when you got it in yours, probably turned off in it too.
That's true. By the way, Roman Sims is close to the answer, folks, so that should be your only kind of leeway we're going to give you to the Ron's question. A team started with 11 players on the field. Then they would end each play with 10.
Kickoff.
Name the player.
Name the team.
Name the team.
And the reason why.
And the reason why, apparently.
So again, this team in the 80s would start every kickoff with 11 men and end the play with only 10 men because a player exited the field. So what is the team? What is the player? And why did he leave the field? That is the question.
And again, we got raffle tickets to give away towards Nike backpacks, Football Canada t-shirts, sweatpants, O-Pro mouth guards, gift cards of $20 in, value that you can use at footballcanada.ca, or $100 gift cards to the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One networks, courtesy of Aircade Jacks Communications and the London Junior Mustangs football program.
As this game is unfortunately over.
Well,
274 rushing yards.
It was over in the first quarter.
Quite possibly. But I love that Saints jersey. I love the throwback. You know, Drew Brees doing a little Archie Manning there.
As long as he's not tweeting or commenting on some Yahoo interview, I'm okay with Drew Brees.
Yeah, and again, probably everyone noticed jersey change time.
Yeah,
explain my
who you're wearing.
Content. Yeah. I am wearing my black Hamilton Tiger Cat Danny McManus jersey.
And McManus won a couple Grey Cups, to say it lightly.
Yeah, from Florida State product from the University of Florida State. Go Noles.
What's your favorite CFL team, producer Melrose?
Run that down by me again.
Favorite CFL team?
I am an Alouettes fan.
How about you, Ron? You're wearing a Tiger Cats jersey.
I'm wearing a Tiger Cats jersey.
And you said you wanted a Rough Rider jersey earlier.
But I'm a Lions fan.
This guy. Well, I'll go with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. So we'll go from the east to the west to right in the middle of Canada, well represented across the plains.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of the orange the orange
Lions.
line jersey.
In fact, BC last year in the Football Canada Cup rocked almost BC Lions-esque like jerseys with the orange and black trim. And again, throw out that question one more time for us, Ron, if you don't mind, because again, a team kicking off in the 80s would start the kickoff with 11 guys, end it with 10. You want to know the player, the team, and reason why.
Correct.
And I believe at the top of the hour, if I'm not mistaken, we do have an interview coming up, Producer Melrose, or what's up?
Yeah, actually, what we're going to do now is, because there are literally
no games
going on right now, is we're going to revisit. We had a really cool interview between Coach Glenn Mills and Luke Wilson from our OPFL tourney. I think there's some pretty cool information in here. So,
and he's an NFL product that came out of the Ontario amateur football scene, a true inspiration, I'm sure, to many of our participants in this tournament.
Absolutely. So I think we're going to flip over to that. I'll continue to look for some games, but I've searched both Twitch and YouTube and have found no one streaming right now. So if you are streaming right now, let us know in the comments so I can get your game up. But for now, we will flip on over to the part 1 of 5 of the Luke Wilson-Glenn Mills interview, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Meet with and discuss just football in general, and give some knowledge to some young kids out there and stuff like that. Hope all is well. I know you're in LA, I believe.
I am, yeah. I'm out here in LA, so here the weather's a little nicer here than it has been in Ontario.
Yeah, I bet it. So obviously, quick question: what have you been doing during this obviously this precedent time with COVID-19, and what have you been doing to try and stay at the top of your game and try and stay in top condition?
To be honest with you, it has been a bit of a struggle. The facility I was at here in LA did close down. So trying to make the best of kind of what I have available. I'm out, there's some parks that are still open, and I've got the bandana around the face because that's a law here. You can't be outside in public without a mask on.
You can't be?
No. In fact, the other day I had my bandana just around my neck, and a police officer came over and asked me to wear it. So that was kind of a strange experience. But and then fortunately for me, I've been able to link up with somebody who's got a little home gym, and been able to kind of get as much work in there as I can.
That's good. I know here it's not so bad. I mean, my wife has got us wearing a mask and the crazy stuff too. I mean, I don't go out too much, but she's got us wearing that stuff, and I just it's what it is. I try and just go throughout my business and continue to do what we're doing, and I'm definitely missing football. And
we're going to get the Xbox
the
One
and
loser
stuff like
round
that,
7
but,
games 83 and 84 going right now.
Another quick question.
About 5 o'clock. Okay.
As you've been a professional athlete now
those
for
games going
about
right
8
away
years
for
or something like that in the NFL,
Okay.
and I'm going to
But
take
yeah, I
you
kind
back
of feel like
to your high school
I'm
slash
just not sure why
club
it's
days, and
Sorry, I'm on live.
talk a little bit about film. When you sent your stuff away and got to get yourself some opportunities to play at the next level, how important do you feel film was?
I would say that out of all the factors, that was by far the most important. Just like my personal story, and I don't know if you've ever heard me tell it, but it's kind of a funny one. So I had met Rice at a camp. Didn't really think like too much of it. That was my first year playing Ravens. Was a kind of a baseball hockey guy. And then all of a sudden it was like, man, these guys seem really interested, but really wasn't. And they're like, you got any film? And I remember sitting there thinking to myself, like, do I have any film? I'm like, yeah, of course. In my head, I'm like, I don't have any film. Told my dad, and the first person my dad reached out to was you. And I sent some film that you had put together down to Rice amongst some other schools. But I remember getting a call from their recruiting coach, and one of the things he said was, he's like, hey, we got your film, and we really loved what is the black and teal team you're playing for? And I'm like, oh, that's the Ravens. He's like, yeah, we were actually very pleasantly surprised. I at the level of competition. So it was, kind of one thing that always stuck out in my head is, especially, you go to a Division I school in Texas, they're looking at some of the best high schools in the entire world, on a consistent basis. And for them to kind of sit there and see the high school film and then also be like, it's tough for them to judge, if you're playing, and it's not a shot. I mean, I love high school ball, but it's like, if you're a recruiting coach and you're looking at high school tape and a kid's dominating, it's like, okay, like this kid looks great, but it's tough for them to evaluate because they don't know, the level of competition that he's going up against. And then all of a sudden they black and teal, as for anyone who doesn't know, they're talking about the Ravens film. He was like, okay, like clearly this is a much higher caliber of football. And I think that was one of the main reasons, I know that they felt very comfortable with offering me a full ride about a week or two later, was because they had seen not only highlights, but entire game film of me playing in the time OVFL. I know it's the OPFL now. Another thing too, I think film-wise, that's important is, and like I just said, kind of getting full games on there. A lot of guys can show flashes, and I'm not trying to take away from highlights because football games are oftentimes won with guys making big plays. But it's like when you get to the next level, college, when you get to the pro level, everybody, but in college, the majority of people can make big plays. In the pros, everyone can. It's not, I mean, some people can make them easier than others, but it's not like, you can put a third, fourth string receiver in or tight end and have him make a one-handed catch. Like there's a reason they got there. So I think that, if I was a college coach, seeing full-blown games kind of gives a little more intel on who the player is on a every down basis. As far as like the OPFL goes, one thing that I try and tell people all the time, and it's weird, but for some reason, not to like get on my soapbox here, but one of the more annoying things about like the idea of football in Ontario to me is, a lot of people claim to like know things that they just don't know. And they sit there and they think, oh, playing high school ball and playing summer league ball is a lot of football. And my response is like, what do you think that how many games do you think the Texas people are playing? I don't know what the high school schedule is right now. But when I was in high school, the regular season was 6 games.
That's all it is still.
Okay, and it's like, that's not enough games to play football and like polish your craft if you want to play at the next level. And you look at these high-end programs, high school-wise, they're playing 12 regular season games plus the playoffs consecutively. So, if you're a good high school team in Texas, it's not uncommon for you to play 16, 17 games. And it's like you sit there and I look at it and you combine the Ravens season, you combine the high school season, and correct me if I'm wrong with that, it's 8 games regular season.
Correct.
So it's like 8 and 6. That's 14 games. Now you're like right in the wheelhouse of what like an actual, U.S. kid is going to play. And it's just, it's an unfortunate narrative, I think, in that sense. And I think that a lot of people too get very lost in the idea of working out and preparing for high school. First off, I'm a big believer in if you're at a young age playing multiple sports and really developing athleticism.
For sure.
But if, you're getting older, which I kind of slowed down when I got to 12th grade. But it's like, if you're in that 11th, 12th grade and you really are sure that football is the route you want to go, working out in the summer to prepare for high school, to me, makes absolutely zero sense. If anything, it'd be the other way around. Because again, if your goal is to get to the next level, you get better at football by playing football. That's what people forget. Yeah, you can train for football and you can get stronger and you can do all these things in the weight room, and it's a huge part of it. But you don't get better at football unless you're playing football, if that makes sense.
And it makes 100% sense. And people say, well, I'm going to weight train. Well, that's great. We've never told our kids not to weight train. We think weight train is incredibly important, but you're not going to become a better football player. Weight train, you're going to get stronger, which is again, that's a great thing. But I don't think our schedules in the OVFL/OPFL, what it's called now, I don't think it was ever so demanding that kids couldn't do both. I mean, if you're going to weight train and you want to weight train, 2 days a week in a game, 3 days a week is not going to interfere with you training in the off season to be able to get prepared to play football or any sport at any level.
Again, that's Luke Wilson and Coach Glenn Mills from Windsor, Ontario. Thanks again to Coach Mills for lining up a bunch of really fantastic interviews. And we are going to switch over to a game on YouTube now from Etienne Brisson, who is playing MXTTY 15. Let's say that's probably supposed to be Matty 15. And we'll send it back on over to Ron and John.
Thank you, as always, to our producer, Adam Melrose. A big thank you has to go out to Glenn Mills of the XX Ravens football program, as Adam was mentioning, getting the great interview, as well as the NFL stud himself, Luke Wilson, who I believe is back with Seattle after having a stint with Oakland, or is he still in the Raiders organization?
No, he signed with Seattle last year.
So back in the Seattle.
Yeah.
And this is the Madden 2020, folks. Canada Cup. This one might be a little outdated. 21 years ago, Ron. It's hard to think. Time flies when you're having fun, especially if you spent your whole life playing Madden.
And I've played a lot of Madden games, and I actually have that one for a different Nintendo system.
And I was talking with our producer, Adam Melrose, who, by the way, these fancy N64 style video games of the Madden are courtesy of him and him only. I had some of these for the N64 console, granted. I had the one with Culpepper, though, on the front. And then I was kind of embarrassed to admit I played a lot of non-Madden football.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Brett Favre's quarterback club. I'm talking Troy Aikman football on the Sega Genesis. I gotta be honest, maybe I was a little too late into the thread of the Madden scene, but let's face it, nowadays, your one and only option is Madden.
Yeah, you know, and Madden's kind of got the exclusive thing, or EA Sports got the exclusive thing with the NFL, where they get to do their thing. Some great games. I know that we were talking about earlier, Johnny. That's a classic one right there.
20 years ago. You have to think there are participants, for instance, in this tournament, like Mr. Schmelly at 14 years of age, Segan Chow Knight, 13, Tyler Rudick Bromberg, I should say, 12 years, Jackson Roth, 13. Some of these guys weren't born when this game came out. And you got to think, to somebody like you, Ron, this game isn't actually that old. There were many more Maddens before this one.
There were a few. There weren't many more before that one. There were a few.
About, what, 6 or 7?
Like I said, there was a few.
A few, come on, Ron.
There were a few, but not as many. Xavier, you're actually wrong in thinking it was George Blanda. George Blanda would not leave the field during the kick.
So please go back to your question, though, Ron, because we've had some fun interviews with NFLer Luke Wilson, provided by Coach Glenn Mills, and a bit of a break in between. And even I thought that, I could simply Google this answer. Yeah. It'll be something that I could easily... I'm a pretty good researcher, Ron, if I put in the right things. Couldn't find it right away. Now, granted... if you do look up this individual's particular name, then right away you find the team they played for and you find the reason why in quite detail, like it or not. So again, one last time the question, Ron.
So back in the 80s, this NFL team would start the special team kickoff with 11 players. The kicker, I'm giving that part away, the kicker would exit the field. He would kick the ball, immediately pick up the tee, and go off the field. I want to know what team it was, who the player was, and the reason why.
And to put that in perspective, this game was 20 years ago, and Ron's question is about 20 years before this game.
Yes.
Just to give it a little bit of synopsis for the people out there.
Back in the 80s. Back in the 80s.
But that's what I would love it if a Tyler Rudick Bromberg, or even a Dalton Fulbert, or even a Jackson Trafford, we're talking about 12, 15, and 14 respectfully answered these questions. It's like I said, Ron, way before my time and way before these gentlemen's times as well.
Yeah, and this was one of the questions that, you know, the only reason I would have known this is because I remember seeing it.
And I love that Xavier a guy that has 25 more ballots courtesy of the Ron and John trivia on day 1 and 2 of the 2020 Madden Canada Cup, compared to guys like Jay Slattery, Sarek, Taggart, Doucette, Hurlick, and Archu, who all had 5 additional bouts through the box. Xavier is just thumping them, yet he is not turning off the tap. He's still hungry for more ballots in the box with his name on it, but he didn't get the right answer. The guys are on the right track. Like Roman Sims was on the right track. He just pretty much regurgitated your question right back into the answer.
Yeah, it is a kicker, okay? So I'm looking for an NFL kicker. All right?
Who would essentially leave after every time he kicked.
Yeah. He would
What
kick the
team
ball,
did he play for?
And then he'd pick up the tee and he would jog off the field because he couldn't sprint. That was another thing. So that was as we were breaking out a few more Madden games.
No, because I heard like, a few more. Well, we have a few more in our pockets here, but this is, I like our producer, Adam Melrose. He takes things from pontificating into physical form. So we talked about this one. In fact, actually, what we were originally talking about was, and there was one more before this one, correct? Ron, you have it over there. Grab it. The 99 is the first time they actually started marking the years down, but the original Madden on the N64, at least, wasn't even given a year.
No.
Just called Madden Football 64.
And the original game wasn't even called Madden Football. It was John Madden Presents Football. And I actually have that game at home. I'm sorry I didn't have time to grab it this morning. I was grabbing the 20 jerseys that I've got beside me instead.
But we go from the N64, which I think is already pretty vintage for some of the kids participating in this tournament, to something that is vintage to me now. We're talking about the Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
And we go, 2 years before that, some Madden 97 action. Yeah. What were you doing in 1997, Ron?
I think I was getting married.
Oh, making them cry.
Making her cry.
1996?
I got married in 98.
Okay, so you were still happy in 96. What were you doing then?
Drinking a lot.
Okay. And then I think this is the oldest one we have in Melrose Casa, if I'm not incorrect. 1994. Yeah. Now, I would have been a ripe age of 5, turning 6 at this age. But this is right when you're getting in your prime, though. 5, 6 years old, that's when you get introduced to the video game consoles. Yep. That's when you're sitting about 3 feet in front of your tube television that's giving you radiation poisoning, enjoying the video games on your Saturday morning after the cartoons were done. That takes me back to the memory lane.
Saturday morning cartoons, a bowl of cereal, Bugs Bunny, superheroes, That's a childhood.
I know it's off topic, but I remember a friend posted this yesterday, and it was a picture of the guy from the Reading Rainbow. Remember the Reading Rainbow?
That would be LeVar Burton.
Yes.
LeVar Burton played Geordie LaForge on Star Trek Next Generation.
And what was incredible to me, at least, is like, I remember being a kid and going, get this gone off the screen, I want more cartoons.
Yep.
But then you look back at it as an adult, not only do you recognize how important that show was to children's development, how amazing of a host he was for educating and, really feeding into the growth of children's minds and education. But you think, too, we have nothing like that today.
No.
Absolutely nothing that inspires children from the grassroots level to read, enjoy their imagination, and become whatever you want to become. Bring back the Reading Rainbow. It needs to happen for the kids of this generation. And kids that don't know what we're talking about, just Google Reading Rainbow. As a kid, you thought it was a lame show, and as an adult, you went, well, wait a minute, that guy educated me every single night.
I'll even go another one. On Saturdays on ABC, they used to have the Schoolhouse Rocks.
Yes.
Little short.
Junction. What's your function?
Me Node number 9.
Putting
lolly,
vowels
lolly,
together.
lolly, get your adverbs here. This is how I learned the English language and mathematics.
And blame, conjunction, junction.
Yeah. I'll tell you what his function was. But, but that is a song, when you hear it, you just can't get that out of your head.
Not for the next 9 days, at
yeah,
least.
it sticks in there, but these are things that, that we grew up with, or what I grew up with. You guys saw on, videotapes and DVDs. But I remember, thinking, it's kind of catchy tune, but why are they putting this educational stuff on TV? And Yeah, now as a parent,
And now we have no educational stuff on TV. Here we go.
Now we see. I was gonna say something, but I'm gonna take the high road. And
so we're about 10 after the hour local time here in London, Ontario, and essentially nobody has answered Ron for word his last trivia question. Going to get you to say it one more time. We're gonna give them till quarter after the hour to answer it. And if they don't, that is 5 raffle tickets that could have been grabbed by somebody that just into the wind.
If we don't get a correct answer, John, I think you and I should split those ballots.
Okay.
And put our name into
I like
the draw.
that. I'd go. I mean, that mouth guard.
Yeah.
We need it.
The question is, in the 80s, this NFL team would start the special team play, the kickoff, with 11 players. The kicker would kick the ball, pick up the tee, and jog off the field. I want to know what the team was, who the player was, and why he had to leave the field.
I'm just noticing too, our producer really splurged on this purchase. $8.99 is the sticker in the top right corner here for the Madden Football 64. It's funny how as many things get great, you can still find them in a garage sale for next to nothing.
Well, and the thing with that game too is I had it like the day it was released for Nintendo 64. I remember buying it.
You
from,
splurged.
From
You
Zellers.
really spent the big dollars.
At the time, it would have been maybe $29.99, and then
which was a lot with inflation back then.
No kidding. And in in college, it got stolen from a party we had, so I had to rebuy it.
No way.
Yeah.
So that shows you kids how hot Madden has been an item for how long. When our producer Melrose was getting his college on, people would steal the Madden from your house.
Yeah.
By the way, you really splurged on this one too, Madden 2001. A whole $1 extra. $9.99.
Yeah, what I think I showed you earlier, the Brett Favre's quarterback club 99.
Nobody wants Brett Favre's quarterback club.
I have it sealed, and it was 99 cents. And wow. I may have bought it at Cash Converters one day when they were having a 50% off sale. So I paid 49 cents or something.
49 cents.
And it's still, I won't open it ever.
No, and I feel like you still overpaid. Like,
yeah. Yeah, they should have really just been giving those away.
They should have gave you money to take quarterback club off their hands.
Yeah. So I buy a lot of records, and every record store has like the free bin because it's like the stuff that no one will ever buy.
And it's taking up space and weight in their store.
That's the Brett Favre's quarterback
club bin. That's right.
So Xavier is not correct. He guessed Tony Franklin because he was barefooted. Tony Franklin wouldn't necessarily leave the field because he had to. Tony Franklin would hang out and would be the first one off the field. He wouldn't immediately pick up his tee and run off the field. This player that I'm talking about picked up his tee, wasn't allowed to be contacted by another player.
And if Xavier hadn't, already fleeced us for 25 raffle tickets, I would even give him partial raffle tickets because he's really going hard on these answers attempted.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, this is unlike the other questions we've all asked you, which in theory, just a simple Google search and a little bit of research, you can pull out the answers.
Yeah.
Ronnie, you really pulled out a stumper this time. Now, you can, again, I did find the answer out eventually.
I had to tell you who the player was.
You got to find out who the player is first, though. That's right. Should we tell him the team?
No.
No? Not even that.
No,
You're not even going to give him a chance.
Because this guy was the leading point scorer for this team throughout the 80s.
And we'll just say top 5 all-time of his position. That's the only little thing I'll throw out there. It doesn't really help that much, but top 5 all-time for his position, too.
And y'all got 3 minutes to figure it out.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're running out of time here, Ron, and then we're going to have to throw out another trivia question at him, and I only got a couple more left in the bag, a la Canadian style. Again, this is the 2020 Canada Cup, though. The Madden Canada Cup, that is, presented by Football Canada and Arcade Jacks Communications, live here on Junior Mustangs TV. Thanks for giving us the likes on the bottom of your screen. Don't be afraid if you haven't already to hit the thumb up. And more importantly, hit the subscribe button. Over 725 subscribers heading into today's festivities. Ron, you kept mentioning it. 800, you're going to shave every last follicle off of your body from head to toe. But I don't know if we're going to get there.
I don't think we're going to get there. I think my beard is safe, and we were never letting Fitzgerald touch my hair to begin with.
Well, I mean,
Just
if we got to 800,
No,
I mean, that
that wasn't going to...
Because you got to think that's a pretty good milestone, Ron.
That's a milestone.
That's
That
a
was
hair-changing milestone.
No, it's not. No. 1,000 would have been a hair-changing milestone.
Okay, so if we got to 1,000, you would shave your head tonight.
No, I didn't say that either. I said I would consider. I'd think about it at that point.
Put it the Ally Freedy, maybe?
No.
Okay. What subscribers
Which
are
Wild
we
Thing
at there,
Williams?
Coach?
Well, shocker. I mean, I feel like Ronnie's got friends or something he's been calling and asking to unsubscribe because we actually went down in subscribers.
No way.
Yep. Ron's calling in some favors.
So, how many subscribers have we lost?
7. We were at 745. We're at 738.
Wow.
Putting on a quality show here, fellas. Really earning
Okay.
We're doing what we can for you, Canada. We love you.
Yeah. 7 people have left the conversation from Juan asking him to join.
Wow. That's how you.
As
put
long as
the
you haven't
guys
turned
you
them
go.
into anything, Ron, they'll be all right.
Maybe they were just worried about Ron. Okay, now if we're not at 800 by 8 o'clock,
Yeah,
then-
maybe they don't want. Maybe they want you to keep your facial, or that's
Oh,
why
that's-
people are unsubscribing.
That could be it as well. You know, the voice of an angel, the look of a silver
Your marketing
fox.
strategy is backfired, Ron. We're losing subscribers. Like,
So I don't think anyone's going to get this trivia question, as we're
we got
30 seconds
one
away.
more left, one more, and then we'll see if and then we'll obviously let the cat out of the
So
bag.
last time I'm going to say the question.
Yeah, one more time.
This NFL team in the 80s would start the kickoff with 11 players, as per every other team. After kicking the ball, the kicker would immediately pick up the tee and jog off the field, leaving this team with 10 players at the end of the play every single time. This happened for 3 seasons.
Regardless of whether the team was going to return it for a
Regardless,
touchdown
he
or
was
anything,
not allowed to have contact with another NFL player.
he ain't get involved in the play.
He could not get involved in the play, but he was one of the most accurate kickers of all time. So that's your final clue.
Technically the third most accurate
Yep.
kicker of all time, to give you an even bigger clue.
As we've got about 30 seconds there, John Dorsey is not it.
Man, Xavier, how many, exotic kicker stories are possible in the NFL? And I think Xavier has nailed every one of them except your answer.
All right. So,
the answer is Ron.
So, for the San Diego Chargers back in the 1980s, the player's name was Ralph Benershka.
Rolf, by the way.
Rolf Benershka. He was the kicker for the San Diego Chargers.
Went to UC Davis.
Went to UC Davis. Was the 3rd all-time leading scoring kicker.
And not only was a Pro Bowler, but won the 1983 Walton Payton Man of the Year Award.
Won the 83 Walter Payton Player of the Year Award for this reason. He had 7 surgeries for ulcerative colitis. He had his entire intestinal tract removed. He had to wear 2 colostomy bags during NFL games. It was the only way he could go. So the NFL allowed him to make the roster because the Chargers loved his leg, but he couldn't have contact. He wasn't allowed to make contact with any other player. So therefore, he would have to pick up the tee after the kickoff and jog off the field. He couldn't sprint. He couldn't run. He would jog off the field. So the answer to the question was the San Diego Chargers, Ralph Benershka, and because he had
ulcerative
colitis, and he had 8 surgeries, and he had no intestines.
Another funny thing about him from 1980 to 82, while he was in the NFL, he was also a broadcaster for North American soccer.
Yeah.
For the San Diego Sockers.
Yeah.
What a name, the Sockers.
Yeah, well, you know, there's some
For
really
a soccer team.
There's some really original names like FC, standing for Football Club.
Yeah, but the Sockers, that doesn't, come on, man.
I know.
But
anyway,
you got the answer. Unfortunately, nobody out there got the answer.
But we get 5 ballot tickets.
That's right. Okay, I'll take that. But nobody got Rolf Berichkin. No love for Rolf.
Well, and the only reason that, and again, I remember watching this happen, And I remember thinking, why is this happening? So I kind of did some research into it and found out about it. So it was really, really interesting how that all kind of transpired and everything else.
If you can believe it or not, Ron, we are already getting into the meat and potatoes of the matter. We're about, 20 after the hour. At 5:10, Xbox One consolation round 7 games, 83 and 84 on the docket. And at 5:25, Xbox One consolation rounds 8, game 85 on the docket. These are technically the Canada Cup consolation Xbox One semifinal tilts. So, I mean, if you want to get to the final dance, you want to earn at least $100 and at least a $100 gift card for getting there. And then you want to have a chance at the $500 in the Nike backpack. Well, these guys got to win here.
So again, big games coming up. You know, all the games are important. Every game just to put you on what side of the bracket that you're in. Again, thanks everyone for trying that. I really like that trivia question, John, because it wasn't a simple, just Google it and boom, there's the answer. You had to know the player to understand why he had to leave the field.
Well, we'll see if we get, I'll try and make it easier, but not too much easier. But we will try and give away another 5 additional ballot tickets right now. What Saskatchewan native is in the New Orleans Saints Hall of Fame? What Saskatchewan native is in the New Orleans Saints Hall of Fame?
I know this one.
So we'll throw that out there for people to see if they can pick off the right answer here. And I'm down to pretty much my last 2 or 3 Canadian-style trivia questions. I know you got a football mind. You got thousands left in the bag. But as far as the Canadian style, I'm down to the nitty-gritties here.
Well, you know, with the Ontario content dying off, I do have a question that I could ask about the shirt that I'm wearing.
Ooh, yeah. No, you love the Tiger Cats. That was like your Rough Rider question.
Yeah. So that was that's usually one of my go-to. I was
gonna say Xavier's gonna get that one. I think he got it for you last tournament.
No, it wasn't Xavier. It was somebody else. It was
Charlie Taggart.
Charlie didn't answer a lot of our trivia questions last time. He was too busy winning.
Busy winning. Yeah, exactly. Very good point.
There you go.
And that is the correct answer from Maddie Bork. Congratulations. Ruben Mays was born in North Battleford, Saskatchewan. He was a 2-time Pro Bowler and, in fact, had a pretty impressive couple seasons with the New Orleans Saints there, Ron.
Yeah, fantastic running back. Really dynamic. He was a one-cut jitterbug type of back. Fantastic explosion. I remember watching him play with Bobby Hebert in the New Orleans Saints. By the way, that linebacking core that the New Orleans Saints had back in that day, probably the most underrated linebacking core and probably one of the top 3 or 4 linebacking cores of all time.
And I'm just trying to make a note of what I have down here. I said that he was a 2-time Pro Bowler. He was also the NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year in 1986. And as I mentioned, not only in the Saints Hall of Fame, was an All-American during his playing days and actually finished up his career with the Seattle Seahawks.
And his college was?
Washington State, sorry. The Cougars. So this is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup. Congratulations, by the way, Matty Bork. Not a bad time to add your name to the ballot box. An additional 5 ballots going in, courtesy of you correcting the right answer. As we get some delicious Mama's Hot Italian in here. You know what? Let's get it on camera there. That's some of that lasagna action for you, Ron.
That's phenomenal.
That's the stuff of champions here on Champ Day, courtesy of Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches. Yeah, let's do the whole...
There you go. Look at this. Look at this. Brenda, thank you very much.
Clinkies. There we go.
Clink, clink. And, of course, Stephanie for heating it up and bringing it down
I was just going to say,
We really appreciate that.
And putting up with us all weekend long.
The real brains behind the operation.
Wait till she finds out we're going to be here on Sunday, too.
We're not broadcasting. We're just going
to be here. Taking over the pool. We'll invite a good friend, Adam always likes to. You can give him your green screen and some of your AV equipment.
Okay.
At least just leave the back door unlocked. Where'd my tablet go? 7-7 is the score right now in this 2020 Madden Canada Cup. Again, presented by Football Canada and Eric Ajax Communications. Guys, if you're like Matty Bork and you just grab some raffle tickets courtesy of the Ron and John Trivia, quick reminder that the raffle winners will be announced between the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One championship games. And if I do recall what KJ was saying, what we're going to try and do is do the Xbox One PlayStation or Xbox One gift card and a couple prizes near the Xbox game, and then do the PlayStation 4 gift card with the other half of the Football Canada giveaways near the PlayStation game.
Yeah. And just for the record, Morton Anderson was not born in Canada. Morton Anderson was born in Norway.
Ooh, fun fact, though. Again, go to challenge.com to check out all the brackets, especially at this point of the tournament. Even if you're eliminated, guys, you want to see what your opponent has done. And I don't know about you, Ron, but anytime I lose, whether it's in the playoffs or to anybody in general, if they go on to be the champion, takes a little bit of, wind out of my sails as far as feeling bad. Losing to somebody that got obliterated their next game, I kind of go, what the heck's wrong with me? But if you lose to the guy that ends up winning the whole national dance, you feel better about yourself. And you can find that out at challenge.com.
Well, exactly. And as we see a big run here by Shady McCoy over the edge there on the outside zone, Kansas City with a big touchdown to go up 13. Extra point pending. Make it 14 to 7.
Anthony Colissimo, 18 years of age, out of Ontario, using the KC Chiefs here against the Baltimore Ravens. And to your point, Ron, a huge play. Gives them the lead back, 14-7, but still with 3 timeouts as Baltimore. Under 2 minutes remaining in the opening half, and they're going to get the ball back here.
So here we go.
And by the way, that's Tyson Oregard. We'd mentioned him earlier in this tournament. 15 years of age from British Columbia.
Yeah, I've mentioned him a couple times.
So the British Columbia native is taking on, again, the Ontario native.
I haven't seen a lot of Quebec players coming across lately.
Not at this point of the tournament. 18-year-old from Ontario taking a 15-year-old in from BC. As Jackson again trying to go to work to the right side. Completes the pass. 1st and 10. 90 seconds though remains before the half. Jackson ran right into the defense. Goes nowhere.
Yeah, they knew that what was coming on that particular play, and they were just waiting for him. Should have given the ball off inside as they had 8 guys in the box. You don't want your quarterback taking that hit.
And time will drip down. Approaching the final minute. Looks like a blitz coming up here from KC. And identically, the same play that happened last time to the left side happens to the right side. As soon as Lamar tries to carry the ball, well, he gets smothered by the Chiefs defense.
Well, again, they know that he wants to run the ball. They're kind of doing his homework. They figured out a style of play, and they're defending that.
And can they defend it one more time with a 3rd and 13 coming up here, and Jackson in the gun with an empty backfield. 3 weapons to his left side. Watch out for Brown. He's going to fire this though, the Steed the 5th, and he reels it in. 1st down. Baltimore keeping their hopes alive on this drive.
Again, that was the linebacker that was dropped out of coverage. They brought him up tight to the line of scrimmage, and they actually threw it to where he was supposed to be in the zone.
So the line will shift over more central now as Lamar's going to hand this off to Ingram the second. Nowhere for him to go. Not much being done on the ground on this drive. All the yards been gained in the air.
Yeah, as again, it's a 3-4 stack that they're running in there.
They complete a pass to Boyle. They got another 1st down. They call a timeout here. 2 more left for Baltimore with 22 seconds left on the clock.
See what they can line up with. Again, Baltimore looking to tie the game and then possibly get the ball back to start the second half here and go up that 2-score possession.
They're in the Mama's Hot Italian red zone at the 17-yard line. The ball is snapped to Jackson. Last year's regular season MVP finds Ingram the second. Ingram the second's going to get close to the 1st down marker, but well shy of the end zone. 7 yards still to go. 2nd and inches officially coming up.
2nd and inches. Little dump-off pass. Just kind of a shallow backfield back leak out of that off the zone fade, and then just setting down to the empty spaces.
Lamar Jackson going into the shotgun will hand this one off to Ingram, who slices to his left, cuts back to his right up the gut into the end zone, and a PAT away from tying this game up.
Big play, big drive actually there for the Baltimore Ravens, as the extra point is good. Tie game, 12 seconds left to go here, Johnny.
And you see Houston trailing by 10 points on the left side of your screen, 28-18. Time is of the essence in the fourth quarter for the Texans to crawl back into that one.
Yeah, that's 28-18, 10-point lead here at this point. A little over 4.5 minutes. You need 2 possessions to get back in here into this game to really get. I don't know if you got enough time. You pretty much have 3 possessions left. You might get the ball back twice, but you're going to have to force them with a 3 and out.
If you are Anthony from here in Ontario, what do you do in this particular position for the Chiefs? You're in a tie game, 10 seconds left in the second quarter. You're back at your 29-yard line. You do have 1 timeout left.
I know what play I'm running, but yeah, I don't think it's going to work because I got 3 safeties sitting right back there in third coverage.
They're going to hand it off to Shady McCoy, who cuts back in, gets close to the first down marker. Does he burn his last time out? He does.
Okay.
4 seconds now left here in the first half of action.
See what they can do with this. You got double stack here. They're just probably going to run the ball and get out a half.
You see that deep coverage from the defense. I would still take a shot here, though. I mean, you got nothing to lose. They are just going to hand it off to McCoy to your last point, though. Tries to follow his blocks to the left side. Eventually gets tackled, though, before the 50. And that takes us in to the halftime break in this particular game of the 2020 Madden Canada Cup. Day 2 of competition here, courtesy of Football Canada or KJAX Communications.
Absolutely. And we're going to take it back to part 4 of the Coach Mills and Luke Wilson interview. And
Adam, I thought we got Matt coming on, no?
Oh, and check that. We've got Coach Matt Snyder coming on, so I will we'll bring that up rather.
With me and Matt? There he is.
We're back for our first interview.
How you doing, Matty? Just got to get your sound on. Are we good to go, Adam?
Yep. We're live now with Coach Snyder.
All right, cool. Hey, Coach, how you doing?
I'm good. I got dressed finally today, and I've been out of the house. So
Did you get any golfing in? Or?
I didn't get a golf in. I didn't get another game at NCAA, and I'm still feeling it from my beat down to the hands of Boise State. So just trying to relax to the outside.
From video football to real football, obviously the CFL thinking they're possibly maybe going to go in a hub city this year. Sure, Matt, you know a lot of CFL prospects for next year's draft.
Yeah.
Some you're coaching, some you've coached before. There's actually 3 of them that we know directly. Sage Dockstader and the Browns twins. Where do you see them? Do any of them have a shot at the NFL? Any of them have a shot? Obviously, they all have a shot at the CFL.
Yeah.
And predictions.
One of the guys that I've watched from afar. I met him when he first started playing. Is Sage. I think he has a chance to be an NFL player. I read an article on The Athletic a couple weeks ago previewing New Mexico State's season, and they essentially said that he was their best player on their roster. So I think he's definitely going to get a CFL shot, have a long career, but he'll probably get a chance in the NFL just because he's played at a high level. He's produced. He's got the body that NFL teams seem to be looking for. So I definitely think that kid's going to get kind of whatever opportunity he wants, and it'll be his to take. And if it doesn't work out for him in the NFL, I'd be pretty surprised if I don't see him playing in the CFL for a long time. And then the Browns, I mean, Sydney is just blowing up. Every week you see him online, he's just making plays. So he's another guy that's definitely going to get a chance to play in the CFL for a long time. Also, and then I think I could see him getting an NFL shot as well. Chase obviously transferred to Illinois from Western Michigan and had to sit out the year, which might actually be a good thing for him, kind of, get him a chance to work out again. I think he had a bit of an injury at Western Michigan, but he's another guy that will get a chance to play in the CFL. Maybe he could be a slot back or a running back. And again, he's a guy that could play in the NFL. The NFL, at the running back position, obviously very competitive, but he's definitely has the talent to go against anybody that I've seen. But I could definitely see him playing a long time in the CFL. And the nice thing about those 3 guys is all 3 of them are Canadian, so it kind of helps the ratio for those CFL, which I know goes a lot into kind of how they make up the roster, having had the chance to speak to a couple guys that do that sort of job. I think locally, Western has a couple guys. We had a lot of guys on our roster this year that I think would have had a chance to play in the CFL had they had the opportunity to obviously get to the combine and represent themselves. Brett Ellerman's a guy that comes to mind that missed out on that chance, but I think at some point he'll get a chance. Somebody will give him an opportunity to kind of showcase his abilities, and I think he's just got a ton of talent. His body size as a receiver, he's kind of exactly what they're looking for in that Canadian receiver type. And then moving forward, we got a couple guys on our roster for next year, or whenever we return. Like our right tackle, Zach Fry, is just a specimen. I think I've heard from a lot of different people that know a lot about football that he is going to get an NFL shot. So I can see him in an NFL camp. He'll definitely be a CFL guy. Defensively, Austin Miller's another guy that I hear our defensive coaches talking about all the time. We got a defensive end, Deontay Knight, who is just like a specimen of athleticism as a pass rusher. I could see him getting a good CFL look. Then moving forward, we got a couple guys from London that are, a couple years away. Spencer Nichols is a fullback on our team at Western that athletically just fits the mold of like being that type of player. I could see him getting a chance, if he wanted to go the route of being a receiver, maybe as his university career winds down, kind of losing some of the weight that he's carrying as a fullback and getting a chance. Just because the kid's a freak athlete, and just some of the things you see him do on the field, you're like, wow, like that is amazing. So those are some guys I might keep an eye on, and there's a ton more through our program. I missed a bunch, and I don't want to disrespect guys that I didn't mention, but there's just a ton of guys that come through our program. That's one of the nice things about Western is obviously, the track record of Coach Marshall developing guys. He's been in the CFL. He's coached pro level, so he kind of knows what it's about. He knows how it works, and he has some connections. So he gets a chance to, and I think a lot of guys will get a longer look at Western because of the fact that they know that they're playing for a coach that's been at that level. So he's kind of preparing them to do those types of things. So,
and all these guys played for Team Ontario. I know there's Team Quebec. There's a lot of prospects there. I'm sure you've coached against or know of, because I know you really follow this stuff, especially with recruiting. But you look at a guy like Chubba Hubbard. We don't know if the NCAA is going to go. Obviously, Sage is another one, and the Brown twins. But Chubba Hubbard, there's some other Canadian great guys that played for Team Ontario or in the Canada or Team Canada. I know some of them played for Steve and Aaron when they went over and played for Team Canada. I think they had that one big win against the States. So there's a lot of guys really on the precipice here. And it really bodes well for Canadian football. Now, I know you're a huge NCAA fan, so I'll talk about that first. Do you think they're going to go? And are some of these Canadian prospects, if they don't go, will that hurt their chances at the NFL and maybe kind of parlay them just into the CFL?
I guess to answer the first question, do I think college football will play? If I had to say right now, I think, there will be some sort of a season at the NCAA level. They've made the decision the last couple of days. It seems like the Big Ten, I think the Pac-12 just announced that they're going to play just a conference schedule. And at some point, they'll likely announce, I imagine they'll announce that they're going to move to like a 10-game season, who's just in the conference. And then I can kind of see that like at some point that the other conferences, the Big 12, the ACC, the SEC, we're going to jump online and kind of go in the same model, just because as you start to weed down the competition, there's only so many teams left you can play. At which point, like the group of 5 teams will start to make that decision. I could maybe see like a situation where a group of 5 conferences say like, hey, we'll combine. So maybe like the Mountain West and the MAC say we'll play against each other as well, just because they have resources. So I think you'll see a season at some point. I think you're going to see situations where some crazy things are going to happen. Teams are going to have to delay games or teams are going to have to play games with like a lot of players out, just because the fact is with the type of stuff that's going on in the world, I mean, it's inevitable the players are going to get infected at some point with this disease. There's just so many players. It's just like the odds are kind of in favor that somebody's going to catch it at some point, hopefully they're able to take the precautions, and I know they can. And I think I'm not the one, I don't want to be the one that says if they should or shouldn't play. That's kind of not, I don't want to make that decision. But I mean, as a fan of football, I hope that there's football to watch, because obviously I want to watch it. I think they got to make sure, and I know they will make sure that everybody's obviously like as safe as can be as they do these things. And I know like with the amount of resources available to those programs up there, and I'm not an NCAA guy, I've never played at that level, but I imagine like they have the amount of resources that they can kind of do the best possible thing. And I think it's the one thing about pro football that I've kind of like caught on to as I've talked to people and just kind of like caught in the background is like, if you're good, they're going to find you. So even if there's not football this year, I think like that's their job. They have people whose whole career is based around finding the best players in the world on their team and to get them on their team. So like if you're a good player out there, it's going to be a pretty rare thing that they're not going to find you. So I think those guys, like if they don't have a season for whatever reason, I imagine that they'll still get seen. I mean, they've all played before. Really, a lot of things can change within a year, but that's the other side of it. Like a lot of things really don't change. So I imagine they have a pretty good idea, and hopefully there is football, but you never know. But yeah.
And my next question, last one, and then we'll kind of, I guess, I don't know if, I think we got the 5:30. I don't know if you're good for 6:30, Matt. And then 7:30 will be the last docket. And then after that, we're going to be closing at the end. The tournament is kind of went pretty good. We've had a couple of hiccups. We might end a little bit early. So the ending part, I'll text you on that. Love to get you on the final panel for the day. Let me know what works for you. But the last question I'm going to ask you is the NFL. Everyone's, we're playing Madden. We know Madden 21 is coming out on August 25th. But is the NFL going to go? And, there's other pro sports. We won't get into that. But, and if it does, what are your predictions?
I think the NFL will have a season this year. I think that there's so much financially at stake that I can't see them not playing the season. I think the one side of the NFL is I think the players, I mean, obviously they're older, but I think they also understand like financially they have a lot to gain from playing the season. So there's a certain amount of benefit for them to protect themselves at like whatever cost. Sometimes it means making like great sacrifices in terms of like isolating away from your family for a certain period of time. But I just think with the financial kind of ramifications that are involved at that level, they're going to do everything they possibly can to play. I mean, again, as a fan, speaking purely as a fan, I hope they'd play. I want to have something to watch. Obviously, they got to make sure it's completely safe. You can't have people putting in a position where they're going to be at risk. I think if guys, feel like they're at risk. And the one thing I've kind of respected about the decisions they're making is if a player at any level kind of feels like this isn't the best thing for them to do, it seems like all, college football, pro sports are very understanding, like, hey, this guy's going to sit out this year and that's just how it's going to be. And we're not going to hold it against him. And that's kind of the decision. So everybody's going to make decisions kind of on their own. As far as how it looks, if the season's going to go again, I think you're going to see some crazy stuff happen. At some point, somebody really good is going to have to isolate for some period of time because they're going to be exposed to something. So, maybe like your star quarterback on a Wednesday is going to get, he gets exposed or tests positive, and they're going to say, hey, like no matter what, like that you're sitting out for 14 days. So it's kind of like at some point it's going to happen. It's just one of those things like, hey, you control what you can control. Coaches always say that, control what you can control and kind of don't worry about the rest. So I can see Tampa Bay having a great season, obviously with bringing in Tom Brady. I think the Ravens are going to continue to climb the ladder and I think as that team starts to figure out more what Jackson can do and kind of what his strengths are, they'll start to make the offense more around him. The Chiefs are going to be a powerhouse. I think they're going to be tough to beat forever. I could see Cleveland having a bit of a resurgence just because they have so much young talent there. Maybe they just need kind of the right guy to get it all together. I think that my Detroit Lions are going to bounce back. I think that they were pretty injury plagued last year. So I could see them kind of competing in the division. And then that division seems like a little bit down. And then in the NFC or the AFC East, that's an interesting division because obviously with New England losing Tom Brady kind of opens it up. I would really like the Cam Newton signing. I think it makes a lot of sense for them. But I could see a team like the Dolphins or the Colts. Are the Colts still in that division? I might be dating myself. But the Bills kind of saying like, hey, this is our year. So that might be the division to watch in the NFL is the AFC East because it kind of opens things up having Tom and Gronkowski leave the Patriots. So be an interesting year for sure. Definitely going to be a different year than I think we're all used to, but just one of those things you got to roll with the punches as they come.
Well, here's hoping too. If not, we've got Madden 21 coming out and you've got coming to you. So we're looking forward to, maybe getting you on later. Maybe you can text me, let me know if the 6:30 or 7:30 works. And then of course at the end of the night, but thanks so much for everything you've done. Great interviews. Love the Madden kind of, what you've been doing with Madden and the old Madden 25 and NCAA. So we'll talk to you soon.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Take care now. Adam, back to you.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Nice. Good job. There it is. Go. Keep him in. Drive. There it
What does it take to become elite? It takes more than dedication, focus, and hard work. It takes an elite-level training program. Customized, sport-specific, online. Your perfect workout every time. That's Volt Athletics.
Having GameStrat for us has been game-changing, truly. Coach high school football now for 22 years. Having that instant replay, the opportunity to show players the mistakes they're making, the things they're doing right, is a world of difference of having to wait until Saturday morning or Monday afternoon to make the corrections. It's an opportunity for them to visually see what they're doing, at least attempt to make the corrections there on the spot.
When we switched over from our previous sideline system, the thing that we noticed was, number one, how easy it was. You don't have to be a computer expert in order to work it. The concerns I had were just reliability. If you have it, you pay the money for it, and you invest the time in it, and have people there do it, you want it to work.
With a lot of companies, they'll tell you what they're going to be able to do, and we've had that in the past where they sell you the product, they give you a nice big promise, but they can't really follow through on it, and just a lot of times we don't need to call because it's so easy to set up, and that's been pretty helpful.
For our end, just makes it easy because it's reliable.
To have that opportunity to go directly from the sideline to the end zone is tremendous. Literally just a touch of the screen gets you from the sideline view to the end zone view. It's as easy as texting on your phone or just scrolling through social media.
GameStrat has completely lived up and gone beyond my expectations.
Out of doubt, I wouldn't hesitate to suggest switching over to GameStrat. The product is awesome. It's everything that and more that it's billed as, and it's effortless to set up and to use, and simple process. And really, what are we doing it for? We're doing it to give our players an opportunity to win games, and we feel that by using GameStrat, we have every opportunity each week.
I don't want to coach a game without it. If there was another coach that was looking at using a product similar to GameStrat, if we were playing them, I would say use a different product. The customer service is head and shoulders above the rest. Reach out to them. You'll regret it if you don't.
I heard this talk, I'm getting old, coach, but it's been probably 9 years. I was in college when I heard this one. But a guy said to me, he goes, how much can you squat in your off season? And everybody, it was the group of football guys, and we all gave our answer. And he's like, how much can you squat in the middle of week 6 of a college season? And then all of a sudden, let's say the number was you can squat 500 pounds. All right. And then all of a sudden it's like in week 6, everyone be like, I bet I could squat 450. And the guy was like, just like, sit back and think about that for a sec. He's like, why are you squatting in the first place? And everyone's like, well, to get better at football. And it's like, so why do you squat 500 pounds in May, but when you're playing the season, you can only squat 450? He's like, then the point he was making was, if you can squat 500 pounds, you should be lifting in season to make sure that the strength that you did gain, you're keeping while you're playing. And obviously I'm not saying guys should be, I want to put a disclaimer out there. I'm not saying guys should be in here max squatting during the season, but there is, at every level. When I was in college, we're lifting 3 times a week. And in the pros, we have 2 mandatory lifts and 1 voluntary every week, and it's not like bone crushing, get huge lifts, but they are let's maintain our strength, kind of our explosiveness.
No, absolutely. And like I said, I think, if you're doing things properly, and I think we did a pretty good job keeping our guys healthy, keeping our guys fit, keeping our guys, just all around great shape so they could get to the next level or play at the next level or even play at the level that we need them to play at all the time. And, but there's always a way and a will to do that. Because I have kids and players tell me and parents tell me, why my son's not going to play because he's going to train in the summer and he doesn't have time to work out. And I said, oh my God, listen, if you don't have time to work out, it's because you don't want to work out, not because you don't have time.
Yeah, well, what's unfortunate about that, and this is kind of like my first point, is I oftentimes wonder like where they're getting that information from. You know, it's like who told them that was a good idea.
Well, you and I, Luke, know sometimes, you get the high school guys that don't want, unfortunately don't want their guys getting injured or don't want this happen or that happen. And I believe this, I tell my kids this, if I were to go out and pay for my kids to get a tutor because they struggled in math and I got a tutor and they became better math people, why are you going to punish them? Because high school coaches basically tell kids, I don't want you playing because if you get hurt, you can't play for me or I'm not going to do this. And I said, why would you try and punish somebody or try and give someone a hard time for trying to get better at something that they want to do for a living?
It brings me back to like, and this is another personal story, but I remember when I was in 10th grade at Villanova, I wanted to play junior football, and I was like adamant with my father and my situation. All my buddies were in 10th grade.
When you came in grade 9, you were a head taller than every single person. I remember looking down the hall going, Jesus God, look at this kid.
Yes. So it's like, now our coach, who I like love, and obviously we both know Coach Maitre, and he's a good friend of mine, came up to me like the first practice of 10th grade and was like, you're playing seniors. And I was like, no, I don't want to play seniors. And it's like, I was a punk kid who like didn't really know what's best for me, and I played seniors that year. And looking back on it, it was a tremendous idea, because next year in 11th grade, you're used to that competition. And it just kind of like goes to show, the reason I'm telling the story is like, to me, I kind of look at that the same way as like high school and summer league ball is, if the goal is to play at the next level, I do not know how you don't play in the best league on the best team, which is the summer league football, and it's like, even if somebody's in your ear saying like, you need to train, or like you need, if anything, if you really wanted to train, like it should be flipped around, but my point is, like, you should play OPFL over high school.
Yeah, and you know me, Luke, I would never tell kids that in any
I would.
You know myself. I believe kids need to make their own decisions with their parents and stuff like that. And we encourage kids to play every sport. And I think we try and even be very reasonable with kids playing soccer. Some guys would come late, or baseball, or this and that. We never ever gave them the ultimatum. You either give that up or you play Ravens. Like, we've always tried to be positive and support everything, because I'm a big believer too, is that kids should play multiple sports. I know you played hockey, baseball, soccer, track, football. You didn't make that decision until about grade 11, grade 12, where you finally started to kind of, get guided in the path that you wanted to go. But before that, you played every sport going.
Yeah, I look at it now, and this is kind of another ordeal as far as, is like, at the next level, the guys that have the most success, in my opinion, are oftentimes the best athletes.
Yeah, for sure.
When you're 16, 17, 18, like, yeah, you want to get bigger, stronger, faster, sure. But you also have the rest of your life to do that. And again, I'm not trying to devalue working out, because that's all I do, and it's a huge part of it. But at that young age, like, I think developing athleticism through a lot of different sports, kind of learning body control, all that stuff kind of plays into, being eventually what's going to be a better football player.
For sure.
Again, that's Coach Glenn Mills and Luke Wilson, as we're going to head back into a couple of games, as we are streaming again in some areas of the country. So I'll bring you back to John and Ron. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, as always, to our producer, Adam Melrose, making this all possible from the technical side of the fence. We are approaching the 6 o'clock hour local time. That's Eastern Standard Time here in Ontario. And roughly right now at the 5:50 mark, just a couple minutes ago, kicking the action all off, was the PlayStation 4 Consolation Round 8 games 97 and 98 on your dockets, guys. Coming up at 10 o'clock after the hour, you're going to have the Xbox One semifinal game number 86, as well as the Xbox One semifinal Consolation Round 9. That's game 87 on the docket. So, you know, kind of feel bad. Not too much all the time, but this time for Adam Melrose, because normally he has a plethora of games to choose from. But now, Ron, we're getting to the best. Many have been eliminated. About 50 to 60% of the field is gone. They still have opportunities for a raffles, mind you. But yeah, it's getting down to the finals.
Yeah, you know, we're starting to get down to some familiar names that we've seen over the last few tournaments, John, you know, getting down. We're starting to see some of those same names popping up now that we saw earlier in tournaments.
Yeah, Ontario's being represented well from our last OPFL/OFL tournament that we did. As you mentioned, Charlie Taggart's on your screen right now, controlling the Baltimore Ravens out of Waterloo, Ontario, with a 7-0 lead, holding his opponent to goose eggs here with still 2:40 left in the second quarter, mind you. But still, like you were mentioning, you're seeing a lot more of the people that have experience in these esports Madden tournaments kind of prevailing later in the tournaments here.
Yeah, and again, it seems to be the same rhythm over again. We're going to see pretty much 4 teams from here on out. We're going to see Kansas City, Baltimore. I think we're going to see some Seattle. I think we're going to see some San Francisco as well. As actually on the other game, just as I said that, San Francisco-Seattle is actually playing in our other game right now, John, with San Francisco up 10-0.
Seattle needs points on this offensive drive, though, down by 10 going into it. They have Wilson at the disposal, but, well, being passive-aggressive, he'll just throw it away.
Actually, not a bad decision there. Just get rid of the ball, fight to live another down there.
And again, a reminder, as there's going to be a touchdown on the board. And I think Taggart slammed his controller down and calls the timeout. How do I know that? Because I've done that myself once or twice, where my opponent, whether it's a friend or foe, scores against me, and I put the controller and just go, that stupid controller. And the second you do that, the main button, the middle button on the PlayStation, I don't know what it is for Xbox, but it's a timeout button. So the second you whack your controller, 9 times out of 10, you also call a timeout.
Oh, here we go. We got $1:52 left. Ball's going to be at the 24-yard line, and first down. Let's see what Charlie can do here.
Again, raffle prizes. Even if you don't win these games, are available to you. Everybody that entered this tournament was given 1 raffle entry. Even Mr. Schmelly, who never answered any of our answers correctly. So he still has 1 trivia raffle in the box with his name on it, despite his Schmelly performance both on the gridiron and in our comment section.
So if we want to go to another trivia.
Okay, we can, if you want.
Let's go with a visual one.
Oh, you're going visual this time.
So we're going with a visual, okay? I'm going to hold up this jersey. Very nice jersey. Ravens knit, okay? But we're going to turn it to the side here, John. I want you to name this team. Who were they and what league did they play in?
Almost looks like a chess piece, like the evil.
That is your only hint.
It looks like a chess piece on the board.
Who is this team right here?
So I like that. Show them that logo one more time. That's just, by the way, they got to bring that logo back. That's a sexy logo.
That's a great logo, actually. These guys had like really tight uniforms, really clean looking. So I want to know who the team was and what league did they play in. So tell me the name of the team and tell me the league they played in.
Name of the team in the league, folks, for Ron's fancy football jersey. I mean, how many jerseys did you bring today, Ron?
About 15 of them.
Wow, brought out the house. I like it.
No,
By the way,
I still have a closet full at home that I didn't bring.
By the way, Charlie went up while we were talking, scored on that last drive, and now he's reinstated his 7-point lead. But just like that, his opponent with a healthy kick return up to the 41-yard line, and still 3 timeouts to try and tie this up before halftime.
Yeah, so let's see what we've got going on here. Mr. Snyder liked my jersey. He knows it. I figured he would. But again, this was one that we kind of talked about a little bit, John.
I was going to say, it's safe to say it's not a CFL jersey.
It is not a CFL jersey.
It's not an XFL jersey.
It is not an XFL jersey.
I don't even think that's
all we're going with.
Okay, I was going to say, I don't even think it's a NFL jersey.
Yeah, obviously it's not. So I want to know what the team was.
Fumble! Mahomes fumbles it, and Charlie Taggart recovers it. What a massive break!
So I'm getting a request to show the jersey again. So here's the jersey again. Okay. So we got that. There's the jersey. And then here is the logo on the side. I want to know who it's from.
See if we can get that on that. There we go. Right there. That's what we want.
Who the jersey's from and what league did they play in. So who is this jersey?
It's not Ray Lewis, despite the 52.
It's not a Ray Lewis jersey.
Not a Ray Lewis
yeah,
jersey.
Matt Snyder actually just made a comment. Half these players weren't even alive when these guys played.
Yes, that is a fair statement.
That is a very, very fair assessment to say.
You're talking about almost 20 years. About 15.
About that.
About
Yeah,
15 to
it's
20
around
years
that.
before this game even came out.
No. It's right around that time frame.
2001?
Late 90s, 2000s, yeah.
Really? Okay, now you got me thinking now, because I was thinking that was from the 80s.
No.
Okay.
No.
We're not talking about the team that Donald Trump owned?
No.
Oh, okay.
That would have been the New Jersey Generals.
That's right, that's correct. Is it a team from that league?
No.
Well, then, yeah, now I'm really thrown off. So Matt truly is being honest there, though.
Yeah.
Most of the play...
Yeah.
Most of these people haven't even been
Most of these
conceivable
people are
thought
going,
at this point.
What the heck was that? See, I think this is the day I could have thrown up the okra up there and go name the
Fighting
mascot.
Okra. Somebody eventually got that, though, if I recall from our last tournament.
Yeah, Brody did, I think.
Yeah, they got the Fighting Okra.
Yeah, from Delta State, the Fighting Okra.
So once again, guys, if you want to stay up to date as far as where you're at in these brackets, and even if you're eliminated, you want to see what your opponent's gotten up to, where they're at in the tournament, how far we are into the national champions being crowned, go to challenge.com. That's CHALLONGE.com. If you're on the Xbox One side, you're going to go to challenge.com/Xbox One Canada. And if you're on the PlayStation 4 side, challenge.com/PS4 Canada, and pretty much all the information you could ever want as far as the tournament is right there.
So you're looking for a hint from the jersey. Here's your hint. It's not a USFL team.
Is it an NFL Europe team?
No.
Like how there's an awkward pause there. You know what I'm talking about, though? The NFL had the Euro teams. Remember that?
This is not an NFL Euro team.
Whatever happened to the NFL Euro teams?
Actually, some of them are still playing.
Just in a Euro League type?
Yeah, they actually, most of them amalgamated into Germany only. There's still Barcelona playing, the Barcelona's Dragons. The Frankfurt Galaxy is still playing. The Dragons, I'm trying to remember.
That was from England, wasn't it?
No, that was the London Monarchs.
That's right.
The Amsterdam Admirals were a team. The Scottish Claymores.
Yes, I do remember the Claymores. I thought that was a cool name.
I'll PayPal you? You'll PayPal me for what? You want to buy the jersey? Not for sale. Okay. So, it came from a league that the Montreal Machine played in. So there's your hint. It came from a league that the Montreal Machine played in.
Now, Xavier is saying, did I miss the question? And by the way, Matt Snyder is saying the Hamburg Sea Devils?
Yeah, that was another one of the...
in the same league, so Matt's helping us out there. But for Xavier's sake, let's put up the jersey one last time.
Okay.
Just to be fair to him. I mean, the kid's already gotten 25 raffles. I don't know how much more fair we need to be.
Here's the jersey.
Not Ray Lewis.
It's not a Ray Lewis jersey, and we're going to turn it to the side, and we're going to show like a chess piece looking thing.
Yeah, like the evil horse on somebody's chessboard.
But I got to know who the team was.
You can tell that neither of us play chess, eh? Because
I actually do.
Well, then you would know what that piece is called,
I
no?
do know what it's called.
What's... Oh,
I'm not giving it away.
So, Xavier, that's your only hint.
The Montreal Machine played in this league.
Oh, yeah, and then there was another hint, and obviously the Hamburg Sea Devils were in this league as well.
So again, this
and it's
is
not the XFL, folks.
It is
and
not
it's
the
not
XFL.
NFL Europe.
He hate me.
NFL Europe, though, that brings back some nostalgia. Like,
It was
I
not
remember
the
that being a thing.
USFL either. So it was not the USFL. It was not the NFL.
Not the CFL.
It wasn't the CFL.
Not the XFL.
Or the XFL. Or it wasn't NFL Europe.
Running out of a lot of FLs here, folks.
So we're looking for the name of the team, the full name of the team, and what league they played in.
2 great games, by the way, going on at once on your screen. You got Charlie Taggart, I believe, controlling the Baltimore Ravens, scoring the touchdown through Hill. He's now got, 2 majors ahead of his opponent. And then on the left side of your screen, also a tight affair, pretty much a one-possession game in Seattle with their offense back onto the field after a huge picks.
Yeah, again, Seattle's driving on there. We've got a Apple Film exclusive.
I want to see that movie, Ron.
Is this The Hunt for Red October?
No, it's a ripoff. It's called Greyhound. It's got Tom Hanks in it, though.
Tom Hanks.
The guy got COVID for that movie, man.
That's too bad. And again, Johnny, we did a jersey switch a little while ago. You're back to your...
Back to Western, because I knew Matt Snyder was going to start poking his head in the comment section again, so I'm rocking the Western Mustangs.
There we go.
So, Xavier...
But what league did they play in? Halfway there. Halfway there. What league did they play in?
So, Xavier's close, folks. So, pretty much somebody could copy Xavier's answer and just slip in what Ron needs in there.
Yeah. So, again, I'm wearing one of my favorite jerseys of all time.
I don't know what's worse, the 7 subscribers you've cost us this afternoon, Ron, or the fact that the guy that you're wearing has more kids than the subscribers you've lost.
It's not NFL Europe. It's not what it was called.
I love how he keeps saying it's NFL Europe, though. I miss NFL Europe.
There we go. Xavier got it.
So, Xavier, he's irking me off at this point, Ron. He's got 30 more ballots in the box. I didn't think that was even possible.
Okay, so it was the New York, New Jersey Knights of the World League of American Football, which technically became part of NFL Europe down the road, but it was not called NFL Europe at the time. It was the World League of American Football. The Montreal Machine were in it. So were the Orlando Thunder with a original lime green jersey that was horrific.
So you just hate the lime
Sacramento
green,
Surge was in it. So there was a bunch of teams in
Montreal the lone Canadian
Montreal was the lone Canadian team that was in it. I believe the league only survived about 3 years. So you know what? Let's split those. We're going to give them each 5 each.
Okay.
Okay? Because, Rickon kind of got the answer first.
Correct.
And then didn't...
Well, no, actually, Xavier got the answer first.
But
Ricky got it wrong. He said NFL Europe, and then Xavier said the World League of American Football.
Matt Snyder, so technically the CFL connection to...
What is the CFL connection to the World League of American Football?
It was used as a feeder league. A lot of players, because it played at the same time as the CFL. But when they folded, they kind of absorbed a lot of their players from North America. And that's when NFL Europe really kind of took a stronghold and just became NFL Europe itself. So it was kind of the first attempt at it.
On our screen here, a 10-6 contest featuring the 49ers and the Seahawks.
So yeah, Rickon, we're giving you 5 because you were kind of right in your response, but we're kind of nobody got the answer for the for my Ralph Benershka one earlier, so I'm going to give those to Rickon because he was working hard on those.
Between Xavier and Rick A, the first one to answer what team Ralph Benershka played for, gets the 5 ballots. They're not each getting 5 ballots. So between Rick A and Xavier, what's the answer, Ron, again?
Oh, Matt Schneider just asked me the connection. What's the connection between the New York, New Jersey Knights had with the CFL? The answer, I believe, is Mouse Davis.
To a local CFL team, too.
Mouse Davis was the really the creator of the run and shoot offense. He was the head coach there. Then, if I memory is correct, I believe he coached in Hamilton for a while there as well. So that would have been the connection to our local CFL team, the Hamilton Tiger Cats, and the World League of American Football. If that's what Matt was
referring to there.
Yeah.
As again, just looking down on our sheet here, got a game featuring Red Rocket 15 going up against Mallow 099.
I got it, Matt. It was the run and shoot with Mouse Davis. So that was exactly it. So I scratched my brain there a little bit. Oh, it was the Toronto Argonauts. My apologies. Not the Hamilton Ticats.
Jimmy G swallowed in the backfield, and Red Rocket, feeling the pressure here, will have to perform a lot better on this ensuing play.
Close game, though, 10-9. Good to see a good game. But again, the Seattle-San Francisco connection that we've kind of seen that flavor kind of playing out as the tournament's gone on. It seems to be we're seeing those Final Four teams kind of all being the same now, Johnny.
I'm just trying to look on my sheet to figure out who Mallow is. Can't seem to find him on my play register here. Take me through this next play. I know Red Rocket's Brian Girard, a 23-year-old from Quebec. Just trying to figure out who his opponent is, though, right now.
So, again, beginning of the fourth quarter here, San Francisco-Seattle, 10-9, the Niners lead over the Seahawks as we're flipping ends here.
John, Mallow 099 is Xbox, if that helps.
Well, I figured he's playing Red Rocket, who's Brian Girard, 23 years old from Quebec. I think we've had this problem in past tournaments where the names don't match up with the actual game taggers, but that's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately, not really know who Mallow 099 is because there's no name nor gamer tag on our Xbox sheet that matches that.
Gonna chalk that up to a well-filled out registration form.
Yes.
There you go. Xavier, hey, you can donate. Can I donate 5 of my raffle tickets to someone?
No. Do not allow Ron for word and allow your insecurities to take the better of you. You will just do exactly what we say, when we say, and how we say it, and stop thinking you're doing something else. So, by the way, you still between Xavier and Rick A, who's the team Rolf Barishka played for.
Rolf Banushka.
Whatever. You can't even say his first name right, Ron. It's Rolf, not Ralph. Rolf. But yeah, you got to tell us what team he played for, and that's who's going to get the 5 ballots from Ron's last question, because, again, Ron really screwed that up.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, because you're like, you get some points, and you get some raffles, and maybe you can consolidate your raffles, and you can give away. No, then we're not, no.
Ron is the Oprah of...
Yeah.
You're getting raffle tickets. You're getting raffle ballots. Everyone's getting raffle ballots.
He's got the commissioner kind of wearing off on him, where he's like, oh, you're not feeling good? You get a jersey. Oh, you need this? Oh, I'm going to pander to you. Oh, you need a ride? Let me pick you up.
There you go. Well, Xavier got the Chargers. Come on.
So you know what? Now we'll allow Xavier. You got the right answer. Would you like to donate your 5 raffle tickets to Ricky? Just give us a simple yes or no on the comment section.
So as for trivia, I'm pretty much burned out of trivia at this point.
And it's a great game on our screen here. Blair grabbed the ball, trying to go back the other way. Almost got to the house. His second interception of the game. Almost a pick 6. Read that play like a book.
Great job there. 2 hands like that. 2 hands on the ball all the way through. Protect. Back in the game here. Let's see if he can finish it now. He needs to get a touchdown, I think, here, John.
But already in field goal range to give him a taste of the lead if he wants it. It is Wilson right behind the line of center.
Double tight end. Straight
gonna give
ahead
it to
handoff to
Carson.
Chris Carson, the tank.
You think in that kind of play formation they would have gone to beast mode? A lot of players like using Lynch.
Not to Ricky, sorry. I'm going to say it to my friend who got blown out earlier in the tournament.
No, Xavier, that's not what I asked you, though. I said, do you want to donate him to Ricky? Yes or no? You said no, so you get the ballots there, bud. That's it.
I'm going to slide you guys back over to Dangalicious' game where it's 28-21 right now. About 50 seconds left. And a chance to win.
Chance to tie.
Well, he needs a tie, or it's Charlie with the win. As Travis Kelce will complete this pass, and they're going to call their timeout the first of the second half. 2 timeouts remains for KC.
43 seconds left to go. Ball is at the 35-yard line, 37-yard line.
By the way, I noticed with Charlie was Moroccan,
Yep.
the Ocho Cinco earlier today, won his game, then rocks some Lamar Jackson in typical playoff fashion, lost that game, and then ends up putting the Ocho Cinco back on, and what do you know, he's at least winning this one for now. But as you mentioned, Ron, time is of the essence. 1 timeout left for KC, 36 seconds left of this game, down by 7.
See, if you're going to run those sideline routes, you want to catch the ball and then go out of bounds, save those timeouts for later on.
So Ricky still's like, are you going to share with me? He ain't sharing with you, Ricky. You didn't get it. You didn't get it. Mahomes rolls out, gets the first down. Mahomes stays on his feet for now,
Big
up
tackle,
to the 40-yard line.
tackle.
They're going to hurry up the offense here and spike the ball. You killed 12 seconds off the clock by doing that.
Wow.
Ooh, would have been better off taking the timeout.
Well, you're thinking you got 2 plays now.
Like, no, Ricky, and you don't share. Talk about a kid crying about spilt milk right now. As you got Mahomes, time is of the essence. 9 seconds remains. Trying to go to the end zone.
Incomplete.
Could have been intercepted, but the defender couldn't get both feet in bounds. So 1 more shot at it for KC.
Wow, this is another exciting game. Well, you know what? With 7 seconds left, you might get 2. You might get both of them.
And he got the timeout too. And go figure, producer
on.
Mel Rouse. Killing
Miller.
me.
Hey, whoa. You guys, you can direct those scoffs towards the Twitch servers. Thank you.
All right. 2 seconds left. By the way, we haven't missed the last play of this game. It comes down to this. Unless there's a penalty flag, which we haven't really seen a whole lot throughout this entire tournament. Blitz coming. Mahomes gonna have to eventually get rid of the ball. He does. To the end zone. Chance to tie the game through hell. Incomplete. Ravens win. Ravens win. What a way to advance. What a game between Red Rocket and Dangalicious.
Dangalicious moving on. Again, that was the guy that I told you at the beginning of the day I thought was going to win it.
San Fran was down by 2. They got a touchdown in this game, and what do you know? Now they're up by 5.
$1:20 left to go here, Johnny.
And sorry, that was Dangalicious in the last game. I thought he was taking on Red Rocket. No, check that. This is Red Rocket in this game here, Ron.
Yeah, I flipped you guys back to the game that we were watching before.
So that's Brian Girard, 23-year-old out of Quebec, and we were still trying to figure out who Mallow 099 was. But that's okay. We know that he is the Seattle Seahawks and that he's trailing Ron. No rest for the wicked. He's got to get going right now.
Yeah, $1:17 left. All 3 timeouts, so you can use the middle of the field and everything else still. And trying to motion some audible into some stuff. Audible and some different coverage.
Man for himself. It's true.
That's awesome.
That's how you have to play this tournament.
Coming off the edge.
You think you're going to win a semifinal and be like, can you give me your semifinal win so that I can go to the final, Ron? No. And you're not going to get other people's raffle tickets, too. This comes from a 19-year-old, by the way.
Charlie, I have not cursed you. Come on, brother.
Charlie.
Jeez.
The second we put the pressure on him, man, you put the hype on him. You were like, he's my guy. He's going to win it all.
He wore the Lamar Jackson jersey. Lamar doesn't win playoff games.
He should have known by the way he was dressing himself.
This guy beat Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
This guy beat Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. Actually, it was more Derwin James that beat them. that particular day.
Yeah,
Right, Jay?
It definitely was not Phillip Rivers.
Right,
that's for
Kinney?
sure.
Well, no, we still scored a lot of points on them. Right, Jay?
An interception here from Red Rocket puts his offense back onto the field. Now, Seattle still has 3 timeouts, but imagine a heavy run offense is coming up here.
Yeah, especially up here, a $1-3 left here. You're gonna just hold on to the ball, just trying to grind this clock out as much as you possibly can. You got a first down here. It's pretty much a death sentence.
So he got 5 yards, half the yards needed to pretty much seal this victory on that last play. What does he do here? Pretty much identical play formation, but split to the left instead of the right side, and picks up a handful of yards. 2, 3rd and 3 now coming up. Seattle takes their second of 3 timeouts.
This is important here. Now, if you want to get tricky, throw it to Kittle on a little quick out here, and you might end the game.
Jimmy G, does he agree with you? As he's going to move Samuel to the right side. He's going to hand it off to the running back who doesn't get anywhere, Ron. Seattle has to use the timeout, and they are going to force a punt here.
Now, decision made. Do you go for it, though?
Well, you're at your own 46, so I say no.
Do you play to win, or do you play defense?
Well, but I think you play to win by pitting your opponent within their 20, Ron. You got to give them as much real estate to have to go through as possible, and that's exactly what he's doing here. They're going to pin his opponent at the 7-yard line. 93 yards in 48 seconds. No timeouts left, Ron.
Well, we've seen it in a number of games, though. You know, that last kind of Hail Mary flick of the wrist, one broken tackle.
We also saw a pick 6, though, and a game that was tied and should have gone to overtime.
That's a call that could have possibly gone either way.
I'm sure whoever did that is still thinking about that right now.
And I don't, no offense, guys, I don't remember anymore.
Not after hundreds and hundreds of Madden games from Atlantic to Pacific on your Friday evening, and now Saturday afternoon turned evening, somehow, someway, from one edge of the field to the other edge of the field. Seattle gets the first down out of this one, marked out at the 30.
Wow, yeah, you can't throw that ball in real life, kids. I'm just sorry, you just can't do that.
Well, it was about a 60-yard throw that just went 30 yards down the field.
Yeah.
So, 41 seconds left. They need 70 yards. Warner could have blitzed. The gap was there. Laid back, allows Gordon to get the ball, and he's going to scamper out of bounds. Ball's all the way up to the 49-yard line now, Ron. Still no timeouts, but they froze the clock by getting out of bounds.
You know, that's a forgotten player in Seattle was Josh Gordon. You know, came over from Cleveland and New England.
Daryl Kane, by the way, brushing the dandruff off of his shoulders. That was me with the pick 6 to end the game, by the way. So salute to you.
I can't remember.
Salute to you, Darren Kane, because that was an exciting final. That was a great finish to a great football game.
Oh, yeah, that was a good game to watch.
Watch out the user here, the free base in the middle of the hash marks. It looks like he's going to blitz, but then he lays back into the coverage. That allows Wilson to think about running. He still lost the coverage, though, so he found Lockett down to the 20. Some dismal defenses allows Seattle to get into the San Fran territory.
There. You basically, what he's doing is he's spying the quarterback.
Not well, though.
No, he's 15 yards downfield, but the problem was the receiver was 20 yards downfield. So you're in no man's land.
And he gets out of bounds again, which is just incredible. With no timeouts, just strategically getting down the field and going out of bounds every time to freeze the clock. Wilson throws this to the right side. Disley's there. Now, no timeouts are going to have to hurry it up. That's going to take about 12 seconds off the clock. 8 seconds left in this. He's going to spike it. So a 2nd and goal coming up. 8 seconds left with 4 yards needed. Remember, this journey started all the way back, Ron. I believe 96 yards was needed to start this drive.
It was at the 7-yard line. So
93 yards. 93 yards in less than a minute, and there's still 8 seconds left, and he needs 4 yards.
And that's why I said on that 4th and 2, it's like...
because he would have been in your end zone already if he got the ball at your 40.
Well, yeah, but you might have got the first down. You might have been able to ice the game.
The coulda, woulda, shoulda's of football. Wilson in the gun, pressure coming, throws it over the top. Intercepted! Intercepted! Red Rocket grabs the ball with 2 seconds left, and the Quebec native in Girard is going to pull away with the victory here. What an incredible game run. Brian Gerard, the 23-year-old out of La Belle Province, with the INT with 2 seconds left. It was tardy. No, it was just tart.
You know, again, a great game. Fantastic game played. We've got another really close game with beginning of the second quarter, it looks like here, in a 14-all game.
Another Quebec native, by the way, in Etienne.
Yeah.
He's taking on a 14-year-old in Dante Clark out of Ontario, though, who is the KC Chiefs defense right now. And Ron, a reminder to all of our fans, the raffles will be given away between the PlayStation 1 and Xbox, or 4, no, that's incorrect. Xbox One and PlayStation 4 consoles later on this evening. We're close to the semifinals, so we're pretty much, well, we're in the nitty-gritty now at this point.
Yeah, we're getting close there. We thank you guys for joining us during the day, participating in the trivia. And again, if you've got trivia questions for us, and you can stump us, maybe we'll throw some raffle tickets your way.
So a 20-year-old from Quebec, and Etienne Brisson, with his offense onto the field, goes to the run play to the left side with the 49ers and gets maybe 2 yards out of this one. Still lots of time remaining here in the opening half. It's been an offensive bonanza through the first quarter.
Yeah, again, just 14-14, high scoring, but, one of these guys has got to play defense to win this game at some point, too.
Jimmy G right behind the line of center. Sends his tight end Kittle from the left to the right side of the field. Laying back in the pocket, finds Sanders to the right side. Sanders could go out of bounds, and he does at the 24-yard line. Jimmy G 3 of 3 to start this game, 71 yards and a touchdown.
So good stats there. And again, good balance, I think, going on between the pass and the run here for San Francisco.
Approaching 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Jimmy G will hand this one off, and it's a gap there. 15-10-5 touchdown, San Fran.
Good, solid run game. And you brought the extra players up. You were expecting run, but the problem is in that defense, you're a reduced front there. You're not going to run inside, but if you hit the crease on the outside and get to the edge, there's no defenders left, and you see what happens. You're off to a big touchdown.
And again, a reminder, guys, that if you want to check out anything that's going on throughout this tournament as far as what's happening in pass rounds, when your next game is, and when the championships are all going to happen, simply go to challenge.com. On the Xbox One side, you're going to go to Challenge, that's Challenge with an O, CHALLONGE.com/Xbox One, XBOXONE, Canada. And then for the PlayStation bracket, same thing, challenge.com with an O/PS4, Canada, and you'll get all the information that you need. So Ron, again on the screen right now, it's a battle between San Francisco and KC. I would say the two dominant teams that we've seen on day 2, the Saturday of this Madden Canada Cup, as Tyreek Hill had one more man to beat to get to the end zone. Still got 33 yards on 2 rushes in this game.
Speed package. So they moved Tyreek Hill from the wide receiver spot and they put him in the backfield on that particular way, and just a straight handoff to him. Let his speed do the work.
Mahomes motions his running back from the left to the right side, and Williams snaps the ball, looks around at his options, rolls over to the right side, gonna air this one deep. Could have been intercepted, but Sherman didn't get both feet in bounds, so it goes down as an incomplete pass.
It was a great pick, but yeah, you're right. He landed out of bounds there. That's too bad. It was a great interception there.
By the way, guys, potentially one of our final trivia questions is coming up. So be prepared. At the bottom of the hour, maybe our producer Adam Mellors can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we do have another interview coming up. And then at the top of the hour, we're going to have the Commissioner KJ Kennedy join us again to talk about, well, pretty much the championship dances that are on the horizon in front of us.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at 6:30 we're going to get the last and final installment of the Luke Wilson, Coach Glenn Mills. And then, yeah, you're right. In the PS4 bracket, we're eventually going to have the Barry Got a Clip versus KVNG_E_613 semifinal in the winners bracket. And then in the losers bracket, Swalissimo and QC, Player QC, I think that game just finished, but they haven't put the score up yet. And then Don't Play With Me and Etienne 025 is what's playing right now. So that we'll have obviously round 9 between those 2 games I just mentioned. That winner of that game will go and play in the final versus again the winner of the Barry Got a Clip or KVNG E6313 game. So
we're down to the final 4 essentially is what you're saying.
Yeah, we're getting there. And then Xbox One players, we've got Ethan McKinnon 2 versus II Black Rain in the winners bracket to decide the final. And then Dangalicious versus Red Rocket 15.
That'll be a good one.
Which should be a heck of a game. Yeah, they're the round 8 in the losers bracket, so that's going to be a pretty badass game. That should be coming up here soon as well, and I believe KJ is going to talk to us at 7, like you said. I think they're trying to speed up when some of these games are going to happen, because really, what did I just say there? We have 4 games?
Yeah, we don't need to necessarily take till 11 o'clock at night to finish that, considering we are at 6:30 local time right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll finish off the second or the first half here of this San Fran KC game, and then we'll go to that Mills Wilson interview, and we'll take it from there.
So it'll give us an opportunity then to do a little bit of Ron and John style trivia, guys. This is worth 5 ballots. Xavier, just sit out. Take a knee, my friend. Just let some other people participate. When you got to consider this, Ron. We have given away 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 additional 5 times raffles to people. We've given 6 to just Xavier.
True. So we've asked 15 trivia questions.
It's Xavier 6, the rest of Canada 9.
Yeah.
Cool. So Xavier, take a seat, please. This question though is what Canadian had 5,000 receiving yards, 2,800 returning yards, almost 40 touchdowns caught, and a couple return touchdowns in the NFL. And a bonus question added into that. What CFL team did his dad play for when he was born?
So say that again, please.
Which Canadian had 5,000 receiving yards, 2,800 returning yards, almost 40 touchdowns, and 4 return touchdowns in the NFL. Furthermore, what CFL team did his dad play for when he was born?
Okay, I know the first part of this. I can't think of the second part.
By the way, I appreciate you, Xavier. I know you are a starter stud at the Ottawa Sooners program, and he's decided I'll let the backups play on this one.
Oh, wow.
I like that.
Wow.
Hey, when it's Xavier 6, the rest of the nation 9, you can be a little cocky like that. And the funny thing, Xavier's saying, I know the answer to this. So, to be honest with you, Xavier, you know what? We got 36 seconds left in this first half of action. If for whatever reason nobody answers it by the halftime break, I'll open it up for Xavier too. Because it's not fair to him if he knows the answer and he's going to put it in and nobody else is going to step up to the plate. Again, what Canadian had 5,000 receiving yards, 2,800 returning yards, almost 40 touchdowns caught, and 4 return touchdowns in the NFL? Furthermore, what CFL team did his dad play for when he was born? So we're looking for the gentleman's name and the Canadian CFL franchise that his dad played for when he was born. So we are 19 seconds away from Xavier potentially gobbling up even more raffle tickets. I love it. And again, all the prizes from Football Canada include gift cards to footballcanada.ca, Nike backpacks, t-shirts, sweatbands, O-Pro mouthguards, so courtesy of Air Ajax Communications and the London Junior Mustangs. You're talking about stuff like $100 gift cards to the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One networks. I don't know about you, Ronnie, but if I got that opportunity to grab that kind of cash, I would definitely be investing in the next Madden, so I can get ahead of these guys that are in the competition for the next tournament.
Exactly what I would do as well. You know, I'd be jumping all over this.
Reinvest in yourself.
The GOAT of games, Marcus Allen.
No, the answer is not Marcus Allen. And
For the record, Damon was his brother.
And we are 14 seconds away from Xavier being able to answer this question if he so chooses to. That is deciding whether. And then Frank Sagakis, Golden Tate. Guys, Again, just a reminder, this guy had almost 40 TDs caught for return TDs in the NFL. 5,000 receiving yards and 2,800 returning yards. It certainly is not Marcus Allen. Golden Tate, I don't think, did he ever return balls?
He has returned
Might have
balls.
returned balls. For
He's
what?
returned-
The Lions?
Yeah, he returned punts for Detroit. But to the best of my knowledge, I don't think that there was a Tate that played in the CFL, and that's not the guy that we're thinking of here either.
Correct. And again, remember, it's a two-part question. You also got to answer what CFL team the guy's dad played for when he was born. 7 seconds away, Xavier, in this football game from you being, we'll say, legally eligible to answer this question.
Come on, Ethan Jones, where's your answer? You're in that, Go to games, not happening, nope.
We have reached halftime here. So before we go into the last part of our Luke Wilson wonderful interview by Coach Mills of the Essex Ravens, we will let's give it about a minute or two here, producer Melrose, to see if Xavier can give us the answer, as nobody else has been able to step it up to the plate just yet. And again, the question is, what Canadian had 5,000 receiving yards, 2,800 returning yards, and 39 TDs caught, plus 4 returning touchdowns in the NFL, plus what CFL team did his dad play for when he was born? Duke Williams is not the correct answer to the GOAT of games, and neither is Marcus Allen or Golden Tate. So this is a tricky one. Maybe what we'll do then, producer Melrose, is we're going to kind of go off to that interview. We'll leave the comment section up, and then when we come back, we'll see if somebody had siphoned out the right answer. And again, guys, we don't just want the player's name. We also want to know what CFL team their dad played for when they were born. Hence why they're a Canadian citizen, by the way. That's your hint. Take it away, producer Melrose.
Now, if there was anything, I think one of the big concerns that I have right now, and I know as athletes, I mean, if there's anything you could tell young athletes in regards to the situation we're in right now, just what would you tell them about? I mean, my concern is mental health wise. It's got to be very difficult for these young kids. First of all, they don't get to finish the sports they want to play. Graduation is probably squashed. Their school trips are probably squashed. Their sports are squashed. Their proms are probably squashed. So there isn't a lot to. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot to, kids look at things a lot differently than grown adults do, right? I mean, this would be a catastrophe probably for most kids. And I'm reaching out to kids every day, trying to keep them positive and telling them, hey, hopefully we get back on the field. But what is it you tell, a young athlete today, in this situation?
I would say the situation, it sucks for everybody. I don't think anybody enjoys what's going on right now. And my thing would be, there are a bunch of limitations, but there are some things that you can potentially, you're not limited to. And I don't know the situation in Ontario, but like I said earlier, here in Los Angeles, all sorts of parks are open. And it's a time where your motivation level has to go up. And in the sense of, let's say speed or linear speed is something that you really are trying to improve. It's get online and I mean, you got time, man. Put the video games down. Okay, get online and look up drills, tidbits, certain things. And head to, if you're in LaSalle, I think there's Brunette Park was one right by my house, or Budamere's another one right by there. I'm sure every little neighborhood in Essex County, and I know this is going across the OPFL. So if you're in London, if you're in Toronto, get out by yourself, obey I'm not telling dudes to congregate together here and disobey the social distancing stuff, but kind of take your own responsibility. And one of the things that I've been able to do here is, I don't have access to the same type of weight room that I'm used to. So, let's try and use this to the best of my ability. Some of the things I've always wanted to improve on is movement quality and kind of fluidity of my own movement. So I've, done a lot of videos I've been watching on YouTube, stuff like that, and just trying to do a lot of kind of functional movement stuff, which I don't need a ton of space for, to try and translate. So when I do head to the weight room, I'll be ready. I'll be even, smoother and ready to go.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Like I said, and we try and reach out to our kids the same thing. Listen, you can always do something to get better. You can always work on some type of skill set to hone your craft and stuff like that. But Luke, you know what? I want to thank you for your time. I want to wish you, all the best this season. Another year with the Seattle Seahawks. Hopefully, you're not playing in Green Bay.
No doubt.
That was a lot of fun and pretty crazy times. But no, I want to wish you again, and hopefully you guys have a great season. Hopefully you have a great season as well. And I want to thank you for doing this for the OPFL and for the kids in Ontario.
Appreciate that, Coach. Thanks for having me.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Nice. Good job. There it is. Go, 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 go. Keep him in. Keep him in. That's it. That's the way to accelerate. I can't hear you. What's the difference between a good defense and a great defense?
What does it take to become elite? It takes more than dedication, focus, and hard work. It takes an elite-level training program. Customized, sport-specific, online. Your perfect workout every time. That's Volt Athletics.
Having GameStrat for us has been game-changing, truly. Coached high school football now for 22 years. Having that instant replay, the opportunity to show players the mistakes they're making, the things they're doing right, is a world of difference of having to wait until Saturday morning or Monday afternoon to make the corrections. It's an opportunity for them to visually see what they're doing, at least attempt to make the corrections there on the spot.
When we switched over from our previous sideline system, the thing that we noticed was, number one, how easy it was. You don't have to be a computer expert in order to work it. The concerns I had were just reliability. If you have it, you pay the money for it, and you invest the time in it, and have people there do it, you want it to work.
With a lot of companies, they'll tell you what they're going to be able to do, and we've had that in the past where they sell you the product, they give you a nice big promise, but they can't really follow through on it, and just a lot of times we don't need to call because it's so easy to set up, and that's been pretty helpful.
For our end, just makes it easy because it's reliable.
To have that opportunity to go directly from the sideline to the end zone is tremendous. Literally just a touch of the screen gets you from the sideline view to the end zone view. It's as easy as texting on your phone or just scrolling through social media.
GameStrat has completely lived up and gone beyond my expectations.
Out of doubt, I wouldn't hesitate to suggest switching over to GameStrat. The product is awesome. It's everything that and more that it's billed as, and it's effortless to set up and to use, and simple process. And really, what are we doing it for? We're doing it to give our players an opportunity to win games, and we feel that by using GameStrat, we have every opportunity each week.
I don't want to coach a game without it. If there was another coach that was looking at using a product similar to GameStrat, if we were playing them, I would say use a different product. The customer service is head and shoulders above the rest. Reach out to them. You'll regret it if you don't.
And as we head back into Madden 2020 action, and we'll be getting back with Ron and John here. Right side of your screen, Etienne025 playing Don't Play With Me. And the left side of your screen, Ethan McKinnon 2 and II Black Rain. Take it away, Ron and John.
They say they leave the best for last, Ron, for word, and we're getting down to literally the creme de la creme of this nation from Atlantic to Pacific. It's all going down here in day 2 of the 2020 Madden Canada Cup. Let's go back to our trivia. It was the final trivia question, I believe, if not the second last question we're going to throw out there, because 8 o'clock was our deadline given out by our commissioner, and I feel like we might be trying to speed things along. Xavier, I know you redacted a previous question because you got it wrong, but now you wrote the right answer in. But I like how he kind of cheekily just deleted his previous answers. Maybe he's been doing that all tournament long and we haven't noticed, Ron. Answering a question 10 times wrong, redact, 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 and then gets the right one on there. Well, he did get it. It is Nate Burleson, and his dad did play for the Calgary Stampeders, where he was born in Calgary. The gentleman went on to play for the Seattle Seahawks, had 4 returning touchdowns as a kick returner, Ron. 39 touchdowns caught, 2,800 returning yards, which is next to impossible in the way the kick return game is now in the NFL, plus 5,000 receiving yards for the Calgary, Alberta-born native.
And again, as a bonus little tidbit of information, one of the hosts of Good Morning Football on the NFL Network.
So once again, for guys like Xavier, you've added 35 more ballots to the box for your name. Not too bad if you ask me. And essentially, the rest of the people like Jace Lattery, Holden Herrick, Charlie Taggart, Brady Doucette, Matt Bork, Quentin Hurlick, James Archer, they've all added more additional names into the box for a chance to win incredible Football Canada swag like an Pro mouthguard, t-shirts, sweatpants, Nike backpacks, gift cards from Football Canada, plus the Junior Mustangs and Eric Ajax Communications $100 gift cards to the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One networks.
At the top of the adder, I know we're going back to the Death Star with Commissioner Kennedy.
We can talk about how the Chargers beat the Ravens that one time.
Oh, absolutely we will. Absolutely we will.
Get into the action here, Ron, and they're at the Mama's Hot Italian red zone, and let's face it, they get another touchdown, even a field goal here can pretty much seal the deal.
Yeah, you're up 14 points right now, one more score, and that's going to ice this game.
Mahomes has a man open, touchdown, KC, and you're right, that shit all about sew it up.
Yeah. That's one of those, it's over, sorry kids, it's over.
It's over. Well, we really do appreciate all those who've tuned in, starting from Friday evening, now from, well, Saturday morning to the afternoon. It's 6:45 Eastern Standard Time. We thank you for joining us all the way from the Maritimes in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, all the way out to the West Coast in BC.
Thank you very much for joining us on this weekend here, guys. We appreciate your participation. Again, some great interaction with the chat boxes. We hope you guys have enjoyed some of the trivia, trying to reach out with
52-yard touchdown strike on the right side of your screen there, Ron, in the Battle of KCs. It's Ethan McKinnon. We've already talked about this gentleman a couple times throughout this tournament, taking II Black Rain.
Yeah, a couple names we've seen a lot of being pretty dominant players as this tournament's gone on. Again, one of the things that we've noticed, in previous tournaments, John, hasn't been exploited so much as today. We've seen it a couple times. Here's a hint, guys. If you're playing with Kansas City and there's no safety over the top, Tyreek Hill, he's got to go deep.
And so go figure. You have 2 boys from Ontario, both 18 years of age, both decided, I'm going to use the Super Bowl champions in KC. And you got Ethan McKinnon right now taking on Quincy Vaughn. We'll see if battle between Quincy and again, we'll see. Can somebody take down Ethan McKinnon? Because I think even Charlie Taggart had a hard time with him earlier today.
Asked you guys a question.
And then 11, and then answer it. I don't think that's English, Ron.
Oh, we might actually have the Red Rocket Dangalicious game coming up right now.
Beautiful. That's what I want to hear. Some of the best is going to be featured here.
Yep.
As this is still an epic game, though, Ron. 21-14, a shootout at the OK Corral.
Oh, shootout at Arrowhead Stadium, because it's going to be the home team for both these guys with Kansas City and Kansas City playing. The Chiefs versus the Chief
So Mahomes fired up, has a target down the field, and Hartman who caught it. And Mahomes has only, missed a target one time so far in this game, Ron.
That's impressive. That was a really good catch. He had a chance to come over the top with the interception.
Main target's been Hardman, over 132 yards on 4 catches in this game. Finds Watkins to the flat, out of bounds, first down.
Pattern. Simple route, but it's so hard to cover, especially where the receiver can stick his foot in the ground and turn. That is so hard to cover. It's ridiculous.
51 seconds. Both teams are stacked with their timeouts here. And again, a reminder, we are just a couple games away from the national championship dance, where the winner is going to receive $500 and a Football Canada Nike backpack. Finalists will receive $100 plus a $100 gift card for the respective councils. And even third place participants are going to receive prizes too here, Ron. That shocks you.
Well, yeah, I couldn't give away 5 ballot tickets, but we can give away like prizes to the third correct answer.
Can't deal with 2 KJs, just one. Ron.
Oh, I know.
So
what is enough for both of us?
Mahomes to the end zone, caught it, but what's the flag here? Illegal touching. They're going to say Mahomes went beyond the line of scrimmage before releasing that ball.
Well, and it's a big penalty on that because it's going to take the touchdown off the board here.
Oh, Jay Slattery, yeah, I wanted to get back to that. Your question is actually a faulty one. Why? Well, I'll give you a little football knowledge there, good sir. Bruce Beaton is your potential answer, the only potential answer. He won 3 Grey Cups with Edmonton. Then he played the lone XFL season that completed itself, where the Los Angeles franchise won the lone XFL championship. He was not playing in that game, though, Jay. Yeah, he was just a practice player, so I guess by technicality's sake. And on his own biography, he's not a Super Bowl champion. So on his own biography, he puts himself down as a CFL multiple Grey Cup champion, an XFL champion despite the fact that he didn't play in the game, but no NFL to speak of there, Jay. Maybe you're saying he was a scout, or maybe you're saying maybe he was one of those plethora of coaching staff members that each unit has. But yeah, as far as did he actually win an XFL championship? No. Did he actually win an NFL championship? No. But he's won a couple CFL championships, so we'll say it's close enough. So once again, Ron, this is an exciting time of the year. It feels like Christmas, Madden style, as Mahomes has a man down the field, and Hill, 6 seconds left in this game, tied up at 21s. Might get one more play before halftime.
So 35, you're looking at a 52-yard field goal if you attempt it here.
With 6 seconds left and all 3 timeouts, do you take one more shot down the field? No, they go for the field goal here. A 50-yard attempt, near hash mark. Snap is good, hold is good, and the kick is through. And, with 1 second remaining before the halftime break, KC is over the Kansas City Chiefs, 24-21.
So, yeah, a really exciting game here, back and forth, little squib kick there. Touch it.
Oh, he did touch it. That was a live ball at that point. Great job.
It's a live ball anyway. It's a kickoff. So that's right.
That's once it's gone,
once it's gone beyond 10 yards, that's a live ball. And a lot of people forget that. Say, "Oh, I don't want to touch it. I don't want to touch it." You better touch it if it's in play.
So interesting. He's saying Bobby Singh is the correct answer. Bobby Singh did not play on the only XFL team to win a championship, though, Jay, so I'm a little confused by your question. Did you mean that they played in the CFL, NFL, and XFL? Because that would be different. If they won championship rings, they had to play for the Los Angeles Extreme, because that's the only XFL team to ever win a championship.
Interception here.
And a chance for a pick 6. Hitchens is going to take it back to the house. What a way to start off the second half of festivities.
That's a huge turn of event. Because, again, when you're playing back and forth here, as you see, John, now it's going to make this is going to be potentially a 10-point game. That's why that field goal was so huge. And then you get the extra touchdown to start the half.
Now you're up by 10.
Now you're up 10. This is going to be a tough hole to come out of.
That 50-yard field goal ends up being such a crucial thing.
And then the other game that we've got on there on the split screen, it's 7-0 San Francisco over Baltimore.
Going back to my Baltimore reference, we were saying 30 to 35% of all users Friday evening were using those Blackbirds in the purple uniforms. Well, today, less than 10%, Ron. You know, most of it has been KC, I would say, about 30, 40%. I would say at least another 30% has to be San Francisco, and then throw in everybody else of the rest of the bucket.
Yeah, it seems to be what it has been. We've seen a lot kind of Kansas City taking over as this tournament's gone on. We've seen a few Baltimores out there, but not as many as we thought we would see.
It's been an exciting tournament, though, Ron. Do you have somebody at this point that you think is going to win it all?
Well, I would say somebody, but he's going to say I'm going to curse him if I say it again.
Yeah,
so
speaking of him, I'm going to flip over to their game for a bit.
Perfect. And he's changed the jersey up. Now, I don't know if this is a good call, folks. He went with the Ocho Cinco where he's undefeated. If you recall, he put on a Lamar Jackson jersey.
Oh, Michael Vick jersey.
And now he's put on the Ron Mexico jersey.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Ronnie Mexico can get the job done. Down by 7, though, I believe. He is going to flush out Jimmy G, though, to grab the sack. 3rd and goal coming up.
Good game here, 7-0. Good defense being played by both teams there. You know, let's see how it happens. Let's see what shakes out there. You know, I almost brought my Falcons jersey today too. It was not a number 7. It was a number 12. Chris Chandler, the other Super Bowl quarterback that they had, other than Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan didn't fare well in the second half.
Neither did Chris Chandler.
It's almost like that franchise is cursed.
Well, it's quite possible. You never know.
They're like the Chargers.
No.
As this will be settling for a field goal. And I like this strategy of just kind of winding the clock down and waiting for the last second to boot it through the uprights.
Take as much time off.
I'd almost debate taking a timeout here.
No, you want to save your timeout because you've got a minute left, and you know.
I know you do, but like he was just taking such a lethargic pace that it would mess up with your opponent if you just did it right before they were about to pull the trigger.
See, I don't think it would. That's just me, though.
There's a lateral,
Hey, we've seen a lateral now.
I was going to say, you can see how the hook and ladder can happen in this game.
Okay, so that was the first time that I've seen a lateral in the 3 tournaments that we've done there, John.
Incorrect. At the tail end of the first tournament we did, the second tournament we did, gentleman was up probably like 50-0 and was just laddering the ball all around. It's a very easy button to do. The idea is, do you have the cucleonos to pull it off, Ron? Because it takes a very big gusto in order to lateral the ball.
There.
If you do not pull off the lateral, instant fumble, and you've given the ball away.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, wasn't it COVID?
I think it might have been.
Yeah.
But you can lateral at any point, but it takes a certain je ne sais quoi in order to pull it off.
That's awesome. Guys, sorry.
Your boy's behind the 8 ball here, Ron. Not to throw him under the bus or anything, or curse him. But he needs to get his team going offensively. This will help speed the 5th complete. Sit down to the 18. He's in the Mama's Hot Italian red zone.
12 seconds. Ball's out of bounds. You got 2 plays. If you get this ball completed in play, you're not going to get a field goal. So you
no timeouts.
You got to go to the end zone here.
Got to take, I think, 2 shots to the end zone, and that's about it. Or settle for the field goal.
Well, and a field goal would be huge to start the...
That's true, too. So don't gamble so much for the touchdown. He is going to go for it, though. Ingram's got his hands on it into the end zone. Touchdown, Charlie Taggart. The Ontarian not going away quietly into the night. He was down 10-0, and what do you know? A 10-6 ball game, potentially 10-7, awaiting the PAT.
Kick is up, and it is good. So 10-7, John. 8 seconds left to go. San Francisco, if they want, they can take a shot downfield. They got all 3 timeouts, so they'll be able to get 2 plays in. You know, kickoff plus 1 play is probably what you're looking at here.
Thank you to the 16 people that gave us the thumb up. To the other 39 million out there watching this, what are you doing? Give us the thumb up at the body screen. More importantly, hit the subscribe button. I know you don't like Ron Forwarder because you've been unsubscribing lately. Like him so you can subscribe back.
I don't think they like Melrose.
Is our subscribers continuing to plummet, by the way?
I
Have we hit Black Monday and Ron just brought in the Great Depression?
I haven't looked that closely. And just to let everybody know, too, left side of the screen right now, PS4 semifinal winner bracket, Barry Got a Clip and KVNG E613 is on the left side as well. Just starting the first.
And that's Elijah Trench is Barry Got a Clip. He's a Durham Dolphin at 15 years of age here in Ontario. And it looks like their game might have just kicked out on us there, producer Melrose, although it kind of popped back.
All right, there we go. So the all black San Francisco look, which I absolutely love, and the all red Kansas City Chiefs jerseys.
And just trying to see on
little
my
color
sheet.
rush happening here by both teams.
I got Barry Got a Clip, no problem, and I know that we've had the other gentleman in this tournament cannot find his tag on my thing to save the life of me.
It's Ethan something, I think.
Is it Ethan Jones?
Yeah, because it's like pink.
Yeah, sorry, you're correct. That's a 16-year-old from right here in London, Ontario, taking on Elijah Trench. So you pretty much have a London, Ontario product taking on a Durham product here in Ontario right now.
And Ethan Jones won our first London Junior Mustang tournament.
Correct. Selected a Goodwin jersey from Tampa Bay. Looked pretty stylish in it when we handed it off to him.
Yeah, I saw that the other day.
You guys want to join KJ and I on the Zoom meeting?
Oh, it would be my pleasure, Mr. Melrose.
I know it would be.
We just gotta wait for you to start the video, good sir.
Well, look at that. Coach KJ, the commish, how you doing on your end, sir?
From the last tournament, Rocco was trying to eat it, but it didn't work out. So my beautiful wife, Cal, allows me to do this. And shout out to all our better halves. You know, guys, great tournament. I don't want to take too much time because we have great games going on. We have sped it up, though. So I'm wondering, Ron and John, if after we're done here, we can kind of get those ballots sent over so I can get those over to Venetia. We're hoping to start the Xbox final at about 8:20 and the PS4 final right after that. So that's kind of the plan. What do you guys think?
We will send you the official ballots. We're calculating that. You can see the smoke coming off of Ron's melon, which, by the way, doesn't look like it's going to be shaved. We did not get to 800 subscribers, so all the follicles are still good on this beautiful lock of hair.
The flawless
Well,
follicles.
Fitzy's on the bike right now. Actually, he took the scooter, and he's on his way. It'd probably take him about 45 minutes to an hour to get there, guys.
Well, he better make some subscribers up along the way, too, because we got to get to 800 before Ron lets us do anything.
He's got to pass Marinos too. So the chances of him not stopping for a Panzerati are slim and none.
Maybe we'll head there if we end a little bit earlier. Guys, great tournament. Look forward to these final games. So right now what's happening is we're trying to get into that bronze medal game, which is the opportunity to win a $100 PS4 Xbox One card. But also, if you win that game, you punch your ticket into the final. We're looking, guys, approximately 8:20. We've got an 8:30 interview with Steve Samara and Aaron Giesler. So we'll have to we'll keep that one short, but that is Football Canada. We do got to do that one real quick. And then we'll have the draw, obviously, before the Xbox One Championship, however that plays out, hopefully by 8:15, 8:10, John.
And then, can we make a quick suggestion here, just because you're talking about potentially speeding this all up? You mentioned how originally on the docket we had the Xbox One final, then we're going to do the raffles, then the PS4 final. But after that, an interview with Aaron. Is there any possible way we either move that interview up before the final games, or even have it take place during the final games? I mean, the 4 quarters of football is a lot of action, KJ.
Yeah, well, that's why I was thinking we could have it during the start of the Xbox game.
Perfect.
Once we get the Xbox game, 8:30. But there'll also be Aaron to close us off at the end. This is with Steve Samara. But yeah, we're all good, guys. We're rocking and rolling here. Fitzy's doing a great job. He's the last man standing as usual. And thanks to all the help today from Lena, Allison, and Ethan, and of course you guys just doing a bang up job. Thank you so much. So I'm gonna let you guys call these games. I think we're kind of on par. Did you want to do the Xbox One then before the game, John? The raffle.
We can still do the both. I think it'd be cool to do all the raffles all at once. I agree with you doing the Xbox ones first and then kicking it over to the PlayStation side. But we'll send it over, obviously, to the Death Star, ARK Jack's communication style between those championship games so that you can announce all the winners in style and what kind of prizes they're all pulling away with. We're just calculating right now for you who's got what. It's safe to say Xavier probably getting away with some prizes. The rest of the nation got, I think, 10 ballots added. He had 7 times the ballots added to just his name alone.
Good for him.
If he does not win any prizes, he should never buy a lottery ticket ever in his entire existence.
That's crazy. Well, I'll leave it to you guys. Looking forward to some great games here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Actually, one last thought, though, before I let you go, and I don't want to get we're in the nitty-gritty. Are any of these players on that sanction list, though? And if they are, not that I want you to throw them under the bus and name them, what are you looking for, though, in these championship games? Because let's face it, money's on the line. National pride and all the supremacy, along with the glory to go along with it, Ron Forwarda. So I'd imagine if it was me, KJ, I think I'd be using some of the plays that I know best.
Yeah, to be honest with you, there's out of the guys left playing, I would say close to 60% have had a warning, but that's it. And they've managed to keep everything normal. So no one on the sanction list, but definitely 60% of them have had a warning. So we are looking for, proper gameplay. And so far so good.
Wonderful, KJ. Any questions, Ron?
Just if you want to talk about the Chargers Baltimore playoff game in Lamar Jackson's rookie season, probably not, eh?
No, I mean it's first. Let's talk about their records the last 2 years. See you guys soon.
All right, yeah.
Okay.
Neither of us yet. Again, the Chargers still have one more playoff victory over the last 2 years.
Didn't you have statistically the best offense and defense and still miss the playoffs one year in NFL history?
Coach wants to know if they have any Super Bowl victories ever.
No. They have a AFL championship. They have two AFL championships.
Like a participation award, or what is?
No, that was the Super Bowl before the Super Bowl was a thing.
But not when they were playing in it. When they were playing it, you still had to go to the Super Bowl if you'd won that game.
Favorite color rush jersey? Jesus, please don't tell me you're wearing that Chargers jersey there.
Yeah, they don't like your Chargers jerseys. And
what's what's wrong with my LT jersey?
Have we seen a single person use the Chargers his entire tournament? The answer is
no. We haven't seen them used at all in any of the 3 tournaments.
It's almost like people know you cannot win with them, so why bother?
You're actually wrong.
Okay, I mean,
you're very wrong.
I could be wrong, but I know I'm right because the rest of the nation has never picked them.
Wow.
Maybe we got to take you down to I was going to say San Diego. You're not even there anymore.
No, we're not.
You got to go to Los Angeles. I seen this thing the other day and I want to send it to you so bad, but I felt like you'd think I was insulting you. It talked about how they were always second fiddle in Los Angeles. They got booted out. They went to San Diego where they're loved. Then they betray San Diego, go back to Los Angeles where they're third fiddle again. It's why you had a city that actually loved you and you went back to being second fiddle somewhere else.
It came back to, the big dollar signs, which is funny because Dean Spanos, the guy that owns the Chargers, he's made his money as a landlord, and now he's technically a tenant in the Rams stadium.
Reminds me of another San Diego sports owner that was a landlord that moved a franchise to Los Angeles. You know who I'm referring to?
Yes, I do, actually.
Oh, okay, yeah, it didn't end well for him.
No. No, it did not. I was not a fan of that particular Los Angeles team.
I don't think anybody was a fan of him or his franchise, even to this day.
Going back here, it was. You got to remember, John. This game was 10-0 for San Francisco. Baltimore's come back with 17 unanswered points, and they forced 2 turnovers. So they're Mr. Taggarty's.
Would they have done that if they were playing the Chargers, though, Ron?
Oh, hell no. The Chargers keep blowing them out.
As your boy, 6 of 7 in this game, 2 touchdowns, hasn't thrown an INT, and you're really never going to with passes like that. Smart routes by Ingram II.
Yeah, and any dump down passes or stuff like that. Get the ball in your playmakers' hands, let them in space. Mark Ingram is an absolute tank in the open field. He can break a tackle, and then he's off to the races. Favorite color rush jersey of all
what is it,
time?
Ron?
Well, my favorite jersey of all time are the Royal Blue Charger jerseys, which I was wearing earlier. I'm not a huge fan of the color rush. Probably my favorite color rush jersey would probably be the all red Tampa Bay jersey, or now it's actually switched to the pewter jersey, which is coming out in this year's jersey set for Tampa Bay. I really like that look. I think it's really tight. I love the all black San Francisco. It's probably you know what? Yeah, I would say the all black San Francisco is probably the one that I of all the color rush jerseys, that's my favorite one. Favorite jersey of all time, the powder blue Chargers.
I'll go with the gold Jaguars jerseys.
Oh, those were terrible.
I mean, they're still getting more wins than the Chargers these days.
They're not.
Ron.
No, they're not.
Well, they made to talk about conference finals being the original Super Bowl. Last time I checked, they got to a conference final sooner than you have lately.
I didn't say conference final. AFL championship.
Oh. Yeah, but did you win it?
Yes.
Chargers won the AFL championship that year?
61.
Oh, in 1961. I mean, we're talking about kids that are 12 years old in this tournament. You're going back to 1961.
Did we win a championship? The answer is yes, we did. 1961.
1961. I remember when the Chargers were good.
Yeah, well, the Packers were good back in the 60s too. Does anyone remember that?
No, but Aaron Rodgers has won them a Super Bowl in recent memory.
Let's be realistic, okay? Probably the best team to not win a Super Bowl would have been the Chargers. Okay, and they had
no bias.
No, and I'm not saying this is a bias at all. They had Phillip Rivers in his prime. They had Damian Tomlinson in his prime. Sean Merriman was playing outside linebacker. They were loaded on the front end, the back end, and everything else. And Tom Brady throws an interception, and it's picked off against the Chargers. The Chargers pick him off pretty much to steal the game. All the guy has to do is fall down. Anthony Cromartie just has to fall down. He doesn't. Troy Brown comes out of nowhere, strips him of the ball, recover it. The Chargers never recover in that game. Brady goes down, throws a touchdown, and they go on to win the Super Bowl. That Chargers team would have won the Super Bowl. No, that Chargers team, coached by Marty Schottenheimer, would have won that Super Bowl. Hands down.
I still think back to that season where you were the best statistical team and didn't get to 500.
No,
best offense, best defense in the league.
Yeah.
That's more recent memory than 61, Ron. That's all. When I talk about things that I can remember,
I gotta switch my jersey. Jesus.
He finally got the point. He's changing up the Chargers.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Well, we got you soon, though, buddy. We got the national championship game.
Yeah,
we got something special.
That's coming up. As we see another pick. Mr. Taggarty's really locked it down on defense here.
Well, you mentioned it, though, Ron, at the very beginning, that, yeah, it was good. We're going to see offensive flares, offensive outputs, offensive busts, but we're really going to see defense win the championships at the end of the day. And I think Charlie, who's already had a healthy run in our previous tournament, knows that quite well. As he gets his offense back on the field, though, it gets up to his opponent's 24-yard line.
Piece of advice for you, Mr. Taggarty, do not put that Baltimore Ravens jerseys back on. Had nothing to do with me jinxing you. It was that jersy.
The Lamar. Let's see if he actually rocks the Lamar in his next game. That's if he hangs on to this one, though, Ron. Yeah, he's got the ball. But his opponent has all 3 timeouts.
Yep, 14-point lead with the ball. 2 minutes left. It's a tough hill to come out of.
And again, this is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup. Got to give a big thank you to Football Canada and Aircade Jack Communications for making this all possible. Thanks for joining us on London Junior Mustangs TV here on YouTube, streamed all around the world. And we got to thank the 16-plus people who have given us the thumbs up. We thank you, but please, 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 hit the subscribe button too. our producer Melrose, have our numbers continued to drop from Ron Forwarder promoting his facial hair?
Oh, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to even look, but let's have a little look-see here.
You guys are killing me.
Well, I'm just saying.
Unbelievable.
Oh, no, we're up.
We're up.
739.
Okay, so we've recovered what, like 6 of the ones that Ron lost us the last hour?
Look, those are all people that wanted to see me shave my beard. When they found it wasn't, well, screw that. I'm not watching this. And then off they went.
Unsubscribed.
Yeah,
by the way.
that was exactly what it was.
Real faithful,
you guys are killing me.
Real faithful flock you got there, Ron.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm here on a Saturday night.
So here we go. Field goal punctuated, and if
that's pretty much all she wrote there.
And he forced San Fran to burn 2 timeouts to do so as well.
Yeah, so that's at 149 left. The other game that we got going on is the Chiefs and the 49ers, 28-21 in that game.
Oh, and Jackson Trafford stepping up for his Green Bay Packers. He didn't like what you had to say there, Ron. He's like, what about Brett Favre, 95, 96, 97, bud?
Shots fired.
What's your point?
Well, you were saying you had to go back into black and white history books to figure out when the last time the Chargers did something meaningful. So then you said,
I don't
then you said the Packers hadn't done anything meaningful in the same amount of time. And he goes 95, 96, 97. And you go, so what?
So you win 1 Super Bowl out of that. And it was the return game that won it for you. It wasn't Brett Favre. Let's call the spade the spade. And the deep post by Andre Rison, I believe, was his only touchdown pass of the game on the opening drive of the game.
To be clear, Phillip Rivers, 0 Super Bowl rings. Brett Favre,
and he will end
1.
his career with 0. He will end his career with 0 because he's got another year, maybe 2 left, playing for the Colts.
Yeah, but the Colts might win it.
They won't.
I mean, you might see the resurrection of Phillip Rivers, and all of a sudden he turns into Phillip Rivers of 10 years ago. Instead of being a 50-50 TD, INT kind of guy, you're going to see him throw up about 32 touchdowns and maybe 7 picks.
No.
Okay. No. Oh, you wait. I think the Colts are going to be sleepers when this next season comes up.
They are in a really, really tough division.
That they are.
In a very tough conference.
But aren't the Bears in that same division?
No.
No?
No, that's the NFC. The Colts play in the AFC.
Oh, right.
They play with the Colts, the Texans, the Jaguars.
Oh, that's right. They're in that division.
Yeah.
So my Jaguars, man, in their gold uniforms.
Jaguars in your gold uniforms, please.
The Color Rush uniforms are an interesting addition into the uniform spectrum of NFL football. I'll say that much.
So some of them are great. Like the all black San Francisco is phenomenal.
You like the all red KC too?
I like the all red Kansas City. I like the all red Tampa Bay jersey. That's a nice look. The pewter one that's coming out this year for them.
The grayish.
Yeah, that's really, really nice. But there's some like really, really bad fails. Who was it that wore the mustard yellow jersey again?
The Rams?
Yeah, maybe it was actually that game was the Rams versus the Buccaneers, and it was a Thursday night, and I called it the ketchup versus mustard bowl because it was like 2 condiments on the TV. It was like some of those things are just hard to watch. Even as a fan, it's like, man, that's a lot of yellow. That's all you can really say about it. Sometimes that's a lot of that color out there.
Well, your boy advances. Dangalicious gets through, pulling out the victory over the San Francisco 49ers, 27-10. As we're going to switch things over to KC versus San Francisco. It's Barry got a clip, who's got the offense on the field right now, trying to bite into this 10-point lead that KVNG has created.
So again, some people are commenting that they really like the lime green Seattle jersey.
The amount of hate you put in behind
those people are wrong.
Yeah, they are. That's all there is to it.
Hey man, like
Baltimore
I said,
Ravens have a good colorist jersey.
When I seen those lime greens in person, they're not as bad as what they look like in the video game. I'll just say that.
Well,
they're not as bad. I gotta put one in your hands, Ron, if not to get one you wear.
Would I wear one?
Oh, for the next tournament, I'm ordering you a lime green Seattle jersey that you are wearing the next esports Madden tournament we're doing. 100.
Well, we need a floating Coach Ron head jersey so that you
God.
can be transparent again.
Yeah, exactly. So bring another green jersey. That's right. It's lime green too.
I'd wear a Packers jersey before that one. Give me a Michigan State jersey
Wow.
or Eastern Michigan.
No, you don't get the Warriors, or what was the Eastern Michigan? Eagles. You don't get the Eagles jersey.
Give me a Sparty jersey then. Give me a Marshall Thundering Herd jersey.
Oof. I'll give you a no, never mind. An no problem mouth guard.
There
Courtesy
you
of
go.
Football Canada. 20
I
seconds
like
remains.
the Detroit Color Rush. Actually, yeah, the Detroit Color Rush is not bad. The Raiders Color Rush, I
Our
cannot
producer
like
never rocked his
anything.
Barry Sanders all day long. Just
I-
rocked a Drew Stafford, dude. Like, I don't think can hold a candle to Sanders.
The Raiders Color Rush jersey is on fire. I can't like anything with the Raiders because they're the Raiders.
That's because they're a divisional opponent of your Chargers. You know Bo knows best, and Bo Jackson jersey is a pretty good one.
Bo Jackson rocks a great Auburn jersey and a great
An
Kansas City
Auburn
Royal
jersey.
jersey.
No love for the Raiders.
No love for the Raiders. No love for the a team we haven't seen a lot of, and we thought we'd see a lot more of is the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, we only saw them once or twice. In fact, we only saw the Houston Texans used a couple times. Not to, keep spinning the broken record. Lots of KC.
Yeah.
Lots of San Francisco. And I think the third choice right now would have to be Baltimore after it looked like it was the first choice after day one of
And
competition.
probably number 4 would be Seattle.
Correct, yeah. I would agree
I
with
think that would be your top 4, the teams that we've seen the most of in here.
And we even saw Miami one time. We saw Cincinnati.
Yep.
We saw
Cleveland.
Cleveland. Teams we never saw. The Jets. The Giants. Well, I mean, you keep doing that, Ronnie, but there's not a whole lot. Oh, yeah, sorry. Your Chargers.
Colts.
Colts.
We didn't see the Broncos.
Anything that Phillip Rivers had
We
to
didn't
do with
see the-
people wanted to
We didn't see the
avoid.
Raiders. We didn't see the
Raiders.
Jaguars. We didn't see
Jaguars.
the Buccaneers.
Oh, that's right. We didn't see the Buccaneers or Jaguars either in this.
Okay, we should go on. We haven't seen the Steelers.
We saw the Steelers one time. One time on Friday night.
Yeah, actually we did. So
they're in the Miami Dolphin, Cincinnati Bengal, Cleveland
Yeah.
Brown category
we
of
didn't
one-offs.
see Chicago.
No, we never saw the Bears.
We didn't see Detroit.
That's an obvious one.
In case you missed it, Barry got a clip, just scored a touchdown, making this game really close.
Yeah,
Just
but he's
wanna
got to
say-
step it up on defense. All teams have their timeouts remaining. 3:45 remains in this game. Ron, if you're KC, what do you do with the 3-point lead?
Well, you tried to run the ball a little bit here, but you can't stop doing what you're doing. If you're a passing team with Patrick Mahomes, be that passing team with Patrick Mahomes. Make them stop you.
So it is Ethan Jones here in Ontario, 16 years of age, with his San Francisco Giants. Well, trying to go after the San Francisco Giants, I should
San
say.
Francisco Giants? Wrong sport.
Yeah,
49ers.
I was thinking about the New York Giants earlier.
I thought you were thinking about the San Francisco Giants of baseball.
Oh, that's true.
Barry Bonds.
Good old Barry. As Shady McCoy will reel this one in 10 yards, quickly picked up to the left side.
Great stats. 9 of 11 for 4 touchdowns for Patrick Mahomes in this game.
Barry got a clip, as I mentioned before. That's Elijah Trench taking on a local kid here in London, Ontario, and Ethan Jones. Lots of motion from the offense right now, as Ethan Jones tries to organize his offense. Only 4 seconds remains, though, on this play clock. Snaps it when it hits 3. He feeds it to McCoy. McCoy goes off to the left side. Almost recovered from the stumble, but eventually got bombarded after just 3 yards.
He almost fumbled the ball the way he's carrying it like there. He could have just sat it on the ground there. That could have been... That was dangerous.
Cowboys fan here says the Chargers are really bad. That's coming from a Cowboys fan. Well, running the play clock down to 6 this time, and going to throw it as Ethan Jones.
Ooh.
Almost intercepted, though, by Elijah Trench.
Wow, that was a tough interception. The Chargers aren't as bad as you think they are. Their defense is loaded.
And to your point, that's what Xavier Erz said earlier. He said the Chargers' D is stacked. You have some people defending your Chargers out there, Ron.
Ron
Not too many.
wears a Seattle lime green jersey. Yes. No, he shouldn't.
Oh, that's what I said. Next tournament, lime green jersey. You're a medium, Ron? I'd say. I'll order you one in.
Yeah.
You know what we got? We saw Luke Wilson a couple times. We got to get him actually in one of these tournaments, either playing or on the broadcast team. And like I said, we'll get some Luke Wilson lime green jerseys, and we'll sit next to him in style. As Shady McCoy once again stymied down here, Ron. Eventually, you're either getting your head shaved or wearing a lime green jersey, Ron. You have no choice in the matter.
You actually have a lot of choice in the matter.
This is not a democracy anymore, Ron.
Usually, I stress that I'm the dick in dictator.
I think you're the hater in dictator. No, you get more mobility. That's only the second rush of the game from Patty Mahomes. That's odd, because usually anybody that uses KC loves to scramble with the $500 million quarterback. And here, a 3rd and 10 coming up. Crucial play, up by 3. A field goal doesn't necessarily do anything, but put a little more pressure on your opponent to need a touchdown. So 3 options originally to the left side. You see this constant audibling at the line of scrimmage by the offense, led out there by Ethan Jones.
3, 2.
So with 3 seconds left on the play clock, he throws it up and somehow reeling this in at the 10-yard line. How is that possible, Ron? In double coverage, Watkins pulls it in.
That's a great catch by the former first-round draft pick of the Buffalo Bills, Sammy Watkins, the Clemson product.
So once again, Barry got a clip. That's the San Francisco defense right now, led by the Durham Dolphin, Elijah Trench. They got to hold them to just a field goal here and then have a chance to get their offense back onto the field down by 3.
This is a great strategy. You're going to force them to use his timeout, or you're going to run this clock down to nothing and kick the field goal and end this game.
And with no timeouts remaining, it looks like taking a victory formation here will be Ethan Jones. So Ethan Jones, the London native, winning this game 31-28 in a very tightly contested game over the Durham Dolphin, Elijah Trench. What a game, Ron.
Yeah, great game. Yeah, as we see over on this side, Kansas City versus Kansas City again. Again, seems to be the popular choice today. Packers winning the Super Bowl.
This is the losers round, PS4 round 9. Solissimo Etienne 025.
I'm trying to read that one.
Packers are winning the Super Bowl.
No, they're not.
They got to give one more to Aaron before he goes, no? As a battle of KC's on your screen to the point of our producer here sees... I feel like this is a rematch. Have these guys not played each other already in this tournament at least one time?
Yeah, it is a rematch.
Interesting.
Or it could be that they're just literally playing a rematch.
It could be. That seems like there's a lot of competitors out there that have been keeping busy between games by doing exactly that.
Yeah, I'll flip you guys over then to Ethan McKinnon and Dangalicious, which is the PS4...
So this is a rematch of this is the game that Charlie Taggarty lost earlier today when he was wearing the Lamar jersey.
That is correct. You are right. And once again, we appreciate all those joining us on your Saturday evening. We started this journey off on your Friday night. We kicked it off here this morning at 11 a.m. We took you through your afternoon, now evening. And it's either really late on the Maritimes or still pretty early in the afternoon if you're on the BC side of things. As Lamar Jackson tries to squeeze through a hole in the Battle of the Trenches, got tripped up, 4th and 4. They're going to go for it here, Ron. In the second quarter, they're already going for it.
Well, you know, and we lost the connection.
By the way, a reminder to all of our ballot participants, Jace Lattery, Holden Sarek, Charlie Taggart, Escalade 66, Brady Doucette, Quentin Hurlick, James Archer, Matt Bork, and I'm forgetting some. Oh yeah, Xavier All your names have been given over to Football Canada. The draws are commencing as we speak, and the raffle winners are going to be announced between the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One Championship games, which are really getting close, Ron. I feel like they're just around the neck of the woods. And again, the raffle prizes include Football Canada swag like t-shirts, sweatpants, an O-Pro mouthguard, Nike backpacks, and gift cards that you can use towards footballcanada.ca. Eric Ajax Communications hooking you up with a $100 gift card to the PS4 or Xbox One networks.
And just clarification there, guys, too. It is Ethan McKinnon 2 versus Dangalicious. This is round 9, Xbox One losers round, to decide who will play II Black Rain for the final.
Wow.
In Xbox One.
So right now we are keeping up with the pace because at 10 after the hour we were supposed to start the PS4 loser round 9 game 99 of the consolation round, and at 7:25 the PS4 semifinal game 100 of the docket was supposed to take place. And in about 8 minutes time, kicking off will be the PS4 semifinal loser round, or consolation round, I guess I should butter it up by saying. And that's game 101 on the docket. And again, we'll have the Coach KJ Academy at the top of the hour. And
these are two guys that know how to play these teams as we're just kind of watching this game.
And not only do they know how to play these teams, but they've literally played each other multiple times throughout our tournaments now.
Yeah, so I think this is the rubber match. I think they've played each other this will be the third time that they've played each other.
Jackson on the play action, forced to get rid of it. Instead, intercepted by O'Daniel. O'Daniel's got blocks up the field. The only person that could beat him right now is Jackson. Jackson trying to get in his way. O'Daniel just says, "Get out of my sight," as he's going to go coast to coast from Atlantic to Pacific with the pick 6. But hold the phone. Illegal man down the field. That's the penalty declined by KC. The pick 6 is going to count.
10-0. Mr. Taggedy likes to dig himself a 10-0 hole and then come back. Let's see if he can still do that in this game here.
That's right. He was down by 10 in the last game we did. As you see, a not-so-close affair. 3/4 of your screen is the Kansas City Chiefs, and, well, half of the KC teams are winning.
That's almost as bad as some of the other stuff. But anyway.
There's your lateral, by the way. You missed out on it, Ron. It almost got fumbled right here. Whoop! And he had to pick it off the ground, and luckily that he did.
So one of the questions that came out there, what are our favorite players of all time? Favorite player for me of all time, Dan Fouts.
Why do you like him so much, Ron?
Because back in the day when it was running football, as we see Taggarty just going down the sidelines, brings it down to the 15-yard line.
Goes from his 24-yard line to the 16-yard line, finding the out route through Snead the Fifth.
The Air Coryell offense was pretty much the offense that everyone thinks was innovated by Mike Martz. The greatest show on turf that the Rams won. It was literally the exact same offense that the Chargers would run. It was literally just 25 years ahead of its time here.
Did you see that cool pitch play from
Lamar
Lamar
option.
Jackson? Allowed the defense to come in and swallow him and just went, I'll give this away.
Yeah, it's just a straight option pitch there that they're running there. That's the old Nebraska I formation triple option there.
1:20 remains before the halftime break. Is it imperative that Dangalicious gets some points before the halftime?
I think it is. I think he's got to get some points on this drive here.
Jackson protected, wide open. Snead the Fifth just went undetected to the left side of the field.
Yeah, and again, just the big touchdown there. So for me, Dan Fouts is probably my favorite player of all time. Give you a couple players that I absolutely loved to watch. Although I'm not a Broncos fan, Dennis Smith and Steve Atwater, the safety tandem.
Mo Abuzini would love to hear that.
Well, they were for me. They were two of the hardest hitting safeties I've to this day haven't seen. Like, they right up there with Ronnie Lott and Troy Polamalu. These guys were.
Here comes Hill the other way. Hill on the kick return through midfield, made one too many moves as he had the clearance and gets tackled at the 37. But just when you think Danglish, okay, I got on the board, I'm going to stuff him here, I'm going to go into the halftime break with a 3-point deficit. Well, no, his opponent's already at his 37, 3 timeouts at his disposal.
Yeah, and really a great great return here, set up a good field position again. If he can score a touchdown on this, you're going to have that 2-score lead again going into half.
Split backfield for Mahomes. Watch out for Watkins to the left side. He's also got Hill to the right, though, and Hardman, a sneaky yet, well, efficient target in this game for any KC fan. They do go to Watkins to the left side, and you've mentioned this route time and time again. It's pretty difficult to stop.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to stop. Question came up there. Who's my favorite? Who's the better Bosa brother?
The better Bosa?
I actually
like
think
that.
I think Nick Bosa is going to be the better pro. I think he's got more potential. I think he's got more drive. I think Joey's more of a me guy. I know Bruno DeSanto really wanted him that year, drafted to the Cowboys when the Chargers picked him up. But Nick Bosa, I think, is a little less selfish of a player, and I think for that reason, I think he's going to be the better pro. See, I'm not always a homer there, John.
Just sometimes. Most of the time. Majority of the time.
No. Aaron Rodgers, best quarterback of all time. Not even close. We're not even going there.
By the way, KC's been stymied their last 2 attempts to get to the end zone, and it's Baltimore, not KC, that's been burning their timeouts to stop the clock.
Interesting. So, well, so again, you're trying to think of
trying to score a Gami, essentially, is what Charlie Taggart's trying to do. I would take another timeout here, and he does.
Yeah, now it's force a third
and
down.
goal from the 10, but here's the thing. Now he has no timeouts remaining. His opponent, in theory, can break this down into 2 plays and still try and go to the end zone, or play it safe and kick a field goal to instill a 6-point lead.
If you're going into the end zone here.
And he does. And it's a touchdown through Sammy Watkins, and, well, a healthy lead here. Could be 10 points after this PAT with 37 seconds left. And for Danglisha, you got to think, he burned 3 timeouts in the final part of that offensive drive that took 5 plays.
Okay, but the one play went from the 27-yard line down to the 15, 40 seconds in this type of game. Anything can happen here.
Now he's got no timeouts left, though. Yep. That's my point, Ron, is essentially KC's got the benefit of the doubt here through Ethan McKinnon. There's a lateral. Thomas evades the first tackle. Every time he does that, I think he's going to turn it over, but he hasn't yet.
No, he's run that a couple times. We've seen that little flip up on that short kick. He just puts his defender, his deep returner back there, and he flips it back to him. So, good job.
33 seconds left before halftime. You have no timeouts, Ron, and you're at your 29-yard line. What do you do to get in the field goal range?
Something along the sidelines here.
And you don't expect to be sacked for a loss of 13 yards? Because that's what happened.
Emmanuel Ogba on the defensive end position there.
So Jackson running out of time and running out of real estate. 5 seconds remains before the halftime break. I don't even know if I snap this ball if I'm him. He will. Ingram the second's going to carry it right up the gut, and that's going to take us into halftime here.
So halftime there. Question came up, who do I think the starting quarterback's going to be for the Chargers?
It's going to be
Tyrod. It's hands down, it's going to be Tyrod. Tyrod will start the season. I don't think he ends the season unless the Chargers are in playoff position.
Which Tyrod has done in the past for teams like the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, you know, really good. He's a serviceable quarterback. I wouldn't say he's a good quarterback.
Richards almost dropped this ball and then sort of like a glitch mode just casually got up like your mom's trying to wake you up for school in the morning. And by the time he got to his feet, got clobbered from behind.
That's a big hit.
I'd imagine that would be a little illegal in the NFL if that happened like that. Player gives himself up. He's on the ground. He's slowly getting up, and 3 guys score him in the back.
Yeah, well, maybe that'll be a penalty, but you know, you never know.
It's a 10-point differential in the second half of action. Passing yards pretty even, 69-61 in favor of the Ravens, and it's going to be even more of a wider margin after that completed pass from Lamar Jackson. 5 of 6 in this game, but does have that interception. That one miss was costly.
Yeah, that seems to be the difference in this game right now. I know it's a 10-point lead, but you're probably thinking it's one possession.
Lamar, by the whiskers, avoids a sack and then throws it well across the grain, and is lucky this isn't picked up.
Yeah, that's really lucky.
3rd and inches, by the way, still after a 2nd and inches.
Well, I like the play call. You can go downfield here a little bit.
Lamar on the straight draw gets the yard needed.
Gets the yard he needed. Rack them up and let's go again.
Xavier wants to know from you, would you understand if I said Peyton Manning is better than Brady?
No.
The guy's still wearing a Chargers jersey, folks. Don't expect anything out of this. Definitely not going to give any credit to Peyton or Brady.
Peyton Manning was a better passer. Tom Brady is a better quarterback.
Oh, I like
That's
that.
like saying John Elway is a better quarterback, but Marino was a better passer. Okay? Similar in that aspect. One of them, as cerebral as Peyton Manning was, and as good of a player he was, he didn't have that it factor. That cool as a cucumber it factor.
And they're calling about, Brady's trash. They must not have watched that game in the Super Bowl where Brady literally put his team on his back in the fourth quarter, putting up ungodly-like numbers. I think he was, 39 or 40 at that time, Ron?
He was 40.
Yeah, unreal. I mean, even though I'm not a fan of Brady, more of a hater per se, you got to respect the GOAT.
So, yeah, again, people are out there saying, Tom Brady's trash. No, he's not.
An illegal throw here from your boy Charlie. Crossed the line of scrimmage, then let it go with Lamar Jackson. That's illegal. Touching sends him back for a 2nd and 14.
Back where the ball would have been, so it's a 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
10-point deficit here for Charlie, the Ontario native. Fakes the handoff, gives it to Lamar Jackson. Makes a nice move. Oh, almost had one more tackle to beat. Just couldn't do it. Falls to the turf, though, after gaining 7 yards.
So it brings up a 3rd and 7 here. 3rd and a lot more manageable here on the inside zone play. Give it to the big man inside.
Doesn't have enough for the first down, Ron. Do you go for it here?
No,
do you kick the field goal?
I think you kick the field goal here to put it within a 1 score.
So they will pretty much have the chip shot here, Ron, right down the pipe. 7-point differential now. And Ethan McKinnon, though, gets his offense back on with a $1:40 left in the third quarter. And again, Brady got carried on the pants. Granted, even if I believe in your statement, sure, but then you watch that Falcons game, he did the exact opposite. He carried his team from a 21-point deficit all the way into overtime and led them to a victory.
Here's something to think about, okay? I've coached football for over 20 years. Would I say I'm an expert in the game? No. Would I say I'm above average in knowledge? Yes, I would. For me, with a quarterback, you have to have a certain quality about them. You have to be completely cool, calm under pressure. You have to have that intangible of leadership, and you can't describe it. I can think of some kids who I've coached along the years who would have been tremendous quarterbacks, absolutely tremendous quarterbacks. Whether it be they're too fiery, or whether it be they're too passionate, or they want to get hit too much, or they want to hit too much. You've got to have that guy that understands the game and gravitates people to him. As great of a player, and I know we're splitting hairs here between Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, okay? Are they both intelligent quarterbacks? Absolutely. I'll give a slight edge to Tom Brady over Peyton Manning. Very slight. Passing. Peyton Manning was far better passer, deep ball passer, stronger arm. No question about that. More charisma? Yeah, Peyton Manning had more charisma. But at the end of the day, who's got more Super Bowls than anybody else? Tom Brady. So it's hard to argue that.
And he would have had more if it wasn't for Peyton's little brother.
Yeah, the
2 times.
Yeah, so like for me, I kind of look at things like that. I'd said earlier for me that the greatest quarterback I ever saw was Joe Montana for that exact same reason.
4th and 3, incomplete. They turn over the ball on their own 29-yard line, Ron.
Wow.
And there was real estate to run, and instead he tried to go deep to Tyreek Hill, in and out of the hands of the receiver.
And did he seriously walk away from the game?
I don't know. Maybe I would have too at that point. 4th
he had
and
the
3,
lead.
It was right there for
But
the
he had
taking.
the lead. Okay, no, it's back.
Technical issues, Ron.
Okay, so again, for me, going back to my thing, Joe Montana was the greatest quarterback I ever saw play. And people say, well, Joe Montana was the greatest system quarterback ever play. Well, yes, he was a great quarterback in that system. You still have that talent. Joe Montana was nicknamed Joe Cool for a reason. You know, because in the biggest situations and everything else, he knew exactly what to say. You can look into his eyes, and everyone just felt calm. And that, for me, is the difference. And I know people are going to say, well, Brady didn't have Belichick. Brady had some, or Peyton Manning didn't have Belichick. Peyton Manning had some pretty gosh darn good coaches along the years, too.
Dungy, and who's the guy in Denver that helped them win? Not Casey, but
backup quarterback Gary Kubiak.
That's right.
But again, I know you're splitting hairs, and it really is a lot of different things. For me, it's just that intangible factor of just, you know, when someone's got it, and Tom Brady has got it. Peyton Manning, yes, he was great, but I give that slight little intangible, is what you call it, to Brady over Peyton Manning's, and that's why I think Brady's a better quarterback overall than Peyton Manning.
Play action for Charlie Taggart, trying to get to the sidelines, and does, and through Lamar Jackson, gets the first down, moves the chains, 1st and goal coming up, down by a touchdown in the 4th quarter.
So that's my little rant.
If you're Ethan McKinnon here, put yourself in the defensive shoes. What do you do here?
So you've got that reduced front again. That, you know, they like to bring the safety down there.
They get
Tyrann
4
Matthews.
yards on the carry on that last play, 2nd and goal. They hurry up the offense.
2nd and goal. Let's see what he's got here. Oh, nice little juke.
Move.
Nice little juke there.
Ingram, the second, into the end zone after a nice little user juke to the right side, but he's still got to make the PAT to tie this all up. And it's good. 17-7. 17-17 is the score. 4:24 remains, though, in the game, with each team having 3 timeouts.
These guys, like I said, these played each other in the Ontario tournament.
Yeah, and they played each other earlier in this tournament.
They split those two. This is the kind of the rubber match. Both times, all 3 times that they've played each other, it's been a really close game, and it's been that one play late in the game that one of the guys makes, whether it be an interception or some type of defensive play to turn the tide, and that's usually what the difference is.
Xavier has a bold statement. In 15 years, neither of them will be considered the best. I think he's alluding to the new guard coming up in the Lamar Jacksons, the Deshaun Watsons, and the Patty Mahomes. Last time I checked, Patrick Mahomes' contract's bigger than both Brady and Manning's combined.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and you know what? That's a good point, but, you know, I'm telling you right now, if I had a crystal ball, I'd have, 50 Super Bowl rings, because I would have drafted that one player every year, you know, and Andy Reid had the insight. Cliff Kingsbury said, Patrick Mahomes is going to be the best quarterback in the NFL in a few years. Just wait and see. This was when he was coming into the draft.
This was when he was at Texas A&M, correct?
Texas Tech.
Or Texas Tech, that's right.
Red Raiders. So,
Mahomes blown up behind the line of scrimmage. It was a 2nd and 10, leads to a 3rd and 12. We're under 4 minutes remaining in this big game for 2020 Madden Cup.
Who's the best in the league right now? At what position? Quarterback? It's hard to go with against Patrick Mahomes.
Well, you could argue Lamar. You could say the regular season MVP.
For me, love Russell Wilson, love Aaron Rodgers. I think they're great quarterbacks. Understand the game and everything else. I think they're fantastic.
What about a Cameron Newton?
No, he's a me guy. And me guy shouldn't play quarterback. I think he is pouty and immature.
Reminds me of somebody I know, Ron.
Like to wear Chargers jerseys.
Producer Melrose, we are quarter to the hour, 7:45 Eastern Standard Time, according to my sheet. At the 8 o'clock hour, the Commissioner KJ Kennedy will be joining us, and we also have Aaron Giesler joining us in a bit, and then we got the Xbox One and PlayStation Finals coming up across the 9 o'clock hour. That's EST, Eastern Standard Time.
Correct.
Yep, super correct. And left side of the screen right now, Swolissimo playing Wavy Jaw, which is the round 10 PS4 losers round, and this game will decide who is playing KVNG E613 in the finals.
We appreciate all your hard work throughout this weekend, Adam Melrose, making this all possible. Can you talk to us a little bit about how much time and effort goes into building all this together, this huge studio that we're in right now?
Well, luckily, we didn't have to do it in the garage this time.
Luckily.
And we've done a few of these now, and it seems like every time it gets a little easier to set it up, just because I know, where, I've found the 10,000 ways to make the wrong light bulb. But no, it's good. And I think it's just a matter of, everything was kind of set up in here on Wednesday night. Thursday night was kind of a dry test with the kids sitting in the seats you're in right now, and then just having everything ready for Friday when you guys got here before the broadcast. And luckily, there's a lot of community and technology that's basically just available online to do all this. So it's just a matter of having all the wires and the junk to put it together, and then being able to set it up and make sure that you guys can put on a show. So.
But within our viewing point, we see about 6 monitors in total. You got some bright lights, some cameras, some green screens. I mean, this isn't the run-of-the-mill equipment.
No, but it helps when I work for a media company that has a graveyard in their basement of gear that I can borrow for weekends such as this. So it 50% of it's borrowed from there, 50% stuff that I've accumulated, and just puts on a good show.
I'm going to throw a question back at Ron from Xavier. How was it as a Chargers fan to have Rivers as your franchise quarterback constantly not winning Super Bowls? Do you think he should have been gone sooner?
No, he was the right guy for the team. They didn't have an offensive line to protect him. At the end
kind of a me guy, if you ask me, Ron.
No, he's not. He really isn't.
I don't know. Don't ask his wife. He's got 9 kids.
That's hardly being me.
That's only being me. Doesn't take much on a bye week to do that, Ron, and go back to work.
Phillip Rivers is a fierce competitor who
define fierce.
Fierce. Like fiery, incredible competitor.
Yeah, when he throws an INT, I've seen that fierceness.
Of the 3 quarterbacks drafted that year, I think all 3 teams got it right for the guy that they were looking for.
Even though Eli was originally going to go to San Diego, and he said, I will never play for that garbage franchise.
Yeah, and that kind of toxic stink, which is the reason I cannot to this day stand the New York Giants and Sheila Manning.
But Sheila and the Giants got 2 more Super Bowl rings out of that.
Let's be realistic. Their defense got 2 Super Bowls.
I'm just saying,
Eli Manning had very little to do with
that.
that.
The individual has a fist on his hand, and that fist has 2 bling-bling style rings.
Roethlisberger's got 2.
Right, but you got, maybe his kids make him rings at home there, Ron, and maybe if his 9 kids make rings together, he can... Like Voltron, they can form together to make 1 Super Bowl ring, or because I don't think the arts and crafts rings count when it comes to NFL accolades, Ron.
No, they don't.
In 15 years of them, okay, that's just Xavier chirping you again. It's all right. I guess he's won the most ballots. This is blocked! It's blocked!
Integrity!
With no time remaining, we're going to go to
overtime. Wow!
Ethan McKinnon, I thought, was easily going to win this game with a last-second field goal. It is blocked.
Okay, you guys are just trolling
How
now.
does it feel to have Phillip Rivers having more kids in 2 years than Super Bowls in 10?
You know what? I'm going to applaud that one. Well done. Well done.
Overtime, Ron. I don't think you and I would want it any other way, especially at this point of this 2020.
Especially, you know what, with these two guys.
Yeah, the rubber match, as you're referring to. 2020 Madden Canada Cup action, proudly presented by Football Canada and Eric Ajax Communications, live here on Junior Mustangs TV. If you like overtime, then give us a like too on the bottom half of your screen, as well as hit the subscribe button. 800 subscribers. Ron will take the straight razor out and just Barbasol it all off.
No. It's just the facial hair.
Well, that's what I meant, Ron. Barbasol, you don't put that on your head.
Just making things crystal clear.
That's not Fitzy's about
Crystal.
Fitzy's about 3/4 of the way on Uncle Louie's scooter. According to the GPS, he's somewhere around Marinos, and by the time he gets here, that seashell should be just as sharp.
By the time he gets here, it'll be 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'll be long home.
Here we go, overtime for the Ravens. Lamar Jackson, though, can't get rid of the ball, and a 2nd and 7 turns into a 3rd and 16. He's going to hurry up the offense in overtime.
Because you think he had something, and he just wants to come back to it, I think.
Pro set. 2 targets to the right side for Jackson. Jackson instructing his lines. Possible audibles coming here from the offense. 10 seconds remains on the play clock. The ball is snapped. Jackson throws it to the right side. Roberts is there. Did he catch it? Yes, he did.
Absolutely, he did. Good catch.
17-17 is the score. 3:44 remains here in the overtime. I guess the time really doesn't matter, though, Ron. We'll stay here until we got a winner.
Yeah, we're going to stay here until we got a winner, because this is, the winner of this game goes on to the ship, so to speak.
Yeah.
Winner take all ship.
Has the opportunity to come away with some cold, hard cash.
Andrew's on the zone read. Different formation.
And again, just going back to this, you got Ethan McKinnon on the screen right now. He was the gentleman that had the opportunity, Ron, to pretty much end this game in the 4th quarter, the 18-year-old from Ontario. And instead, now you got Charlie Taggart going to work with his Ravens offense. And 2nd and 9 will turn into a 3rd and short situation. Back to that familiar pro set for the Ravens offense. This is a handoff to Ingram the second. Slicing and dicing. Can break off of one more tackle. He'd be gone. Swarmed by the Chiefs defense at the 39, though.
Now remember, what are the overtime rules in the NFL? You kick a field goal, the other team gets the possession.
Gets an opportunity.
Score a touchdown, game's over.
So you go for the touchdown is what you're saying here, Ron.
I think you have to.
Brown reverses
jet
the sweep. Cuts out to the side. Luckily for the Chiefs, their defense had one more tackler in the vicinity, and they got the job done.
Well, that was a jet sweep going to the boundary, and all of a sudden he stopped it, and he reversed field off the jet and comes back.
So Jackson fakes the sweep, and it's a handoff to Ingram, but not a lot of yards here. 3rd and 5.
3rd and 5. Game about 1.5 yards, maybe 2 yards on that. Big conversion here, John.
One thing in the NFL, though, partner, if you kick a field goal with 30 seconds left in overtime, your opponent still has to score in that 30 seconds. They don't get a second overtime to try and get the field goal or touchdown.
No, and maybe that's what he's thinking here. Oh, big sack!
That will ruin that thought, though, Ron, because I thought, well, wait a minute. Ron's a genius. He's right. You wind down the clock, you kick a field goal, and even though your opponent gets the ball back, they won't have enough time to do anything.
Kansas City's used one of their timeouts at some point, too.
They just called the timeout there after the sack, forcing this 60-yard field goal.
59-yard field goal, I don't think so.
Near hash. Kick is up. It has got the legs, Ron. It's good.
Wow!
It's good.
The longest one of this season that we've seen, Johnny.
How, though? How in the world did that happen? It gives 117 left on. Now, here's the thing, though. If you're KC, you realize I got 117 to get a touchdown to win this game. If the clock is going near 0, though, I have to kick the field goal to tie it up to force a second overtime.
Exactly. And then you're in sudden death.
We save the best for last, and this is exactly why, Ron, because this is some entertaining Madden. Mahomes in the gun. 1:13 left on the clock here in overtime with his team trailing by 3. One more turnover by the defense ends it in favor of Charlie Taggart. Needing a touchdown is Mahomes in order to win this game. He's going to fire it over. Now they're going to say his receiver was inbounds. So they got to hurry up the offense. Less than a minute remains in the overtime. KC with that one timeout at their disposal. Audibling through the offensive playbook right now appears to be Ethan McKinnon. McKinnon, the Ontario native, rolling back. Tries to fire it over the top. Intercepted. Game over. Game over. Young just has to get down into the ground. Young intercepts the ball. The game is over. Charlie Tagger pulls out the victory in thrilling overtime fashion after kick-out field goal. Ends it with an INT.
You know what? Let's give it to Nathan McKinnon. He's had himself a great tournament.
He played like Nathan McKinnon out there almost. Ethan McKinnon.
My apologies. Again, just a great job overall. Fantastic tournament. Dude, I'm sorry. But, it's just...
Yeah, that's all you really can say at that point.
Someone's got to finish first, someone's got to finish second, someone's got to finish third, You got the show position in the national championship tournament. Nothing to hang your hat about. That was a heck of a game.
And here's Barry got a clip. That's Elijah Trench, the Durham Dolphin. He is rocking those black uniforms you were such a fan of,
I like
Ron.
those. I really like those.
And his opponent is a fellow Ontarian, 18 years of age, his superior by all of 3 years, Anthony Colosimo. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right, Anthony. Either way, Tony, we hope you do well against Elijah. But for now, we're going to send it over to our producer and Mr. Melrose.
I thought I'd let you guys know if you guys want to jump on Zoom. Coach KJ has got Charlie Taggart on the line, so we can have a quick interview with him.
Wonderful. And I got to ask you this question, Charlie. We noticed in overtime almost a lethargic pace to your offense when you had it out on the field. Did it seem like when you knew you had to settle for the field goal, were you trying to put time against your opponent as well? Because there was only about 1 minute and 5 seconds left of OT. But to block that field goal, did you know that you were going to pull away the victory, that the golden gods of Madden were on your side after that play?
There you go.
Now... So maybe the clock got in his opponent's head then, because he rushed the throw down the field and he was able to pull out the INT. Charlie, before we let you go, your thoughts on that INT, knowing when you solidified the victory. And let's face it, you're not a new winner when it comes to these esports tournaments here on Junior Mustangs TV. And what a jersey are we expecting you to wear for the rest of the night? It's a nice jersey, Jay. You got one too, if I recall. Well,
All right,
just to
well,
help
good.
you out, Charlie, by the way, he's on YouTube, not Twitch. So that's where you're going to want to check it out. And as well, he's an Ontarian. So we got a battle of the Ontarians here in the final, Jay. Unbelievable. All the boys from BC, Manitoba, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and a ton from Quebec and a little bit from the Maritimes too could not take down what were the, well, participants from our last tournament in the OPFL and OFL scenes.
Yeah, just a great tournament. And Dangerous, we're going to let you go. I'm going to continue on here with John. Good luck.
Thank you very much. I'm having tons of fun. You guys are doing an amazing job. Thank
All
you
right.
again.
Thank you.
man.
All right. So John, crazy stuff here. So here's where I'm at, John. We can start the Xbox Championship game. I've got the draw winners. We have this other game that we're waiting here to see who punches their ticket to the PS4 final. It's about 148. Why don't I let you take that to the half? And I will, do you want to do the raffle winners between the PS4 Xbox One game, or what do you think? I know we're kind of throwing an audible here. Omaha.
No, I don't mind when we Omaha. I'm okay with it, Jay. As what I would suggest though is let's stick to the bread and butter. We said we would do all the raffles between the championship games, so let's not mess around with that because we've been saying that since jump. But however, I do like the idea of us kind of speeding this show along, despite the fact that I'm having so much fun in the sun here on the Golden Beaches with my friend Ron.
Okay, so we'll start that game in 10 minutes, guys. And then at 9:30, we'll take a break. We'll have the Samara, Aaron Giesler interview. And then right after that, they'll hold at halftime. And then what we'll do is we'll get into the second half of the game. We'll finish that game. And then the PS4 game, we'll do the draws before the PS4 game and start that PS4 game approximately 9 p.m.
Wonderful. We appreciate it, KJ. Any last thoughts, though, to throw out there, considering we are pretty much deciding national supremacy within the next hour or two, $500 and a Football Canada Nike backpack being given away to the winners of the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One consoles. You mentioned it, $100 plus a $100 gift card. Quick math, that's $200 for the finalists of both the Xbox One and PlayStation 4, and even winners coming out of the third place game.
Yeah, and Ethan McKinnon takes away the third place prize, Xbox card for $100 towards Madden 21. Ethan McKinnon played Black Rain close. So you asked me what I think. 38-35 game. Looked like Ethan McKinnon had this game, but Charlie Taggart pulled it out. Dangerous. Wow, what a tournament. This would be 2 wins for him. He won the OPFL one. If he can do this one, wow. He's clearing up in some money or $750 and a backpack. So I'm going to say that Black Rain hasn't lost, but I'm gonna go. Oh man, I'm gonna go Dangerous by 2 points.
And Black Rain, by the way, Quincy Vaughn, 18 years of age. I mentioned this earlier. 2 Ontarians battling it out, and I know that Charlie is already Ron's boy, and you picked Charlie. So I'm going with the undefeated. RO ain't gonna go, baby. Double I Black Rain. Quincy Vaughn is taking this whole thing, the belt, the money, the backpack, and without putting a single loss on his record. That's what I'm calling right now.
All right, guys. Well, hey, I'm excited. Call the rest of this half. Looks like a pretty good game here, and then we'll get that Xbox One championship going.
We appreciate you as always, KJ. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, sir.
As we go right back into the action, guys, once again, this is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup, and you're seeing a PAT go through the uprights, Ron Forwarda, and with 46 seconds remaining before halftime, we're locked up 21-21.
Again, well, this is basically your 2-3 game right now with the one already punched his ticket. So, Barry got a clip. He's had himself a heck of a tournament.
And an early congratulations goes out to Ethan McKinnon. Yeah, it's just third place in the Xbox side, but third place in all of Canada? Not a bad title to take away from your Saturday evening.
No, not bad at all. And again, that game was splitting hairs between those two. Again, it was the third time they've played each other. Charlie kind of came out just a little bit ahead. Then,
after going down 10.
Yeah.
He did that in back-to-back games. Went down by 2 possessions.
He pulled him out at the end there.
Comes back. What's an NFL team that was doing that a lot that won the Super Bowl last year, Ron? Oh, yeah, the KC Chiefs. Yeah. They went down by a couple points. They almost lured their opponent into a false sense of security, and they would always come back and storm for the victory in the second half.
Yeah, it's almost like we're gonna spot you a 10 or 17 point lead, and now we're gonna start trying there. The problem is everything went right for Kansas City last year, and if you kind of do that kind of stuff consistently, sooner or later you're gonna get caught, and it's gonna get caught in one of those games that you can't afford to get caught in.
Looks like they're going to wind the clock right into the halftime. No, a timeout taken with 2 seconds left, so we'll get a field goal here from the 28.
Question here, do you think Lamar will last a while at quarterback with his running play style?
No, he'll be like his backup. Ask how Robert Griffin III did with that style.
That's what I
defensive players are too big, too strong, and too mean, and if they get you one time in a bad position,
when you get
there
hit,
goes your career.
you get hit the right way. You're never quite the same.
We are also, guys, living in a new era of football where head injuries and concussions are being looked at way more, strictly than ever before. And let's face it, quarterbacks back in the day may have just been straight up bobbleheads by the time they were done their career. I think about Troy Aikman for one of them. But that won't happen these days because franchises, teams, and insurance companies will step in to say, hey, this guy can't play anymore.
Yeah, and that's... I hope he can survive. I think he's a dynamic player.
Survive. I like how you said
that. I hope he doesn't get hurt. But man, oh man, that style of play, it's so dangerous. Why am I a Chargers fan?
You know what? That's a good question. I think I've even asked you that. And he said an LA Chargers fan. I know you're a San Diego.
I'm an old school San Diego Charger fan. I loved watching the old Eric Coryell, Kellen Winslow, Chuck Muncie, James Brooks, Dan Fouts, Louis Eckler was on the defense there, Johnny Jefferson, just Charlie Joyner. The list goes on and on and on. I became a Chargers fan back then, 79, 80, 81, when I first started watching football when I was a young lad.
The Durham Dolphin Elijah Trench has a 3-point lead in this contest through his 49ers, and their offense is at the field right at the midway mark at the 50. They sling it over to the left side to Samuel. I think that's shy of the first down, though, and it is. 4th and 1 now coming up.
4th and 1. So what do? You're up 3 in this game. Looks like, you're going to go for it here.
So they are going to go for it. Even with a 3-point lead, not being conservative here, is Elijah Trench leading his 49ers. And again, you got to think Anthony Colissimo is on the defense with his Chiefs down by 3. Let's see if they mark Goodman coming across the field. I think they do pick him up. Watch out for Lucas there, looking to spy him out as he's going to try and air this one deep. No, now there's a man wide open in Samuel, and as a result, first down, San Fran.
Garoppolo could have taken off and run and got the first down, or been really, really close to it on that. And I know he's not known for his running style, but he's a pretty athletic quarterback, the product out of the University of Pittsburgh.
Just under 2 minutes remaining now in this third quarter of action as we are approaching the championship games here, folks, of the 2020 Madden Canada Cup presented by Football Canada and Arcade Jacks Communications. This 1st and 10 run, though, isn't going anywhere. In fact, it goes backwards 4 yards.
Yeah, Moster's not had a lot of success in this game. 3 rushes for 9 yards so far.
Not having a successful offseason either with his team trying to get rid of him.
No, I think that he's going to cost them too much money down the road. But there you go.
He's off to the races here. He's going to cost KC a touchdown here, just zigzagging his way across the goal line to Bader.
Big run there by Barry. Got a clip.
Yeah, that's Elijah Trench, 15 years of age. And again, from the Durham region, we assume, because he's a Durham Dolphin. 10-point lead now. Now put yourself into your position of Anthony Colissimo, an 18-year-old from the province of Ontario. You're down by 10. Lots of football left to be played, a full quarter, and a $1.15 and change.
You've got to get a score here on your next possession because you have to count possessions. You've got 3, maybe 4 possessions left in this game. You have to score touchdowns, and you have to hold him to a field goal for a win.
And would you, what do both of you rather watch, NFL or CFL? Ron, are you more of an NFL guy or a CFL guy?
I'm actually an NCAA guy. I would prefer college football over NFL or CFL, but I have. They're both very different games. If they're both on a Sunday afternoon, chances are I'm probably watching the NFL. But chances are on a Saturday night, if Clemson's running down the hill in Death Valley, I'm not missing that.
And again, a reminder, guys, we've already got our third place Xbox finalist in Ethan McKinnon. Congratulations to you, good sir. You're going to come away with some prizes this weekend. And we got the Xbox One final already pretty much on tap. Our boy, or I should say your boy, Charlie Taggart, Dangalicious, in the final against my boy, or at least my pick, Double I Black Rain, who's Quincy Vaughn, 18 years of age, undefeated so far in this tournament.
Yeah, and again, he had himself a heck of a run in the first time that we did this as well in the OPFL tournament that we were running.
3rd and 3 play. Hill gets open, but did he keep his feet in bounds?
Yes,
They're going to say somehow he did, Ron.
Yeah, great touch pass there by Mahomes.
Clock's evaporating here in the third quarter of play. It's still a 10-point differential, and KC can't even get the ball snapped off. They're going to go into the fourth by that same differential.
So we talked about the urgency. We said it was going to come down to it's like the last 3 possessions when you're getting in that timeline. Kansas City's got to get a score here pretty quick.
Mahomes, right behind the line of center, rolls back into the pocket, waits there for his targets to get open. Circle was wide open. Eventually throws it over to Circle. It doesn't even hit the intended target. In fact, Williams, the computer player, grabbed it for him.
Wow, that's a lucky play on that one.
A little lucky, to say the least. The game never bails me out like that. As Shady McCoy is going to cut in. First down and more, looking towards the end zone. Stymied at the 5 for now. But Ron, you mentioned it. Time is a bit of the essence because he's down by 2 possessions.
Yeah, and again, you've got to get the score here. And you've got to hold him to a field goal on his next possession. So...
And I just wanted to answer Xavier's question really quickly. I prefer watching NFL over CFL. I prefer calling, broadcasting, radio announcing CFL over NFL. Yeah. Why? Because more bizarre, crazy stuff happens in the CFL brand of football. True. And it looks like our producer, Adam Melrose, has a bit of a hip-hop holler-at-your-homeboy attitude on his face. So I'm going to look over his way.
You can't even see my face right now.
I saw your hand come up in the air.
I saw that promo face you made yesterday, good sir, from the video saying how everybody should tune in and subscribe.
All right, yeah. I'm still not really sure what you meant by that.
Oh, but there's some used car salesman on the tone of your voice there.
Just so everybody knows, on the left side of the screen when you're watching at home, because it looks like we're in a bit of a pause on the right side, we are kicking off the Xbox Champ game. Between Double I Black Rain and Dangalicious is kicking off right now. So as soon as this game on the right wraps up, we'll flip right over to that and get Ron and John to call it.
Wonderful. We will get into setting up the championship dance and all the finite information we are gathering from the resources that we have at our immense disposal. Guys, I'm going to throw this out there. Don't worry about people mixing up their plays or cheating and what have you. Everybody's watching at this point. Everyone, commissioners, staff, producers, more importantly, the announcers. We don't have 300 plus games to look at. We have only yours. So last time I checked, when there's 300 games going on, little hard to see if there's cheating going on in game 192, 193, 64, you name it. When there's only one game going on that we're broadcasting, Ron, we're gonna see the cheating as clear as day. And trust me, ain't no cheaters prevailing in this tournament.
No, exactly.
As John Madden would say, no cheating. No cheating.
And Tom Hanks would say there's no crying in baseball.
Oh, that's right. You gonna watch that Greyhound movie now?
No.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Come on, man.
No.
You're gonna shave that head and go see Greyhound in a matinee.
No, I'm not.
So we are waiting on the one game to sort of wrap up with 4:19 remaining in the fourth quarter. Seems to be...
So I'm going to step off screen for a couple of quick seconds here, John, and do a...
Oh, load up? Or is that what you're doing on me?
No, I'm going to change it up. Because we are...
We're almost in the championship.
We are in a championship game.
Yeah. John, I'm going to give you the Xbox Champ game.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on to the right side of the screen, guys. I apologize
I'm wondering
for that.
If they just pause to call
the commish.
Yeah, to see maybe exactly what we
Ronnie,
were
you're good. I got just the game on the screen.
Okay. So let's get into this. This is the Xbox final, guys. You want to talk about a small world? This is between Quincy and Charlie, two boys from Ontario, from around the Hamilton area. Well, guess what? They both played at rival high schools in Steeltown. Yeah, they're about 6 years apart, but still, they're quite familiar with each other's football teams and football backgrounds, and yet the two Ontarian boys are going to battle it out here for Xbox supremacy for the whole nation of Canada. 0-0's the score with 2:53. They say time flies by, Ron, when you're having fun, and that's certainly happening now with the first quarter clock quickly evaporating.
Yeah, first quarter clock's quickly evaporating here. As you can see, 2 minutes and 53. Like 5-minute quarters go really, really fast here, guys, and that's something that we see a lot of. You tend to get 2 possessions per quarter. If you can get a drive going or something else like that, you maybe get a little bit longer. It's hard to say. As we see, we're waiting for the connection to come back on.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff going on right now, and then Jay just came on and let me know the reason that Barry got a clip and Swolosimo game got held up was that sanctions. There was a warning given to Barry got a clip because he'd been just running cover 4 the entire game, so he was asked to change things up. Otherwise, there'd be a default or a decision made at this point.
So as we were just referring to, Ron, you can't prevail if you're a cheater in this tournament. Why? There's too many eyes on you at this point, and a good job. We said that from the very beginning on Friday evening, that if you had an issue, pause the game, talk to your opponent first. If you feel like they're just habitually doing it, though, and not really heeding to any of your concerns, pause the game, contact Air K-Jax Register either through their Gmail. At this point, I would say call them up in a hurry, though.
Yeah. So, and again, last jersey change of the night here, John, for you and I, representing the Canada Cup, our matching Team Canada jerseys. You're in all black.
Go figure.
I'm in the red.
Yeah, and this is from when they broke the curse, too, I believe, in Salt Lake City, is it not?
Exactly.
Yeah,
This is the Salt Lake City jerseys.
So when we finally brought the gold home, and ever since then, it seems like that's the standard. If we don't win gold, then it's like,
It's always kind of been the standard in Canada with hockey.
I remember Nagano as a kid. That didn't go well. Sochi. But let's go from hockey to football, Ronnie, as this is a 7-point game, and Barry Got a Clip has the offense out there with the major lead. So do you play uber conservative here, or do you try and round out the clock? You got to think about this. His opponent's already burned their second time out of the second half.
I think you have to. I think you got to run the ball and force them there. You're still up a score, and you got to force them to try to complete a pass here into a pass rush.
Jimmy G, one-on-one coverage down the sidelines, intercepted by the Chiefs.
Oh boy!
A perfectly timed user interception too, might I add. Anthony Tony Colosimo with the INT.
So here we go. Game on. Kansas City with a chance. Maybe we get another game going into overtime, Johnny.
It is incredible, too, because let's face it, one-on-one coverage, if even that pass just gets completed, not for a touchdown, but just completed, he's completely behind the 8 ball, down by 7.
Yeah.
But Mahomes forced to throw this one away. Didn't see any options down the field, including the furthest target, which was wide open.
Yeah, he was wide open, but again, that was...
Sometimes you just don't see it, though.
Well, it's not only that; it's you got to get that's got to come all the way across the field.
True.
And that's a long throw.
However, you got the $500 million man can't get out of the pocket in time, and he is sacked well behind the line of scrimmage. One of the Boses they were talking about earlier with Xavier.
Yeah, the really aggressive good one, Nick Bosa.
So 3rd and 18, I'd imagine, from this guy's perspective, you want to tune at least 10 or 15 yards in this play, not necessarily going for everything all at one shot.
Yeah, even if you got to get about 10 yards on this.
2-minute warning.
A manageable one here.
Mahomes right behind the line of center, getting tired on that meter. You can see only about half the rocket fuel left in the tank. He's going to throw this up. It's incomplete. So like you mentioned, Ron, you'd like to get at least 10 yards on this play. They get none. It leads to a 4th and 18.
Here we go. Game on the line here.
By the way, Xavier, you can always ask a question, especially a genius like you that answered over 7 of Ron and John's trivia questions correctly. Ask as you will. As it looks like an I formation here from the Chiefs with a 4th and 18. That would leave pretty much Hill as their only option. Now he's going to rotate Kels, the tight end, to the right side. Kels is a passing option, I'd imagine, on this play. Are you going to go to Hill? They are. Hill behind the defense. Incomplete pass. It's a turnover on downs, and Barry got a clip. Elijah Trench will take over possession of the rock.
Yeah, that's a huge play. A tough, really good game battle between these guys. As in the Xbox final, just a heads up.
7-0 for your boy Charlie.
Charlie Taggart so far leads.
And again, we talk about my boy coming to this game, Double I Black Rain. That's Quincy Vaughn, has yet to lose in this tournament. So down 7-0. Let's see how he can come back from adversity. Although I don't know if that helps Charlie. Because if you recall, Ron Ferwerda, that essentially Charlie was going down 10-0 in his last 2 games in a row and would come back to win each game. This time he goes up 7-0 and boom, boom, bow. How do you like me now? KC comes right back into the game. We're tied 7-7 early in the second quarter.
So let's see what he can do here. Play, and again, Charlie kicked off this game. So he's technically up that 1 possession right now because he's going to get the ball at half. So if he can put a drive together and get a score here and take some time off the clock, this could be pivotal. This could be a pivotal drive. Which country has the most IFA World Junior Championship medals and how many?
We're going to go with the States.
No, Canada. World Junior medals?
IFAF?
Oh.
Not double IHF, you blind fool.
Oh.
Last time I checked, the juniors of hockey is not called the IFAF. So I'm going to guess the United States because it's football. No offense, Ron. And I'm going to say 6 championships.
I think it's Canada.
You still think it's Canada even though we're talking football?
Yeah.
Okay. How many championships?
I think it's 3 or 4.
Okay. So mine's the States with 6. He's Canada with 3 or 4. We'll see if Aaron's got the right answer for us. And I believe Aaron's actually got an interview for us later on with the Carleton Ravens head coach in Steve Samara, if I'm not mistaken. Do you think Carson Wentz could have done what Nick Foles did in the miracle playoff performance? Good question, Xavier. Different man, same team though.
Yep. Yeah, I think he could have.
So Jackson on the play action, by the way, just going back into the action really quickly, is going to fumble this ball after running into the defense, and go figure, he got hit so hard it knocked the stream off temporarily.
So we don't know who got it back there.
As it looks like the Death Star, or I apologize, it's the producer, Adam Melrose.
We're watching.
Death Star's coming in, and we've got Ron, John, and KJ. Take it away, Commish.
So unfortunately, guys, I'm sorry I have to report this, but we still should be able to stay somewhat on schedule. But we're going to restart that semifinal game. Both of these guys had a warning, so this was Very B got Eclipse first warning. So this one also had a warning. Basically, I've explained the rules. They understand them, and they both have agreed to play fairly. The cover 4 drop, show 2. Here's what the issue was, John. He's calling the play and then audibling and changing it, but it's still the same play. And there's it's definitely a tactic in the Madden world. The cover 4 drop, show 2 is one of the best defenses. And we just asked Very B got a clip to mix his plays up, and Solissimo has agreed. We could have given the loss to V. Barry got a clip, but he's a good kid. He's a young guy. He was very respectful, and so we're going to let them replay the game, and hopefully everything will go smoothly. So I apologize, guys. I just wanted to give you the news.
It's safe to say, though, that the toothpicks will eventually start to crack, though, if there are some cheating or some shenanigans in this next restart.
Yes, then that's what they've both been told. They both each have a warning now, so sanctions are the next thing. We're not going to stay here all night. So they're 2 great players. I think you're going to have a great game, and let's hope that that's what we get.
KJ, do you know which country has the most IFAF World Championships and how many?
No, I do not.
Well, Ron was right. I guessed the States, he guessed Canada, and Canada's the right answer with 3.
Wow.
I believe Aaron threw that question out there, and we're going to have Aaron interview Steve Samara, are we not?
Yeah, that's coming up. So the halftime of the Xbox game, they're at 7-7. They're going to pause their game so we can have the Samara interview. We do have this delay in the other game, so it's not going to kill us. They will pause at halftime, and we will have the Samara interview, which will come on in the next 3 minutes.
So would you like us to do a little play-by-play for the final 2-minute drill here and then go back to you for that interview?
That'd be great. Thank you.
All right, we'll do just that. We thank you, as always, to the commissioner in KJ Academy at the Air KJAX Communications Death Star, making this all possible, as well as Football Canada. Melrose Place has to give a big shout-out, not only Mr. Schmelly, but Adam for making this all possible, and I think Steph had a huge factor in it too, Ron. As this is a Mama's Hot Italian red zone play, and it's a touchdown for the Chiefs. So there you go, Dangalicious somewhat behind the 8 ball yet again, but go figure. In his previous games, he was going down by 10 and coming back into the game. Here he's up by 7 and now trailing by 7.
Okay, but here's the thing now. He's going to get the ball back. Probably going to run out the rest of the quarter. We're going to pause it, and he's going to get the ball back at half. So
you think that's what your boy's going to do with 2 timeouts left? I think he's going to try and get another touchdown to tie this game up.
Oh, I think so too. And
I thought you meant he's just going to run out the clock.
No, and
I was
then
like,
he's
why
going
would
to
he
get the
do
ball at the start of the second half. So right now, they've both scored. They both had their 1 stop
from their possession,
and Kansas City's had the 1 more possession, hence the 1-score lead.
So Lamar Jackson, play action, hustles it over to the right side. Schneed, the 5th, though, is blown up after gaining maybe a yard or 2. 1:06 and counting left in this first half of action.
Under a minute left. 2 timeouts, dude.
Letting the clock sizzle. Only a 3-man offensive line here for the Ravens. They're going to hand off to Ingram the 2nd, and he's easily swallowed up by the KC Chiefs.
Yeah, it's one of those things that they like to put in there. I know it's a real formation, but I'm yet to see it really work.
Like that Harbaugh formation from the Michigan a couple years ago.
No, I'm thinking more of the Colts situation from a couple years ago.
The Harbaugh one was worse, my friend. Look it up.
Okay. Big catch there.
When you line the entire team in an I formation with one person up to the side, yeah, that was even worse than what the Colts did. At least the Colts could have done something if the guy didn't look like a deer on the train tracks when he got the ball.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
But the Colts one was ugly too, to your point. Lamar Jackson to the end zone. Touchdown, Ravens. Threading the needle, though, on that last play in double coverage.
Yeah, again, big catch, so extra points going to tie it up. Then again, these guys are going to pause their game at half.
Okay? And we're going to have Aaron Gessler talking with the Carleton Ravens coach and Steve Samara.
And we're going to take probably our last break of the evening, you and I, John.
Ooh, that sounds good, Ron.
Sounds good.
You mean we can't just leave?
We could.
18 seconds left here. It's a squib kick down to the 30. Picked up by Sherman. Gets back up to the 40. 15 seconds left. Now, the Ravens still do have 1 timeout. And like you mentioned, if Taggart's going to get this ball back in the second half of action, you'd think a field goal would be pretty crucial before the break.
Yeah, any points, if you can get some points at this point, are going to be just massive. Again, you're playing possession game here. This is your extra possession in the half. It just happens to be with 15 seconds left. Charlie's going to get the ball at the start the third quarter, so he's technically going to have the extra possession at that point.
From the pro set, KC throws it over to the tight end, and Travis Kelce, who goes out of bounds on his own accord at the 46-yard line. They didn't have to use their timeout. 11 seconds frozen on the clock.
11 seconds left. He's got 3 timeouts. Ball's at the 45-yard lines. We've seen field goals hit from this range, John, in this tournament.
By the opposition, by the way.
By the opposition and a couple others. So just being some masterful play.
Charlie has the longest field goal of this tournament at 59 yards. As Mahomes, protected in the pocket, rolls out to the left side. You think he's going to go mobile here? Instead, just throws it away?
Well,
with 5 seconds
left. because everyone was covered downfield. He could have run for it, but that would have chewed up the rest of the clock.
So pretty much the timeouts, other than, well, one timeout, are useless because there's only 5 seconds left on the clock. Looks like there might be a bit of a technical issue here, Ron, and I was at the wrong time. As now it will kick back in. Charlie's got to make sure that he's got his head in the game. As the play clock is expiring, you see Hardman motioning over to the left side of Mahomes. Out of the pro set, the $500 million quarterback takes the snap and looks up the field. He's going to throw this one over to Watkins, completes the pass, but he's ran out of time, Ron.
Yep.
We're gone to halftime.
Oh, okay, cool. So you guys are going to take a break at this point. Just put the game on pause. We're going to have this this interview here with Football Canada. Adam, I leave it up to you.
All right, thank you so much, John and Ron. We are going to take it over to Coach's Corner right now, and I will have Coach Kennemy look after the introduction. So take it away, Kamish.
Well, first of all, welcome back to Aaron Giesler. We had you last night, great interview. And now we've got Steve Samara, the head coach of the Carleton Ravens. Welcome, Steve and Aaron.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Well, guys, it's a crazy time. We're doing this Madden tournament. Aaron, you and I have known each other for a while. Steve, question for you: have you played any Madden?
About 20 years ago, when it first came out, I think. I've watched a bit. I think it's out of my world right now.
Yeah, we tried to convince him to play. We had at the International Bowl, we had all the guys play, but there was no way we were convincing him to play. So he just cheered from the back.
And I know Adam had a whole bunch of all the older Maddens, and then we're talking Tecmo Bowl. I think that's more Steve and
yeah, that's more my era. There you go.
and the Washington Redskins. Hey, listen, Steve, thank you for coming tonight on. I know it's a Saturday night. How is the world of football changed right now for you? I mean, right now you'd be kind of almost getting ready to get going, I guess. Finishing up the summer prep for an OUA run. How has things changed with this COVID?
It sucks. To be honest with you, it's such a hard. It's hard to kind of get motivated in the sense of knowing because everything is changing daily. We're talking about, return to train protocols at Carleton. And then it's like, okay, well, is there 10 guys on the field? Is there 25? Will there be 50? What's going to happen in a month and a day? And just trying to keep our players motivated, to see that there is something to look forward to, although we're really not quite sure what that is right now.
With the change in the time, Aaron, you were talking last night about how the return to play has come into play. And we saw yesterday the ruling. I didn't realize that the ruling was that it wasn't going to go through, that the 26-year-olds weren't going to be able to play. Steve, how does that affect your team? I mean, how many seniors have basically played their last game? And how does your recruiting go from here? I mean, have you got a big class? You're going to have 2 classes basically coming in next year.
Yeah. Well, I just like to state that I think it's awful. I think it's a terrible decision by the U Sport Board. And I don't think it was done at the understanding the effect this is going to have on the student athletes. And, one of the things the board is supposed to do is to uphold that the most important thing is the student athletes in U Sport, and they took away, well, for our team, we have 7 guys that will have played their last game. And, I think as a group of 27 coaches, we've gotten together and we're going to band together and fight this. Like we just, the whole reasoning behind it, and to lose kids' opportunity to play, sometimes, and you hate to say it, but one of the reasons that some of these guys are in school is because of football. And if you take that away, they may not finish school and all those other things. And there's just a whole lot of reasons that this needs to be fixed.
On a positive note, what would you say to an athlete right now as they're, in this unprecedented time? What are some positives that you can take away? I mean, some guys healing from injuries, I'm sure, but that you tell your athletes or your incoming athletes?
Well, I think the positive is that we know there's going to be football at some time in the future, and I think that being said, I think football is a short season. That's one thing that I think of all sports we're used to. There's not a whole lot of you have some spring practices and things like that, but it's not a 12-month type of sport like a basketball or a soccer or something like that. So once we kind of get into November and sort of technically your season would have been over anyway, I think you're going to see the guys kind of motivated to hopefully have something in the spring and definitely getting ready for fall of 2021.
You've coached at St. Mary's. You've won some Vanier Cups. How many is it? 3 that you won, or I think there was a more than that.
But
2?
I'd like the idea of winning 3.
3. You go from out east, really great program. I mean, I can think of Chris Flynn and Steve Pinella, Watson. People will often ask me, who are your favorite quarterbacks? Well, I've got 3. I thought it was 2, but I don't want to leave this guy out because he'll get at me. But, Chris Flynn, Steve Pinella, and Chris Merchant. I mean, 3 guys that I think great Canadian quarterbacks. Talk about the Canadian quarterback position and how you've coached it. I mean, you've had some great success.
Well, I'll tell you, I kind of fell into it back in the early 90s at St. FX and coached a guy by the name of Derek Martin. And, the things that you learn very quickly are every one of these guys is different and you have to play to their strengths. And, you have to make them believe in what you're talking about and the confidence that you can instill in them. And if you get to that point, these guys are going to perform. But we have some great Canadian quarterbacks. And, it's been a long time, but we're starting to see a few more coming through the ranks here that are at least getting opportunities. And I think that's all these guys need. It's just an opportunity. The coaching in Canada has gotten, 100 times better in the last, 15, 20 years. There's more full-time coaches. There's more film. There's better access to preparation for these guys. Because that was always the knock we heard way back when. Well, a Canadian kid only gets X number of snaps and he's not prepared. Well, that's greatly changed. And I think we've got some front runners here that are going to prove that.
Well, Aaron, I'm going to let you close here. We're going to close off with one last question. Thank you so much, Steve, for taking the time. Aaron, maybe you can ask Steve something. I know you work hand in hand. You're in Ottawa. Take it away.
So, Coach, some people might not know, but you wear 2 hats. I like you to take your Carleton hat off as much as you can. So let's talk about you also hold the role of the junior national team head coach. And some people might not know, but today potentially could have been the gold medal game for the junior world championship for this cycle. And obviously, unfortunately, that's not where we're at. But I just want you to talk about all the work and preparation that led up to, establishing a top 70 and kind of what that caliber of those kids looked like and the work that they put in to get to this point and what it would have meant for those guys to be able to be at a world championship.
Yeah, well, I think, Aaron, you need to take some credit on this as well. One of the great parts of being the coach of the national team is exactly what you're wearing with your Canadian shirt on there and the maple leaf. It's just, there's that pride factor that is just unprecedented, that you can just, when you walk onto the field and they're playing the national anthem and you have the flag. I mean, this is an experience that's once in a lifetime for these guys and for coaches and staff and everybody. And I can tell you, I thought about it today, actually, earlier, and it's sad. We would have had an outstanding team this year. When you talk about our top 70, Aaron and I went across the country running evaluation camps, and the amount of talent in this country is unbelievable right now. And it's great to see that the enthusiasm for those guys to come out and want to be part of Team Canada. And, like you said today, I can guarantee you we would have been going for a three-peat. We would have been the only country in the world to have ever done that. And I think what this program has done and the opportunities that it's provided for for the kids that stay in this program, it's unbelievable. And the successes they're having and have gone on to the CFL, and some kids to the NFL and U Sport. Obviously, it's you know, it's a prideful thing for sure.
Yeah, well, and just from my perspective, I want to make sure that people know the amount of work that you as a you're not a paid national team coach, right? We're not hockey, we're not. So the amount of work that goes into building a national team is immense. And I just want you to know that I know the players think this, and the coaches think this, and the staff think this, that we appreciate the work that you do, so that hopefully in 2021, maybe we have another opportunity to maybe win another gold medal. So
Well, I appreciate that, Aaron. But honestly, I mean, this is fun. This is football. This is representing your country. Like this, you know, the work is not work. It's all fun for sure.
And just like the Toronto Raptors, there was no championship, so you holding on to that for another year. So, hey guys, listen, thank you so much for coming out. Steve, we wish you all the best, and all. You know, we love to hear what you're doing on both levels, and keep doing what you're doing. Aaron, thank you. We'll see you shortly.
Sounds good.
Take care.
All right. Thank you so much, coaches. We will send it right back over to John and Ron, and we'll get this thing going. We've got back on the screen right now, we do have the game, the replay game of Barry Got a Clip and Swolosimo, which was the replay due to warnings on both sides.
That's Anthony Colissimo and Elijah Trench, both Ontario natives in their teenage years, and it looks like a healthy lead right now for Mr. Colissimo, as Tony's leading this game by 11 points, potentially the final play here of the first half, though, Ron, barring a penalty. Mahomes rolling over to the left side, protected well, throws it across his body. Kels catches it, stays on his feet for now, eventually thrown down at the 35-yard line, and that does it for one half of this game. And as our producer Adam Ellis was just referring to, a redo. Technically, these guys have already played 4 quarters of action against each other. You're going to get more.
Yeah, you know, and again, it was a really close game. Let's see if Bears Got a Clip has got a comeback in him here.
And again, this is the 2020 Madden Canada Cup. Thank you guys so much for joining us here on your Saturday evening. Thank you to Football Canada and Arcade Jack Communications, as well as Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches, for making this all possible. Thanks for joining us here on Junior Mustangs TV. As always, our third tournament of the Madden variety so far here in 2020. And as Xavier and some participants were asking already throughout the day on our YouTube comment section, hopefully not the last run, with Madden 2021 coming out in less than, I believe, 30 days. Maybe in about 3 or 4 months we'll be doing this for the next version of Madden.
Perhaps we are. We'll see what happens.
We'll go from 94 to 2000. Maybe we'll switch it up to the 2001, and then wait a minute, 20 years past this, the 2021 will be on the line.
All right, guys, I got the Dangalicious game back on the screen here, and we'll put the replay on the left side, as the one on the right's just a little more important.
And as we were talking about before, though, Ron, these guys were sportsmen to the fullest class, as they actually took a timeout at the halftime break to allow Steve Samara to talk with one of the representatives from Football Canada there. And hopefully neither of these guys got iced out in the meantime. 4:13 left, or less than 4 minutes, I should say, here in the third quarter. It's your boy Charlie with the ball on the offense, 3rd and 1.
So again, he's been really successful running and quick throwing this, getting the formation that he wants. He knows what he wants to do here, and he's just trying to get that matchup that he wants.
2 seconds left on the play clock when he snaps the ball and hands it off to Ingram, the second to the left side. Easily gains the yard, but Ron smothered down to the ground.
Smothered after 15-yard gain, on the 3rd
Looked like
and 1.
A dangerous hit, though. My point is that he probably should be playing for ball security in this open territory here. Takes 3 KC Chiefs right to the grill.
Well, he's a running back. They're not going to fumble that quite as often, as you saw him tuck the ball in just before they hit.
So they give it another dose of Ingram. It looks like another first down here, Ron. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, exactly. It's the old philosophy. If you can run outside zone and they can't stop it, why would you run any other place? I know we got to run other plays.
Forgive me if I'm wrong. This is the Xbox One Championship, by the way, on the line. All the supremacy, $500. Yep. And a Nike backpack going to the winner, $100, and a $100 gift card going to the defeated from this contest. Did Roberts hang on to that?
He did.
Wow, 1st and 10. By the way, Taggart, 7 of 7 with Lamar Jackson to start off this game. 261 yards of offense so far.
Yeah, again, it's been a really good game as we kind of lost the feed there a second there. We're just getting it back up here. A little bit of problem with the Twitch stream.
So again, a reminder, guys, after this Xbox One Championship game, we're going to bring in the Aircade Communications Death Star. We're going to do the raffles and all those raffles from the Ron and John trivia. I think Xavier has already gotten something at this point, and it's impossible that he didn't. Football Canada gift cards. Backpacks from Nike, Football Canada swag like t-shirts, sweatpants, and Pro mouth guards. And oh yeah, $100 gift cards for the respective council networks are still on the line. Here's Hill going on the run. 13 yards gained. It's now a 1st and goal from the 10 in the Mama's Hot Italian red zone.
Again, you can see one possession chewing up pretty much the entire 3rd quarter here. User juke, loss of a couple yards on that.
132 yards, Ron, on 11 carries through Ingram. That's over 12 yards per carry.
Yeah, that's really impressive stats here, and this is what he's been doing. He's had a solid run game.
That was after losing that last play, too.
So, again, 2nd and goal from the...
Now Lamar gets sacked on the option. Well, maybe he should have gave the ball.
Well, that was one of those that possibly he should have, but, again, what brought you to the dance is a solid running game. Going up! Big touchdown!
Big time for Hollywood to make an appearance. Hollywood Brown getting the job done for Charlie Taggart with 37 seconds left here in the 3rd quarter of play. With the PAT, he's going to go up by 7 points in this Xbox One National Championship here in the 2020 Madden Canada Cup, presented by Aircade Communications, Football Canada, here on Junior Mustangs TV.
We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. 37 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter. That drive, John, took up the entire 3rd quarter minus the 37 seconds.
And you mentioned a good point earlier in this contest that each guy was holding serve, essentially.
Yeah. They both got the one stop in the first half, and the equal possessions, and then that ability to score, that last drive by Taggarty to bring it in there, to tie it up at half, and then you see he took the ball in the opening half. Let's see if the Chiefs can answer on this. The Hamilton versus Hamilton local boys.
Yeah, Hardman, though, going from the right to the left, back from the left to the right. Eventually going to have to snap this ball off as Mahomes, and he does here from the shotgun position. Strolling over to the right side, finds a target in Watkins. Did he hang on to it? They're going to say he did, Ron.
That's an impressive throw. That's an impressive catch. Moving. Yeah, he got it. Clear as a bell there.
And the clock continues to tick down here as we're reaching the conclusion of the 3rd quarter of play in this national final for Xbox One supremacy here on Junior Mustangs TV. Mahomes gandering over to the left side, running out of real estate. In fact, I think he is tackled for a loss, if I'm not mistaken, if not getting back to the original line of scrimmage.
I think they're going to give him like 1 yard on that, John.
Wow.
On the carry, so,
I guess he must have slipped a couple dollars from that $500 million he got.
Possibly paid off the video judge on that one.
Out of the pro set, 2nd and 9, throws it over to the right side. Great user tackle by Charlie through Peters. Denies the 1st down attempt. 7 of 8 in this game is Mahomes, though. It's incredible how both quarterbacks are throwing over 90%.
Yeah, again, just both players. It's got to come down to that last possession. Who has it? I really think that's what it's going to come down to in this type of game, and that's what it should at this type of level. You're kind of playing arena football. You hope for that one stop on each half, and that kind of gives you the advantage, and you got to capitalize on your offensive chances.
Play clock expiring. It was down to 2 seconds when Quincy Vaughn eventually snaps it. Found Hill wide open, though. And he almost lulled Charlie Taggart to sleep there, kind of going audibling back and forth, and somehow Hill, out of all of it, went undetected behind the secondary, burns him for a touchdown. Still awaiting the PAT. It is good, Ron.
Okay.
4-12 remains in this Xbox One Championship.
Here's my point, though, okay? Charlie went on a drive, took up pretty much the entire 3rd quarter, okay? If he does a similar drive...
Not given much of an opportunity for
You're going to have the ball with about 15, 20 seconds left to go in the 4th quarter here, down maybe a field goal or a touchdown.
And by the way, I'm noticing that's the way to beat the short kicks, apparently. Every time it's short kicked to the secondary line of kick returners, if you will. Charlie wisely just, laterals it back to the original kick return, so you have more of a speedier guy at the helm.
Yeah, and it's a smart play. It's understanding the game.
Play action to Snead the fifth. Nice cut in to get the first down a little bit more. Shoestring tackle saves a would-be touchdown. 9 of 9 in this game. 144 yards and a couple touchdowns. It's been immaculation right now from Lamar Jackson. Anything but a playoff performance so far, Ron. By the way, when he lost that game, I think he threw like 400 yards or something. Like, it really wasn't fair to Lamar. That playoff game he lost last year.
No,
like everybody said, oh, he lost. Yeah, he threw like 400. It's like he didn't. It really wasn't his fault.
And it wasn't even that as much as the Titans just had the right game plan.
Yeah, that's
true. They chewed up clock. They chewed up clock.
To that point, Xavier wanted to know, do you think the Titans will be consistent if they keep giving the ball to Henry 30 times a game?
I don't think they can give it to him 30 times a game. I think you got to lighten his load a little bit. You've got to
won't have a long career if he's doing that.
Yeah. Well, again, he's not.
He's wide open on this play. Lamar Jackson couldn't find him. Stretched out of the pocket, throws it away instead. That's the first incomplete pass from Charlie in this game. There's 2:49 left in the fourth quarter, Ron.
2:49 left. Coming down to the nitty gritty. I think the wide receivers in Tennessee are a little bit better than people give them credit for, and I think if Tannehill can spread the ball around, I think the Titans have a chance.
The whole house came down, and Taggart, got tagged on that last play. He's got a 3rd and 17 coming up in this tied ball game late in the fourth quarter.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide on that one. 3rd and 17. 50-yard line, just about midfield here, John.
Need almost a Mike Vick-like play, hence the jersey, on this 3rd and 17 coming up here with the 2-minute warning approaching. Lamar's going to go to the air instead, and Roberts reels it in. Cool, calm, and collective is Charlie as well. He gets the first down on this long 3rd down conversion. We're at the 2-minute warning. Tied 21-21. In this Xbox One National Championship Final here on Junior Mustangs TV.
Coming down to the nitty-gritty with the National Championship on the line here, Johnny.
National supremacy from Atlantic to Pacific, all the way up to that Arctic Sea, too. We forgot we pretty much own the North. That's why they say we
are the North.
That's right. So now going to kind of put yourself in the defense shoes, because like you just mentioned, having to hold serve is one thing. Your opponent's in field goal range, so what do? Do you let them score and get your offense back on the field? How do you approach this?
You've got to get the stop.
Well, they try and swarm at Ingram on the halfback screen. He's going to go to the house to the 29-yard line. Ingram dances his way into the end zone, and to be honest with you, Ron, when you go into dance mode like that and you get hit, you can easily fumble no matter what position player you're using.
Yeah, that was a gutsy call, but a lot of time left on the clock here.
2 timeouts.
2 timeouts, 3 timeouts for Charlie, and again, that's kind of what it's coming down to. Is like I said,
you mentioned his last drive taking almost 4.5+ minutes of the third quarter off the clock. That drive was 7 plays, 70+ yards. It only took $1.22 to do it, though.
Yeah, and a lot of that was that chunk play at the end of the game, at the end of the
drive. Yeah, you're right.
The drive there. So that was that's what the last 25 yards were on that screen pass.
So once again, he has yet to lose a game so far in this tournament. His double-I Black Rain, Quincy Vaughn, just 18 years of age here in the province of Ontario, trying to take down his, elder, if you will, in Charlie Taggart. Not too much older, though, just in his 20s at 24, 6 years, the veteran of his opponent right now. But he's got a 7-point lead, and it will be just forcing to throw it away. I like that decision because a big sack was coming from Charlie's defense.
Yeah, there was a good coverage downfield. They were trying to get Tyreek Hill in the slot there, running the streak. Safety was over the top this time, and everything was covered.
1:44 remains in the national championship dance, live on Junior Mustangs TV. As again, just looking over to the left side of your screen, 21-9 is the final. I think Anthony Colissimo has beaten Elijah Trench, if memory serves me correct, to the left side of your screen. And to the right, you got the Xbox One National Championship here on the line. Watkins reels it in. He's been the underdog, I would say, of this KC offense, no matter who's picking him.
Yeah, he's kind of the third option there, and it's a heck of a third option, the former number 1 draft pick that we were talking about earlier today, John.
Given away for free from Houston, essentially.
From Buffalo.
Oh, that's right. Well, who did Houston give away for free recently? Practically for free, for a bag of chips.
Hopkins.
There you go.
Yeah.
And he's in KC, correct?
No, he's in Arizona.
Oh, that's right. It was the Cardinals that
picked them up, and they gave him.
That's right.
They gave him David Johnson and his big salary.
I pulled an Andre Johnson moment there.
Yeah, I was going to go Andre Johnson a second ago. What do you mean?
Now Hill reels this. They're at their opponent's 40-yard line. $1:06 left on the clock. 2 timeouts still at the disposal of the Chiefs. So once again, Quincy Vaughn trying to stick in this game right now, in this Xbox National Championship Final. They fake the handoff. Play action for Mahomes. He's got Hardman. Hardman catches it, and he'll go out of bounds at the 8-yard line.
Hardman's the other guy in Kansas City in the offense there that we've seen a lot of love to by a lot of different people.
Here's the one thing I'll say. If you get a touchdown here, do you debate going for the 2-point convert to win the whole championship now? Williams, I'll give you another play to think about that as he gets a yard on the ground. But you got to think here, Ron, as you say that. Let's say you kick the PAT. You tie the game up, okay? Charlie still has 2 timeouts and time left to his advantage. And this is the guy that knows how to get in the field goal range in a hurry, granted. But you think you'd still want that pressure on him. Mahomes feeling the pressure here. The halfback screen works, and Shady McCoy goes into the end zone. A PAT away from tying this game, if they so choose to, Ron. And it looks like they will.
Yeah, you've got to play for overtime at this point.
So the PAT is good. 28 with 44 seconds left in the fourth quarter of the Xbox One National Championship.
And again, the extra possession this half goes with Charlie.
And
Taggart, not Taggarty, Taggart.
Is that okay? Yeah. Taggart. I was saying it right then, correct?
Yeah, you were. I wasn't.
Okay. Thinking about the race car driver. Is it Taggarty or anyways? What we do know though is Charlie Taggart does have overtime experience already in this tournament. Yep. He's also blocked a field goal, a potential game-winning field goal with 000 on the clock in the fourth quarter of his previous game.
Yeah,
so he knows how to stave off elimination. He knows how to go into overtime and get the job done.
So let's see what happens on this. 28-28. You need to get to about the 40-yard line here. So about 35, 40 yards of real estate you need to gain here, Johnny.
Rickard to the left side. They're going to throw off to the left side. Ingram the second trying to get away from Lee. Will get out of bounds. KC's kicking themselves after that last play because they had a chance to take him down inbounds.
Had a chance, yeah, but that would have forced a timeout with 36 seconds left. He probably would have jumped on that pretty quick.
Do you go back to a screenplay here, too?
Ooh, that's dangerous.
But Lamar's just going to roll over to the right side. He's got it. He's going to dive between 2 Chiefs. That looks super dangerous, Ron.
In real life, it would have been, but in the video game, not so much.
Could have been a career ender diving headfirst towards 2 defenders.
Yeah, ask Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah, or Tom Brady.
Brady.
He's the one that took over.
Yeah.
30 seconds remains in this national championship game. Another dose of Ingram and another first down for the Ravens. Ball's at the 43. They're going to hurry up the offense.
Well, yeah, you want to save the one timeout to kick the field goal. You need about a 5 to 7 yard completion here. Hurry up here.
8 seconds left on the game clock. 6 as the ball is snapped. The ball's thrown over to Schneid. Schneid is tackled behind the line of scrimmage of 1 yard. From the 44-yard line, Charlie Taggart will attempt a field goal to win the Xbox One Canada Championship, and wisely Quincy Vaughn calls a timeout to try and ice the kicker. 61 yards.
I was going to say, if my math is right, this is over a 60-yard field goal.
It would be longer than the 59-yard make Charlie made in overtime last game to eventually prevail to this championship.
Here we go. Game on the line. National championship on the line.
Xbox One National Championship here on Junior Mustangs TV. 2 seconds remains in the fourth quarter. A 61-yard field goal attempt from Charlie Taggart to win the Xbox One Championship dance. And again, he's got one of the best kickers in the game to do it in Tucker for the Ravens. pretty much from the Ravens logo at midfield. The anticipation is killing me. The kick is up, and it is... I don't think it's got enough legs.
No!
It's no good. It's no good.
Overtime.
If it was a 59-yarder, it would have made it, but it's a 61-yarder, and it hits the center pole, actually, just below the crossbar.
So here we go, kids. Overtime.
But this goes back to what we were talking about before. Who has overtime experience? Literally in their last game. Charlie Taggart won in overtime with a field goal, by the way. He ended the game by intercepting the ball as an opponent was trying to reciprocate the score. And what do you know? Just like last overtime, Charlie will take over the ball to start off this overtime. Laterals it back to Thomas. Thomas gets caught up, though, at the 25, and that's where we're going to start off the extracurricular football for this Xbox One National Championship live on Junior Mustangs TV.
You know, this has been a great tournament. What a great way to end the Xbox side of things, John. Of course, it's going into overtime. Two great competitors.
I like how people are chirping him. Attempt a 61-yarder in any video game or real life. It ain't easy, and I love Xavier Err stepping up to the plate being like, A, he was iced, and it's a 61-yarder. So, yeah, a crazy game, and I agree with you. As now Jackson, 2nd and 12. Man, one-on-one down the field. Brown holds on to the ball, and just like that, we know that he is in field goal range this time, but a touchdown wins it. A touchdown makes Charlie Taggart the Madden 2020 Canada Cup champion in Xbox.
Downtown Hollywood Brown going deep on this, just a straight streak pail.
Do you remember Coach KJ Kennedy talking about, I don't think Baltimore can win a championship in this tournament. We just don't have fast enough receivers, except for
Hollywood Brown.
Hollywood Brown. He's the one that comes up huge here to the left side. Not going to get anything on this last play. Brings up a 2nd and 12. 3:38 remains before the end of the first overtime. But a reminder that in Madden, despite the possession, you still get an opportunity. So, for instance, if Charlie does make a field goal here, the clock in Madden apparently doesn't matter. The person will get an opportunity to score regardless of time.
3rd and 8 here. Let's see what he's got in his bag of tricks.
So, it will be Taggart and his Baltimore Ravens looking to go to the end zone. It's intercepted instead!
The Honey Badger!
It's intercepted instead! Oh my word! The Xbox Championship could have been won on that play. We continue in overtime after the INT from Quincy Vaughn.
We talked about that sooner or later defense was going to win a championship. Big play on the defense.
Incredible run. I mean, the game was over. If the Ravens catch that ball, it is all over, and Charlie is our national champion as well as a provincial champion. But instead, well, time is of the essence for one gentleman here as Quincy Vaughn's back onto the field, 2nd and 7. Now for Quincy, a field goal wins it.
Yeah.
Don't need the touchdown. Just got to split the uprights. Need 7 yards, though, here on this 2nd down play. 9 seconds remains on the play clock. They're going to audible. Mahomes from the shotgun, now behind the line of center. 4 seconds left on the play clock. Hands it out to Williams. Williams looks like he's going to stay on his feet. Wow. Got to the 1st down and a little bit more, all the way up to the 36-yard line.
Yeah, good inside zone play on that. Just bouncing off tackles. Tough play.
And Mahomes will come out of the pro set here in this Xbox One National Championship game in overtime. Live on Junior Mustangs TV here on your Saturday evening. They say you leave the best for last, Ron. I don't know if we could plan this out any more perfectly. As Mahomes protected to the left side, ball's up, and somehow Randy Mossing the defender that time is Sammy Watkins.
Unbelievable catch there.
And again, you're tuned in to the 2020 Madden Canada Cup. Big thank you to Football Canada, Arcade Jacks Communications, and Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches, as well as the London Junior Mustangs football program. Ooh, we hope that the technical issues do not arise at the wrong time here, Ron, as it looks like there is, well, a bit of a gap in the server right now.
Let's get this game back underway here. Let's
in overtime too.
In overtime.
In overtime. Well, we got it back on. So there we go. There is officially 95 seconds remaining in the first overtime, but as we mentioned, Charlie Taggart got the ball, received the ball for overtime, got towards his opponent's end zone, but was intercepted on the play, which has allowed Quincy Vaughn, who has not lost a game in this Xbox One tournament for national supremacy, to truly grab his crown. He needs points of any kind. A field goal or a touchdown will win it for him. Mahomes snaps the ball, throws it over to the left side. Hardman, one tackle miss. Second tackle gets truck stick, but hangs on to the rock.
Big hit there. Great catch. Good concentration. Keeping in bounds. Keeping the clock moving.
Oh, man, I thought
Huge
that ball
hit.
was going to come out. He's going to attempt the field goal right now. Charlie recognizes it, ices him down.
Well, you can change the play. You don't have to kick the field goal, which is exactly what's going to
And he
happen.
didn't. Get Ron for word, he got crafty with it. 2nd and 1. Mahomes. Is there a potential audible here? Does he like the pressure that he sees coming back? And if you're Baltimore, you got to get the quarterback, because if he completes this, I don't know if you have much of a chance. Mahomes sends Hardman to the sidelines. The pressure is coming down the pipe. The ball is thrown, and it is incomplete here, Ron. It's now a 3rd and 1 coming up from the 41-yard line. Do you go for it now? No.
No.
3rd and 1. The only reason why I say is an interception or a fumble, you'd be kicking yourself at this point.
I know.
A field goal wins you the bloody national championship right now, Ron.
This is not a gimme. This is still a...
it's a long-distance bomb, to say the least.
59-yard field goal.
Well, we've seen a 59er made. We've seen a 61-yarder, just a little shy, and that would have won the national championship. Only 10 seconds left on this play clock. A 3rd and 1 coming up here for Quincy Vaughn. Vaughn's going to be pressured. Vaughn is sacked. Back at the 50, too far out of field goal range when he was within a long-distance field goal attempt.
So, here you go. Do you punt the ball? Or do you go for it?
Just go for it here. Yeah, that's the other, you make the good argument here on, but the only problem is if you get blitzed and you get sacked here, or you incomplete, you're giving up the ball at midfield, though. I don't know, man. You're giving up the ball at midfield if you don't make this. A 4th and 9. I mean, do you just bluff him, call the timeout, and punt the ball? Pro set.
You got to remember, you only get 2 timeouts in the overtime. They both used 1.
So it is. Pressure coming. Mahomes has to get rid of it and does. And hanging on to the ball. Are you kidding me? Look at the replay here. Between 2 Ravens, somehow Sammy hangs on to it. And Quincy Vaughn can thank Sammy Watkins' Madden rating on that last play, because it's going to set up the game-winning field goal for the national championship. Quincy Vaughn can win the Xbox One National Championship. No, he calls his own timeout. Interesting decision. He's just trying to make it that much more dramatic.
I think he called timeout, and then Charlie recognized it and called the timeout as well.
But neither team have a timeout left. And instead of going out with the field goal, he sends his offense back onto the field. He's had 2 opportunities to win the national championship, Ron, and continues to go to Patty Mahomes instead. We're getting into bizarre territory now, Ron. I'm getting concerned. Mahomes.
It's a heck of a game, though.
Right behind the line of center. You can see the comments online, too. People are just wilding out at this fantastic football game. Williams through a hole. 10-5 touchdown, Quincy Vaughn. Congratulations, Mr. Vaughn. You are the Xbox One National Champion here on Junior Mustangs TV. $500. A Football Canada Nike backpack. But I think a big tip of that has to go out to Charlie Taggart. I mean, he's still going to walk away with $100 and a $100 gift card towards the Xbox One Network, which I think, if I'm just giving you some advice here, Charlie, you buy the Madden 21, you get on the horse early, and I have a feeling there will be no second places in the future for Charlie. What a game. Arguably the best game. Yeah. And it comes from Double I Black Rain. An 18-year-old Quincy Vaughn from Ontario is your Xbox champion.
Your Xbox national champion, at that matter.
We're going to bring Quincy on the air.
All right, Ron and John, do you guys want to jump on Zoom real quick?
And we hear you loud and clear.
All right, guys, I got Quincy Vaughn on the line. Quincy, congratulations. Xbox One, first ever Canada Cup national champion. How does it feel?
It feels amazing right now. In that last little bit of the game, my heart was pounding. And I mean, he's such a good opponent. It was very hard. And on that 4th and 9, he had me down. Sammy Watkins bailed me out 2 times. You know, could have been both ways, either his game or my game. And I'm just happy to be, victorious and come on top.
And Quincy, I got to ask you this question, as Ron was just alluding to. It's one thing to beat your buddy on a given weeknight and get that that pride over your pal saying, "Hey, I'm a better Madden player than you." It's another thing to go into a tournament, whether it's in your local area or your province, and win it and say, "I'm the best kid in town. I'm the best kid in this province. Damn it!" Well, no. You are the best Xbox One player in all of Canada. You got that title under your belt, at least for a year, good sir. Can you talk about the emotion surrounding that you got some pretty good bragging rights no matter where you go, Atlantic to Pacific?
Oh, it's undescribable right now. I'm just so excited. I can go around and, be messing with my buddies and say, hey, no matter what you do, I'm still number 1 player.
And you mentioned Charlie there. I mentioned it while we were calling your game. The best game of the Xbox One side of the tournament by far. Blew everything out of the water. Even games that went to overtime or Mr. Schmelly blowing in the last 4 of the quarter. Nothing compared to what you guys just put out there. Because you talk about Charlie a bit and just talk about the overall game from your perspective.
I mean, it was a slow-paced game. I felt that I missed a lot of opportunities early in the game, but really taking the break at halftime, it made me realize what I was doing wrong and try to figure out some of my opponent's tendencies. But I mean, from start to finish, it was a roller coaster. Me and him were going back and forth in the red zone. It was very hard to stop his offense, and I'm sure he probably felt the same way about mine. It's a difficult game, and we both played very well. And I wouldn't want to play anyone other than this guy because he was very hard to play against. Even if I did lose the game, I still respect him as an opponent.
$500 plus a Football Canada Nike backpack, which is some pretty cool swag if you ask me. Any plans on what you're going to do with that money? And are you going to be taking that backpack to school in fall?
Oh, yes. I'll be taking that backpack to school for sure. And people will be asking me how I get it. And once again, what you mentioned earlier, I can say I'm the number 1 player in Canada. So that's wonderful. I'm going to put my money towards something that help me in my future, or also help my family.
Quincy, are you do you play quarterback? Are you the Quincy?
Yes, I play.
And do you play in the States? Or what?
I'm going to school at the University of North Dakota.
Yeah, and you won didn't you win a game last year on the last play of the game with a Hail Mary?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Yeah, so this guy here, guys, one of our best prospects at quarterback, Quincy Vaughn. I know his dad. I have him as a Facebook friend. Great family. Quincy, it's a small world, and as you were talking, I mean, talk about. I mean, you, John. I'll show you the play. As a Hail Mary at the end of a game. I think that was your first win against an American team. Talk about that and how how does that compare with a national championship here? Because I know that's playing the game and winning against some great players.
Yeah, I mean, definitely being a quarterback helps in my background. It's wonderful to be able to see the reads, and when I'm out there on the field, I can't just say, hey, you go run a streak and you run a corner. But in this game, it changes up and makes it very interesting and fun to play. And just having the background knowledge that I gained from over the years of playing football and just the way this game works, which is a wonderful game, it's so amazing to see how the two translate after being in a game and, throwing the ball up to your best player and maybe coming down with a Hail Mary touchdown. And in this instance, it was the last second field goal that just won me the championship. So.
Well, congratulations. And John, I'll tell you, Quincy, remember us if you do one day make it in the NFL or the CFL, and we'll keep running these tournaments, and maybe you could come back and defend your title.
And that's one thing, Jay, that actually a friend had suggested to me, and I'm just going to throw out this right now. If we do have a Football Canada Cup Take 2 in 2021, or even a big tournament in the next couple of months with Madden 2021, I think it's safe to say that Quincy Vaughn just didn't earn $500 and a Nike backpack courtesy of Football Canada. He's also gotten a free registration into the next tournament put on here on Junior Mustangs TV.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one thing that we didn't kind of disclose. So you do have your next. We want you back to defend it, and congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it. The tournament was so well run. I ran into some great opponents, and I just appreciate everything you guys put on. And I'm excited, very excited.
Well, Quincy, you take care. Venetia will reach out to you and get you the prize. I'll let John give his final part, and then we're going to do some draws here before the PS4 championship. John, take us away, and then we'll do the draws.
I just want to say congratulations again to you, Quincy Vaughn. Undefeated, undisputed, undeniably the best Madden player in Xbox One in the nation of Canada, and that's got to feel awfully good, Ron.
Hey, really good. He's had himself a heck of a tournament. It was splitting hairs, like kind of the final three. You know, 3 could have finished 1 could have finished 3 very easily. You know, these guys are, you know, very, very good players, and it's one play or it's one little thing that happens in the game, just the way it kind of comes out.
And remember, you and Jay had Charlie.
Yep.
I had Quincy.
Again, yes, you did. The broken clock got it right twice today.
No,
we bet against you, Quincy, but we're all very thankful that you're in the tournament, and we really look forward to keeping track of you and your career. This fall, hopefully, and going forward. And listen, you've got a friend in Football Canada Cup National Championship, and also Juno Mustangs TV and Arcade Jacks Communications. You hit me up on Facebook. We'd love to chat with you another time.
Sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate everything you guys have done.
All right. Take care now. All right, John. So we've got to take care of some business now. John, we've got some prizes.
Okay.
Okay. So Johnny, do you want me to just start kind of with the first one, or how do you want to do this?
Sure. I just want to confirm where we're at right now, though, so everybody that's participating on our YouTube channels as well as on challenge.com are up to date and knowing what's in the front. We've concluded the Xbox side. Ethan McKinnon, your 3rd place winner. Charlie Taggart gets the 2nd place prize, and Quincy Vaughn is your national champion. Now, on the PS4 side, do we have the 3rd place winner as concluded? That's Anthony Colissimo, is it correct?
Oh, Colissimo actually won, I believe. That's Solissimo. And the very got a clip. What's his? Elijah Trench from Durham is the 3rd place finisher. He gets a $100 gift card. And John, because he replayed the game, we got him a jersey as well, just because I got to tell you, that would be tough to, have to replay the game. I mean, it's really tough at this point. And just so you know, John, we had a gentleman, and his name, he's lucky his name excludes me, had a very poor, after we made that decision, sent us an email in poor taste. And just so he knows, we wish him all the best in his future endeavors. But as far as being in this tournament, he's going to have to come correct next time, or we won't have him. It was just unfortunate that we had to get a negative response. But I was really impressed with Barry B got a clip, so we're getting him a jersey as well. And just want to thank him for good sportsmanship. He lost in the rematch, and now we're going to have a great game starting up here as we give away some prizes.
So now that we have the Xbox side decided, Elijah Trench is in 3rd place, all we got to wait now is to decide who's the PlayStation 4 best in the nation, as Quincy Vaughn is our Xbox One beast in Canada. Let's get into some raffle prizes, though, because maybe this gentleman that was a little on an email would have won some raffle prizes, and that would have, cured his ails.
Maybe. So a $20 Football Canada gift card goes to Matt Bork, MXTTY 15. $20 Football Canada gift card, John.
Congratulations, Matt Bork. He answered Ron's trivia question correctly.
$20 gift card, Football Canada gift card, goes to Christopher Veravakis, shot_M_up 310. $20 for Football Canada gift card, Christopher Veravakis.
Yeah, that's a 24-year-old from here in Ontario. Jay, a lot of the Ontarians are coming away with prizes. I think the rest of the nation's getting jealous.
Yeah. The Football Canada t-shirt goes to Merrick Coltman, Big Daddy MC 4469. That's Football Canada t-shirt, Merrick Coltman with the winner, John.
And his name eludes me on his sheet, but we congratulate Merrick. And like we mentioned, didn't matter if he was winning or losing on the field, he walks away a winner. That's a 17-year-old actually from Alberta. So take that. It's not an Ontario sweep.
There you go. Football Canada sweatpants, Austin Harriman. Awesome Austin 27. Football Canada sweatpants, Austin Harriman.
So again, congratulations. I know Ron really wanted those sweatpants too, KJ.
No, he didn't.
I'm a little jealous myself, but congratulations to Austin on his award. Again, just looking down my list and trying to find his name really quickly. And unfortunately, the pressure is getting to me. I'm getting sacked here, Jay, so let's move on.
Well, maybe Fitzy will come back to him. Fitzy can look for him. Austin 27. Football Canada backpack, Malcolm Diet, XX CBT, 1998 XX. Malcolm Diet, Football Canada backpack, John.
Yeah, 21 years of age from the 905 area code. I know that quite well here in the province of Ontario.
The Oprah mouthguard goes to one of our best trivia players ever, Xavier
There you go.
For Soap 096. That's a pretty good mouthguard, Xavier. Oprah mouthguard, Xavier
And I'm believing he's an Ottawa Sooner, if I'm not mistaken, had a healthy showing in our provincial tournament. And now Xavier, after punching the tournament in the mouth, can wear a mouth guard to make sure the tournament doesn't punch him right back.
And now the big gifts, the PS4 gift card, $100.
The Big Daddy prizes are on the line.
Yeah, Jonah Irich, Flying _ Squirrel was his gamer tag. PS4 gift card, courtesy of Air Jazz Communications and Junior Mustangs TV, Jonah Irich.
So again, congratulations goes out to Jonah. And Rod, add some to the conversation here. Talk about these $100 prizes. This is some fun stuff.
This is a huge, because it's basically what it's going to do. It's going to give you the opportunity to pre-buy the game on sale right now and get a head start on the competition. You usually get that about 3 or 4 days before it's released on the pre-release.
That $100 is heading out to Saskatchewan to an 18-year-old that's got to be jumping for joy right now. And Jonah Eric. So essentially, Jay, I believe there's one more gift card to give away.
Yeah, and this one's kind of ironic. Xbox gift card. This guy left our program or our tournament because of technical issues with his Twitch, and he didn't feel it was fair that he would play without Twitch, and so he actually left the tournament on day one. But he was still in the draw. Xbox gift card. Noah Johns out of South Lyons, Omaha. Very appropriate for the Xbox One gift card.
Yeah, talk about that though a little bit, Jay. Karma, it exists. You put good sportsmanship in, you get good sportsmanship out. And Noah Johns, who I believe is a Guelph Griffins commit, is he not, at the University of Guelph?
He's no longer there. He's at Western now. But Noah was a South product, a star player here. Actually, Matt Snyder was talking about that championship game, the one that he was nervous in, and Noah was in that game, and they beat our CCH Crusaders in probably one of what I believe arguably was the best high school football game I've ever been a part of.
Now, Jay, are we going to get Football Canada or Junior Mustangs TV? Where can people go and see a list of the winners in case they miss this conversation that we're having right now?
So Venetia will be on at the end in our round table as we close the tournament. 7-0 score right now in the PS4 championship.
I didn't even, I've been too busy talking to even realize we're getting into the nitty gritty. So we better, audible out of you really quickly.
Yeah, this will go on. This is going to go on the Canada Cup website, and she will contact all the winners.
Wonderful. We appreciate it. Congratulations to everybody. Sweatpants, t-shirts, mouth guards, backpacks, gift cards to footballcanada.ca, plus great $100 gift cards towards the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One networks. That's not even talking about guys like Ethan McKinnon, Quincy Vaughn, Charlie Taggart, and Elijah Trench, who've already won that denario from finishing on the podium in Canada. We got one more dance in this beautiful beachy sun, KJ Kedemy, so we're going to let you go for now.
See you soon.
So, welcome back to the action, folks. One last time to the 2020 Madden Canada Cup presented by Football Canada. And, of course, AK Jacks Communications. It's an all-KC final here. Did you expect anything different?
Not really. Maybe San Francisco might have been in there, but kind of the way it's playing out all weekend.
How do you see this game playing out, though, with identical playbooks and teams going at each other?
I think the Chiefs will win. I know that's a stretch, but...
This guy. By the way, Ethan Jones is KVN, or KVN E613. He's out of Ontario at 16 years of age. He will also competed deep into, I think, all 3 tournaments we've had so far in 2020.
He might have won. No, or was that Nathan Jones that won the
I think it was
one.
Ethan Jones, the guy that grabbed the Tampa Bay Buccaneers jersey from our very first tournament.
Yep.
And that was held here in the
And
Forest City.
if I remember correctly, I think he lost in the finals of the OPFL one.
And the guy that beat Elijah Trench in Swosimo, or Anthony Colissimo, is also an Ontario resident. So go figure. I kind of really hope this year it lights a keister under the rest of the provinces to go, you know, I don't like that province of Ontario or any of their people, including that Ron or John guy. What I would rather do is win the national championship, put my province on my back. Because, let's face it, Quincy Vaughn, Ontarian. Charlie Taggart, Ontarian. Ethan McKinnon, if I am not mistaken, Ron.
Ontarian.
An Ontarian. So, Xbox was a pure Ontario final. PlayStation 4, no matter who wins, will be an all-Ontario final.
So it came down to it, you know, what we're seeing here is...
Turns out having an all-Ontario tournament prior to the national tournament really benefited kids from Ontario.
Well,
who would have thunk it?
It sure it definitely helped by the looks of things. And, you know, I was expecting maybe, like, there was a couple great players in Quebec that I think lost to these gentlemen along the way. And just couldn't quite pull it back together. You ran into a couple buzzsaws in here, and this is a winner-take-all game.
By the way, Xavier wants to know, what does the mouth guard look like? Well, it's something that you actually put in your mouth, Elijah. You put it between your teeth in your mouth. You do that so that when, you know, things hit your mouth, your teeth stay in there. It won't mean that your mouth is in good condition, mind you, but your teeth stay in your mouth.
To the answer to your question, I don't know. I haven't seen it myself
It's
yet.
got a sweet Canadian vibe to it, I'll tell you that much. And you just go to O-Pro Mouth Guards and type in a Football Canada O-Pro Mouth Guard. I'm sure a Google image will come out. Elijah, come on, buddy. You're more technologically savvy than these two fools.
Well, everyone's more technical savvy than me. I'm old.
We have only 2:25 remaining here in the first half of action in the battle between the Chiefs and the Chiefs. Feel like this is like The Simpsons. Who are we gonna beat? The Wildcats. Who are we? The Wildcats.
Yeah.
Like
the all Rough Rider final for Canada.
Yeah, except the Rough Riders are 2 different cities, 2 different names, 2 different meanings.
Yep, exactly.
As you pointed out, Ron.
Exactly. So again, lining up for the field goal at the 2-minute warning. Kick is up and it is good.
So a smart decision there with a 4th and 5. Make it a 2-possession game, and he does. Splitting the uprights here. Now, here's the only thing I'm going to throw out here, Adam, so I don't look like a fool later on. I am assuming it is KVNG Ethan Jones right now with the 10-0 lead, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
So this is the issue when we have all KC finals, and I'm not sure which team got home advantage here. As again, we are assuming, or I am assuming, but you know, you make an ass out of you and me, Ron, when you do that too often.
I can do that myself quite on my own. So
rolls out. Williams is wide open out of the backfield and gets the first down. Time clicking down, though. 95 seconds left here before halftime, trailing by 10. One Chiefs team's trying to gnaw into the other KC defense.
Yeah, I think you're correct there, John,
I think so.
because Swolossi, I know I'm saying it wrong.
Swolissimo
has on offense right now. And
Wonderful.
Is the home because this is his
home.
Yeah.
I get it.
But anybody watching, just let us know that we're wrong in the.
Please,
I figure if we were wrong, somebody would have already put that in the comments.
Throw it into the train tracks. So we're assuming that the red KC Chiefs are Anthony Colissimo and the white KC Chiefs are Ethan Jones. 1st and 10 here for Anthony. 2 Ontario boys. And again, a reminder, an all-Ontario final in all the Xbox, first, 2nd, and 3rd place. And it looks like 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place in PlayStation, no matter what, will be the exact same thing here, Ron.
Yeah, I think, and if I remember correctly, all 3 teams played with the Chiefs. No.
Charlie was the Ravens.
No, but for the Xbox side of things, it was San Francisco in the other game. The All Blacks.
Correct. So it was Ethan McKinnon using San Fran, Charlie using Baltimore, but you are right, KC was used to win it all. And what do you know? KC will be used to win it all one way or another on the PlayStation 4 side of the fence.
The scary part is, as good as this team was last year, it's going to be even better on paper this year.
But as the years go down the line, where's the cap space going to come from giving your quarterback $500 million for skilled players?
What they're going to do is again, the one thing that a lot of people don't realize about this contract is the big money doesn't kick in until year 3. That is when the NFL contracts with the networks come up. So they're expecting
they're banking
a big
on a deal.
bump.
They're banking on a deal.
You know, and they're basically saying we're going to get an extra $15 million a year from TV revenue. We're going to give that to you now, and we'll keep everything else status quo.
We'll see if it works out for them. You need a football season for that to help out that situation, by the way.
Yeah, you do. You know, and again, this is some of the things that we're seeing with baseball and some of the other things with the salary cap positions.
And a lot of players are just saying, yeah, even if there's a season, I'll take this one off.
Yeah, and that's, you're seeing that in baseball. You're seeing that in basketball. You're
hockey.
seeing that in hockey. It's like, sorry, I'm not sorry.
You know what's weird, too, is I get it that we're in this world epidemic and we don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How many months ago did all these leagues say, we're coming back? We're coming back. We're going to have extended playoff formats. We're going to find a hub city. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. It's been months. We haven't had any games. No tip-offs, no face-offs, no nothings. So as much as I'd love to see all the sports back, seems like a lot of cheap talk at this point.
What you've seen come back so far is the individual sports. You've seen racing with NASCAR, F1's just started.
Oh, it should have been a touchdown, Ron. Sorry to interrupt you, but just dropping it. Look at how you're on the replay into the end zone, Butterfingers.
Yeah, and I saw that. But getting back to my point, it's a lot of the individual sports. The first team sport that we're seeing back started this week, and that was soccer.
In North America.
In North America. We saw soccer being
Shout outs to Korean baseball.
Yeah, Korean baseball. But even before Korean baseball, it was Bundesliga in Germany.
Bundesliga was going on. There was also Russian ping pong
Yep.
competitions going on. By the way, Belarus never really shut down until they got an outbreak, and then they shut down. Their president actually was quoting as saying, sports is the ultimate cure. And then I am assuming half of his country got sick and he decided that's not actually scientifically real. So here we go, 3rd and goal. They got to get some points on the board before the halftime. They dangerously throw it towards the end zone and they get picked off instead. Oh no! Ethan Jones with a 10-0 lead has a huge defensive stand at the end of the second quarter.
And again, we talked about in the earlier game, holding serve. You've got a 2-possession game going on here, a 2-score possession lead. If you can get something, even field goal range down the side here, 5 seconds left, it might be worth it to take a shot here. I'm not sure exactly where the ball is, though.
Xavier, I tip my cap to you, good sir. The mouth guard isn't $100. It's not even $500. But it's still really cool. And thanks for making this trivia possible, because remember, without the trivia, it would have been even tougher for him to win anything. And to be honest with you, I don't know if our trivia really helped out that much. Xavier got a prize. Charlie won, so I don't think he needed a prize. Matt Bork got a prize. And I think they said Slattery's getting one too there, if I'm not mistaken. But overall, I feel for guys like Escalade, Doucette, Archer, Sarek, and Slattery. There was also some sort of inhaler in there too, if you recall there, Ron.
Yep.
They all got additional raffles, didn't come away with prizes. So congratulations, Xavier. It's a mouth guard. You're a Canadian football player. When you go back to playing football in fall, you will have a blast with that Pro mouth guard, I assure you.
You know, we're sure hoping that there's going to be football in the fall.
I mean, I hope.
You know,
I hope there's something. That we were just talking about this. Anything. Stop telling me it's coming.
Yeah.
Just do it.
You know, but we know that the CIS has said no, or the OUA, excuse me, has said no, we're not doing it. I don't know about the rest of the CIS. I would imagine that they're going to somewhat follow suit. But again, I don't know for sure.
Oh, no, U Sports has officially already canceled the fall season.
Okay. So U Sports, and it's all fall. It's not just football. It's also,
hockey,
you know,
basketball. Now, for instance, though, I was talking with Nate McKinnon, or McKibben, sorry, Nate. He's the head coach of the women's basketball team for Western, and he was saying that, yeah, they're not going to play in fall, but what they're going to have is a shortened regular season come January. Supposedly, that's in the works right now.
And I think you can see that with hockey as well. I think that you'll see that with men and women's basketball. What you're going to miss, though, is you're going to miss rugby. in the fall. You're going to miss football in the fall. Golf was a spring sport. You'll probably see that next year, potentially.
Although,
So-
yeah, I was just going to say they played in the full season in OUA and youth sports, though. So, yeah, they would have to push it into spring.
Yeah, so, the other thing is as well is I wouldn't be surprised. I know a lot of high school players are out there going, well, what's going to happen to ours? I wouldn't be surprised if the fall seasons don't happen and everything's moved to spring of next year, which is going to put a bind on what we do in the OPFL because you can't play a competitive team. You can't play in two competitive leagues at the same time with football. It just doesn't work.
Well, a lot of things are going to go into that category of does it work with all the new legalities that have come with this world pandemic. As we go back to the action here with 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, still a 10-0 score, the same thing we saw in the opening half in this battle between Anthony Comicio and Ethan Jones.
So again, Ethan Jones up with the 10-0 lead here. Dump pass to Williams over in the flats there. A little speed out. Gain of about 7 yards. Yeah, give him about 6 yards. Brings up a second down here, Johnny.
Battle of the KCs. 2:13 remains here in the third quarter of play. Mahomes has Hardman over to his right side. Pushes him closer to the sidelines. Mahomes protected in the pocket. Gunslings this. It is intercepted by Hitchens at the 3-yard line. Hitchens will be tackled down at the 10. A huge turnover in the second half.
Big play. Keep yourself in this game here.
So again, this is the 2020
That
Madden
was Ethan
Canada
Jones that
Cup.
actually picked him off. That was the second turnover.
Correct. So Ethan Jones goes back onto the field right now and goes back 7 yards on this play.
This is dangerous here. You're running back yourself. You almost got hit for the safety there. 2-yard line, 3-yard line right now, John.
That would certainly change the dynamic of this game up a bit. But instead, completing the ball to Tyreek Hill puts it right back into its regular form, 3rd and 1.
Yeah, and again, tough. It's a really solid. It's tough to play against this guy. He knows what he's doing. He's not a football guy. He's a gamer.
This is the PlayStation 4 National Championship Final here on Junior Mustangs TV. Congratulations has to go out to Elijah Trench for already winning our 3rd place participant in this national tournament on the PlayStation 4 side. And again, if you joined us earlier, the Xbox, Ethan McKinnon number 3, Charlie Taggart number 2, and your national champion, undefeated Ron, undisputed in this tournament, Quincy Vaughn pulls it off. And as KJ was referring to, apparently the kid's a stud on the field in real life and on the field in the video game world too.
Yeah, a great athlete, really good prospect that we've got coming out of Canada there. So we see the ball punted away, picked up at the 45-yard line, returned to about the 43. So first down, and Chiefs have got to get something going in here.
So despite grabbing that interception early, they pretty much go a 3 and out from in front of their own end zone, forced to punt it away and right back into the same position, having to defend on their own side of the field.
But again, clock is ticking. We're almost at the end of the third quarter. It's still a 10-0 game at this point. Mr. Jones hasn't given up any points. Knock on wood.
So far, that is. 8 seconds remains here in the third quarter. Watkins to the right side. Looks like maybe a stretch route. Watch out, as now it is Mahomes pressured. And you'd think Mahomes would know that defense. It's his own team.
Well, exactly. And know the guy that's coming off the edge there as well.
We are already heading into the 4th and potentially final quarter of action of the 2020 Madden Canada Cup. The final game here in day 2 of competition. It's the PlayStation 4 National Championship held between Anthony Colissimo and Ethan Jones.
So Mahomes scrambles for a good gain on that play. Brings up a 3rd down and 5.
4:40 remains in the contest. One Chiefs team is, content with a 2-possession lead. The other Chiefs team knows they need points. They somehow count this catch at the 10-yard line, and they're in the Mama's Hot Italian red zone.
Great play, great job and everything. Just sorry I'm getting a message from somebody, and I...
All the ladies, man, Ron. Always the ladies, man. It is Saturday night. He's starting to see the smoke come out of Ron's ears at this point. Producer Melrose.
More importantly, are you checking the comments right now? Aaron Giesler saying he needs to get you guys some national team jerseys.
Oh, I like that. Can they make them one lime green for Ron?
No.
Just make it the Seattle lime green, but keep all the Canada regalia in it and ship it to Ron.
Oh, God. Why don't you like me?
Or some Canadian Team Canada head shaver. I'm joking.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man.
4 minutes remains in the championship dance. We appreciate everything Aaron did as well throughout this tournament. He had that interview with Steve Samara, but he joined us on Friday night, and he's been with us throughout this entire journey, as well as Venetia, and I'm sure hundreds, potentially, of people at the Football Canada offices that we don't necessarily get to see or hear from that make all of this kind of ventures possible. And, of course, the Air Jacks communications staff. I think of girls like Lena, Allison, Sharon, I'll throw Fitzy in there too, that have all been doing their great job on that side of the fence too. Again, the logistics, people don't realize sometimes, it takes a little more than just Ron and John talking in front of a green screen to get you through this day.
That's the thing, you're seeing us, we're the face, like I said, we're the faces, we're the talking heads of the tournament.
And that's saying a lot.
But it's all the work behind the scenes, what you're not seeing here. Just with us, we're sitting here talking, you get to hear us, we're joking around. The guy who's doing all the work over here is Adam Melrose, the producer. The guy that's doing all the work behind the scenes is Jay and the staff over at the Death Star. And it's all the setup, it's everything else that's gone into it. We're sitting here in front of the camera for, a few hours on the weekend.
Yeah, modest, like 12, 15 hours.
12, 15 hours, but that's, again, it's neither here nor there. The point is...
Oh, no, it's here.
But the amount of work that has gone into leading up to this is I'm telling you, it's absolutely mind-boggling. That's happening.
If you recall, we've already had our Xbox One National Championship game where Quincy Vaughn destroyed, no, I'm just joking, Charlie, Mr. Taggart in overtime thanks to a game-winning field goal. Or no, he got a touchdown, did he not, Ron, to end that game? Regardless, it was an overtime final. Go figure, after 110 games, I'm starting to lose track somehow. But my point is that bar was set super high. We're talking skyscraper high from the PlayStation 4. But yet, here we are, 3:09 left in the PlayStation 4 side of things. And you got a heck of a game, 10-7 with everything coming down to the wire. And it's Mahomes going for a again to the right side. Gets out of bounds after getting the first down here, Ron. So again, a 10-7 ball game. It ain't over till it's over.
Again, we're seeing that big nickel that everyone likes to play for Kansas City, that 1-4-6 that they seem to be playing a lot of.
Okay, Xavier gets the comment of the night. Ron, would you shave your head for an O-Pro mouthguard?
No.
I'm willing to negotiate.
No. No. Wow. I'm not coming to the nation's capital either, just for the record.
Well, Aaron's got some O-Pro clippers for you.
Oh, I bet he does.
We're getting to that point of the night, Ron. You knew it was coming. 2:35 remains here in the fourth quarter of play. KC versus KC in this PlayStation 4 championship game for national glory. It features Anthony Colissimo and Ethan Jones. Mahomes down the field. A man behind the defense is Tyreek Hill. Hill is going to run parallel with the goal line before scampering in. It's a touchdown for KC.
Jeez.
And that is huge. And I mean huge for Ethan Jones. He makes it a 2-possession championship game again, with just 14 seconds remaining before the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, a 10-point lead. Again, Ethan's been a heck of a competitor the entire tournament here.
Entire year, even.
Yeah.
Think about the last tournament, too.
Yeah, it's been a pretty dominant performance from start to finish for this young man.
And a reminder, guys, that after this championship game, please don't go anywhere just yet. We'll have a closing statement from Football Canada and Air KJX Communications with our Commissioner KJ Academy. Again, a big thank you to all of our participants on the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 side of things, as well as all of our raffle winners, mouth guards, sweatpants, t-shirts, backpacks, gift cards, and more. We're all giving out on Junior Mustangs TV on this beautiful weekend. And we thank, of course, Adam Melrose, our producer, the beautiful lights, all the video, all the audio. It's all because of him, partner.
So, for those of you who...
When Ron excels like that, watch out. When he gives you the mid-sentence, watch out. Doozy coming up, folks.
Okay. So, for those of you who know me, I have been dating the same lovely lady for the past 11 months.
Are you going to propose on the air, Ron?
Hell no.
Oh, okay.
I am not getting... I will say this on live on air.
You're gonna propose
you
at the
can replay
2-minute
this
warning?
anytime you want. I am never getting married again. But that goes without saying. Just for the record.
What if we get 1,000 subscribers?
No, I think I'd sooner shave my head than get married again, just for the record.
Okay, so now
It's
we got
nothing
that.
to do with
Now
the
we
person.
know. Now we know.
It's got nothing to do with the person. But for the record, Kim is her name, and she asked me if I was shaving my head, and I said nope. And she said, "Are you shaving your beard?" I said nope. She goes, "If you shave your head, we're not dating anymore," and we will have been dating 11 months as of Monday.
Aww.
So, Kim, I know you're not watching right now as she's on holidays with her sister and her sister-in-law up in Southampton for a girls' week. I was told very explicitly, no, do not shave the curls. And she's happy that I'm not shaving my beard.
How many subscribers did we get to, though? We didn't even check. He might have to anyway.
No, he's not.
Well, so real quick question, though. Did KVNG E613 not lose to Charlie Taggart in the last tournament? Which means did he jump consoles for this tournament so that he didn't have to play against Charlie Taggart?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, he lost to Barry got a clip.
No,
okay.
because I was just going to say, this guy has already gotten a jersey, a Tampa Bay Buccaneers Goodwin jersey from our first tournament of the year. So he definitely has won, or he's been to a finals at least, because that first tournament we gave a jersey out to the winner and the finalists.
Yeah.
Just like in this tournament, even if you're a finalist, whoever loses this game still walking away with $100 plus a $100 gift card towards the PlayStation 4 network. That's $200 last time I checked. And Shady McCoy gonna cut back in and drip off the clock here. We are 90 seconds away from crowning a PlayStation 4 national champion here on your Saturday night live on Junior Mustangs TV. And again, a congratulations has to go out to Quincy Vaughn, who won in overtime in our Xbox One national championship contest over Charlie Taggart, who, I mean, if he's not number one as far as the rankings is concerned, he certainly was a top 3 contender coming into this tournament, and he showed why. He got all the way to the final and gave us the most entertaining game possible. And also Ethan McKinnon, 3rd place on the Xbox One side. Got to give a shout out to him.
And those guys, again, going back to our OPFL champion, that they played each other in the OPFL. I believe it was in the semifinals where Charlie got the win over him.
Mm-hmm.
They played each other in this one.
Oh, the rubber match you're talking about.
Well, no, the very
before
first
that,
game.
yeah.
The first time that they played, Charlie got the win. The second time they played,
yeah, he was able to pull out the victory.
He was able to pull it out to go to the winner's side of things. Then they played in the 2-3 game, and I actually said to you, I said, I wouldn't be surprised if these two guys play each other down the road.
You hit
Lo
it
and
on the
behold, they did. It was a 2-3 game. That time, Charlie was able to pull it out. So
congratulations
here,
as the clock expires. Ethan Jones is your PlayStation 4 national champion here on Junior Mustangs TV. Congratulations, Ethan. You're a repeat performer here on Junior Mustangs in the esports variety in 2020. Not the first time, and I doubt it'll be the last we mention you here on our program. You chose the Chiefs. You beat the Chiefs by 10 points. A big tip of the hat still has to go out to Anthony Colissimo as you place 2nd place, good sir. $100 going to you, plus a $100 gift card. But for Ethan Jones, $500, good sir, as well as a Football Canada Nike backpack. So once again, Ron, an all-Ontario podium. Ethan McKinnon, Charlie Taylor, Quincy Vaughn. That's 3-2-1 on the Xbox side. Elijah Trent, Anthony Colissimo, and Ethan Jones, a 3-2-1 on the PlayStation 4 side, all from this province.
And again, if my math is correct, I believe Mr. Jones came through on the PlayStation side undefeated. So we really have two true national champions in the fact that Mr. Vaughn and Mr. Jones both went undefeated through the entire tournament, made it through the winner's bracket, and then won again.
So congratulations goes out to you, Ethan Jones. You and Quincy Vaughn are the national champions here in Madden.
And we got Ethan Jones on the Zoom meeting. If you guys want to jump on there, Johnny.
We're here.
Well, guys, I've got our PS4 champion. He won a jersey in the small tournament that we had, was knocked out in the semifinals of the OPFL. Ethan Jones, congratulations. What a run you had. Undefeated, undisputed. Football Canada national champion. How does it feel, buddy?
It feels pretty good, to be completely honest. You know, best in Canada.
That's awesome.
Can you talk about it, though, a little bit, brother? Because this is the third tournament that we've put on here on Junior Mustangs TV. So let's face it, you had a bit of an advantage coming into this tournament and what to expect and how to perform. Can you talk about that? Coming into this with some experience and making no doubts about it this time around after coming up shy in our last tournament.
I guess a bit more experience, but I don't think experience completely matters. I think it's preparation. You know, knowing how to beat the meta. You know, Barry got it to cover 4. His audible to every run formation for roll-up corners. I think just preparing for it, to be honest, is what got me to win.
And can you take us through the game from your perspective? You had it in control for the most part, but at one point, Anthony did get a touchdown on you. Did you get worried when it was a 10-7 game?
Yes and no. I knew the defense coming in. He runs a very popular defense against Bunch where he cross-mans free safety. And so I knew that no one can cover Tyreek Hill. And that's why you saw both touchdowns roll out post routes. Right? I faced that defense a lot, so that's the preparation. His offense, he's a really good player, to be honest. My defensive strategy going into the game was just don't give up the big play. You know, let him take his motion out flat routes and stuff like that. And eventually that, got me the win.
And Ethan, I got to ask you this question. Same thing I threw out to Quincy on the Xbox One side of things. It's one thing to beat your boys over, a couple beverages at night. And it's one thing to enter a local tournament and to, beat up your high school or to beat up some of the guys you go to work with. It's a whole other district, brother, to say you are the best in Canada. Can you talk about having that belt, that crown, that title on you?
Well, we ain't settled yet. All right, I want those game majors next. All right, this is just the starting this best in Canada. All right, I want to go compete in the States, to be completely honest.
Well, we hope to give you that vehicle, Ethan. Young guy, 16 years old. You're a basketball player, but you love Madden. You're always on it. You're the only guy that can whip my butt consistently. So very happy.
I don't know about that, KJ.
Oh, he's pretty darn good. Swalissimo, great, another pro player.
Yeah.
Guys who've been on the tour, and we had the gentleman from Quebec who also was on the pro national level. And then you saw the talent in the Xbox side. So hey, listen, Ethan, we're gonna say congrats to you because we're gonna close the show. There's Venetia. I'd say hi to Venetia, and Venetia, you'll be contacting Ethan, correct, about his winnings?
Yeah, I'll send you an email shortly with the details.
All right, so Ethan, congratulations, and we'll talk to you soon. Guys, what a tournament it was. We've got Aaron Giesler on the panel. Venetia Mystery, kind of my partner in crime over this last month and a half as we've kind of done this. Matt Snotter, what a job you did, man. I'm gonna go buy NCAA, even though it's like $190 right now on Amazon. I don't know why it's so much money, because there's no way I ever want to let you beat me at a video game. You'll probably kill me at that one, but I'll beat you at Madden any day of the week. But no, just joking aside, John Urban, Ron, great job today. I think Adam, we can all say Matt, and the flavor that he brought was just awesome. And Glenn Mills isn't with us, but Glenn's a pro and he helped us out. And so to all you guys, I just wanted to say thank you. And I'll kind of let Adam say a few words. And then if any of you guys want to kind of throw a few things in. Aaron and Venetia, I know you got a couple things you want to say, and then John, you can take us home.
Yeah, absolutely. I just appreciate, with something like this, I'm sitting here pushing buttons for the last, 48 hours, but it's always a pleasure to work with a bunch of professionals, and that's what this whole crew's been. So this is there's a lot of parts to this, and I just appreciate, again, everything that everybody's done over the last couple of days. So thank you.
I would like to know, though, personally, what Football Canada, Venetia, and Aaron's thoughts going into this was. And now that they've seen the tournament, they see the winners, they see the smiling faces and everybody excited, what's their thoughts on after? So what was your thoughts going into this as Football Canada? Because this is the first time, correct me if I'm wrong, that you've been a part of an e-gaming venture. I know we'd all love to be on the gridiron, but to be honest with you, after these championship games, this was just as cool.
Yeah, I mean, esports is a whole different thing. It was a lot of fun. Tournament was great, a lot of great games. It was a lot of work getting it all done, a lot of calls with KJ, but we did it and it was great, and we hope to host another one sometime in the future.
Sounds
Aaron?
awesome.
Yeah, so I mean, listen, I am one of the biggest gamers that there are. Like, I have 3 VR headsets you can't see right now, so just like the production quality, the games were phenomenal. The competition was amazing. My hope is that, hopefully next year at this time we're in a Canada Cup, so that's fine. But, come winter next year when we're off in off season, we can do this again, make it an annual thing, make it bigger, make it better, keep growing this because, I know most of you guys probably say the same thing. For a lot of kids, their first interaction with the sport is actually through a game. So the more that we can do that, the more opportunities we have to get kids onto the field. So I think one, Venetia, the work that you put into this is unbelievable, and I know hopefully we can keep growing this. I said this on the chat, but all the work that you guys done, appreciate it. It's awesome. We're gonna keep growing this. We're gonna make this bigger. We're gonna make this better, and you guys get a nice, well-earned break. You're gonna have some adult beverages, and I know the London downtown, so make sure you guys, stay calm.
I don't know about this guy, Aaron. I can't control him.
Especially his girlfriend out of town. I heard that. That's not right.
By the way, say hi to your brother for me.
I will. Yeah, I got you.
And Matt, I wanted to bring you into the conversation. You had your brother Steve on, as well as a plethora of other great football minds. We appreciate all the content that you were giving us, not just in this tournament, but in tournaments past here in 2020. Can you talk about being a part of this? Because from your side of the fence, you're a coach, you live and breathe football. I know you'd rather be out there barking at kids to be doing it better and harder. Can you talk about doing this, though, and bringing sort of football to light to kids directly at their home?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a tough time in the world right now, and I know a lot of people wish they were on the field. I wish I was on the field, and it doesn't look like we'll be on the field kind of when we want to be, but if we can continue to do football things until this clears up, I think that's always a benefit to us. Obviously, we want to keep kids involved in the game in some way, whatever way we can, and if it means we got to get online and play some video games to kind of pass the time, I think that's a great thing. You guys did an awesome job. I remember watching one of the first productions you guys did when you started doing the Junior Mustangs games, and the production quality every time I see something you guys do, it's just a little bit better than the last time. So that's huge. Just a shout out to all the kids. Like, I know it sucks, but we'll be back on the field soon. So just kind of hang with it. And if this is what we got to do to get through it, we'll do it. If we can get like 1 or 2, and I think somebody mentioned this already, if we can get 1 or 2 kids that aren't playing football right now, who like playing this game, maybe say like, hey, I want to get out and play football for real. It's a benefit to us as a sport. So that's huge. And just a shout out to Ron and John for talking for like 2 days. I can't imagine doing it. And
well, if you've met me before, I don't really shut up. So
I got to tell you, Ron,
kind of a natural thing.
The Mouse Davis reference was bravo to you. So,
thank you.
Yeah, just a shout out to everybody that put this on, Football Canada, for hosting this. I think like as a guy that's committed to the sport, I think if we can open any opportunities to just continue to build the game of football. And I know talking to some of the guys that we interviewed kind of off the air, Coach Richard, Coach Hopkins, Coach Schneider, just kind of thinking back of the memories of we had playing the video game and how like the video game was a part of getting us involved in football. I don't think I would have been.
You played your brother on something like this, would it not be?
That's it. But I know that I wouldn't have been as big of a football fan if I hadn't spent the time playing like the NCAAs back when I was a kid. It just kind of just hooks you a little bit more, right? Every little bit of football experience gets you connected to it. So and just playing for myself over the last couple months, getting back in the games as well. You forget how enjoyable it is, how competitive it is, how much into it you get. Like I told a story with Coach Hopkins. I remember when I started playing this game again, I hadn't played the video game in like 5 years. So I was about 8 years into my dynasty, and we finally made the national championship. And I was legitimately nervous to play that game online. I said it was one of the 3 biggest games I've ever played in the London High School Championship, the Yates Cup last year, and that game were 3 of the most nerve-wracking football experiences I've had because I put so much time into playing this game. I was like, if I lose it, like I got to start again. So just a great weekend overall. I spent a lot of time watching it. So just want to say kudos to you guys for doing it, and hopefully we can do this again at some point, and I'll definitely be watching as a fan and if I'm not participating. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Coach Snyder. We appreciate all the interviews you did. Like we said, we'd like to see you back on the gridiron, but if we got to get you back on the esports variety, let it be.
Definitely.
And Coach, it looks like at the Death Star, you got some special guests for us.
Yeah, I got Allison to my right here. Countless hours in the last couple of weeks working with Venetia, trying to get everything organized. It was a little confusing because we went with the double elimination. Fitzy actually asked for double elimination. He actually wanted triple elimination, but I said no. So that was interesting. But we wanted to make it fun for the kids. I mean, typically, if we do this in the future with a bigger amount, I think we go province to province, and then we kind of build that national championship weekend, and we just go with the single elimination. But Fitzy had a great idea. I said, well, let's go double elimination. I love it.
And we got to give a big thank you from our side of the fence to people like Danny Fitzgerald, Allison, Sharon, Lena. I know there's a bunch more. And maybe for Aaron and Venetia, before we let them go, are there any names from Football Canada that we never gave any love to? Number one, because we didn't hear or see from you guys, but knowing that there's so many people that work behind the scenes to make everything gel together.
So I'll say this. I think the perception of Football Canada is we're a lot bigger than we are. So I'll tell you this right now. Venetia, myself, and there's only three other of us. There's only 5 of us that work at Football Canada. So we're a small office, and we rely on a lot of people on the ground to do a lot of work. So basically, our sponsorship coordinator, who's going to basically get out all our prizes, Jamie, he's always trying to work to grind to get OPRO to give us stuff. So the people like that, we're a small office, but we work hard, and because we love the sport, just you guys. Why else are we here on a Saturday night? But because we love the sport. So.
And Venetia, just last thoughts to you. I mean, 1,000 thank yous goes out to you. Not enough oxygen left in the tank on this side of the broadcast to show our appreciation to everything that you did. Did you enjoy the tournament, though? That's what I want to know.
I did. It was a lot of fun. And I want to say thank you to all of you guys, because this wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for you guys and all your help. So appreciate it.
We appreciate you, Venetia. And Aaron, of course, at Football Canada, Coach Snyder of the Western Mustangs program, as well as a big legend in the OPFL last time I heard. Coach KJ Kedemy and everybody at the Death Star, including Fitzy and Allison there, and a lot of characters behind the scenes, including Adam Melrose on this side of the fence, Stephanie and the whole Melrose place. For Ron Forwarda, I am John Urban. From everybody on your screen right now, have a magnificent Saturday night. Once again, congratulations to Quincy Vaughn, your Xbox One national champion, and Elijah Jones, your PlayStation 4 national champion. They are the creme de la creme here in 2020's Madden Canada Cup, presented by Football Canada and Air K-Jacks Communications. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll see you again here on Junior Mustangs TV.